Another combo, not able to execute properly. Got the juice, runs away, gets the avalanche. Daze is here as well. TP support from Riddies. The silence on the Magnus as well, but exits off his ult, but the snowball save is there. They have the high ground advantage, does XG, and it looks like Navi are just going to try to run away. Yeah, Yes,
So
got the juice, about to get ganked.
Oh.
Searing Chains is there, arrow hits, reinforcements arriving. Daze looking for the snowball, will get it. They actually get the ult from the Grimstroke as well onto 2 heroes. Got the juice, barely getting away with his life. The RP goes off, but the damage is just too much to handle. 2 dead for Xtreme already. And the carry just have to run away in shame. 3 dead now as Na'Vi potentially could go for Roche. Might be a little early as Nova found in the tree line as well.
He does break the smoke of Sin-Q, but Sin-Q very well aware they're probably behind him. Jukes out the Balor Strike, and now the double stun. But he's going to find 2 very easy targets. Yatoro's gone. Bayuk, he's gone a boot. Rue, he stands no chance.
Except, maybe caught.
And in fact he has. Avalanche toss, no problem.
Ooh.
Mickey now showing that BKB gets the Lucent Beam on RCY. There's the Searing Chains as well onto 2. RCY is not afraid of fighting though. He jumps in, he gets really low. Of course, has that second life to work with. There's the egg with the Sunray as well. Mickey already half HP, has to pop the BKB, turning around to Big them now. Calling, giving them a decent amount of space. Mickey able to walk in because of that BKB. They get the Aegis down. Shield Crash onto Ghost. Now he's on the run. No Pierce the Veil. As they get the Searing Chains again onto the Storm with the rebound to follow, but the Touch Snowball is going to do so much work now to create this space for Storm to get away and now reinitiate onto Nisha. Death number infinite, it feels like. 3 dead, make it 4 for Liquid. And likely to be a full team wipe as Ace, the last remaining member, but not for long. He's going to take a Shadow Strike for his troubles again. So this is going to be the 4th death for Liquid.
They have
so
no
GamerLegion technically alive here.
There's all the tier 2s up, so there's going to be an additional fortification coming out as well.
Yeah.
Speed does catch Tofu, though.
Oh, what?
You're kidding!
Going for the AC next, and probably just Ag's Blessing or Overwhelming going slow. Smoke out.
Middle they got this time. Oh, they found themselves a Dark Mago Ember, and he is just getting annihilated by Nightfall. Schofield down as well. That'll be 2 gone. Schofield without buyback. They'll commit the buyback now onto Dark Mago, but he's just going to watch on Misho drop. In fact, Frank is also gone. It's 2 versus 5 now.
You need to win this fight.
Yeah.
And they spot Katami. He is invis. Do they have the detection to see where the Lich went? He's getting away. He's getting away from this one. And finally, Abed snipes the backline again with a call coming in from Nero. He's got the Dream Detector and the Muerta. And Tomato's BKB already burnt. They're trying to focus down the Rubik. Save will fall. That's 2 dead on the side of BetBoom, but also on the side of EP. And Abed is locked in GBK with Nero. They get so much benefit out of their AoE stuns when the fight is clumped up like this.
He played Warcraft 3, he knows that greed is good. Keep that shit as long as you can. There's a Ravage, Cataclysm, it catches the Muerta again.
I'm just waiting for Amar to pop that Ravage. Pop that big boy.
What's he gonna do? We do see now the jump wins in. Malady tries to help with the macro fire, but the Sonic Wave pushes away both Watson as well as Saksa. Obviously, we have Skeeter there to dish in the damage, lay in the hurt.
Can the rest of Heroic come to the rescue? Because now Yuma has just put himself in a very bad position. Here comes the angle here into the silence. Doesn't get the instant rolling thunder. That's going to be Ari down and onto the chase. Good overgrowth by Whitemon, and the shards almost block everybody's escape, but only catches BZM, but still a value target to find. BZM will get killed. Tylon with the double, looking for even more. The all, of course, spells on cooldown. Whisper has a surge, and he'll push Tylon forward. He's surged and rolling thunder, but it doesn't actually give him. I'm going to throw a bit of a wild one here. So talking about their ex-teammates, would you? I'll hold that question for later, apparently, because we're going to be fighting. At least with the Solar Guardian, they're going to keep their buddies up. Cage it. That's a lot of damage coming in with the Nolanor and Yuma, who can't actually do anything. And Whisper's just opting to TP out, but that's a no, sir, with the overgrowth coming in. So that fight doesn't even feel like it even started for Heroic. Gyro's up.
Do something now.
Rapier's picked up. Picked up the catch. Triple force stats even on V2. Everybody using them to get away. And they got Tylon locked in. Pango gone for 100, and now it's up to the Gyro, but this Muerta, they got the Satanic off, but it's not gonna be enough. They cannot stop V2, who's tearing them apart.
Welcome back to day number 2 of Wallachia Season 8. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another fantastic day of Dota 2 action. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, day one was pretty action-packed. I don't know if you could say there were a lot of surprising results. It feels like outside of perhaps for some people, Tundra Heroic, which, you know, in the past few times these teams have faced off, Heroic has seemed to catch Tundra out. And again, Tundra is also playing with a stand-in. But beyond that, it feels like things seem to be going as we'd expect. It feels like the adjustments coming into this patch, again, there was like one tournament before that had half a patch running on it. So it's not as surprising. It starts to develop a little bit more, right? With the Swiss format on hand, you're getting the 1-0 teams up against each other. You're getting the 0-1 teams up against each other. No one's lining up for qualification yet. That should be towards the latter half of our group stage here, as you can see on our board as well for the Swiss format. Of course, for our stream here as well, we are focusing on the 0-1 teams today, which is exciting. You know, again, all of these matchups start to get a little bit closer as the days go by. There's still potential for a lot of these teams to pull up, to bring themselves in the safer zone of a 1-1 score by the next day. For the guys that do lose today, 0-2, not the end of the world, but you're getting closer to a rougher time. Everything starts to count way more once you reach that point. Of course, for our stream here on Stream B, we are starting off with Vici Gaming up against Na'Vi, followed by MOUZ and GamerLegion. And then we've got Yandex and SA Rejects up, and Tundra up against Virtus.pro. So a very action-packed day here on our stream, Mikey. A lot of exciting matches. You know, I was talking about GamerLegion yesterday. I'm pretty hyped to see them play here, Mikey, later on.
No bias, Jonathan. Calm down. All right, let's save that for later. Of course, Stream A, you've got some pretty hype games over there as well. Xtreme Gaming, Aurora, Team Liquid, BetBoom, Team Spirit and Falcons, and of course, PARIVISION and Heroic. Very exciting stuff, Jonathan. Either stream, at this point, have some pretty exciting games being played on them. Hopefully, we'll be able to get Game 1 of a best-of-3 underway rather soon, you and I, for what should be a pretty exciting series between Vici Gaming and Na'Vi. John, if I may, for a moment, I've got to say, Vici Gaming, they looked pretty fantastic yesterday. In fact, I want to say they should be on Stream A right now. I don't feel as though they should have lost that series 2-1 against Team Spirit, but they did. But I dare say going into this series, they should be looking to be the favorites against Na'Vi.
I would agree just with how much this team has in terms of experience, you know, especially in comparison to a team like Na'Vi, which just has trended younger, as you and I love to talk about with Na'Vi. Historically, in this year, they haven't faced off against each other too much. Last time around was the last season of Wallachia at Season 7, and that did actually go Na'Vi's way. Now, mind you, Na'Vi, you know, we always talk about this young squad, plus Zayats, he's not there anymore. They've replaced him, so it's now a pretty young squad overall, and maybe this is where things get interesting for Na'Vi. Maybe it's time for a new way of thinking, maybe to a new way of playing, you know, a different perspective from the foundations that Zayats could have guided with his team. I'm keen on seeing what they do for Na'Vi, and again, like on paper, you would lean towards VG, but at least in the one time they faced off against each other in Wallachia Season 7, that actually did go Na'Vi's way. And Na'Vi, for their part, I mean, they run some funny stuff, right? We always talk about Niku. We always talk about what he loves to do, playing stuff like Undying mid. I think yesterday all he played was Sand King mid. So I'm going to be interested in seeing what ideas Na'Vi have for this patch and what they're going to bring up against VG.
I do wonder as well, I mean, you just mentioned it, but are they going back for that mid Sand King? Well, they can't. They've actually banned it out because we do have a Game 1 draft now underway. So no Sand King, at least for Game 1. Thankfully, I want to say for Na'Vi. Vici Gaming, I don't think we're even considering it, so it won't matter too much. And so we are going to have a different Na'Vi here today. I'm sure you already went over this, John. They did end up losing 0-2 against the side of Xtreme Gaming yesterday, which is why they have this match today against Vici Gaming. Not to be underestimated again, Jonathan. I do still say they are a great team. I know you mentioned the fact that they're very young. They're still a great team, Jonathan. Right? Yep. Still should put up a good fight against Vici Gaming. I'm just saying, Vici looked fantastic yesterday. I'm pretty shocked they're in this position. We'll see how they fantastic. Go.
I think the one thing for Vici that I will add as a strike against them was the fact they went for that. You know, they went for Wind Ranger 1 and Beastmaster 1 yesterday, which it feels like Beastmaster 1 is just so tempo-based, and it felt like they couldn't collapse when Shiro had his really early ags. And this Wind Ranger pause 1 just didn't do much. So I want to see some big win conditions for Shiro in comparison to what we were seeing yesterday. His Muerta was fine. If you want to go back to that kind of idea, we'll see what does get allowed through. VG does ban out that Slaughter, Shadow Demon, plus the Lone Druid and the Alchemist. Alchemist now being one of the top contest heroes, just consistently banned out. Overall, one of the top contests at the very least. Do actually get the Phoenix sliding through coming out here for Na'Vi, and that is a hero that has seen quite a lot of activity here in Wallachia. It has been pretty heavily contested, if I recall right, and it has been showing up. Like, it does have a 100% contest rate. It has been either picked or banned in every series we've seen so far, and its win rate is pretty decent. So it's a very safe bet. IO as well has been, at least from you and I, from the games we watched, has been kind of banned out early on. So seeing that come out for Vici does open up a lot of possibilities for Shiro. Right, like it opens up a lot of really nice carry combinations for him. Maybe something aggressive, something that can play with a sustain. I don't think Troll is quite a hero, but stuff like Luna perhaps is a possibility. Even a Drow that can teleport around, even though she was kind of nerfed down with 7.41B with her Glacier and her marksmanship immunity kind of gone. It still is feasible enough, so I'm keen on seeing what VG does with his foundation. If I recall yesterday, how Vici went was they were always going for the Rubik. Obviously, Na'Vi bans that. So that's something that will force VG to shake things up here.
I was going to say as well, like, based off a lot of the games we were watching yesterday, it just felt like the fights were lasting a long time. It really felt like one of those metas where you just want to have a lot of sustain. You want to have ways to reset. You want to have these big abilities like Phoenix Egg that need time. You know, this IO, it's going to feel amazing as well, and what feels like these long fights. I only imagine, and I know you already went over this, but what do you pair with the IO now? Luna, like you mentioned, could be an option. Anything could really be an option with IO. It doesn't really feel like you're doing it for the classic combinations. You're just doing it for the sake of being able to stay alive in these fights long enough to dish out damage. You might want to go for an IO Ursa, for example, for Vici Gaming. Yeah. That feels like it could fit here.
Yeah, wouldn't mind that too much. I do like that Na'Vi take care of at least the Muerta. So that's one really annoying here that is doubly annoying when the IO is there to sustain, even if you have some sort of magical burst, which you don't quite have Na'Vi. I am a little bit surprised Largo's ignored, Because it feels like Largo is a hero that can slot in with the IO, and you combine all of that sustain coming in with the tether, it doesn't feel like anyone's going to be dying at all. We saw that, of course, with Team Spirit and Batyuk running that off lane without an IO. So if you kind of want to take a page from there here for VG, that could be something that Bach thinks about. Maybe it is a bit lacking in control. IO plus even an offlane Largo can be somewhat lacking in team fights, but you can try to compensate. Would say a Sven on pause one just for a little bit more hold if you'd want that.
Can't you just go back for the Underlord, John, as Vici? Like we saw Bach playing Underlord 2 games out of 3 yesterday, and he looked fantastic on both Underlord games. And it's against the Phoenix, right? Like, you're just so annoying with Pit of Malice, you can't Icarus dive through a team fight. I don't know. It feels like to me, if you're Vici, you just give him Underlord again, because it was just so annoying.
Yeah, he did get some pretty good Ags timing out as well. It's going to be the Disruptor pickup first, so something equally annoying for the Phoenix. Diving into, say, a Static Storm never feels good. You got the Glimpse back as well if you're trying to turn away. And it's a pretty decent way of just, again, adding more reach. When you already have this IO relocate on, you can always glimpse someone back to just get instantly jibbed with your pause 1. I like the possibilities now for the side of VG. Very stable foundations. They don't quite show their win conditions. Mind you, with these 2 supports, you could try to think about maybe something a little bit more slippery here for Na'Vi. Granted, glimpse is always annoying for any sort of jumpy mid, but you could still gun for something that can jump that backline easily. Puck has been something that we've been seeing banned out. Instead, they'll just go for the Tusk and the Kez. So the Birdman makes its appearance again. The Bird team is on hand, Mikey. Phoenix Kez, not something you see every day. You must enjoy that, being Michael Phoenix yourself. Birds. Yeah,
and I'm hungry, Jonathan. So KFC, Jollibee, all the jokes coming out. It's going to be amazing.
5
really
seconds remaining.
It is.
We could have a KFC Dota 2 collab now, John. I feel like in this day and age.
Nice. Yeah.
We could do that.
That'd be
Jollibee
nice.
should do it. Jollibee should do it. I mean, as the Filipino fast food restaurant, you guys should have done it ages ago.
I mean, there have been so many attempts to get them to, like, I know behind the scenes that there were attempts to do something with them. It's just, you know how it is, corporate process and all of that, Mike. It's very difficult, unfortunately.
Trust, they're idiots, John. Morons in corporate. Just say it how it is.
So much that could be done. So, we had Pensit Canton. Just a side note, that Pensit did participate. You're an enjoyer of that. We got the Pangolier out with the bowling animation, and there's your combination with the IO straight up.
I do not enjoy this.
You don't enjoy the Pangolier? But why? You know, it's a real hero, right?
No.
Now? In this year, 2026?
IO Gyro as well, John. I'm just going to say, like, this feels like... This feels like we're just missing a Nagasaran, and we're going to have a classic Chinese draft from Vici Game. Like, just pick up Nagasaran right now. You know, we're just going to do something really stupid like offlane Nagasaran, and that's going to be the perfect old-school Vici Gaming draft.
Oh, dude. Oh, that takes me back to so many qualifiers from, what, 2019?
Just
you swap that
Naga,
Pangolier out for a Centaur, right? And then we'd be like, oh, yeah, this is something we've seen like 1 million times. Ah, what a throwback. VG, I mean, they're going back for what they know works, which is interesting. We'll have to see if it does work. Na'Vi. And they take the Underlord themselves now. So they have a good response to the IO relocate, right? Like they have some good control with Pit of Malice plus the egg that eventually comes out, the Supernova from your Phoenix. There's some good combinations. Decent enough sustain. Maybe it doesn't quite match up to like an IO with Tether, but Sunray is still not to be underestimated. The auras on the Underlord is pretty good. The Kez covers your damage issues, plus the Tusk with Tag Team. So overall, it's looking pretty clean for the side of Na'Vi. All we're really lacking is something like the Niku Hero mid, which again, this time around, they banned out his Sand King themselves on Na'Vi. So I kind of want to see what his ideas are. Up against a Pango, I mean, you're playing against Disruptor. It's mildly annoying, but Ember is still there if you'd want that for Niku. Lane's well enough, although it does feel like Pango tends to poke back a little bit harder, especially since you've lost your facets here, of course, on the Ember Spirit overall. It can still kind of match up. They'll ban out some mids. They show respect for XM's Viper, which we saw a lot of yesterday, and just completely shutting down lanes. Like, maybe not so much in, say, Game 3, but it is a hero that just better not to think about. So I appreciate that from Na'Vi. Just ban XM simple heroes. Why not?
Well, final ban out now from Vici Gaming. That Underlord's so annoying as well against heroes like IO. I mean, I know you said the relocate trap, but even just tethering mid-team fight and getting caught in that pit of malice, it can just be so frustrating. There goes your tiny ban out. I mean, even yesterday we saw it against Pangolier, like just constantly locking him down and cancelling that rolling animation. Not allowing that rolling thunder to get away. It's just so frustrating. And you've got that Phoenix to back him up with the Pit of Malice. It's just quite disgusting if they land the right combinations here from Na'Vi. And they are going to go for a Doom last pickup. And Vici Gaming, it feels like they could afford some offlane for Bark. Or they could just run at something else in the mid lane for XM.
Yeah,
I just wonder, like, what are they doing here?
I mean, for some reason, when I'm thinking of XM right now, I don't know if it was because I was casting with B-Cop, but XM Sniper is something I remember him saying. I wouldn't fault them for going that. Don't worry, I was with Neff. It was fun. We had a good time. It's a Razor coming out here for VG. I realize now maybe saying with Neff makes it less appealing for the people. XM gets his
like
Razor.
hell. Yeah.
And we are getting the Niku mid Kez, by the way. So it's going to be interesting to see that laning up against a Razor. Not going to be the comfiest of times. A lot of good poke from the Razor, of course. Static Link's going to be annoying. At least you can kind of shiv your way out. Try to run towards a tree, but the tree lines are fairly far on mid. So I'm curious to see how much Niku can manage. The Doom Pause one, not too strange. We've seen quite a few players lean towards that. It's fascinating. I'm curious to see what Got the Juice's build will be, if he's going to go back for what what the one time we saw is just Scorched Earth again, or if you max out Infernal Blade and try to get aggressive. You can kind of run up and bash Bach a couple of times and be relatively happy, but chances are you just go maxing Devour plus Scorched Earth again and just farm, which does mean there's a lot of pressure here on Na'Vi for Niku to get off to a running start. And I have to tell you, this does not look like the smoothest game for Kez to just dominate the lane. I mean, you're up against a Razor. Again, long-range poke, range advantage, static link on hand, even just the value point will feel pretty rough for Niku. It can get off really slowly for Na'Vi. That's where VG's draft looks really nice. They have really high tempo. Razor doesn't need too much farm. A Gyro Ire can always join in. You've got this Disruptor for pretty good team fight. Like, yeah, there's this counterplay with the Underlord and the Pit of Malice, sure. But if you're not ready, if you don't have that aura sustain, if the rest of your heroes aren't set to go, like say Doom, we know, takes a lot of time to farm up. If none of these tools are available, then VG is just very free to run you down at say 15 to 20 minutes in, if you're not careful.
It goes both ways though as well. Like you know, Got the Juice. He could make life very hard with that Doom. You know, against this Gyrocopter. Like you get doomed as Shiro, suddenly this IO region is doing nothing for you, and all the pressure's on XM to get some work done on this Razor. Like this could be a very back and forth game one, which is what we're hoping for. Obviously, John, as two very non-biased casters. You know, because there's no SCA teams anyway. They're not here, John. Right? We've got no reason. No reason to be biased here.
You know why they're not here? They decided to save the money in the tickets. Just stay at home instead of going back to the airport. Sorry, OG. Sorry, Mr. Lane. It's just a joke.
That's all right. That's all right. They could have played remotely, you know. One quick series.
Hey, we still have Whitemon, right? He's that turns Tundra into an honorary C team by virtue of Whitemon.
That's true.
And GamerLegion.
Brad Pitt of
you know,
Dota
how
too.
can you forget? Ghost RCY? How dare you, Mike?
No, they're playing
Excuse me?
later, John. You know, in the lower bracket where we are, Jonathan. They'll be with us. Yeah, but that's when you can show your real bias. When
The last
GamerLegion's
place
playing.
Ghost wants to be in is in a lobby with us.
That's true. I mean, I guess the second last place, John. There is a worse place I can think of. Anyway, bottom lane.
30 seconds.
Don't say what I'm thinking about, John. It's the first thing that came to your mind.
I don't know.
Trust me, it's a pretty obvious answer, John. Bottom lane, Daze. Looks like he will break his smoke. He's going to be all right. No real fight to break out here. I mean, if you're the side of Vici, like, you're playing this slow game. You're not really looking to fight too early on. Though, as I say that, XM, he is still playing Razor. He'll pressure Niku a little bit, but it's going to be 4 bounty rooms
Wow.
for the side of Na'Vi. I mean, that's one way to start your game one. Bottom lane, they do chase just a little bit on Daze, but he is a little bit too quick. He will just run his way out of there.
Yep. Early brown beats to save the day for good old Daze, which is going to be helpful considering how he's going to have to lane up against here. In a mid lane matchup, of course, we've talked about this a couple of times in draft, but not going to be the comfiest for Niku. He's going to have to try to play around with a talent toss and try to make his way in and out. XM's always going to be happy enough to static link and eventually just plasma heal down Niku. So the presence of this Kez here, it's not going to be as amazing. Maybe by level 3 it starts to even out a bit more. You start to get more damage in. Really, it does feel like Kez shines by 4 to 5. That's where it can really apply pressure. It's just against the Razor, it's almost like laning against the Viper, which Na'Vi banned out. It's just lane dominant, especially up against melee matchups. I don't expect XM to have too rough of a time unless you invest resources to rotate, which, you know, when you have this Tusk, there is potential later on at maybe the 4-minute water room.
I mean, look, the scary thing with Niku's Kez, right, is when the link's down, he's got the chance to kill you. Like right now, he's got the spells up. If he gets within range of XM, he might just kill him. So XM's got to be careful not to show. He will reveal himself just a little bit here, but it is kind of the scary thing. Like, once that link's gone, Niku might just kill you as this Razor, and you just can't afford to misplay if you're XM.
Has to manage much more carefully. He is having a decent time in CS, but even the denies coming out from Niku is still more than making up for just the slight advantages you are getting. Still in the side lanes, down bot. Pretty straightforward lane coming out here for Shiro. Gyrocopter lane with a Disruptor to help on hand. Not much you can really do to run down for days. Not the most aggressive lane for the Tusk to play with an Underlord on hand for PMA, perhaps. Once you have at least a value point in the Pit of Malice, if you even look for it on PMA, you can start to consider some entrapment onto the Disruptor with a Snowball. It gets relatively easy to look for that burst, but it is easier said than done. Overall, in terms of farming, though, PMA should still be able to find what he wants. He's tanky enough that the Flak Cannon isn't doing too much in the early levels, and you always have that wave clear out with a Firestorm, so you can always just manage that lane. Top lane, of course. Last lane we haven't really looked at. We've got Bach along with Sin-Q on that Pango Io combo. Very hard to shove away for Riddies and Got the Juice. And we are seeing the same standard Doom build coming in here. Scorched Earth plus Devour. Queuing up even the Midas as well here for Got the Juice. So he is expecting this to go a little bit slower. Just focusing on farming, not focusing as much on harassment, which is fair when there's so much regen on the Io you have to eat through anyhow. So trying though.
Big jump here from Got the Juice. I mean, he's still trying. Eventually, with the Scorched Earth wearing off, he does let him go. Sin-Q able to survive this time around. And certainly as the levels do come up, like, had you had level 3 on both your Phoenix and your Doom, maybe that would have just been a kill. And I think they might just try again now with the regen being committed by Sin-Q. Like, once you've got your spells back up, and you've got the level 3 of this Phoenix, you might just be able to go again. Meanwhile, bottom lane, though, they have made the play onto Shiro. Shiro, though, going to be perfectly okay to walk his way out of there. But it seems as though these side lanes are starting to heat up.
Now they are. It's that level 3 timing for PMA, right? Like, he's got the value point in that pit. They can try to play with that aggression in the Snowball. They can try to just get right on top of Shiro, who is going for the Rocket Barrage build-up. I think level 201 right now on that Gyro. Not looking for the max out Flak to just safely farm and poke. Is wanting to have some punchback when that commitment is made. Top, just some poking onto Riddies. These early spirits are doing quite a fair bit of damage. Although,
here we go again. They're going to try. Not quite able to land the dive though onto Sin-Q, so it's not going to be a big kill attempt coming the way of Got the Juice, but he's still trying just a little bit more. Quick turnaround. Got the Juice being slowed up by that tether link. He's still going to be okay. Meanwhile, bottom lane, first blood has been drawn. PMA able to secure the life of Y, and now even finding Shiro. Not great news for Vici Gaming.
exactly what you'd want to see for Na'Vi, right? Because you're setting up for this Doom to play slower. You need these, you need your off lane and your mid to win pretty hard, and so far, Navi's finding everything they'd want. Niku's still not being slowed down much by XM. XM drawing even, and we talked about this with XM's Viper, where he was also drawing even yesterday. It's not what you like to see with these kinds of heroes. Like Razor, again, is expected to crush a lane. An even lane is... It's close to something like a loss, because your objective is to slow down the mid. Niku's not slowing down whatsoever. Power Tread's being queued up. Could go for some additional minus armor if you'd want. And then you start to get early activity on this Kez while your Doom's farming up. It starts to get a little bit dangerous. Starting to drag heroes up top here as well from Navi's end.
They are. Riddies, he'll go for the dive in. They want Bark on this Pango. Nice little jump away, but instead they'll turn their attention onto Xingqiu. Still got plenty of control for at least the IO. It's a rotation for Na'Vi working out, and this is something with their draft that they're going to keep up. Like, you don't really need any more levels to continue being aggressive with this style of draft here from Na'Vi. And this is what you've got to be worried about as Vici Gaming, because you're playing the slow game. You're playing IO Gyrocopter. You know, we've seen the script before with this style of gameplay, Jonathan. It doesn't go very fast. Mid lane. Jump is there. XM being targeted. Niku doing so much damage with that Raptor dance. And he's still able to escape. Xingqiu unable to do anything but watch his teammate die. This is what I'm saying. It's just going to be constant now. This is where Vici, they just need to survive through it.
The rough part here for VG is that with that little movement across the map from Daze, he managed to block their large camp. There are no stacks built up, no catch-up forms set up here for Shiro to really get into that point where the Gyrocopter can kind of hope for a relocate play. And that's going to cut back this aggression on VG. It's going to cut back their response for what Na'Vi has lined up. Every single lane feeling like Navi's kind of gotten away with what they'd want here in terms of net worth. You're finding a really strong start all across the board. Even some movement across for the Shrines of Wisdom. Riddies getting a little bit cheeky. But Bach at least has Xingqiu to try to back him up. Can they force him out here?
They're going. Got the juices here as well. Nice swash though, lining up for it in fact. Still Xingqiu dropping extremely low now. Will go down. Sunray actually keeping Got the Juice alive through all of this. Riddies ends up with a double kill. Oh, they're going for more. Not why. Leave him alone. Got the Juice picks up a third. This is horrible for Vici. You couldn't have asked for a worse start, John. They gave all the bounties away. It's 0-7.
Yep.
How can it get possibly any worse than this?
I'm trying to think back. Have we ever seen such a lopsided start? I mean, the silver lining for VG, despite all these losses, they're only 3K behind. Now, that's 3K at 8 minutes. That is quite significant. But, you know, it's not 5K. It's not 6.
Well, hold on. XM might find a kill here, John. Raptor Dance, making it quite hard for him. He will have the link from Xingqiu, however. Regen going to be picked up as well. Looks like he'll leave it for days. Niku, what a team player. Looking for another entry into the fight. But they do look to retreat. Niku now maybe going a little bit too far. Will get held in the kinetic field. But is still perfectly fine. He will be able to escape with no real pressure being applied.
They're all collapsing onto this mid, though. They're not done.
But they shouldn't be done. Like, why would you be done? You've got Raptor Dance in 2 seconds. Here we go again. XM trapped up with the shards. Raptor Dance immediately out from Niku. And I'll tell you what, I mean, these Phoenix Sunrays, you kind of underestimate just how much heal he's providing. It's a lot of heal coming in with that level 1 Sunray.
They haven't even needed to pop something like the Supernova yet. You know, they still have that in their back pocket here for Na'Vi. Already a nice steady siege onto that mid. And just doesn't feel like you have a response here in VG. And you can find Shiro to the side just like that.
It just gets worse. Because you've got that solo potential with the Doom. And this is what I was trying to say during the drafting stage, John. Like, if the game goes really badly, XM's going to have to start to find a way to carry on this Razor. Because they might just doom Shiro every time and make him completely useless. Your IO Gyro is just gone after that.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's gonna cut out a lot of bite from VG. And I think for VG, the key thing is that their laning presence just wasn't fantastic. I think that's really what holds him back. I think having to run the IO plus Pango instead does mean that, you know, your gyrocopter's not able to run down as much. You weren't really playing around with, like, glimpse backs as they catch more.
Yeah, they certainly do. Y really has no play out of this one. That'll be the 10th kill now for Na'Vi. For any F10K fans, there you go. There's no messing about for Na'Vi. Keeping the fans happy.
That they are. 0-10, 4K lead, 10 minutes in. I mean, I wonder what the statistics are on a comeback at this point, because
it's
still feasible. It's not too bad. But
there's the statistics, John.
There's,
873 to
odds.
106.
It's pretty rough odds for the side of VG. I mean, they can make it work somehow. Their condition here is don't lose 10 more heroes the next 5-7 minutes. Try to get some catch-up form. If you reach network parity with Shiro and need top core on Na'Vi at 8 minutes in, and if you can stall for that long, then maybe you're happy, but I just don't see that happening. And they did a great job of cutting off these ancient stacks, these large camp stacks, which are opened up now, but it's not really enough to put Shiro in a fighting position yet. Even this Crystalist timing for the gyro doesn't feel like it's gonna cut it. It's gonna need to be more, and it's just hard to see where that more is going to come from. Bot jungle's just invaded even by Riddies, really farming with no concern.
They are looking at him though. They're having a gander at this Phoenix. Not really much they can do about him in fairness. He does have stick charges. He's got egg ready whenever. So they're going to leave Riddies alone.
The rough thing is, Y just hits level 5. 6 is still a ways off. You need that static storm to really have a hope to fight back here.
They aren't going to catch XM. That is a good point, John. Having a level 5 disruptor at almost 12 minutes in is not a good thing. That's the position they found themselves in. It is what it is. He'll get to level 6 eventually, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Right now, though, things are pretty dark. I mean, you've really just got to survive through the onslaught that should be Na'Vi right about now. There is no reason for Na'Vi to just not own 3/4 of the map.
No. I mean, maybe to get the timing up, they've got the defusal on Bach. That's something to help out. You could maybe just focus your efforts on playing around Bach and XM, although XM really... he has nothing on this Razor. Just double Wraith Band, Power Thread, still working towards BKB. I mean, the only hero you have that can play is Bach, but I don't see who Bach kills unless Na'Vi completely oversteps their bounds somehow. They don't have the vision to sustain that kind of play from VG, so it has to just be fully defensive. Would want some defensive vision at least to help cover these farming spots, but Na'Vi's been pretty on point. They're forcing out a lot of sentries from the side of Vici Gaming. Again, they're just playing across the river. The only person stuck on their side of the map is Got the Juice, who's just free farming his way to whatever the heck you'd want. Looks like maybe an Echo Saber coming out here. Oh.
He's having a great old time. Riddies, mid lane. I mean, can they actually kill him? No. He's got egg. He's got teammates. Nice little attempt. But that's the best they've got. They don't want to give any more kills away. They'll head back to their own side of the map, which is basically their triangle at this point. This is all they've got. Their whole jungle has been taken by Na'Vi. They're trying to hand all this farm to Shiro. Now, this is the problem, right? Once he gets doomed, Shiro is completely valueless. There's no value left in Shiro once the doom comes out, it feels like. Buck is probably dead. And he is. Ironically enough, Niku will take him. I'm pretty sure there's a Buck joke to be made there, John. Sing Q. I was going to make it, but even I thought in the middle of it, I thought, yeah, I have standards. You know?
You made it anyway.
I have standards. It was a chicken Buck joke. I know, John, but it was too cheap, John. It was a bit too cheap for my liking.
I would, well, you know, there's not much to really say when it's 0-11 and an 8k lead up for Na'Vi, and to make matters worse, you've got a Crimson Guard, which cuts off everything. I mean, this game does feel like bullying overall, Mike, no matter what. Whatever we say, it's just building off of what we're seeing in the screen right now. Sad to say for VG, but Na'Vi is in control. It's an 8k up, 0-11. have we ever seen something like this in Southeast Asian qualifiers? Do you remember something like this?
Oh no, we've had some one-sided games, John. I'm not going to say this is historical in any sense. It's just one of those games.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is where they'll find their first kill, John. I believe in them. XM. They drop everything on him. He's actually walking away from this for now. Snowball, it is going to connect eventually, but he's taking a lot of damage away from this Kaz. Maybe they can turn it. No, they cannot. But they don't die. And that's better than dying.
I suppose. You feel like you would be very happy if you could somehow turn it for XM with all of that damage, but also just not enough to stand and hold his ground. The response out from VG, just not quick enough, considering where that fight broke out. Anyhow, for Na'Vi, you're down an egg, you're down that Fiend's Gate, but... Oh, Daze
trying to donate the first kill. Not quite though. Static Storm just being completely tanked now as he looks to go back onto Y. Certainly looking pretty dead. Daze dropping low. Y somehow still alive. Finally does go down as they found Shiro. Oh, Shiro. Yeah, he's dead. That's unfortunate. 0-13. Double kill for Niku.
Oh,
they are trying. They haven't given up. XM is also going to die. Maybe you just, you secure one kill and you drop the Gs. Maybe that's where we're at.
yeah, get a little bit of a morale boost before tapping out. Say, yeah, we can do this, guys, in the next game. Build that momentum
They got
up.
kids. We'll just say they got kids,
Yeah.
They got
I get the idea. I get the idea of Razor into Kez, like, yeah, melee. You can static link up, but then your point stands might be. Kez doesn't care if you break it. Ooh.
They've got it. They've done it. Reddy's.
There you go.
Reddy's does go down. Huge pickoff, and it is actually a pretty big pickoff. Whether you like to admit it or not, Buck will take all the goals for himself in the Pangolier. All jokes aside, John, there is a world where Vici can make a comeback. It is only 1-2 good team fights away from this game suddenly flipping on its head. Yeah, let's not get too overly confident for Na'Vi.
Yeah, look, you are catching up nicely on Shiro as well. The Ags isn't too far off, 2 parts away. Crystallis is up. You could maybe go BKB into Daedalus or just BKB Satanic, a little bit more defensive, tie and double up on that sustain. And then you can still kind of wreck face. Na'Vi, though, are covering their bases right into Roshan now. Shouldn't take them too long to clear this out with Niku and Daze on hand. Having that secondary life for Niku to play on edge should open up some possibilities as well. And again, you're also getting your own BKB up for Got the Juice relatively soon. So they will be free to run and gun. The big hurting point for VG is that we haven't really seen big relocate plays. Again, you are still buying time, and it's hard to say it's all right at an 11k deficit at 18 minutes in, but it is somewhat playable. You will have to play near perfectly here on VG, and again, minimize losses. Like, try to find opportunities from Na'Vi, try to spot out when they are getting a little bit too excited by themselves, get some forward vision in some areas where you can.
Right.
You don't quite have that set up.
They spot out the Disruptor. Why? With a nice little glimpse back on PMA. It'll be fine to casually walk out for now. You do have Niku closing in though, but the TP away from Y is going to pay off this time around. Again, there is a world. Shiro's pretty close to the Ags now on the Gyrocopter. That tends to allow his farm to escalate quite a bit, and obviously damage output does escalate a lot. One bad team fight from Na'Vi in this game could be problematic. Niku. Understanding this, won't be too silly about it. BKB now up on Got the Juice. Now this is the thing, right? Like, in the middle of these team fights, unless your whole squad is able to aim this guy down, like, this Doom just feels like he can run at anyone. In fact, here we go. He's gonna see Buck. Buck gets stunned. Doom not even necessary yet. There you go. He does eventually commit it, but with the BKB, how do you stop this guy? They're gonna try and link away at him, suck all the damage off, but it's still looking horrible for Shiro. He's been trapped up.
Oh, that egg.
Shiro's down. Oh, just call it. Enough! Oh,
Yeah.
what's happening?
They're getting run down. You know, the lanes didn't work out the way they'd want here for VG. Feels like they were relying way more on these cores, just winning their core-to-core matchups in each lane, and it didn't really come out that way. Right, like Bach, up against a Doom, got the juices tanky enough. They were even running down a couple of times there onto our IO. It wasn't the safest time for Sin Q. And again, you can see just the positioning was perfect in this fight as well. Like that decision to Doom, the way they were cutting off into the back with that Fiend's Gate, baiting out the static link, the static storm, getting the egg off in the end to cut off that escape path as well, right at with very little HP as well for that burn. Just everything executed cleanly from the side of Na'Vi, and for VG, I don't think they're executing badly. It's just their options are just so damn limited. Like there's just not much more to play with.
7 layers of hell. Like, just every time you took a step, it was Pit of Malice, Icarus Dive, snowball, shards. It's just, you're never getting anywhere. No. Horrible. Horrible situation for Vici. Just, there was no escape.
No.
It's the meat grinder. And here we go again. I mean, Na'Vi, they're just going to start pushing in the top T2 tower. What is it, Jonathan? You've got something to say, do you?
I mean, if they catch someone out alone, if they have a forward ward, play with relocate somehow.
They found Sin Q.
Although Sin Q.
Maybe he gets out. 3 more seconds. He's alright. Almost dies in the fountain, actually, but he's alright. Calculate.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the Shrine of Wisdom, though, sadly.
At least he knows these two heroes aren't together with this group up from Na'Vi. Na'Vi will still look to force the issue with a bit of smoke out. They've cleared out all outer towers.
Not Shiro. Not Shiro. He just got enough for the point booster too, John. Look at that. 1206. His courier's flying out of the secret shop. No. Send him back, Shiro. Send your courier back, mate. He hasn't got the money. Yeah.
They'll passively get it.
That's how you know your game's going pretty well. It's when you can't get the damn ags on your gyro. Here we go again. Who have they found? They're just going to go for it. This might be the biggest threat to Na'Vi so far, the Torment.
The self-inflicted damage. Fortunately, no casualties here. Get the free shard up for Riddies. Even more utility coming out. At least they sniped Niku's BKB. That's significant. Not that he cares for the next 40 seconds anyhow. See if the smoke pans out. I mean, again, if they catch someone off guard, find 1 kill, and do that like maybe 2-3 more times, things can start to even out with how far ahead Na'Vi is. Every kill will count.
Well, they're going to find themselves an Underlord. He's a tanky boy, though. PMA's just not dying. Yeah, just turn right back around, say thank you very much for the fight. In fact, the egg right in the middle of them. Can they at least deal with that? They can. The egg is gone. They even find Daze. It's a decent fight for Vici thus far. They win out the team fight.
That's a massive gold swing. And that's because
was Got the Juice not there?
No, Got the Juice and Niku just didn't turn up. No TP on Niku. Got the Juice, no TP either. So they were just in the triangle, not in position to play. Obviously, Fiend's Gate was used for the Tormentor earlier. No way of dragging them in that way either. And that's the opportunity VG needs. It doesn't quite even out the game. It is a shot in the arm. It's a fair bit of gold. It allows some progression here. Box trying to work into his Ags now. And that full Ags for good old Shiro. Well, his career's down for a minute, but he does have the gold. So you are getting tools up. Mind you, Na'Vi's still in the driver's seat overall, but they slip up a couple times.
Just let the man buy the Ags, for the love of Christ. He's just never getting it, John. Got the juice, not having it. Wise gone as well. One day he'll get that point booster, John. There's 30 seconds for his courier. I'm sure he'll get it. So we do have splash attack now on our Doom. That's fantastic.
Great stuff. Really love the right-click Doom we're seeing out. It is a ton of damage with level pain, to be fair, and Infernal Blade. So I appreciate seeing this from Got the Juice, and with his shard up, so much gold flowing out for that. Midas not going to take too much time to rip through these objectives. They've got the Desolator on Niku to speed things along, and you don't really have many options here on VG. At least they get pushed back with a respawn of Y, so the threat of Static Storm and some really tight control in a choke point like the high ground does mean Na'Vi will play it safe, but they maintain a 20k lead here.
Shiro's on a mission with his courier, John. His courier's out on the run to the secret shop now on the left side of the map. Problem is, got the juices around there. He's got to be careful. This poor courier. There it is. He should be alright. Finally get this damn point booster. Thank goodness. We're okay, John.
Yeah. He even micros it to the left again before returning.
He's got
Just
to.
in case.
Be
A bit
careful.
traumatic. A bit traumatic for Shiro. The Axe being up is nice. It's some good stats, a little bit more damage coming in. You don't quite have the most damage in this jar just yet. And you have an app damage rune on Niku. You just want to blow someone up.
Oh, it was an amp damage, Kez. Never going to feel very nice. That's going to be your mid tier 3 tower under siege. In fact, I say tier 3. Your mid racks will be under siege now. Nice grappling hook from Niku. Very stylish. Oh, jump in with the Walrus Punch. They've already found Xingqiu. Xingqiu's trying to survive through it, but the Shah just locking him down. They do at least get days. Though they do lose Xingqiu in the process, but it's a successful defense. As Niku. Niku's also down. Well, hold on a minute.
Huh?
See, this is when you start asking questions like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah. Just a bit too keen on Navi. Not like they had the Aegis this time around. Still hasn't respawned that Roshan. And it didn't feel like they were all fully committed, right? Like you weren't running up here with Got the Juice. You were a little bit further behind with Riddies. You were in front line here too hard with PMA. He's trying to hold back to use that Fiend's Gate. So it was just scattered apart, and again, they were just maybe again overconfident on Niku. That's a huge gold swing. It's a 2k swing off of that big kill. And you're getting that investment back on Shiro. He's suddenly one part away from full Ags. Full BKB. Once you've got that BKB on the gyro, yeah, you know, Doom is still gonna scare you, but nothing else will. So you have to be much smarter now with Got the Juice. Who are you gonna doom up? Can you even reach a gyrocopter? In an ideal fight, sure, it shouldn't be a problem, but some of these fights aren't ideal for Na'Vi now. 6-23, 19k lead. Na'Vi still in control, but you slip up one more time like that on a core kill. Like you give 2 more core kills away, this game is gonna even out, and it's gonna feel very playable for VG. Which gets scary because you still have this IO gyro combination. You've got a Razor that can scale really nicely. You're getting a lot of utility out on Bach. Has a Mage Slayer with his Ags now. Roshan is still in control for Na'Vi. No forward vision out from VG to contest. It still falls relatively quick here. So, safety net once more for Niku. Still gonna feel good. Just need to see if they have an opportunity to actually start breaking some racks here.
Well, they want to fight. Trying to bait with Roshan. But the Juice will be left to take care of it. Meanwhile, XM being hunted down towards the south. In fact, I believe they saw him. They did. Days right in on top of the Razor. Nothing that can be done to save XM this time around. It is the thing. Like, you still need a really big team fight win for this game to turn. You know? You still need quite a lot. The Static Storm from Y even dropped for the creep wave, apparently.
Dire's top tower is
Okay.
under attack.
Yeah, haven't
I mean, that
seen
could
that.
come back to bite them in the butt. Especially because Shiro might be getting jumped in a second here, Jonathan. They've got the Ags on PMA if they see him. TP away. He's going to be alright. Just, you know, be a little bit careful. Static Storm down for 75. That could cause some problems.
I also kind of get it for why, right? Like, it's
I
a rough
get it.
game. You just want him somehow.
But, you know, you
So he's
have
like, yeah,
Thunder
right.
Strike. You could have used Thunder Strike. Here we go. Speaking of why. This is what he'll get. See, I guess he knew this was going to happen. So now when he respawns, it's going to be off cooldown anyway. It literally, this guy's too smart.
Calculated.
This guy's too clever.
All calculated. Oh,
This might be as well. John Shiro with his new BKB. I mean, he's alive for a little bit. Not for too much longer, though, as he does get caught out with the Xingqiu. And this really has felt like the kind of game that should have ended about 20 minutes ago. As Bach's doing what he needs to do, John. You know, he's going for a drive. He's calming down. Not much else to be done in this game.
nope. You know, Bach should take a note out of KP. Do you remember back in the day when TNC was still a team and KP did some burnouts? That would help the cause.
Right. It would. Not in this economy though, Jonathan. Oil is not too cheap at the moment. Don't waste your petrol, ladies and gentlemen. Not worth it. My neighbors don't seem to agree, John. They keep doing burnouts. I don't know why. This is a real thing, by the way.
You just got to do it. It's in your blood, man. You should know. It's in your blood.
It's horrible.
You have to do burnouts, man. It's the Australian way. I bet you good old Anna is just doing burnouts right now. That's all he's doing since he retired. He's just somewhere out, I know, in the outback.
Maple Story Classic just is coming out, John. Anna's definitely on Maple Story. Don't you worry. I guarantee it. Shout out to
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. He would be.
I guarantee you, he's buying NX Cash right now on Maple Story Beta. I guarantee it. Don't ask me how I know all these things, Jonathan. Was I there back in the day when Maple Story first? Yes, I was, John. I was an OG player. You know, not
Wait,
these
when did you
B
play on
cops
OG?
that.
Whoa, you're an OG player?
You're a real jackass, John. Stop playing. Well, even the Firestorm hurts so much. Poor Shiro. No, Peter Malice dropped right in the back door, jump in, Doom is out, Shiro's gone. Very anti-hype indeed. As Bark is also dead by the looks of it, so is YNCQ. And I don't mean to be that guy, Jonathan. They probably could have called this 15-20 minutes ago. But props to Vici for trying this one out. There was a chance. There was a chance. You know, props to them. It was a slim chance. And Na'Vi, sadly, didn't really give them that slim chance.
No, I mean, Na'Vi played that one perfectly. The lanes went out super well. They got a good read. This last pick, Doom doing a ton of work from Got the Juice, just giving them a good lane, plus giving them answers for this IO. Like, it just feels like Na'Vi, again, has been pretty on point. And this does kind of go back to what we were seeing from Vici yesterday. It felt like some of their draft ideas haven't been aligning with what feels strong at the moment, right? Like this idea with their win conditions for Shiro, the heroes are giving XM, like giving him Razor, sure, theoretically, you're supposed to try to win up against this Kez. It's a melee matchup. Didn't really pan out that way.
Didn't work.
The ideas with the Viper yesterday as well. You know, I think Vici has to look back into what makes these early games really strong for a lot of teams they're playing up against. See what they can do on their end, because they could easily pull that out. We've seen Vici before play really strong lanes. It's just, it really didn't come out here in game one. Na'Vi just came out with overwhelming lanes. Every single lane won. We were looking at what, a 3K lead by 10 minutes in, 0-10 at that time as well. Like, it's so hard to see a comeback from that position unless Na'Vi really threw everything out, or you had heroes that could make plays. But when you have the support duo of like the Disruptor IO, there's not much play there. Like, yeah, Bach might have gotten this timing with, say, Diffusal, but there's nothing really else that helps him try to find that burst. You know, it's not like the Static Storm helps keep them in. The kinetic field, you can't bounce off of it. You can't make these solo plays as a Pango when only the Pango had nominal farm that felt playable for the team this entire game.
It was a very challenging game, to say the least, for Vici. I think we probably both agree you're going to have to go back to the drawing board with the draft and figure out what else you can do to put up a fight here in game two. Standout player-wise, John, I feel like it was such an easy game for Na'Vi. Like, who do you think? Who was the standout for you?
I mean, Niku did fantastic work.
It's hard to be a standout.
It is. I feel like Daze really worked the map well. They can see his activity, 21 assists. He was the most active on the team. I think Daze kind of deserves it. He did a ton of work, and
that's fair.
And he does get it, right? Like this, his task went in. Score. He blocked. Oh, obviously the perfect scoreline. He 3-2-2-1. I get it. Technically, sure. He did block those large camps. He stopped the catch-up mechanic from VG. I think that caught them off as well, because we were seeing yesterday not many teams were scouting out the triangles. Daze made sure to keep track of that, get the blocks in, ensure. You know, for something like the Gyrocopter, for something like the Pango, there was no catch-up at all. And again, his movement across the map was perfect. So a great game coming out from Daze, a great game coming out from Na'Vi. And for Vici Gaming, I mean, they have to look back at these drafts. I don't think they've been cooking something delicious here, Mike. Like this Wind Ranger yesterday, the constant Vipers for XM, this Razor for XM mid, which again, you can understand why. It never really worked out.
All right. Well, with that, I believe we have an interview with Days we can head over to. As we are going to head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2 between these two sides.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Everybody, we are here with Days from Navi. Good to see you again, Days.
Yeah, likewise. Hi.
Hello, hello. I do say again, for those that are not fully invested in the Days career as I am, I last saw you, I believe, at PGL Wallachia Season 3.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, with Audrey.
That's right. It was a long time ago, my friend. It is good to have you back. Now, talking a little bit about the lore of you and your career, I did want to tell a little story about Navi. You see, they had this great guy named Days. He was very good. Management, players all said he was a fantastic leader. He was very skilled at the game. However, something needed to change on the team. They wanted to experiment, so they had this guy Zayak come in, and then Days had to go. And now Zayak has left, and Days returns from the ashes back to Navi. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. So, how does that feel? I think that's an extremely unique situation because most people part with players because they weren't working or, you know, they didn't like how they played. For you, they had nothing but good things to say. Things just had to shuffle, and now you've been brought back.
I mean, I would say that I left the team on good terms. So it was kind of fun. I kept a good relationship with my team, with my previous teammates at that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a long trip in my career, I would say. I played in different teams, played with different players.
Yeah.
Had a good experience, I would say. Gained a lot of knowledges.
Yeah.
Now I'm back. Glad to be back.
Yeah. And you bring back a lot of that knowledge too. Like your stint on OG, I imagine, must have been very interesting for you.
Like mostly like some metal stuff. Like I gained a lot. I would say that not all. Like gave me a lot of ideas how to be more calm, how to be more like focused, I would say.
So you fit well back in with Navi with open arms. Everyone happy to have you back, and you're ready to kick some butt here.
Yeah, that's just like that.
Great, easy.
Yeah.
How do you think you're gonna do? I mean, got some pretty big names over here.
Well, it's a good question. Like the previous time, I said that I'm gonna be the best. I'm gonna make my team the great again. You know, and I'm not. I changed. I'm not gonna say these type of things. I will just say that I will do my best.
Yeah.
And I believe my team. I believe my teammates. I believe in the process. And I'll like go with the flow.
So, watching on the sidelines, did you watch Navi's games when you weren't part of the team? Did you
Yeah, of course,
follow
it was interesting to watch.
Really?
Yeah, I was watching some of the games, like not like all of them, just some of the games, like the most interesting. I like the way they played, I would say. Yeah. I'm happy that I joined these beasts. I'm sure like when we were Navi Junior, we were also beasts, but we had some lack of confidence maybe, lack of experience on like in very serious matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they gained a lot, so I also gained a lot. So now it's much easier again.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people said about Navi was really good mechanical skill, but when it came to experience, you know, being on big lands, having these weird situations, that's where things kind of went away. So I was really interested in when you were watching, if you were thinking about how to solve those problems, and if now you're back, you're trying to implement those, or are you mostly there like vibes? Are you trying to be in a leadership role now?
Well, I wouldn't say that when I was watching the games, I was like thinking how to solve some issues.
You're mostly just going, good,
No, I didn't even analyze. I was watching, like, not fully focused watching, I would say. I just watched some games, and I didn't even think that I will come back to the team.
Yeah.
It, like, happened naturally, I would say. Like, I had some offers. They offered, like, Navi offered me, and I thought, like, it's gonna be great times. Why not? And I accepted the offer, but, like, I didn't even think that I can come back, honestly. I saw that we have different ways already, but it's life.
Yeah?
Yeah. And well, about leadership, like leadership question, I would say I'm not doing that type of job like I did before. I am more like a performance player, how to say?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just enjoying playing Dota. Just enjoying like be the part of the team, be the one of the part of the team, not like the leader and so on.
Yeah, okay, cool. Just like doing your job. I can respect that.
Yeah.
Is there any team that you're kind of worried about facing off? Who looks pretty strong?
Well, Liquid and Tundra, they don't have their like full team. They have some stand-ins. So I would say that a team that came as 5, like Falcons, is the strongest enemy, and what is it? Yandex, I would say, and and Pari as well. Like these teams are the strongest teams in my opinion on this tournament. After us, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Are we expecting to see a better Navi than we have seen?
Well, we'll see. I hope so.
Yeah. Now that you're on the team. Yeah.
I will do my best, but I can't promise, you know.
Of course. All right. Well, thank you so much, Days. It is a pleasure to see you here again. I'm very excited to see how you guys do and how the new team is, gelling well together. But should be exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
All right. Well, we're excited to see how you do. So thank you so much, Days, for coming by. We'll see more Days and Navi here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
La 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 la
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Season 8 of Wallachia, and it is MLP Tundra esports for game number 2 of Navi versus Vici Gaming. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. For whatever reason, my intros just continue to get longer and longer as I age. How are you doing?
Doing great. You know, we had an exciting game 1 for Navi. For Vici Gaming, just felt like they were kind of along for the ride, trying to find what openings they can. Unfortunately, not so many openings presenting themselves. We'll see if they do adjust. Again, it feels like for Vici, it's been some rather interesting drafts. I think they have these ideas on how the game should go. It hasn't really panned out both today and yesterday. So I'm keen on seeing if they more stability, you know, just focus on winning lane, kind of go afterwards, see what they can make do after the laning phase. We're just making these bans as well, as we do have that draft ready to come up in a short moment. Bans coming out. And
now we'll see what the draft does bring out for either side. Of course, last game around Navi, I don't want to say it was a complete outdraft, but it did feel as though Vici Gaming's draft was maybe a little bit too on the obvious end, and Navi brought out a bit of the old, rather than new school, with the mid-cares of Niku, and got the juice with the Doom was just kind of impossible to deal with as well. I wonder where they go with their new draft here, Vici Gaming. I certainly hope they're not going for something quite as obvious as Io Gyrocopter against a side like Navi, because clearly Navi are not intending on making this series very easy for them. And we'll see what they do intend on prioritizing as their first pickup. I still think it wouldn't be a bad idea to go for the Underlord pickup. Instead, though, they are going to prioritize the Beastmaster, which you were saying yesterday that was pretty popular.
it was. I'm just so curious if they do this for Shiro again instead of Bach. Like, they go back to that pause 1 Beastmaster very early on.
10 seconds remaining.
And again, it's not like Shiro didn't find himself a really quick Ags timing in that game yesterday. He found it relatively quickly. It just feels like they couldn't capitalize on it for the side of Vici Gaming. So I would prefer to see this being flexed a bit harder. Maybe you could go for something else. This is a little bit worrying, though. Navi getting access to the Bristleback, which we've seen consistently banned. I mean, this here, it just feels like it does everything you'd want. You know, minus armor is there, damage is there, really strong laning presence. You have to really bully it out at level 1 to 2 to kind of put a stop to it. It is flexible enough. You can run it pause 1 or pause 3. So I like it for Navi. Super flexible. You could argue this Beastmaster does the same thing, as it can be played pause 1, pause 2, and pause 3. It's just that from how Vici played around it yesterday, it didn't feel amazing. So I want to see what sort of win condition they can set for themselves up here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what they do. I mean, at the very least, Navi back to the Bristleback. We'll see one more ban, or rather a couple more bans to come from Vici Gaming before we can see where these drafts do continue.
Turn to ban.
So the Inch ban here from the Beastmaster, fair enough. Navi. I appreciate the Phoenix ban, even though they were the ones to run the Phoenix last game around. It looked so effective, even with level 1 Sunray. It's just so much sustained to have to try and deal with. So they'll get rid of it themselves just in case.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think we'll be seeing Vici Gaming going for something like the IO once again anyway. I have a funny feeling Sinky will probably make the call that he wants to play something a little bit more playmaking than, say, the pause 4 IO that we saw. Speaking of playmaking, there's a Hoodwink.
Yep. Nice little snag away from Navi as well. Prevents the side of Vici Gaming from taking it. As we've seen Hoodwink, you know, it's been really popular. I believe we did see Vici pick it at least once. And that inbuilt break mechanic up against a Bristleback is always important. So you don't have that, at least with a
5
Hoodwink
seconds remaining.
going the way of Na'Vi. You still have a couple of options there, but Shadow Demon's banned out by the side of Vici Gaming as well. Maybe you could think about the Viper if you'd really want 4XM. I just don't know about locking in like these same kinds of drafts that we've seen from VG. I think something, a different idea has to pop out.
Dire team
Have to
pick.
wait and see what the ideas are. It is it is very different from what we've seen. It's been a while since we've seen this Dazzle come out actually in a very meaningful way. Not too sure where they'd want to run it. It's more than likely just a support pick.
10
It
seconds remaining.
ties in nicely with very nicely with
5
Beastmaster
seconds
overall
remaining.
in terms of just shoving out waves. And again, it's still really potent, this this Dazzle. I'm not sure if you still have room to play it core. I'd imagine if you would run it core now, it's likely either off lane or mid. And I'm not fully convinced that it's amazing in those roles as it is right now.
No, I think I'm with you on that. It probably is just a support Dazzle here. I mean, it doesn't sound bad either with the Beastmaster core anyway, just having that added sustain. And speaking of sustain, we have a Keeper of the Light joining the fray as well for Vici Gaming, so even more sustain to come out, and that could be a pretty disgusting combination. Like having the Coddle and Dazzle together with those low
10 seconds
cooldowns,
remaining.
it could be problematic. You know, Beastmaster, he enjoys the Keeper of the Light quite a lot as well. It's an interesting style of draft for Vici to bring out here up against Na'Vi. Certainly it does feel niche, but it feels dangerous.
And it does. There's a lot of early tempo coming out here for the side of Vici Gaming, and I think that is a pretty big course correction from what we were seeing from especially Game 1, where it was a lot slower. You have a lot more early options. There's so much sustain that can come in with the Dazzle plus Coddle. There is this flex for Vici Gaming. I'm expecting perhaps XM to actually pick up this Coddle mid, and that seems like a much more natural fit. You still get the benefits of having Beastmaster in these team fights, but you can get that easy farm going your way. The issue is Na'Vi is setting up nicely for it, if it is ending up going that way. Like they've got this Pangolier with a matchup on mid that is going to feel pretty darn good. Up against the Coddle, you have some pretty good poke. You can try to dodge out some of that
10
damage.
seconds remaining.
We've seen Niku play this Pangolier quite a few times before as well.
5
He's
seconds
solid on it, of
remaining.
course. And it gives them some good reach backline. I think just having this hero that can play really nicely with, say, the Diffusal time is going to feel good, or even just the Mage Slayer, this kind of game, into what you have here on Vici. If this Pango's timings reach a good point, then it's going to be a great feeling.
It sure will be. And Na'Vi, what do they follow up with here? I mean, I'm particularly interested in what Vici are intending with their own draft right now, as we are going to see a Warlock pickup from Na'Vi, which is not something I was quite anticipating, but I like it. Like with the Pango, with the Bristleback, Fatal Bonds on top of that, it can be a really devastating time
10
if
seconds
Vici Gaming fall behind after the laning stage. It's a lot of shared damage with the Warlock joining the fray now. Mind you, Vici Gaming, they might still just be able to play just as quick with their own draft. Because again, their own combinations with this Dazzle Coddle and even this Beastmaster Coddle, it can be pretty disgusting. We shall see of Vici Gaming. They'll think about this fourth pickup now. Doesn't feel like we're going to be looking at a core Keeper of the Light this game anyway. So I imagine 2 more cores to come. So Vici Gaming, 30 seconds left to think about this. 30 seconds of reserve time, that is. Not sure if they're too concerned about this Warlock pick that was made by Na'Vi.
Dire team back.
But again, it can be a little bit scary though. Instead, they're going to go for the Monkey King themselves now. We have seen the MK being quite popular. Obviously, it does very well against the Bristleback. Good team fight with the Wukong's command. No necessarily big counters towards the Monkey King this game either. So it seems to fit the fast tempo that Vici are trying to play with this draft. Have to see what the final answers are going to be here from both sides, as Na'Vi now maybe looking for an answer as to what they're doing against this Monkey King.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll get rid of the
5 seconds
slaughter
remaining.
on Vici's end of things. Na'Vi having a think about it. They do have plenty of time left. Still 1 minute and 5 seconds of reserve time. Still looking at potential mid bans here against Vici Gaming. They'll get rid of the puck. And anything fast paced in the mid lane for Vici will probably be good with this style of draft. They don't want anything too slow.
Navi's turn to ban.
I mean, I've been waiting for you to come back. I'm not going to lie, John. You know, I don't want to waste it on nothing. Oh, Na'Vi.
10 seconds remaining.
Final ban out to be made again. Just looking for another mid lane ban. Saw Vici ban out the Husker just in case Na'Vi wanted to be a little bit cheeky. No Husker pickup available.
I mean, look, outside of the Black Room War jokes, I feel like this is a really good Warlock game, right? Like, you've got a lot of AoE, you've got this Bristleback, you've got the Pango, even the Hoodwink to an extent can really play off of these Fatal Bonds quite nicely. Gives you some much-needed teamfight control coming in here. And for Vici Gaming, again, this is a little bit more bog standard coming out from them. It's a lot more straightforward for their lineup. Right, like they've got this nice win condition in the Monkey. They still have this flexibility if they want to commit for a Kotl Dazzle support duo or run the Monkey safe, run the Kotl mid somehow. Although it does seem like Navi's expecting some of that flex, banning out a mid and a safe themselves. This is a different draft from Vici, and that's something that I wanted to see out from them. I think this is a team that, again, has a lot of strong points. It just doesn't feel like we've been seeing that in the draft. This is a draft that looks much more in line with some good early aggression, something that's been lacking from Vici. We close out the draft with a Storm pickup. So you end up with Storm Kotl again. Mikey, last time it was like this Disruptor combination. You know, we thought they were going to pull out like the Naga. They didn't. They didn't have the space. Now it's a Storm Kotl. It feels like the more things change, the more they stay the same.
10 seconds.
It still works. You know, it's still a nice little combination. Can't quite blame them for going back down that route. I just think the value's too high. Like you've got a Beastmaster who's gonna love the Chakra Magic. You know, the Dazzle's gonna love the Chakra Magic, and now you've got a Storm who loves Chakra Magic. It's just so much value for this support Keeper of Light. But like you said, it is something that we've seen many, many times. The question is, what do Na'Vi want to do about it? Because right now, this draft from Vici, it's looking pretty scary if you ask me. Na'Vi, something in the mid lane against the Storm, something for Niku it feels like is what they're lacking. No!
All right.
Gyrocopter, so they're switching things up a little bit.
I don't mind that. I think the Pango versus Storm is still pretty decent for Niku overall. Again, you have this nice diffusal timing later on. You can just kind of play with Swash and, you know, your Shield Smash later on just to play against the Storm. Sure, you can stand back. You have Static Slide and Storm Spirit, but it does make sense. Warlock plus Gyrocopter plays really nicely. Fatal Bonds now benefiting really all your heroes. If you clump up too hard here from the side of VG, you're going to get melted with all of this output. There's still some decent early aggression coming out from Na'Vi as well. Mind you, not as much as there was in game number 1, because you do have this Bristleback that if it does fall behind, you know, you're going to need to keep farming up in PMA. Niku, well, he has some decent combinations, like, say, with a Hoodwink, like Dazed Niku can make these rotations by themselves. You're not going to be expecting too much from everyone else until at least some initial items come in. So this kind of game feels like it all hinges on the laning phase. If you get these really strong lanes out for, say, Vici Gaming, they can start to get their tempo going early. It doesn't take much for Storm once he has, say, at least Mana Boots, plus maybe Mana Boots Solo Ring or Mana Boots Mech, depending on what build-up XM would want, plus a Kotl, you'll have enough to sustain. You can make your way across the map. You can look for these kills. And you can see that in our odds as well. A little bit closer for Xtreme Gaming. It's not as, or for Vici Gaming, it's not as far apart as we saw those odds mid-game 1. And I more drafts from Vici Gaming, much more aggressive drafts from Gaming in comparison to the passivity we've had at laning phase. So it's down to Vici to bring out that early aggression, win out their lanes, and force Na'Vi to be the ones playing the farming game with their Gyrocopter.
Absolutely. One of those things, we'll see if they can make it happen here in this game number 2. Vici Gaming, I love these style of drafts here from Vici, these fast-paced style of drafts with the coddle on the backside. It can just be so devastating for the opposing side if you can get off to a good start. So hard to slow down this style of draft from Vici, but if you do get off to a bad start in the laning stage, you can also just never take off. And that's pretty bad if you're Vici Gaming. You want to kind of ensure you at least have an even laning stage, I want to say. Don't let Na'Vi have a really good laning stage, because they shouldn't.
Yeah, I think an even start for either side, let's say parity at 15, less than 1k lead either way, you're happy on both ends, because both sides do farm really nicely. It's down to who can play their own game later on at the 20-minute mark, because you have this really good single target burst potential from the side of Vici Gaming. You've got Roar, plus Ag's timing on Bach. You've got this Monkey that can scout, a Storm that can follow through and set up for the Monkey King. Whereas on Na'Vi, it's a little bit different, right? You're looking for wider team fights. You're looking for really good chaotic offering usage. You're looking for like maximum usage out from the Fatal Bonds as well. So it's like different strengths for each draft. And that's where it gets interesting. If the game ends up even, let's say around 15 to 20 minutes, both sides can play to their strengths. It's just a matter who will find those openings. And when it comes down to it, I'd say maybe it's easier to play for VG, because running and gunning when you've got a Monkey and Storm active at that point in the game can be much easier to find some of these opportunities in comparison to looking for wider team fights.
My fear for VGs is simply just don't let it be a slow game, because you are still up against a gyrocopter with a Warlock. And you give him enough time, like we were saying in game 1 for Vici, you give him enough time, they can start to get a little bit scary. You don't want to allow that to happen. It should certainly be a very strong mid-game with the draft of Vici Gaming, I want to say. We shall see, though. This laning stage is going to be pretty important here for this game number 2. Bottom lane, I don't know how much they can get done here up against Got the Juice, in fairness, John, because he has a Warlock support. You know, as long as you've got your Warlock there to spam Shadow Word whenever you get a little bit too low, you're probably going to be pretty happy as Got the Juice.
Yep, you're going to be happy enough to farm. The one thing for Vici Gaming is they can shove out these waves quite hard. And you've got a Coddle, you've got the Axis coming in. You can constantly apply pressure here. It's going to be a little bit trickier for Riddies to try to justify a pull, because the creep wave will pretty much always shove out. There's not going to be much room for Got the Juice to field save. So it's a lane that's pretty hard to just leave alone for the most part here. But again, at least for Got the Juice, he's got that free regen, as we are seeing already. And, you know, for Riddies, you know, no more Black Grimoire, no more easy level 6. He's going to have to work for that EXP later on. There you go. I complained about it all this time. Valve decided, yeah, let's just remove it and not give Warlock anything. All right, cool.
You all, sure. John? Is this what you wanted?
No.
Is this what you wanted, John?
He doesn't even keep the increased damage on the Chaotic Offering anymore. It's so sad.
As a parent now, I understand how Valve feel about you, John, because you just kept complaining. They gave you what you wanted. They gave the Black Grimoire over, the most broken facet in the game. You kept complaining. And like any good parent, they took the toy away, John. No more toy. It should have been an innate.
If frickin' Witch Doctor has his Gris, Warlock should just have his book by default and have a fun facet. Instead, we get nothing.
Why are you comparing yourself? You're comparing yourself to your older sibling, John. That's what you're doing. You don't need to do that. You had your toy. You didn't play with it. Now you don't get it.
It was a bad toy. It was a bad toy. Now you're just making things worse.
My kids say too, John. And they get nothing. It's that simple. Welcome to the Phoenix household. You're welcome.
Yeah, there you go. Still taking a gander up top outside of all these parenting talks. Parenting advice with Mike Phoenix. Not a book I would buy. Maybe in the future. I'll give it a few more years, Mikey.
John. Trust me. Trust me.
You've got our kids playing up top. PMA and Days, of course, up against Shiro. And why I do love what they're doing. Again, cutting the tree line, preventing any easy angles for these bushwhacks to come in. Shiro's having a pretty decent time, but so is PMA. Not really being shoved out. A little bit of aggression bot.
Yeah, Bach is not having a good time. He will go down. Riddies happily claiming the kill with the Fatal Bonds level 1. It's Gyrocopter, John. He'll just run you down with a Rocket Barrage. There's not much you can do about it. You got to be a little bit more cautious and that's pretty much all that happened. Nothing special, just classic Rocket Barrage spam.
Again, your presence here for VG is down to wave clear. You've got the Axis, you've got these Illuminates coming in. All you can do is really shove the wave out, but if you just shove the wave out, then Got the Juice is also equally happy. He just gets the farm. There's no real threat. I mean, he stands far back enough that it's hard to land these hits consistently. Even if you do, like we talked about, Riddies can just heal him up. Level 2 Shadow Word, no problems. Sustain true. Not a care in the world. For Got the Juice, he can just play his own game. The mid lane matchup has been a little bit more quiet, but XM is slightly ahead as you'd expect here for the Storm. Static Slide giving more options for safety. There isn't too much emphasis on these water runes. You are seeing some support sneak up now, but not a full commitment out from Daze. Instead, is trying to build up some stacks. At least has the Ancients stacked up a bit. Some good farm to eat through later on for Got the Juice or PMA. And overall, again, a pretty even start in terms of lanes. Like almost every single side having an equal amount of farm. Maybe Bach a little bit further behind, but he always has jungle access himself. Already getting to work on the large camp in the triangle.
Shiro's dropping a lot here. He'll be all right, just barely. The Acorn shot, it didn't bounce. So thankfully for Shiro, he does barely survive. There's one thing you got to be worried about. It's still a bristleback, and yeah, I thought this would be the one lane where Vici Gaming should feel quite confident with the Dazzle on hand, but it's level 1 Poison Touch. He's got no mana at the moment anyway. It's just, even with the MK Dazzle, it just doesn't feel that great apparently right now for Vici Gaming. So they are playing slightly more defensively, just ensuring that the CS will come in for Shiro, trusting that he'll be a little bit more useful later on. But yeah, I mean, PMA still having a grand old time. No real problems. In fact, now he's got a Shadow Word reset for himself. And yeah, it doesn't seem like the lane matchup's really bothering the Bristleback whatsoever.
No. Just having a final time farming. Heck, they even dragged up a Warlock here. He's just making the move over to Shadow Word up. Not really able to look for a play. Maybe on mid?
Oh, look at this.
That damage.
Look at this. Imagine he had Black Grimoire, John. Look at this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is just absolutely busted. Look, he's not even there and he's going to die, John. Look at that. Reddy literally has to hurt himself because nobody else can. And you were complaining when he had Black Grimoire. What's wrong with you? You see how these damn kids these days are so spoiled.
Oh, shut up, Mikey.
So
Come on.
spoiled.
Come on. Come on. It should have been an innate. Witch Doctor gets his Gris, Warlock gets his Black Grimoire. All is even in the world. It would be. You know it would be.
I should have had a childhood, John, but it never came. It never happened. Nico? There's a lot of things my dad said I should have had, John, but it never happened, alright? I want to hear it.
I can't help you there, Mikey. I don't know what to say. I'm not a trained therapist.
I've got a lot of trauma.
You know, if this goes 60 minutes, we could do a little bit of a therapy talk if you want. You know, later on, there's still a game to be played, Mikey.
God,
right now.
Not. For all our sakes, I hope not, John.
Oh, Got the Juice is pushing his limits here. He wants to go for the Shrine of Wisdom. Very little HP, though. But they're actually backing away from him. They've got the numbers here.
Ooh. Got the Juice. He's taking high ground. He's found some stats. Got the Juice can't believe what he's seeing. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Get out of there, Got the Juice. He's holding his ground. He wants him. The Illuminate's going to connect, and now they've got the Storm on the backside. Got the Juice is gone. Oh, you got a bit too excited. They've got the whole team here. Vici brought everyone. My goodness.
Oh,
they brought all the boys.
Riddies just hides in a tree and TPs away. That's his contribution done as the Warlock. Just drop the Fatal Bond, Shadow Word, and see ya. All he could do. I mean, good punishment from Vici. They do manage to clear out the stacks as well, so that's important for him for Bach to find to rush into this classic Dominator build, although.
Q getting a little bit overly confident now. We'll pay for it with his life. I mean, all things being said and done, you dragged your whole team there. You only really got the Gyrocopter, which is still a great kill, but it doesn't feel that amazing, because PMA now being chased down top lane. Shiro's going to try and continue the aggression with the Primal Spring in. Boundless connects, and he has got the damage. Great kill here from Shiro. So it does seem as though Vici kind of sending the message that they're ready to try and get a little bit more aggressive here in this game too.
And again, this is where their lineup shines. They can play really aggressive early on. They're even coming in to invade some of these stacks. Clearing out just a few of those large camp stacks. They spot out the Ancients as well. A little bit harder for XM and SinQ to go for that. But you're seeing, again, the difference in the draft. Like, there's such a huge amount they could do here in the early game. You're ready to go on XM because you have this Koffel with you. Soul Ring up, Koffel on hand, with the Chakra. That's all you really need. And for Na'Vi, it's them that needs a little bit more time, right? We talked about defusal timing for Niku. He's fairly close. Is going with no brown boots for this one, but the defusal alone should do some work. It's still about 500 gold away. PMA, a little bit short of anything major just yet. And it's been a little bit slower for the offlanes overall. Speaking of, PMA just getting poked hard by Shiro. Quite hard.
He is, however, they have found themselves a hoodwink instead. So Daze is going to drop. XM is the one able to claim the kill for himself. Pings were coming out. They want to fight, it seems like. They've got the juice and Riddy's over to this top lane now. Seeing if they can force a fight against Vici, but they do a great job to just disengage. And nothing will really come of this. Not yet for Na'Vi. They could stick around for a T1 tower, and it seems like that's going to be the call for Got the Juice. Mind you, they don't have the siege creep. But it doesn't really seem to matter. Because they've got a bristleback, and that'll prove to be enough.
Got enough output here. No defense coming out from the side of Vici Gaming. They are getting a bit of a shove down bot, but bot doesn't really have much to play with. Does have the Dominator up, at least to help things just a tad.
They're trying for Niku here. Power is going to spawn bottom. So they're not really even trying for Niku. They just want to ensure that XM does get the Power Rune. Does get a mana top up as well here from SinQ. So he's a happy boy in the mid lane. Big group up here by Na'Vi. In fact, they're going to try for XM just a little bit with the Fatal Bonds and Swashbuckle damage. And it is significant. But instead now the smoke down towards the bottom lane. Vici will do the exact same thing. So both sides smoking towards that bottom T1 tower. XM hasted up, is right behind Niku, who is going to get spotted now. Smoke is broken. They want the Warlock instead, though, but he does drop the Golem in time. They'll commit the Roar now onto Niku as well. Niku's still alive. Riddies is down, however. They'll jump in onto Bark, and Bark just melts to the damage output of Got the Juice. They've even found XinQ in the back. XinQ going to drop. Looks like XM wants to continue, but he's out of mana.
No mana.
He's out of mana, and the Golem's just chasing him down. Unfortunate. Trying to defend the T1. You've got to be a bit cautious there, Mr. XM. This Golem just absolutely frame-mogging right now. Will not allow XM anywhere near him.
Wait, what did you say?
Frame-mogging, Jonathan.
They
call it frame-mogging.
What the
He took the whole frame, Jonathan. It was clever if you understood what the definition of the term was, John.
I've heard of mog. I don't know what frame mogging is.
Do they even get the Golem? Can they even get him?
Yeah,
they got him.
100 gold. There you
Plus
go.
100.
Frame mogging.
Very nice.
I see a lot of brain rot, Mikey. I have no clue what you're talking about. So that's either very next level or very old, trying to fit in kind of lingo, Mikey. Good to see you're ready for when the kids turn into toddlers. Well, they're gonna love that.
I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep up. I'll tell you, my oldest just turned 3, John. They call them threenagers, and I can see why. I'll tell you. The things they say to me, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I would have never dared say the things she said to me to my parents. I would never.
Yeah, well,
horrible
that little one is, she is a handful. I will hand her that. Then again, considering who her dad is, they catch Hero.
No! No! He's alright. He's gonna make it. He's okay.
Yeah, that little transformation.
Don't you worry, Jonathan. XM, they'll make a jump in. Niku, he's very tanky, but maybe they'll have enough. Shield crash, no, the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't make it in time, XM. He's got the damage, and they'll jump for more now. Daze should be going down. Can't really see a world where he actually survives this, and he does not. That is not great news for Na'Vi. You don't really want to see Niku die like that.
No, you need to commit so much more to control up a monkey before bursting down. It's just the nature of how this hero is now. With him having his Wukong's Mischief on hand, it's just quite a fair bit if you don't have enough control. And there is a lack of it here, especially if you don't have the Chaotic Offering, you're not going to commit the roll from Niku, then you always have this window of opportunity to bail out on Shiro. 5-7, still the 1k lead on Na'Vi. A lot of that is down to all of the space that Got the Juice has found for himself. He's going for a bit of a different build, Manta style in next for a gyro. And still not looking to be too aggressive. I mean, yeah.
I mean, everything's working just fine for Got the Juice, all things being said and done. Like, this is around the time, I'd say, where I'd expect Vici Gaming to be rather aggressive with the way they want to play this game number 2. In fairness to them, they did just take down Niku, but maybe a little bit more aggression is what I expected, because right now Got the Juice is complete free farm, and right behind him is PMA and Network. This doesn't feel like a great idea if you're Vici to allow the gyrocopter to just keep free farming in this game.
No, but it also goes down to how they're itemizing, right? Like, you went for the Dominator build on Bach into the Overlord. He doesn't have a blink, so you're kind of reliant on just the Storm and the Monkey to start things off, and it can be a bit risky. They want a little bit more to be up on XM. They're looking for that Witchblade for additional damage first, with Akaya fully done. So you're also forced to play a little bit more farm-heavy in comparison to if you had, say, a Blink and Ags build up on Bach. I think that would lead to more aggression overall. You are just matching sort of this later timing that you're looking for from Na'Vi. And it's like we were talking about earlier. If you're at parity at 15-20, it's still fine for both sides here.
XM? I mean, Missile's going to follow XM. He's okay, though. With the Invis, they're not going to bother. For Na'Vi, the thing is, as long as they hold this bottom tier 1 tower, Got the Juice has constantly got this area to farm. And it just means he'll never drop in net worth, because he's got a great area to farm. It just constantly has the lane, his top lane. They do chase down Niku. Niku will die. So they at least find some very valuable kills in the meantime of a top lane. Days will also be dropping. This is great kills here from Vici. I just wonder again, do you get concerned at all with Got the Juice just free farm?
I think you should be.
Here we go.
At the same time.
Maybe he's gone too far. Roar is out, they've got him. Got the Juice.
Ooh.
Well, as I said it, he ends up paying quite heavily for it. In fact, it's a lot of damage being dealt to this MK, but it won't matter in the end as Riddies will drop. Well, there you go, Jonathan. Never mind any of what I just said, because Vici Gaming, they just take care of it.
Yeah, and again, it's just down to how Vici's playstyle is. If they see anyone fragmented off the map, they know they can drag these heroes across the map really quick. With Storm and Monkey, it just doesn't take too long to lock someone down. In fact, they're looking for a bit more. PMA's right by the tier 1. They can TP in to help, but
whoopsie days, I mean,
too quick.
We're 16.5 minutes and now PMA is still sticking around to try and defend that tier 1 bottom tower, but it is, I think, late enough to leave it. You know, it's gone.
Again, it's just the beauty of this lineup from Vici. It's not very cooldown reliant. You have a lot of damage. You have really good single target control. You have this synergy. If Sinkyu can connect and he has a Spirit Form, Solar Bind, softens him up so much for all of this magic damage. It's just so quick to find that win. For Na'Vi, I mean, where they find the most success is when they actually play as 5 into a 5-man from Vici Gaming. If they can land bigger Chaotic Offerings, bigger usage from the Fatal Bonds, that's when their lineup really shines. They just have been a little bit more, again, fragmented here.
Mid lane, they'll go again. Looks like they found Niku, but the Rolling Thunder going to allow Niku a chance of going after this Storm. He's just been perma-stunned with the Shallow Grave. It's going to buy time for XM to narrowly just get out. I thought perhaps the last little stun would have landed, but it didn't quite. They'll turn their attention onto Y, taking him down, but now the Wukong's command committed. Though it is only very briefly. Shiro backs off. And Na'Vi, for them, it doesn't really matter if they find any more. All they want to do is survive Vici Gaming's ganks. and continue farming. In fact, they found themselves a storm now. XM is going to be okay. They'll commit the Roar onto Daze instead, who is going to drop. XM will survive and gets the reset now from SyncQ. They'll continue Roshan. They'll try to force Na'Vi to them. PMA will start to move in. Roshan half HP right now. When they haven't even got the Juice there. Got the Juice is casually running his way over. But they have forced Vici out of the Roshan pit at least for a little bit.
It's a bit dangerous for VG to force that fully. They should know Chaotic Offering is back up for Riddies. It's a very tight area to fight in, and that's what Na'Vi enjoys.
Oh, they're looking at mid lane. Yeah, got the Juice has been caught, but it is only XM and Y. Not really too big of a deal if you don't have that Beastmaster around with the Roar available. Still got 20 seconds for Buck to have that off cooldown anyway. And in fact, might be 20 seconds too late because Got the Juice is here, but Smoke is broken on SyncQ instead. They'll just deal with his creeps. The Prowler, it did do a lot of work. Still Boundless, gonna land onto Riddius, who might just need to drop the Golem, but he's got no time for it. He'll have to hold out. Na'Vi looking to retreat. Will be able to do so, but keep in mind, Roshan's still half HP. It's 20 seconds without that Warlock Golem. And it doesn't seem like Na'Vi are going to dare try and buy the time to have Riddies back up. It is going to be Roshan to Vici.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting move from Na'Vi to commit so hard. Their smoke breaks, they don't quite see the Cotwall up north to them. They chase these creeps, and they put their Warlock in a really ugly position. And they're just playing without vision in that area. I'm like, yeah, I get that they're under pressure to try to make this smoke play, but they just had no scouting capability. Even though that smoke wasn't first spotted out, it wasn't under a ward from Vici Gaming. But the Warlock's such a key part of these team fights. Like, if you lose him early before he uses Chaotic Offering and Fatal Bonds, that fight is over. Right? You get away with so much on the side of Vici Gaming. 20 minutes in now, 6-14, a 4K lead for Vici. And it's like we were talking about earlier, this style of play for Vici Gaming is a lot easier to execute. You can just look to punish small missteps, find pickoffs, rinse and repeat.
XM. He's going to find himself a primary target and Got the Juice. They've actually got a lot of damage too, but they missed the balance strike, so Got the Juice. He's able to walk out of there. The cavalry is now here, though they missed the bushwhack. They do at least land the sharpshooter on XM. But just a complete mess of a fight. Meanwhile, bottom lane's being forced in by Bark. Niku is around to defend. Again, Na'Vi, I mean, all their eggs right now are in the Got the Juice gyrocopter basket. And he needs a lot more time. He is nowhere near ready yet.
No. Like him going for this more defensive buildup of Manta and Hurricane Fire, there's a lack of damage here. Overall, it also just feels like you're not ready on Niku. I'd say the bigger tool here is this Pangolier and his disruptiveness in these fights. We haven't seen that fully yet on Niku. Waiting for that full axe to be done, 800 gold away until that last component's farmed up. Then ideally you'd want something like either the Blink or the Basher to be up here, because it's just a matter of reaching into the backline. Navi's biggest challenge is they don't have that big mobility to catch something like the Dazzle or the Cotwall at the back, and if you leave that Dazzle alone, like, a sustain is just wild.
Nice step forward from XM. He's going to find Daze. So Daze with a very nice bushwhack onto 2 targets. Not making it easy. XM not able to secure the kill. But he does create enough space. They can pressure that mid-tier 1 tower now with all the creeps of Bark. And they've got it pretty much for free. No real contest. Just an easy one. That'll be enough for the side of Vici Gaming. They're happy. And all 3 of their cores are right behind the gyrocopter net worth right now. So Vici Gaming, they'll hold on to a 3k net worth advantage. Again, Got the Juice, he's just got so much work to do before he's at a stage where he's going to feel confident enough to actually fight Vici Gaming 5v5. Mind you, they do have the Fatal Bonds bonuses, so like, even without the crazy amount of damage on this gyrocopter, they can still do a lot of crazy work. But he at least wants a BKB, which he is working towards right now on the gyrocopter, but he hasn't got time, because bottom lane, they've jumped Daze again, so Daze will turn around now. There's no matter on XM. He's going to lose the Aegis. Didn't have much time anyway. He'll get the reset. Another bushwhack will land onto XM, but this time he's going to be fine. Nothing of value really lost anyway. The Aegis was going to expire rather soon.
Yep. Maybe if they were a little bit more patient, could have paid off, but Navi's set to go. You've got Chaotic Offering. VG gets a really good read, starts to back off. Again, all you have to do in VG is not give them the big team fight they'd want on Na'Vi. If you're clumped up, Na'Vi can find wins. You just need to pick them off one by one, and VG just very disciplined. Back off, go back to farming, get this consistent build-up they've been eyeing for. Like the BKBs is set to happen very soon for Shiro. Got the same thing going for XM, so double BKB timings kind of lining up for Vici Gaming. You've had the Overlord for a while on Bach. You've got the full AC now as well, mitigating quite a fair bit of that physical output you're looking at from Got the Juice and from PMA. So you have a lot of these good answers on the side of Vici. And Na'Vi, I mean, if they don't find these team fights, their pickoff potential just isn't that high. Unless, again, the supports make a misstep. But Vici Gaming has been playing very smart on the map. They're hogging their area of the map. There's not much forward vision here from Na'Vi outside of the triangle area. But beyond that, across the river, a bit of a blind spot for Na'Vi in terms of trying to get any of this aggression going. So it's just harder to play around his strength of having Warlock. And even if they do, it just feels like it's so easy to spot Riddies. You've got a Storm, you've got a Monkey. You have so many ways of jumping the backline that Na'Vi just doesn't have in the same way. At least not until the blink of Niku is up. And that blink is still a long ways off here. And even with that blink, again, double BKBs on these cores means they're going to be able to stand and try to defend their supports, even if you get that jump on the backline.
Oh, Vici, I mean, they're trying to get some things done. They'll get a tier 1 top tower. There's double BKBs now, one on either side. XM's got his own, and Soda's got the juice. I'm sure both sides will want to try and smoke off the back of those. Again, if you've got the juice, you're happy to just keep waiting, because you're onto a Daedalus next. Problem is, they are running into a bit of a fight. Shiro around trying to get vision. We'll see got the juice underneath the creep wave now. Vici playing pretty safely. Shiro is going to get spotted here by PMA. They'll rush in. Rod of Atos to lock down PMA. He'll get the BKB off just in the nick of time, though, as they'll move on to the bristleback. But PMA is perfectly okay to just escape the Wukong's command. But he'll just jump back into it. He doesn't care whatsoever. As long as the Warlock's alive behind you, you're feeling pretty safe as PMA. And this is the thing, XM's going to find Riddies. Because that Fatal Bond's golden drop with the Flak Cannon, it is very scary. They'll try again onto PMA. PMA is going to be fine, and Buck will just TP out. They'll lose the ancient dominated crypt that Buck had. Tier 2 bottom tower is gone, and that'll be all Shiro. It's just, unless you find the Warlock backside, I think you can't fight.
No.
Not as it's just too risky for Vici.
I'm surprised they commit so much on VG as well onto PMA. Right, like, this is a really tanky bristleback still. He's got the full Sanjin Yasha and the Consecrated Wrap, so there's that barrier you have to be aware of as well. They blew up the Roar and the Wukongs, so they don't get that follow-up fight. Granted, it's very easy for Vici to just walk away from that point and just give objectives. And Na'Vi doesn't end up finding a fight where they want, right? They still hold on to Chaotic Offering. They don't manage to get this big team fight that they're really hoping for to swing this net worth lead back their way. They get the objective win. They maintain that vision on the triangle at the least, allowing an angle in later on. Maybe the next focal point for both sides, it's got to be this Roshan. Half a minute until it may respawn. A smoke out early here from Na'Vi. A win here with an early Rosh timer could lead to a bit of a turnaround. Things go right.
Well, here we go again. App damage runes available here for Niku. He wants to move in onto XM, but instead they're going to try for the Coddle. They found Xingqiu. Xingqiu making life as hard as possible, but the Roar is there onto the Pango. Can they burst him down in time? The Wukong's command, it's still not enough. He's alive through it, but no, they finally get Niku down. They've got him. Vici Gaming. They'll continue the fight. But it seems like they're out of gas. Even with Niku down, they're playing a little bit cautiously, waiting for the right moment. They did have the Fatal Bonds practically applied to everyone, so they were pretty cautious to run into the Gyrocopter. And so Niku goes down, that's going to be enough. Vici, they'll hold on to a 5k net worth advantage. But they're going to give Niku the time to respawn anyway, and there's going to be no major objective that's really taken off the back of this.
Yeah, but this is worrying for Na'Vi. They drop Chaotic Offering, that's 2 minutes without your big team fight utility coming in. So even if you have this roll, you're just going to get wrecked. I'm a little bit surprised Niku jumped in without committing the roll first. Like, he's jumping forward, looking for the backline, hoping to get a kill with just the swash and the shield crash. It's just not enough. You know, these supports are slippery. They can sustain themselves. They have a lot of HP padding from the items they naturally build up. And yeah, you just don't have enough. Again, you don't have enough mobility to help out with that Pango when he jumps in. You don't have something like a blink on PMA. Even then, I'm not sure if that's a massive help at all. Your supports can't keep up with how far forward you want to play. So it's just rough for Na'Vi to look for those same kinds of openings as Vici does, because, again, it's easier for a Storm, it's easier for a Monkey to just look for that backline. It's just so much more straightforward to break apart that 5v5. And it's harder for Na'Vi to actually look to force that 5v5. 6-15, 6k lead for Vici Gaming holding steady. Roche in about a minute for the guaranteed respawn. And again, this is where Na'Vi can kind of make up for it. If it is a later Roche and you have that Chaotic Offering in the pit, things can still go your way.
They just got a Plasma up as well on XM with an Arcane Root, so he's doing a lot more damage now in that Storm. Definitely a bit more of a threat by himself on that mid-Storm as they'll have a gander with the smoke. Vici Gaming looking around for a pick-off to start. XM will see the hoodwink. Daze going to get jumped immediately. The sharpshooter not creating enough distance. So Daze, Bushwhack is actually going to be really nice, but he still had no help around. They'll force the BKB up from Shiro at the very least. XM, he's continuing to move in onto PMA. But Na'Vi, they're happy to just stand their ground and wait for Daze to be back up. XM, though, continuing. But the hesitation from Vici, even with Daze just down like that, they're just not confident to continue. He's not the target you want.
It's very calculated, and you are right. They want the Warlock.
XM.
They know it's long low.
They'll keep chipping away at PMA. Like, I'll say, even if Riddies doesn't have the golem, it's the fatal bonds. Once he applies it, you're in big trouble. You've got to be so cautious with these combos. This bottom, a Bushwhack. They caught Shiro on the Monkey King. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're trying to fight this one out. XM, he's out of mana. He just has to run. Got the juice, meanwhile, chasing down the Beastmaster will find nothing for his trouble. Somehow, nobody's dead. Nobody ends up dying across the map. Everyone survives.
This is still really rough for Na'Vi. Again, they drop Chaotic Offering. Again, it's not leading to much here for Riddies. And even if he is getting off these Fatal Bonds, if your Chaotic Offering stun time isn't there, then you have no way of keeping these heroes pinned down. And they are highly mobile heroes on the side of Vici Gaming. They'll try to force Roshan because they committed that Golem. And Vici, at the least, Wukong's is still down for a little bit longer. They could try. This isn't the quickest Rosh in the world here. There's an opportunity.
And got the juices keeping a slot open for himself. Just put the Falcon Blade away. He'll play 5 slotted at the moment as the Gyro. Very, very confident here from Got the Juice. I say confident. You know, he can't afford to not get the Aegis. There you go. They'll move back into the Roshan pit. XM, he's hanging around, they'll jump in, but got the juice. He's got the Aegis up. And now, Vici, they could be in danger. The Lotus Orb bouncing Niku, but Niku, he's still going to end up going down. The Roar meant nothing. At least the bounce meant nothing. They'll continue the fight, but they don't want to move into the high ground. They'll retreat now as Sinkyu. He will end up going down, and it seems like Na'Vi, they want to keep going, but they're not 100% sure. They're out of gas. Niku does go down. They at least walk away with the Aegis. And that'll be enough. It'll be a 1-for-1. Vici, I mean, it is favorable in the sense that they get a bit more gold out of it, but they really wanted that Aegis and they don't get that.
Having the safety net up for Got the Juice does help Na'Vi prolong this game a bit more. it is quite painful for Niku this game. Every single time he's trying to make a play, he's just constantly getting stun locked up. This build-up for the Lincolns is going to be massive, but it's still going to be quite some time until that's up, and the Lotus alone just doesn't cut it. Even if you reflect that Roar and Bach, again, no one can jump forward. Right? There's just this lack of backline reach. It's really showing up here for Na'Vi. Tormentor to be taken by Vici Gaming. Gonna get themselves a nice free shard for Shiro up. So a lot more mobility coming out here for our Monkey. And I have to say this, you know, I didn't get to rant about this because we weren't seeing it much yesterday, but this change with Harpoon, that you can harpoon a freaking tree, it is so dumb. I hate it with every fiber of my being. Are you telling me that melee core's biggest weakness before is that they have to commit with Blink and they can't bail out of their attack? They get a little bit of a freebie now with a stupid harpoon? Huh?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Just giving everyone a getaway? It is free. It doesn't matter. Save it. You blink in, you have his harpoon safety net. It's long enough range. Tie that with Monkey King and his free shard. How are you supposed to catch him? It's insane. Why? Why did Harpoon need this? Why?
Why not?
Why?
Is I think was the answer that the Valve had in mind.
It's
Why
so
not?
dumb. It's so dumb. You know what's funny though? I guess a Harpoon clockwork is pretty funny to see. Hook shot in, Harpoon out. Yeah.
Nobody's doing that, John. Literally nobody's doing that. And they're never gonna do it because that's just stupid, John.
Oh, you say it's stupid. You say it's stupid. You get a force staff, you get a harpoon with hook shot. Oh boy. You're going around, you're having fun, brother. You're having fun.
I mean,
Earth Spirit with harpoon, Mikey. You roll and you harpoon a tree.
Dude, just pick up Timber Sword, dude. Then you have double.
Oh, there you go.
Like, think about it.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Now you're thinking, Mikey. There you go. And that's the point. Pick Timber. Go harpoon. It's going to be cooking. It's cooking. As Mike once said, frame mogging. That's how you frame. What does that even mean?
Listen, I want to make it very clear. I don't watch these streams, okay? The YouTube Shorts, the algorithm, it just does its thing, you know.
You don't watch. You don't watch the AI time trap.
Hold on a minute, John.
PMA.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's a good goal.
PMA's gone though. It's a great start. They'll move in onto Riddy's. Riddy's about to die, still surviving. He's got the juice now, moving in onto Shiro. Shiro, he's in the middle of everything. The shallow grave. It buys a bit of time here for the MK to try and get out as XM actually buying even more time for Shiro, who somehow gets out. He actually boundless strikes out of it. They just couldn't kill the MK.
It's just not enough damage coming in. You do need that bristle pack up to kind of buff up, not to juice his output. Like, that's one way you get through that Wukong's command with some of that viscous nasal goo coming in. And because PMA just dies, you don't have that. So there is a lack of output here. You see Got the Juice going straight for the Divine Rapier now, which it makes a lot of sense. There's just not enough here to rip through everything. I mean, again, you have to kind of play through Shallow Grave now because your backline reach, it's only Niku alone. Can't really reach that far back either without risking so much. So many things coming out from VG now. Full Ags up on XM, the blue hole is up and running. More control coming in for a team that it doesn't feel like they need even more, but they're just getting it. The Will-O-Wisp is up now as well, which, by the way, got some damage as well for whatever reason, just to cancel Blink, so that's funny. 85 damage, nice to farm up creep waves as well, as I have learned in my pubs. Very hilarious. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Great. I mean, you could just, you know, illuminate the creep waves as well, John.
You could use both, why not? Right, at 60 seconds, who cares?
I mean,
right?
You know, I think your team would disagree with that sentiment, John.
Chakra yourself, drop it, illuminate. You can farm a creep wave and farm some camps at the same time now. Amazing. Efficiency, Mike LaPhoenix.
That's true. Look at this, got the juice. On the high ground he goes. He couldn't give a crap this blow. He's already got a Divine Rapier queued up too, by the way. He knows. It's one of those games. It could get challenging. He wants to be the Chad in this game. U3 tower under siege. XM gonna jump in. So will Shiro with the Wukong's command. All of it just on the gyrocopter. And they've got him. Got the juice. He just melted. The Satanic did nothing. And now they'll move on a more PMA, force the BKB and just run for his life. But XM's got basically unlimited mana, where he runs right into the Rolling Thunder of Niku, who's currently trapped, who will have to TP himself. Just, can they find anyone? No one's left. But they get the big one. I mean, they got the juice. He popped Satanic. It just didn't mean anything because he wasn't able to attack anyone.
Yeah, he doesn't have Ags, right? Like, he bypassed this Ags in his build-up. He can't right-click. Well, it's not like you have that side gunner to help you lifesteal. And I'm surprised he makes that move without Aegis. Right? Like, he didn't have Aegis on hand before he went up. I'm surprised they make that choice because, again, it's very locked into a very specific style. It's down to chaotic offering, getting fatal bonds, hoping Niku can find a roll into the back, which we haven't seen. Easy clear for Vici Gaming on mid. They can go back and reset. I mean, they are the team down without any outer tower, but it just feels like Vici Gaming are in control. 7-19, 12k lead up. For Na'Vi, this Divine Rapier is one step forward, but it just doesn't feel like a safe game for Got the Juice to even just stand and fight, because he can't afford to act as bait like this. Someone else has to do it. PMA is likely your best shot of being bait, and he's done it quite a few times. It hasn't been amazing either. It's just been really rough to actually look for these big ways of dragging all of these heroes together, blocking the chaotic offering. VG's just playing very conservatively, not giving these openings out.
It's really shocking that he's still, like, he hasn't just prioritized going for an Ags blessing on this gyrocopter. You know, like, it just feels like it's necessary in times like that where they just perma-stun. You know, it might keep you alive. I don't know if the Divine Rapier is going to make a difference if they just perma-stun you for the whole team fight, like we saw in that last one.
Yeah.
Here we go. Amp damage route as well for XM now. They're all smoked up. They're ready to go. Question is, can they find a target? Answer is probably yes, because it is Daze underneath Vision right now, who will get caught out by XM. Glimmercape's going to make it. It's not going to make it that hard. XM's got it. And XM, he's been the shining star for his side as well. In fact, have they found more? They do. They got to run to Riddies. Riddies dropping, still barely alive, gets the ghost form off, and actually makes it out of there. The Vici not willing to commit all the way for that kill. You appreciate just how much caution Vici Gaming is showing towards Na'Vi. Like, they understand one bad team fight, and this lead that they've held for a while could just all be over.
It's also curious, you know, we were talking about...
Shiro got bashed there for a moment. Go on, John.
We were talking about the build-up and Got the Juice. He switched out to the Divine for an MKB, and he's actually buying out. I mean, there is a butterfly up on Shiro, but again, I'm with the greens with you. It has to be something like the Ags, or if you are going all in, you just need the Divine and rip someone else apart. You know, it's like, in this MKB, you can't even stand and fight anyhow. I'm not sure if it's going to do enough. And for him to get that damage, you have to be able to find the minus armor with PMA. A good snipe in the courier, though. Taking away a very key Lincoln's pickup for 2.5 minutes here for XM. So it does provide a little bit more to play with, at the least, especially with the sight of Vice being farmed up here by Daze. That could catch XM off guard in the next 2.5 minutes, if that timing does align here for Na'Vi, which is hard to see for that support farm to kick in. 7-20, it feels like a pretty big reversal. Granted, not as one-sided as the last game for Vici Gaming, but Vici has been in control this entire time. They flipped the script from game one. Na'Vi, again, there is play here. It's just so hard to see how you get that done. I will say, though, at least Got the Juice has that player's bought an amazing neutral item to have for something like the Gyrocopter. If you do manage to get a kill, having that 15% base damage and tricky attack speed every single time is outstanding. But we haven't seen Got the Juice really nail a kill in a long, long time here. So, not sure if you can even count on that.
Well, they just need a good setup, right? And here we go. A 5-man smoke from Vici. It's just the thing. They're waiting for the big Fatal Bonds golem play. Here we go. They're running right into them. Smoke. Big Vortex out. The Aurora as well. They got the Juice. Does he have time? No. He does not.
There's no buyback.
There's just no time and there's no buyback. Got the juices down. PMA not looking too healthy either. Another vortex on top from XM. Locking down 2. They'll try to retreat. PMA, he's under the high ground. He makes it for now. XM another vortex. Catching another 2. Daze will go down. Now onto Nico. Nico surely can't survive it, and he cannot. XM is just annihilating them left, right, and center. Riddies is gone. GG is called. They've seen enough. There you go. It just... Na'Vi, props to them, John. They try to make it work, but... It's just Vici Gaming, every time they find Got the Juice, he just has no answer. There's no save.
No. And again, I think the biggest issue for Na'Vi here is that they didn't have that same backline reach, right? Like, Niku on the Pango is the only way you had to try to jump this Dazzle in the back, to try to jump this Kotl. And that's easier said than done when you're playing up against a Storm and a Monkey who can cut you off really hard. I think the itemization, as we were talking about, is well there, especially for Got the Juice. Just not ideal. I mean, you can kind of get went the way he did, but not having Ags up with a Satanic and not having really good teamfight control outside of Chaotic Offering, that was the big crux here for Na'Vi. Whereas for Vici, you had Roar. You had this long-term reach with your Monkey, with your Storm. We saw early activity coming out there from XM. We see XM on an actual mid-hero now instead of Viper and Razor, and he just pops off in this game. You know,
that's right.
Maybe Na'Vi, you just don't ban Razor and Viper and tempt XM to pick it up, because when he plays an actual mid, he is just dancing all over Na'Vi. Granted, Na'Vi just didn't have the tools to control something like a Storm. Yeah, Daze was getting good tracks, but it didn't matter too much. They couldn't follow through from it, and as long as they found that angle in, it just felt like you were so exposed on Na'Vi. You could not afford to counterfight in this game. Na'Vi had to take initiative, and they never had it for the most part in this game too.
No, they certainly did not. Props to Vici Gaming. They just kept their composure. They played it very, very safe throughout this game too, and Na'Vi just never really able to find the answer here for Got the Juice in this gyrocopter. Got the Juice, scoreline kind of says it all. Like, he went 0-4-5. It felt like a lot was happening with the gyro in the team fights, but the issue is they just couldn't hold anyone down. Everyone was just too mobile here from Vici. A standout player, John, I definitely think it's just XM, right? XM had a fantastic time on the Storm Spirit. 14-1-6. He just kind of carried the game for his side, because it really felt like it could have been anyone's game, and it felt like Na'Vi really had a nice chance to win that game, but XM did make it practically impossible here on this Storm, and certainly the standout for me.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, it's nice to see XM on a mid that actually does mid stuff, you know, instead of just dominating the lane and just kind of running down later on. He's jumping the back line, he's finding these openings, he's getting followed through for Shiro. And, you know, that's the difference in draft. Again, this is what we were looking for from Vici Gaming. Get good win conditions, get an actual mid for XM, and you're actually playing some Dota too. We'll see how Na'Vi adjusts next time around, as it did feel like there was just that lack of play, right? Like, there's no making you expect from Bristleback. If he doesn't crush his lane, he also just feels a little bit awkward. Niku had no one to connect to. You were getting good form on Got the Juice, but he had to itemize a certain way, and you know, it was all on him to kind of get that damage, because there really wasn't anything else. You were relying on VG to make some mistakes where they clump up, you get Chaotic Offering, Fatal Bonds. Even then, it didn't look amazing past a certain point. I think Na'Vi got a bit overconfident as well. I think around that time when they took that Shrine of Wisdom fight, they overextended a precision. That's when they went from a relatively even laning start to just giving it over to VG to have that momentum as well.
No, I certainly agree with you on that, John. We'll see what happens, though, at least in Game 3 between Vici Gaming and Na'Vi, which will be coming up right after this break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone. We are back with Bach from Vici Gaming. Good to see you again, sir. Thank you for coming, my friend.
Good to see you.
All right. Well, you are a local expert on Chinese retirement. Xin is back. He said he would retire. Now he's back on your team. What's up with that? How did that come to be?
Maybe he feel enough in relax.
Okay. How did you did he contact you guys? Did you contact him? Where'd that come from?
It's actually manager side decide and to contact. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So let's talk a little bit about maybe talk about your coach, Mr. Yao. That's okay.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
This is a name I remember from I believe TI7.
I don't remember because this is my first time I cooperate with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, I will remind you, yes, at TI7 he got 4th place on the LGD. So, coach now. Do you like this guy? Does he have good ideas?
He's quite different with the coach I worked with. He's very passionate on Dota, and he's trying to help us not only in the game and also outside the game, some mental thing. How to looking things.
Okay.
And also in Dota, he's very passionate, so he look a lot of replays and trying to bring us together.
I see. You seem like a very mentally strong player, I have to say. Do you tilt a lot? Do you get upset a lot or no?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes? You? You get tilted? No way. What makes you tilt?
Lose strike.
Okay, that's just sanity. People that lose 15 games in a row and they're fine are just crazy people. There's no way. I feel like they don't care enough. But yes, I mean, nothing in game annoys you though, or you have to be on how many losses in a row?
10.
10?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're on a 10 lose streak, you should take a break, bro. That's a lot.
But sometimes you just can't break. What can you do? When you break, if you playing tournament or qualifiers, you have to play Dota. And
I guess that's brutal. So, in your experience, you're very experienced. What do you think about the current Dota patch? You like? Did you like facets?
I really appreciate they can destroy their system. They build a large thing and they just complete it, destroy it. I think it's very brave move in game design. And for offlaner, I think this is a better patch than last patch. Because last patch the Warlock and Jakiro is too. It just destroyed this game. Yeah.
Every single offlane.
Yeah, and now it's much better.
Oh, good. Is the hero variety different as offlaners, you think? I'm seeing a lot of the same offlane heroes.
Yeah, it's basically because the post 5 hero is not that strong now, and the post 4 hero like Rubik and Hoodwink, some strong lane hero is come back. So yeah,
the early game is much easier for offlaner.
All right. Thank you so much, Bach, for coming in. It's a pleasure seeing you, and it'll be a pleasure seeing more of Vici Gaming here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into Game 3 between Na'Vi and Vici Gaming here for Wallachia Season 8. And it is, of course, MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 3, I can't say I was quite expecting it, but here we are. Both sides have been giving it to each other, one game after another. Game 3, I can only imagine what changes up here as we are having the luxury of seeing the previous drafts. Both games were pretty one-sided, you know, when you look at the score lines. Yeah, I want to say Game 2 was a lot closer. But I was saying quite a lot that this gyrocopter was free farming. Obviously, just didn't seem to matter at the end of the day. Game 3, I want to say the draft's going to be pretty important going into this this third game.
Yeah, I think the ace in the hole there for VG in Game 2 was certainly that XM had a hero that could actually make plays, right? With XM. But the first 2 days, he was playing nothing but the Viper and the Razor today. With a Storm on, connecting with Shiro. Na'Vi didn't have that backline reach. There were a couple of good fights we saw.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, it certainly was a pretty exciting last game. Na'Vi, first pick to be made here. We'll see what they do in the prioritizing.
10 seconds remaining.
A Beastmaster is available if they want it. We still have the Underlord we've been talking a lot about as well. They are going to indeed just prioritize the Beastmaster, which is apparently what any single team will do if it is left. There you have it. It's never not a Beastmaster meta.
No, it feels like he's just been in the meta for so long now, and we've seen him go across multiple roles. Right now, it just feels like probably best on off lane, which is what I'd be expecting here for Na'Vi. Just give that to PMA. Again, the flex is there, but it does feel like it's comfiest again, just in that off lane position, crush a lane, get your Aura form, or just get your Dominator Overlord, and go from there. We'll have to see what Na'Vi's plans are. Vici Gaming, they do have no access to the usual openers, but they have the Tiny that has seen a lot of popularity in Wallachia. And I'm curious to see which way this goes, because we've seen this on mid, we've seen it on safe lane as well. Not so much on support, but it also is viable for Sin Q. Of course, I believe he did play it in that position once, at least in Wallachia. So it's open enough for VG, it's flexible enough as well, has really good win rate overall in Wallachia Season 8. And I like that. It's a good foundation for the side of Vici Gaming. Just a question of where will you want to run it. We'll have to wait and see. The rest of the band's coming out. Shadow Demon taken care of. Anything to save from the Roar. Kind of want to get a handle of it now. Just ensure that the big control piece for Na'Vi will always work out. I would want to see Na'Vi try to go for maybe the same ideas that VG presented in Game 2 with that Beastmaster, right? Like, the Monkey King could be quite nice here. Just having this here that can kind of jump forward, instantly follow up from the Roar, or set up for a Roar, or have someone else from mid play with a Monkey to connect with. I think that idea is pretty sound. It's just a question of, again, what does Na'Vi want to do? We'll have to wait and see. Taking your time in this ban here. But aside of VG showing a lot of respect, they ban out the Kez once more that we saw got the Juice play to a very fantastic, Niku play to a very fantastic level. And again, just preventing some of that comfort from coming in. Na'Vi forced to ban out the Sand King themselves, as they're likely not prioritizing it as a pick. First pick at least. There goes another XM hero. Viper gone just to simplify the game a tad bit, which honestly for VG, that's 2 thumbs up for them, because they're like, alright, XM is gonna have to play a hero now. Bat Rider slides through. Yeah. And this hero has also just... this hero feels like it's been priority for a while, right? Like, maybe it tapered off a little bit at the end of last year, but it's just Viper... Bat Rider just feels relevant all the time as a support, as a potential core on mid. There's a lot of potential now for Vici Gaming to play that kidnap strategy. Toss backs, lasso backs, all feel pretty darn good here for VG. The movement speed slow from Napalm is also just hellish to deal with. Consistently banned in the first 2 games by Na'Vi, but not in Game 3, and so VG will take that opportunity to have fun with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Batrider, it's another one of those heroes, you know, it's just never bad. Na'Vi, they're going to go for an easy Grimstroke pickup, not too much to think about. Just double Roar combination available to them. COD will be available to them as well, so they are taking a bit of a note out of the Vici book from game number 2, just high tempo style of draft being applied here from Na'Vi. And so they basically just want to run what Vici was doing last game. Just play super quick, you know, play at a momentum they can't keep up with. Tiny is one of those heroes as well for Vici Gaming's sake. If you're putting Tiny as a carry, it's not exactly one of the carries that enjoys playing fast against drafts like what Na'Vi's got. So you might want to think about switching it to a support role, or playing a POS 4 or POS 3, because it can get quite ugly against these style of drafts.
That it can. I will say I like the synergy of the Grimstroke here. It kind of takes me back to almost like a very Lil Gun mindset. If you are running, say, Grimstroke 4 with the Beastmaster, you've got Boars, you can play with Inkswell early. It just reminds me of what they used to like to do with like 11, and just kind of Inkswell with Lycan. Probably not something Na'Vi's thinking too much about, but even just with Soulbind, double Roar, plus double Solar Bind is quite nice as well. VG, just go for the Enchantress. They have a nice way of just catching someone out with Enchant, some good damage as well. We've seen Enchantress, once you max out the impetuses, it can get a little bit crazy. We have also seen Enchantresses go for Ags buildups a little bit more frequently than you'd expect. Those little friends, the root you get can be quite impactful, especially up against something like the Beastmaster with summons. So I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility here for Vici Gaming to consider an Ags pickup on this hero. And we see our first Earthshaker in a while here, Mikey, coming out for Vici Gaming. Rather interesting pick. Now you do still keep Slugger, so it's still kind of funny. It's not as ridiculous as it once was. You don't get that additional AoE bonus as well.
10 seconds
That was taken away with 7.41, but the hero is still very, very stable. My question now is, where does Vici want to lane that? Is that going to be our XM hero? Is that our Bach hero now? Maybe you run a Shaker support. Chances are you don't. You're just going to run this Ench and possibly Bat Rider or Tiny support. That seems like a safer bet. It's open enough. This is a very interesting draft from Vici Gaming. Still active. Has a good timing once a couple of blinks are up. You can just instantly smash through Na'Vi. Not much saves here on Na'Vi to stop any of this combination from kicking in.
No. The one save I think for Na'Vi is the fact that they just want to play very fast. That is the thing. You know, when I look at Vici's draft, it looks like it could be a little bit on the slower side, but we'll have to wait and see again. They're yet to know exactly what positions these heroes are going in. Na'Vi.
Na'Vi's turn to ban.
Straight into the Ember Spirit for Niku. I do like myself an Ember. Kind of, in some ways, it's similar, if not better than the Storm Spirit with the Keeper of the Light. You know, it's just, you know, you pick your red or your blue here, right? Like Chakra Magic with the Sleight of Fist spam is annoying, as it was with the Storm, and we're kind of getting a similar thing with that. And you've also got the Grimstroke with the chains out. It's very annoying as well against the Ember. I like this hero quite a bit for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it does do quite a fair bit. It gives some good tempo for Nuku. Much more stable backline reach as well. Laning matchups are pretty decent. Maybe against the Tiny it's a little bit more annoying, but up against the Shaker it's somewhat manageable. That should still feel decent enough for the Shaker to try to get a little bit of aggressive if you'd want to. Again, if you're keeping that Shaker mid or Tiny mid. So Na'Vi just looking for something that can lane against either one of these flex picks. And we just need a big win condition to come out for Na'Vi. I mean, Got the Juice was trying to do some good work with the gyro, but it felt like all the damage was on him. It feels like the same story here for game number 3, where there is decent output from your Beastmaster and Ember, but it doesn't feel bursty enough unless you commit all of your, say, remnants here from Niku when he jumps in. So here's to see what we'll get for Got the Juice on that safe lane.
10 seconds
Still have
remaining.
pretty safe carry options on hand. I mean,
5 seconds
there's just so much kiteability coming out from VG, but maybe an Ursa could still work if you want. Slark could be something good as well. You just dispel off Lasso, or you try to. You can kind of soak up from the Tiny, soak up from the Shaker as well. We haven't seen too much of that Slark, though. I'm keen on seeing what that win condition is for Got the Juice, what the ideas are.
10 seconds remaining.
Take their time with it. I mean, I think any carry that just plays fast.
5 seconds remaining.
I like the Ursa. I like the Slark. You already went over those two.
Radiant team pick.
Oh, they're going to go for Centaur. So they are just playing the Beastmaster Pos 1. Which I think is pretty good, honestly. I don't think there's a problem with it at all. I think it's just super, like, they just want to play very quick.
Yeah, it's just worrying because we saw, what is it? We saw VG yesterday try to play quick as well with the Pos 1 Beastmaster, and if you can't connect with that Ags timing, it doesn't feel great. And then when you miss that window where Beastmaster is just insanely strong, it's interesting. I want to see Na'Vi play to the strengths of this kind of combo. Mind you, I think the big thing with having Centaur is your lanes are insane. Right? Whether or not you run this Kotl 4 or 5, whoever he lanes with, like refreshed Double Edge is massive, refreshed Axis with Chakra, of course, is also great, and also running Grimstroke with either Beastmaster or Centaur is also amazing. So it looks like Na'Vi's just focusing on winning lanes pretty hard and hoping that they can hit this massive tempo once that Ags on the Beastmaster is secured. Which, you know, it can kind of work out. If VG get off to a slower start, you're going to be waiting for a blink on the Shaker if it is core. You go with the Quap pickup here on Vici Gaming, though. So that should shift our heroes around a bit, and it is a Sin Q Shaker instead. We're getting the Bach, Bat Rider, and XM on the Quap. Quap versus Ember matchup in the end, which, you know, Quap can kind of play with quite nicely. You don't mind it too much. I'm curious to see, though, how Na'Vi play around this draft. I think it's maybe a bit riskier for Na'Vi because if they don't get that big opening they want, if they don't get this early start, you know, have the advantage by 15 to 20 minutes, play with the Ags timing that Got the Juice is going to gun for, it does feel like your late game scaling, it can kind of taper off. I mean, your utility is still there, you know, double roar with Soulbind still there. It just, I don't know, this tiny right click can get very dangerous very fast with the Echo Saber Shadow Blade buildup we've seen. The threat of Blink Lasso is always there. Eventually, a Shaker support starts to get Blink, can come in, get the slam going. You don't have too much defensive tools on Na'Vi to prevent that. And even the Centaur can kind of get blocked off. Stampede might not be the best if you get the right positioning for a fissure here from Sin-Q. So I can see the ideas from Na'Vi. I do think it's more forgiving to play Vici Gaming's draft, especially if you manage to just stall. I think a stalled game is very dangerous for Na'Vi.
I mean, a stalled game, yeah, certainly not going to be fun at all if you are Na'Vi. And well, we'll see what does happen. I mean, again, they want to play quick. So the mid-game timing of Na'Vi, pretty darn strong. Vici Gaming, they'll just be looking to play defensive. You know, whether they can do so or not with their own draft, we'll have to wait and see. But game 3 is where we're at. I mean, game 1 and 2, both very exciting between these two sides. We do see the common respect here between Sin-Q and Niku. Why does not feel the same way about Riddies?
He's too locked in, Mike, you know?
Enjoy.
He's locked in.
Enjoy.
Watch the master
Focus.
at work.
My horses neigh.
No smoker.
You know what? I just realized it always disturbs me mildly when I find a support player that's just Grandmaster or above, or like whatever level that is, the level 30 on a hero. It's just like you're playing support and you're spamming this one guy to level 30. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I can forgive Chorus because they can have fun, and the heroes are fun. Like it takes a sick mind to be like level 30 Grimstroke, you know. Level 30 CM is just the most deranged person you'd find on the planet, I think.
I guarantee you, Riddies spam Grimstroke because he knows that if worst comes to worst, he can build Ags and carry the game. I guarantee you that's why he spams it. And it's worked. And as a support player, John, that's what you do, right? You spam heroes. You don't get the luxury of having fun. You spam the damn hero that works for you, and that's what Riddies has done. And I know for a fact he does it because of the Ags. Because he just gives himself a chance no matter what.
Fair enough. I accept those points. You know, no justification for like a CM level 30. I will say Niku just styling again. Slight fist, little snag on the bounty. Very tight timing. And you get that extra start here for Na'Vi. This matchup for Niku, this should be a little bit more even. Maybe a little bit more fun for XM if you can just play spacing. Curious to see what build we see from our Quap. Starting with a Scream of Pain. So some good poke back on Niku. No Flame Guard for Niku to try to block some of that early damage. A pretty nice courier snipe onto PMA though. Just some extra gold for White to find. And again, this mid, this one is more in line with what I think we were seeing yesterday, where there should be more fights over initial water runes. There should be more contestions over the power runes later on. How much space you have to make those rotations. Going to be pretty important for both sides to find. So taking a gander up top as well. Sin-Q just doing what Shakers do when they're playing support, trying to look for a pull opportunity, blocking caps, getting pulled, trying to soak EXP. Bak can lane into this Beastmaster fine. You know, there is a little bit of a threat maybe by level 2 to 3 where there's this rundown potential with Stroke of Fate plus Inkswell, but you're also happy enough to just farm up here on Bak. And again, just try to soak up in Sin-Q a little bit slower up top. Probably our slower lane to watch out for, but it's just the nature of going back into that Shaker. And we'll just do Shaker things. Pull back and just soak. Down bot, and this is where it could be maybe a little bit more exciting. You've got the Tiny versus Centaur matchup for PMA and Shiro. And you have this really good poke back coming in for Daze and Y. Right, so there is potential later on to just get the stun, try to land at Illuminate. Lots of damage that can come in. Easier said than done, but as the levels go up, that potential does start to become reality. They are fairly split apart though. Y is doing a great job of ensuring Daze cops quite a fair bit of damage whenever he's lining up for the Illuminate. And they're not really able to try to poke Shiro. So there's a lot of room here for the Tiny to just find his own farm and find his own build-up for the most part.
Yeah, it's pretty slow side, man. I mean, every lane is relatively slow right now. Mid lane's probably the most exciting between Niku and XM. And that is a very even affair. Props to Niku. He's been doing good work of just sustaining himself in this laning phase. XM's been trying pretty hard to harass him out, and you're reaching the stage where he's getting there with this level 2 spam of Scream of Pain. But the lane has been sustained pretty well by the Ember. Nobody's died yet. And chances are, if we are going to see a death, it's probably going to be in the mid lane with some hero rotations. So again, the side lanes, you know, you could see something up at top with the Bat Rider, but even that requires limits. You know, he's not at that stage yet where he's just going to run somebody down. It's just not happening.
No. I think the one big thing you've set up here for on VG, talking about that mid, they've got the 2 early wards watching on the river, so they are set up for this 4 to 6 minute water rune to power rune fight later on. Again, both of these heroes really enjoy having these free bottle refills, so just a matter of, do you have space? So far, it doesn't quite look like they're committing resources to start walking down, though Sinky's a little bit too low level, again, just looking for the pulls. So no excitement yet at the 4 minute mark. Or not. Looks like Sinkyu might actually just be working his way towards that and trying to give that advantage out. If Niku doesn't get the top up, XM starts to pull ahead hard here.
Niku really wants that water rune. Day's gonna show up, but can't really threaten at all as the Coddle right now. So XM just happily swiping it away from Niku, and both of them are secure, of course. I mean, Niku's just got a nothing now. As we do see that Sinkyu makes his presence known with that Fissure, and so Niku, he'll run back to the fountain, and this is where things get a little bit more challenging, as XM going to start to outpace him when it comes to the XP department. It has now hit level 5. This is what you want as Vici. You know, this is where you start to feel a little bit better. As I say, that Sinkyu is going to be chased down. Inkswell does end up connecting, but a nice TP, unless the Golem wanted to be cheeky.
No.
Thankfully, the Hurl Boulder was on a ball. Because that would have been very unfortunate for Sinkyu.
Would have been very funny. Would have been a nice moment for Sinkyu. He's a happy boy. He gets away. He's not getting the EXP he'd want, but he is providing all of that space you really need here for Bach to just have his free EXP, for XM to win out on his mid. Niku is around a quarter level behind. He's getting some good damage in here, though. Forces Sinkyu to show up. And again, like you were saying earlier, Niku has been managing this lane quite nicely. See if they manage to get the advantage on power rune. That's the big one that turns this. Right? Like, if you get a good rune here for Niku, you get your 6 lined up anyhow, could be dangerous for the side of VG.
I mean, Niku, pretty calm now. The advantage from XM isn't that big. In fact, XM getting pretty excited. Though, nice stun coming out from Y, actually locking down the Ember, but it's not enough. In fact, the Inkswell doesn't actually land onto the Quap, so XM is actually still alive. Niku is forced to be denied by Riddies. At least they get the deny. But things went really just not well in that mid lane. Not that team fight. Because as soon as you missed the Inkswell, it was basically over, and now XM gets a regen. Well, that's just annoying.
Yeah. Really unfortunate for Na'Vi, but Vici's finding that start they'd want here. They're applying that pressure, getting all the runes. They have that early 6 up on XM. He's got that Sonic Wave if they want to commit into someone. And the supports are still stuck here. And Vici's planting some really nice deep wards. And they don't quite see Days lingering on the right side, so they'll be forced to back off a bit. I suppose the one thing you're getting out here for Na'Vi is some really strong farm out for Got the Juice. Like this Beastmaster is actually getting a really free ride up top. Same thing is going for Shiro down bot. Your Tiny's also enjoying this matchup up against the solo Centaur. There's not much you can really do to stop that. Some movement up top though, looking like they want to force something into these Shrines of Wisdom.
They are trying, and Bark's being chased down though. They've got Roar available, and Bark, he just melts. XM, however, big Sonic Wave, catching Got the Juice, but the Stampede gonna buy just enough time for Got the Juice to continue to run. They've got Blink up soon, but they're not going to be able to commit it on this Quap. So got the juice. I mean, that was very on the edge. But the thing was, with the one charges, he was able to heal up just enough to allow the Stampede to come in. So he does get away with murder. And it's a big pickoff. I mean, first blood goes the way of the beast. You can't complain about that.
It took us 7 minutes to reach that point. And that's a big kill you'd want on Na'Vi. A little bit of a shame that they couldn't commit fully for that Shrine of Wisdom. Maybe some counteraction here.
Well, they got lasso onto Riddies.
Ooh, they don't get it.
Oh, they don't even get
the ghost creep.
Oh, that's the ghost creep. Well, of course it did. Nice little deny from the ghost creep. So Vici have been denied twice from a kill.
You know who's that working against them? That's Agent Ghost.
That's
right there.
Agent Ghost. Good on you, John.
Yeah, it's not even here yet. He's on the next series, but he's doing work against his friends on VG.
You've just started so early, haven't you, John? you just started so, like, there's just... OG's not here, so you're already picking, which other team you're ready for. And that's okay, John. I appreciate that you don't give us any surprises. You make it obvious straight off the bat.
Yeah, I'm an open book, Mikey. Very transparent. It's translucent. I'm trying to be transparent about this push up top as well.
Don't
See
compliment yourself by calling yourself a book, John. You know you're not that clever, right? Books deserve a bit more respect than that. Why? It's gonna go down. You'd be like a coloring book, you would be, John. You'd be like
I love coloring books.
I know you do.
Great.
You know
they make coloring books for adults?
John?
Painting by the numbers or something?
I'm not surprised you knew that, John. I really am not. I didn't know that, but I fully trust you when you say that. By the way, there's adult coloring books.
Yeah, I mean, my sister was interested in them. Never got them, but they seemed fun.
Okay.
I'm too busy taking pictures of birds.
You have been taking some fantastic pictures of birds on what look to be electrical poles, John. Not quite in nature, but I guess in the Philippines it's quite normal, the sight of birds on electrical lines.
I wish I could go to Australia and picture some, what are the ones that dive bomb?
The magpies.
What are they again? Yeah, the magpies. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, Niku, not so cool.
No, he's pretty cool, John. He's alive.
He hangs on.
Oh, no rune. Oh, it does get it in the end. He's still cool. In fact, a smoke bait. Sinkyu running. XM, he's there with Sonic Wave, but he will not have the opportunity. Got the juice, able to secure a quick one for himself on the Beastmaster, and he'll be right out. In fact, he's only about 1.2k away from having the full ags up on the Beastmaster, so you are getting to a stage where this beast is going to start being a problem. In fact, I said 1.2k. It is 2.2k, John. He doesn't have the Blade of Alacrity.
It's alright. Matt's can be a bit hard, Mikey. I understand that for you.
I didn't notice the Blade of Alacrity hadn't been bought. It wasn't a map issue.
Okay. If you say so.
It's
all good, I get it. You're getting old. Vision starts to fade. Certain colors aren't as visible on the spectrum. The color spectrum, it gets harder to see. This corneas start to age. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay, Mikey. It happens. But this is good news for Na'Vi, not that you can't see green, that they are finding this tempo. We talked about Na'Vi having to reach his early point. I mean, they need to play quick. They're trying again, just constantly applying this pressure all across the map, still looking, pushing just a bit more down bot. They've got that full Hump the Dominator. Always funny to see a Centaur dominate the Centaur Conqueror. He's got his little brother on hand. Trying to get the chase down. Yeah. So if the big Centaur is his son, if the big Centaur is his son, the tiny Centaurs are what? His grandchildren?
Yeah. That or it's the child that nobody acknowledges. It's like a middle child. You know what I mean? You know the one. Like we can pretend that doesn't. It does happen, John. We know. Don't be embarrassed by it, John. We all get ignored once in a while by our parents,
I'm the eldest child. I have no problems here. I have no context for middle.
You're the
Just
eldest?
2 of us here, so
Your sister's younger than
unfortunately.
I didn't know that. By the way she behaves, you'd never guess, John. Got the juice. You know, it's very mature. Or maybe you're very immature, John. More than likely, I want to say.
Both of those. I can't believe it. We actually saw a screaming match in Dota 2. Have you ever seen that?
We did.
Both roars. And it's so much damage and you just want to walk away. Accurate.
That's what marriage looks like, Jonathan. The way you described it was perfect. Tiny,
Shiro
in trouble. Shiro in trouble, although he's actually pretty tanky.
Oh.
They'll soul bind them up, but nobody died.
Oh.
They are surprisingly tanky here on Vici Gaming.
I'd say it's less about being tanky. It's more that what is your damage source there if Niku's not around? You have a level 1 double edge. It's just not enough. Right, so getting these connections out just with a Centaur isn't amazing. Maybe if you had max level double edge plus that solar bind, sure. I can see that happening. I can see that being enough magical burst, but without it, stuck at level 1, it's just not it. So they do blow a couple of spells there. They do threaten a bit, but it's not enough. And Shiro's still enjoying this game. Echo Saber up, Shadow Blade not too far off. As we've seen with Tiny, that's the key point when this hero starts to really hit like a truck, catch you off guard, find this backline flank, and look for that support burst, which when you're running Grimstroke and Coddle, I mean, it's very easy for the Tiny to try to burst them down. So a little bit worrying for Na'Vi. Again, they found these 2 kills, but they don't really have the network lead. Shiro's still up ahead.
Oh, got the juice. He can't get it. He can't get it. This time the wife leaves the house before they argue, John. That's what happened. I got the juice. Wish my wife would do the same, John. She just won't. She just doesn't leave. Like, she'll follow you. She'll follow you. It's horrible. It is horrible. Don't do it to yourself, Jonathan. Can you tell she's not home right now?
No, I can tell she doesn't watch you work. You talking smack like this? Yeah, I can tell she doesn't watch this.
Not many people are watching, John. You can't blame her for that. Mid-tier tower. Under siege, Niku. And on retreat, XM being a bit of a bully. Already has the Aghanim Scepter queued up on the quad. Which is fine. I mean, nothing's really happened here for Vici. I want to say Vici's having a great old time. You know, like, there's just no pressure being applied. We've had 2 kills in 15 minutes, John. 4 if you count the 2 denies that Vici Gaming had to deal with. I said Na'Vi was going to be playing fast. I mean, this is just... It's like we're in a nursing home right now, I'll tell you, John.
Yep.
Things are slow.
It's worrying for Na'Vi, because if this maintains into 20 minutes and you don't really have a lead, I mean, you've got that Ag Spike on Got the Juice. Maybe you're just waiting for the blink now to gap close, but XM has a 2-level lead over Niku. Like you said, he's going for Ags already, has his Kaya.
Oh, here we go.
3 parts
Top
away.
Lane. Buck doesn't show himself yet. Now does. Got the Juice, though, has already left the build. He's running. They're chasing, though. Got the Juice. He's okay. They don't have the catch. So once again, Na'Vi will be completely okay in avoiding any kind of fight. Power Rune, once again going to XM. This man just cannot miss.
No.
I know we're reaching the point surely where it's going to be Na'Vi trying to get aggressive. Maybe just waiting for the blink on Got the Juice before they try for anything. But it's just you've given so much time to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, it's way too much time. Like, again, Shadow Blade, Echo Saber, and Shiro is a massive start. You're rushing a BKB now on Bach. Sinkyu slowly approaching Blink.
Well, they're going to change on XM. XM, he's still able to blink out of there. I mean, this is just not good. It is not good.
No. There's just no damage. And this is something we've seen from actually Vici Gaming yesterday, where their draft had some control, had some reach, but no damage. And it was with this Cost 1 Beastmaster, it felt like, as well. And with that Wind Ranger game they had. There's no output. Not just yet.
They are still getting objectives. They're at least getting tower. You know, maybe I'm trying to be a little bit too kind here, but they are at least finding tower. You know? It's
Yeah.
just very slow. Niku?
It is.
If they're going after Roshan, do the 2 denies count? I mean, we've got time, John. If you're F10K, do the 2 denies count or not? I've
it
never
only
tried.
counts. I believe it's only whatever shows up in the scoreboard, so yeah.
Okay.
There you go. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure Roshan's just dead here as well. Secondary life for probably got the juice, if not Niku, if he swings by here. I mean, surely at this point you make something happen. You've got that blink on Got the Juice. Got everything you could possibly ask for.
Not yet, John.
No.
Not yet. Let him cook.
I mean, you're kind of tempting things here. Ags, one part away for XM. A Harpoon for Shiro to start, you know, going around trees is going to be up relatively soon. Again, a steady build-up for Sinkyu's Blink here. Bach has BKB into his own Blink timing as well. Like, you're going to have to play into a lot of utility on VG. Again, your damage is basically these drums of Slam. And I don't know how long you can maintain that damage once, you know, some of these early BKBs are built up. It's a bit risky on the side of Na'Vi. If you can land the double roar, perhaps, that's a different story. But that's a big if. You don't have a blink for Riddies yet, and he's further away from that blink than you are compared to, like, say, Sin-Q, who's much closer to that blink timing now. So again, we were talking about what these drafts have to do for Na'Vi. A game at parity at near 20 minutes in, 0-2, it's not good. You do lose initiative. You do start to lose that power spike, that advantage with these early timings. And VG just starts to get pretty comfy in this game. Like, the danger point now is full Harpoon done on Shiro, BKB next. Double BKB timing. Your drums to Slam aren't going to do much for you. You don't have a lot of physical output here.
They are going to smoke up now. Here we go. They're ready now, John. Blink is up on PMA. So they've got another form of initiation now on your Centaur. They are looking to blow people up. Like, there's no lie about that. In fact, they're going to find a great target in Shiro. Hopefully they have detection for the Shadow Blade. Hopefully they have the detection. Oh, they still get the chains. No, they got the chains, they got the roar, it's okay. Shiro's still being caught out, but there's a fissure. Where's the damage? So, John, just to answer my prior question, they did not have detection for the Shadow Blade. They did not have detection. I just want to make that very clear.
Niku has
detection
dust in his inventory. He's just a little bit too far out.
He had dust in his eyes, John. He couldn't press the damn button. I think it is what it is.
Their issue was that Got the Juice was taking point and his smoke broke, and Niku was just a little bit further behind. They couldn't really get that shot. There you go.
No dust necessary for that kill. That's the first one, by the way, for VG Gaming. That's 1-2 now. 3 whole kills, 20.5 minutes in.
Oh, it's outstanding. I feel right at home. It's like we're back in Southeast Asia, Mike.
This is perfect.
You know?
Shout out to... it doesn't even feel funny anymore picking on Talon. You know, John? I know they're gone. It doesn't. I still wear their hoodie. I still... Now when nobody notices that I'm wearing a Talon hoodie, it makes more sense. You know? It's like, oh. But it's just...
Yeah.
This makes me kind of sad, John.
Ah, it is what it is, you know?
Days? Oh. Gets a Shrine of Wisdom, which is something Talon were apparently lacking, Jonathan. Financial wisdom. The days. Oh, the fisher. Very close.
So close.
Just like Talon were, John. Bottom lane.
Close to what? Close to
I don't know why I'm just... I don't know why I chose to say... Don't double down. That's not, someone's going to protect us. Torment. Tormentor's going to be taken.
I feel like the game has been a tormentor so far.
Oh. Well, I appreciate that's the route you took, John. I was thinking of another Talon joke with the Tormentor, but I had enough. I had enough. Just like our viewers may have had enough of this game, Jonathan. 1-2 so far. 22 minutes in.
Oh, man. You know, you were asking me. Those F10K guys are on the edge of their seats now. Anytime. Anytime, folks. It
there
kills
was
me that
ever
we
an
went
ad,
40 minutes, man.
this is
Oh my
the
God.
perfect ad to not gamble. This is why you don't do it to yourselves. Don't do it. This is what happens.
Oh, I mean, you know, it could be back 40 minutes for 10 kills. We'll see. Smoke out, Navi. Round 2. Got the juice. Still doesn't have dust, but might find someone else.
That's okay. That's okay. Zinq is going to get jumped. This is a great target. And they've got him as well. It did prove to be slower than you'd hope, though, right? Like, he jumped in, he got the kill. If there was help around, you might have been a bit afraid of a turnaround there from Vici Gaming, but nonetheless, we are now at 1-3, 23 minutes in. And look, while all this is happening, like, you've got a POS1 Tiny that isn't too far behind this Beastmaster. Like, he's still been free farming this whole time. He's almost at his BKB.
Yep. It's worrying for the side of Navi. And the fact that, you know, the itemization from Vici Gaming are going for triple BKB timing here.
No, Reddies. It is what it is. You know. Not much you could have done about them.
No. Again, it's worrying for Navi because, yeah, you know, you got the slight advantage, but VG's just going triple BKB. And then, yeah, you're going to get the roar off, but your magic damage is going to be reduced by 60%. You're not getting even the maxed out Drums to Slam anyhow from the roar nowadays. So, I know. Ooh, XM. That's a strange spot to TP away from.
It certainly is. XM. Oh, roar's going to connect. XM is dead. Okay.
That was strange. He had time to cancel TP and blink away.
Another fight
again.
Another fight, Jonathan. PMA with the 3-man stun. Stampede away, actually surviving. PMA's not down. Niku's on the chase. Niku wants to keep this going. They don't have a Beastmaster, mind you. Like, he's across the map farming right now. So Niku, I'm not sure what he's trying to do. Apart from die, apparently Niku's gone. And so is Daze. PMA was farming the whole time. Now, PMA, he wasn't even trying to get there.
Yeah,
What's happened? 4-4 now.
I'm not sure what's going on here for Navi. Maybe PMA was making the call that, all right, no Stampede. There's clearly no damage here, just with Niku. So I think that's the right call to make, though. Niku just getting a bit overly aggressive. Maybe not expecting that many heroes behind, but it's in a rough state now for Navi. Like, this build-up forgot the juice. He's got his BKB up, fresh BKB at 9 seconds, going straight for Orchid into Bloodtorn to try to get some more damage going. Will help out. You've got the pipe for PMA. Try to mitigate some of that magical coming in as well, but I don't know, like, you've got the last
juice. Got the juice, please. Not like this, got the juice.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's gone. And like Bon Jovi once said, Jonathan, we're halfway there. 5-4. Halfway there, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like you've been holding on to that one for years, man.
I haven't, John. I just came up. I mean, there's nothing else to say. Like, nothing's happened in this game. Nothing. There's no analysis. I don't want to hear any complaints either. Nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. It's 5-4, 2k advantage. Got the juices dead somehow.
Yeah.
Pipe is up on PMA. Yeah, what is it, John?
This is exactly what we saw when VG did this Beastmaster 1 yesterday, right? They lacked damage. They couldn't play around the early ags as it came out. They waited a bit too long. They had to wait for the blink to be up. They couldn't get kills without the Beastmaster on hand. And then you just lose tempo. How are you supposed to scale up now? Will we see a Hydra's Breath coming out in Niku as well? Is that the point we get to? Just 2.5% DOT? You hope you can keep going in and out and poking with Sleight of Fist? Is that it? Is that your damage? Oh, PMA. So close.
So close. That's alright. They still got Y. Although Y's got help in Shiro, who just deletes Riddies. And Y's not dying. That is bad news. That's very bad. I mean, Y just took no damage. Chase is on now for more. Niku is okay. PMA sticking around for a creep wave. Will get punished for it, of course. Nothing positive about this, but he's still trying to get out of it. Fisher to lock him down. Lotus Orb making life hard. Stampede has to be committed. But now a lasso gonna catch at least an Ember. Niku, he's still alive. So is Bark. What has even happened? Who's winning the team fight? Niku. Niku's down. And now there's an Ags up on our edge. So we've got this. Why not? We've got little friends now.
No, it's amazing. Like, we were talking about this the last time. I mean, yesterday not so much, but the last time we saw this on an Ench, it's actually one of the most undervalued Ags, I feel like, and a lot of pros are recognizing it's really good. That root per unit is kind of nuts. Like, say, Beastmaster has 2 boars, that's already an additional 1 second root comes in. Minimum 2 seconds, so you get a 3-second root on what, a 20-second cooldown? You're around a creep wave, this gets deadly. It is kind of nutty that this Ags is undispellable as well, by the way. An undispellable root lane every 20 seconds. That is nuts. So I appreciate that pros recognize it's really good now. It's been good for a while, and it's just insane. I think for Na'Vi, what happened there, they managed to layer that fight as best as you could hope for. Lasso comes, you get the roar, you bail out Niku. It's still not enough because even with a roar out, with BKBs up, there's no damage here from Got the Juice. The drums of Slum just aren't going hard enough anymore, you know?
Oh, PMA. Rudy's. Oh, they're right together as well. PMA, he's going to get caught. Soulbind is going to be thrown out. PMA, though, already dropping so low, gets the Stampede off, but is dead. They've got Buck at least. It's a 1-for-1 trade. So it seems like Na'Vi might be forced to fight. Niku, he's in the middle of nowhere right now. He's buying a bit of time, but Niku! Bit too confident in his own ability to survive that situation, apparently. There goes Daze. Na'Vi looking pretty lost here. 10-5, by the way, Jonathan. We've done it.
There we go.
We've got him there. Congratulations.
29 minutes. Not quite the longest we've seen. I think our longest was 44, if you can believe that. Trying on to Y, but Roche, slow progress, they're not going to fully commit. Still, I don't see Na'Vi angling in for this one anytime soon. They've got the buyback of Niku. It's just such a massive risk. Gonna have to give this... Mind you, this is not the quickest Roche we've seen. So there might be some time here, but without Stampede up, you're not going to be able to fight into Na'Vi. Vici Gaming in control of this game. 8k up now. And for Na'Vi, I don't know where you're hoping to get damage from. It's just not there. Niku's having to go back for the Ags first. And again, we had, what was it? It was XM who had this idea to try to go for Hydra's Breath. You might have that idea again as well, but I don't know. I don't think it's enough. It's cool. It's not enough.
I mean, I think he needs a lot more than Hydra's Breath right now in December, I'll tell you that. So really, it's just going to get deleted live by Shiro. You didn't really need to see what happened there, John. Just an avalanche toss combination was more than enough. We've seen it before. I really can't believe the game got to this stage. Like, Na'Vi just didn't do anything for the last 30 minutes, it felt like. Made a couple chases here and there, but that was it. They well and truly missed their timing. I'm not saying the game's over, but it sure feels over. Chase is on. Got the juice, forced the BKB TP away. They cannot do the same, however, for Daze, who has been caught and is down.
I mean, it gets even worse. Lincoln's up in bot. He's been one being roared up, so he blinks in. It's either you're going to hit the roar, you're going to proc it with roar, you proc it with soulbind, which isn't ideal. And again, VG itemized perfectly. They utilize this huge down period where Na'Vi could have played a bit faster. Just very hard to see how. And again, this lineup, when it doesn't play quick, well, it falls apart. Like, yeah, double roar is still there, Stampede's there, but again, where's the damage? How are you supposed to kill anything?
Was this a caster's curse or something, John? Like, did I say they were meant to play fast, so everyone just played slow, or what? Look at this. They're just tossing around PMA. I mean, this is not nice.
Little friends.
And he's rooted in place
root,
forever.
Man. Yep.
Little friends. I mean, why even, like, not tell us? I mean, if they do tell us it can't be this, but okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So how did nobody know it was this broken?
I don't know. I've been saying it's kind of nutty, but people focus on like Dragonlance build. Yeah,
nobody listens to
but
you,
they should
John.
have.
We're muted, John. Right?
Now you see the power of little friends. The worst part is, I experienced this in Dota OMG. It was in Dota OMG. I was like, what the hell is this? It is the worst thing to play against. And here we are. People recognize that. Maybe they all played some Dota OMG in the downtime, you know? They're like, hey, this spell's pretty cool.
You never know, John. You never know. Chains out. They're trying to defend on Na'Vi. I'm really not sure what the idea is now. They've got a Bloodthorn up on their Beastmaster. There goes Daze.
Oh, the root, man.
Nico is rooted in place. He'll survive for now. They'll jump XM. XM is going to die, but can you get your Beastmaster out of there? The chase is on from Shiro. He's just so big, but Shiro is going to lose his life. At least the first one with the Aegis. So they've got XM down. Shiro will blink away. Looks like Barker's going to get left behind. And so Na'Vi successfully find a fight. In fact, Shiro's been left alone. Do you have detection? Oh, Shiro! Takes out the support duo on his way. Echo committed. Sing Q not really doing too much damage. Shiro still being chased down. Finally got the juice. Gets here. They'll take down Shiro. Shiro is gone. This fight is very strange. Sing Q will now though. How is Na'Vi in this game still?
Well, they're doing a great job of splitting VG apart. Like, you saw how long it took for Sin-Q to make that decision to jump in. He's not able to jump in on that high ground siege, so they're not able to really provide great coverage. You also got XM caught off guard just a tad bit in the side. They were very split up, trying to focus down their damage on Niku while he was little friends rooted. And that split of attention just gave that moment for Na'Vi. This full Bloodthorn as well is providing damage for Got the Juice, especially as BKBs get committed earlier on. So in a prolonged fight, you do have this turnaround potential for some damage to come in. And felt like VG was just kind of all in with the Aegis, trying to get that mid set of racks, which they don't find as well. So it's a shot in the arm for Na'Vi. They get to stay alive a little bit longer. They still have their mid racks, despite losing their bot a while ago. And for VG, it's not the end of the world. They have to be a bit cautious about all of these items coming in, but it's still a very complicated process for Na'Vi to find that. I mean, if they find it again, you know, that's a different story. I'm not sure if VG gives you that opportunity, because they were playing pretty over-aggressively there for the most part.
Yeah. Strange kind of game here between these two, but it's been a fun one. For who, I don't know, but it's been fun. You know? Bottom lane. Here we go. Defense is on. Shiro jumping in. PMA already losing half his HP. They throw everything at him already, but the Lotus Orb blocked Aurora off. Now the lasso. They've caught themselves a PMA Beastmaster. And XM screams him right to death. Nothing Na'Vi can do but run now. Though they are still trying to chip away here with Niku, but Niku can't really keep the fight going. It's like Daze is in glimmer. He's going to be dying eventually.
That heal.
They'll take him out.
Oh, Shiro was just short of getting that stun off onto PMA. Could have been a little bit worse than Na'Vi if the Avalanche did connect. But it's still a really tough spot. 1 minute without your Beastmaster. Lines instantly drawn onto that mid racks here for Vici Gaming. Already set to correct the creep wave down on mid. Still a little bit far out though to start to get through that back door. But they do have the creep wave bot as well, so should get some progress in. Mind you, not that much long left. Feels like once the creep waves are there, the respawns are up.
Shiro's about to show us a magic trick, I think, John. And nobody around to you know, volunteer, I suppose is the word I'm looking for, as he's going to go for the mid racks. Yeah, the defense, one last such attempt, I guess, from Na'Vi. Vici Gaming still pretty pretty conservative in the way they want to play this, it seems. Not looking to do anything too crazy. They will just go ahead and back their way out of there. Roshan's still going to be dead for a while, it looks like. But nobody looking to play too risky. I mean, Vici's got a 15k advantage. I think they feel as though they are the stronger team as the game does go on, and I kind of agree with that sentiment. Na'Vi, they're the ones on the hunt for a way back into this game now. Oh!
What?
So Shiro went for the...
He got the bobble.
He got the bobble on Shiro.
I don't mind that, because look what he has.
Real?
He has the crude enchantment. Yeah, base attack time on Tiny, it's massive. No? Like, if it goes to tier 5 and he keeps it again and he gets another form of BAT reduction, I'd say that's preferable for Tiny if you don't need something like a Minotaur Horn. Right? So it's actually pretty alright. Not amazing. Kinda looks griefing, but Tiny with BAT probably makes the most sense here.
Is he telling us, though, that we're going to go late, John? Is that what he's saying? Because it really feels like they're in control of this game, right? Like, what's Dota Plus? Yeah. Dota Plus is saying 92% chance of win for Vici Gaming. I just want to put that out there, John. I just want to put that out there. 91. It was 92%, ladies and gentlemen. My eyesight is fine. It was, I promise.
Yeah, Mike's used to looking at these lines. He's been enjoying reading these lines in different formats, I'm sure, Mikey.
I've enjoyed nothing recently, Jonathan. Nothing. You're talking about trading again, aren't you, Joe? Don't even get me
line go
started.
up, line go down.
Don't.
Line go left, line go right. Lines.
Feels like someone's drawing the lines these days, Jonathan. That's my problem. You know, the lines aren't random anymore. Here we go.
That is a little bit surprising. I was just staring at Shiro, and when he uses... Oh, there it is. Look, the Silver Edge. The crab doesn't hide. Why?
Oh, the crab's not hiding.
It's not right.
That's not right at all.
Don't leave a crab behind.
No, the crab doesn't know any of this. Now, naturally, I think the enemy can't see that, thankfully, John.
Yeah.
But the crab indeed does not get to be in this.
My immersion's taken away from me.
Yeah. Don't hide crabs. I think is what we learn here, Jonathan. Take that how you
We're learning a lot, Mikey.
Jump in. Harp into the tree. Look at that, John. How broken was that?
I hate that.
PMA is going to be fine. Meanwhile, though, Niku, Lasso, it's going to connect the Sonic Wave. Niku, he's tanked everything, but he's still going to die. They'll get him eventually. Roar out. Niku buys back. They're trying to move in onto Shiro. Shiro with the BKB casually walking his way out of there, but he's out of BKB now, and they've got him controlled up. Shiro is down for 100 without buyback. Well, that's concerning, Shiro. That's a long time without buyback. Roshan's available, by the way.
And they blew everything there on VG, just jumping Niku. You saw how many things they threw out. They threw out the slam, they threw out lasso, they threw everything they could to try to find that kill. They're trying to position themselves to find this Roche. They're cut off
They're
of it.
trying on to Y. Y is very tanky.
Oh, he's so tanky.
He's so tanky. Look at it.
All little friends.
Little friends. Oh, what a root.
Isn't it great?
Oh. It actually is pretty cool, I'm not going to lie.
It's insane.
I'm an edge player. I'll enjoy myself. Oh, that's a nice lasso. Buck's got a double lasso. They still find Aurora though on XM. XM, he's the one in danger. Nobody has one down, but XM with the Bloodstone actually healing up. Even with the silence, he's just standing his ground. He doesn't care. Still, they are losing bodies left, right, and center here. Vici Gaming trying to find Wine up with the Sonic Wave out from XM. Finding a double. He's got a third. Daze trying to get away, but they have detection. Vici Gaming, no issues. Roshan is available. Na'Vi 3 down without buyback.
It's the big opening for VG, and they timed that perfectly as well. Respawn's coming up on Shiro. He can just stroll in, get the Aegis if he'd want, although the coverage for XM is probably a lot more important here. And for Na'Vi, they overstay their welcome, trying to make that move onto this Ench. I mean, it's just asking for trouble. And this is an inch just with Pipe of Insight for durability. It is just way too much after you blow all of your burst damage out in that initial onslaught. And again, the little friends just stalled them out as well. You're not able to get the right clicks off. You're not able to play around there for Niku. It's these fights post-BKB for both sides that are causing issues. You have to be so careful after that initial jump in. And you have to think about how you go in and out. Daze?
Daze. They know he's around somewhere. They'll hunt him down, and eventually they are going to find him. Nice and easy for XM. Man, you got 5,000 HP almost on this Tiny. Like, what are you meant to do about him? What are you meant to do? Look at this.
Throw everything you can to kill him? That's what they've been doing on Na'Vi. At least the respawns are coming in. But it's gonna be Megas. It's gonna be a last stand here. Na'Vi have to make this work out somehow.
The time to make it work out was probably about 30 minutes ago, John. I want to say for Na'Vi. 1 T4 down. Oh, Soulbind is out. They are going to try one last time to jump in. XM almost dying, but not really quite. Raw committed. XM, though, still alive. They can't kill him. He's going to make it out. They got the juice down. They're out of gas here on the side of Na'Vi. Still trying for the Quap. XM finally losing his Aegis, but the GG is called. Na'Vi, I mean, it was a decent idea with the draft, but I don't know. It's like they never really even try to get started, you know?
No, and again, this is one of the issues I have when I see that Beastmaster safe lane. It just feels like the timing is not as quick as you'd expect because you get Ags, and then you kind of sit back and keep farming into Blink. And it's really that wait for the next 2,000 gold. Like, yeah, it's pretty decently fast, but it doesn't feel quick enough to play with this Ag spike. And that's really what we saw here for Na'Vi. They had a decent enough laning start. It was very even across the board. And then you hit that Ag's timing, and then you don't find anything. You sit back, you farm. Meanwhile, VG, they're farming up their own tools. They instantly go for, what, second item, third item BKBs here across the board. So that already cuts off a ton of damage from this Roar Drums of Slam combination you're looking for. And your scaling is just much cleaner on the side of Vici Gaming. Like, Na'Vi went all in for early tempo. They were still finding some good damage later on, to be fair. A lot more than I would have expected overall. This is the one moment where Na'Vi was finding some clean turnaround. They were very split up here on VG. They find this backline jump. They're trying to burst down with those little friends. Not quite enough to really force the issue onto Niku. And they get a little bit overly aggressive. Xinqiu never found the angle in for a Blink Slam as well. They just didn't manage to maximize their potential here for Vici. One of the better fights for Na'Vi, but again, this moment was also just not enough by itself. So I think for Na'Vi, they executed as well as they could have. I think it's worth looking back as to what went wrong with this Beastmaster Pause 1. Why couldn't they hit the tempo they were looking for on it? Because it just feels like when we used to see it, once you get that Ags, you are running in. And here for Na'Vi, maybe they were just, again, waiting for this Blink. Maybe they didn't feel like they had enough with their Centaur and Ember to compensate as well, but you miss that timing, it just gets harder. It just gets so difficult to look for that late game opening.
I think at least you're onto something, right? Like, I think maybe the idea was that they just had no lockdown, right? There was just no Blink, no way to initiate, and truthfully, that's probably what it was, because I believe the Blink on PMA came pretty late. I don't believe Niku went for a Chains build either, so you probably just didn't have the lockdown. But you know, with a draft like this, you probably couldn't afford to drag it out past 40 minutes either. I mean, hell, 30 minutes was already pushing it. There you have it. Vici Gaming finding a 2-1 victory over Na'Vi here today. That does unfortunately mean for Na'Vi's end of things that they are still yet without a win, so they're going to have to play in the 0-2 bracket tomorrow. For Vici Gaming, though, however, Jonathan, they're in the 1-1. That's a nicer place to be.
Yep. Much safer zone, of course. Again, with the format for Swiss, every single series counts, and for Vici to, you know, claw their way up a little bit after a rough day one does lead to very good things. It's hard to say who I'd give the standout player for this game. I want to say Y, actually. I think this Enchantress just bought so much space. You know, the movement across with all these enchanted creeps was amazing in the early game. This understanding that it was a massive Little Friends game as well. The Ag second item pickup for Y, insanity, right? Like that route is just devastating. When you have a summon build, when you have a dominator builder, you're just getting what, 2 seconds minimum for route plus 2 creeps around. That's a 3-second route on a 20-second cooldown that can't be dispelled. It's insane. So I like that Y kind of highlighted that in this game. And again, his rotations early were massive. And for Vici Gaming, this is the Vici Gaming that I think you and I expected to see yesterday, where it was Vici that was kind of struggling with understanding what they'd want in drafts. And I think this time we're seeing it's also Na'Vi that's kind of trying to understand what they'd want and how to maximize these drafts. Doesn't quite pan out. They still have chances, but going 0-2, they're 1 loss away from getting out of Wallachia, Mike.
Yeah, not a great position to be in for Na'Vi. Again, certainly better for Vici Gaming. Jonathan, that does lead us into our next series of the day here for the B stream. We are having MOUZ up against GamerLegion. What an exciting matchup we've got coming right up. I think that one should be pretty exciting. I know I've said the word exciting quite a few times, Jonathan, but I genuinely think we're in for a bit of a fun match here between these two sides. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with MOUZ up against GamerLegion.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
să-ți însoare. La 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 la. Să-ți fie va de păcat și-ai ra-i-ra. Să-ți fie va de păcat, mai iubit și mai lăsat. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă, m-ai lăsat ca pe-o străină. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând, m-ai lăsat pe drum plângând. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus și-ai ra-i-ra. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un oraș pe sus. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un oraș pe sus. La 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 Paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cofița, ude cu cofița, ca să crească vița, ca să crească vița. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu găleata, ude cu găleata, ca să crească roada, ca să crească roada. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu ulciorul, ude cu ulciorul, să crească ficiorul, să crească ficiorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cănița, ude cu cănița, să crească fetița, să crească fetița. La 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 la.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series of the night. GamerLegion up against MOUZ Esports, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Series number 2. This is the one that's you and I have been excited about. How you doing?
Doing great. You know, this should be exciting. I feel like this is actually a relatively even matchup. This one has gone back and forth historically, at least in the past year, with an earlier half of the year going the way of GamerLegion, but more recently a little bit more drawn out, with MOUZ winning their most recent meetup up against each other in Birmingham. So this should be a fun one to watch. Of course, you've got Ghost on with GamerLegion. With MOUZ, they're a very different MOUZ to what we've seen at, Wallachia Season 6, where we saw that amazing moment where they managed to get that win, you know, with mid one on hand. Different team now, just a little bit more, with certain players going in and out. So it's going to be very interesting to see who does come out on top here, because it feels like these two teams should have very different playstyles to what we've been seeing from our series overall. And I'm keen on seeing what adjustments are made or what difference there are in drafts, because there are some different heroes that have been popping up. Ghost has been playing safe lane by Viper for whatever reason. You know, Boom's been having like his Sand King. And I'm keen on seeing what you do allow true here. Oh, and Speed and Ike have been playing Venomancer 5. That's something that excited Mike, I'm sure.
Radiant team.
Yeah, you know, he does like his weird stuff. The Venomancer 5, why the hell not? We'll see if they are going to bring it out. Could be absolutely broken for all we know. GamerLegion looking for some more bans, and we are going to see the Viper being removed, thankfully.
Radiant teams.
MOUZ are going to go straight into the Phoenix, and this is a hero that I have been enjoying watching quite a bit. I think Sunray is proving to be very nice, sustain. Even at level 1, we've just seen how many times this hero can turn a fight just with that Sunray heal alone. So I do like the fact that we are seeing it coming out.
Yeah, and it does feel like, you know, heroes that hit the egg really fast haven't been too popular, at least in the matches we've watched. So it does feel like you get away with the egg far more often than you normally would, or you have to commit so much more resources to focus that egg. I'm keen on seeing just how much you can get out of it. GamerLegion do go into Beastmaster, and this is a hero that, you know, you love to talk about Fade in his micro. Beastmaster is one of those heroes for him. We've seen it before, back in his time in NA. In the NA DPC, and this is something he's very comfy with. And we've just seen what Beastmaster can do from offlane. I'm hoping for GamerLegion this is not some funky flex that they end up handing to Ghost, because Ghost as a player is someone who loves to farm and loves to really hit a later mid-game timing rather than something nice, fast, and quick. And it just feels like Beastmaster is way too sensitive for how Ghost likes to play his game. So for GamerLegion, considering our track record with seeing Pause 1 Beastmasters, it should just be shoved onto Fade, but we'll have to wait and see.
Looking forward to it. One more ban for GamerLegion.
I can't get over it looking at RCY. This is a kid that missed an NADPC match to pick up his mom at the airport. And here he is, you know. You remember that, right? He got to stand in. He was like, oh, I had to pick up my mom at airport. It's like, all right. Good kid.
You know, he is a good kid. I mean, it's just, you know, why would you make him pick you up if you had a professional match on?
Look, you don't get it. You don't get it. It's the Filipino family, Mike. It's the Asian family. You don't get it.
No, I do.
You got to do your thing, you know?
I do, because you've told me no plenty of times and things that I think are plenty simple because of family things. And you just told me it's Filipino things, and I till now I just don't comprehend what the problem is. You know?
Yeah, it's just a
but there you
cultural
go,
difference,
Jonathan.
Mikey. There you go.
Well, you know, the teams might not want a guy that drops out because of, you know, having to pick someone up at the airport, John, is all I'm saying.
That was in the NADPC, and you know, those were different times for RCY.
Oh, so just the official DPC of Valve. That's all it was. Ruby pick up a GamerLegion.
It was one match. Can't you give the guy a break? One match.
I'm not blaming him. I wouldn't say no to my parents either. I'm directing this directly at the parent involved. There's MOUZ. We'll go for a tiny pickup. And an IO.
do like seeing this for the side of MOUZ. A lot of sustain with that Sun Rays you were talking about in the Phoenix with Tether up. Tether's just been so annoying. I hate that it gained back its slow. It's just pain to run through. Mind you, for GamerLegion, this is looking like a pretty decent Rubik game. Some good spells to steal here from all of the heroes. Even the spirits from Io can do a lot of damage here from Rubik, especially with his innate having that little bit more of AoE to bump out. Widow Spirits is going to be quite nice. I'm curious to see if they have any solutions, though, for this global presence outright, because now you're potentially running Io Tiny on safe lane. This is a very natural Io carry combination. Tiny goes for right click nowadays. You go for Echo Saber, Silver Edge, kind of build up. And with an Io behind you, I mean, that's just so much damage in a very short span. There's your answer for that regen. We saw this before as well. Doom does come out for GamerLegion, and this should be our pause 1. I'm expecting this now to go for Ghost. You still keep the Beastmaster on off lane, and Doom safe lane does scale.
10 seconds
It doesn't scale quickly, but it can scale up. There is some damage there with, say, Echo Saber build-up as well. So I don't mind this for GamerLegion. You have a way of mitigating a lot of that sustain that MOUZ is building up here. And there you go. There's the Venomancer for good old speed. Absolutely broken.
Yeah.
As you'd expect.
Yeah, it's, here it is. Here it is in all its glory. The Venomancer's made its appearance. MOUZ,
seconds remaining.
see what they're about it? Am I meant to like this hero right now, John, this Veno hero? Is it, I'll give you a chance to tell me if it's good. Is it actually any good, John?
It's actually pretty annoying. His new ability, which attaches some sort of ward onto you and it attacks every time you attack, it does a lot of damage on heroes like Wind Ranger, to be fair. But you can throw it onto a Tiny, make him think twice about trying to burst down, although he will still outburst that little ward attacking. It's very interesting. I think just having all of these DOTs up against healing is also massive. Some healing reduction on top is always important. Doubling down with your Doom. So I do think it fits in here. My worry for GamerLegion is there is a very big lack of control. You've got Roar at least to handle the Pangolier.
10 seconds
and you've got the Doom, but not much else. The lift back is there. Maybe you get the Centaur up on Doom to try to hold heroes back, but it's not particularly amazing. I'm wondering if there's something for GamerLegion on mid that helps kind of fix that. There is a puck that's still available. Both sides are probably looking to ban that out. More so MOUZ, as with his Pango pickup, your chances are you're just going to be running that for Lornoff on mid. So probably not looking to flex that one too hard here. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think the concern for GamerLegion is there is a lack of control. That can be a bit problematic, especially since you're only handling for Pango is the Roar, which means everyone else is going to be free to run around without worrying about Roar.
10 seconds
I'll ban out the Morphling first, so probably just taking care of some big Ghostiers. Maybe they expect something like mid Beastmaster here for RCY, off-lane Doom instead for Fade, and a win condition for Ghost, which makes sense. Again, when you think about Ghost, he does love big win condition heroes, so probably hedging their bets a bit on MOUZ.
Dire team ban.
Storm Spirit banned out, Morphling already removed by MOUZ. Potentially still a position 1 for Ghost to come. MOUZ? Still looks like they could use a mid lane or an off lane. Doesn't really matter which one. Seems like the side of GamerLegion think that there's a mid coming.
5 seconds remaining.
41% win rate for Pango. And people still go back to it just because it does everything.
How great is it?
You'd think after how many years of Pango having this kind of win rate and still always being picked, we'd finally move on. But we haven't.
No. Probably never will, John. Probably never will.
It reminds me of that time when, when Mars was fresh in CM and we saw Mars straight for 2 years? Even after nerfs, and then finally people gave up. The streak with Pango has been so much longer. It's kind of nuts.
Pango has been pretty insane. The life of this hero. I mean, I think it just it's just the amount of utility the hero provides, John. It's probably never going to get old. Probably never.
No.
People seem to think it's fun as well. You know? Is that player that really liked it? Lucky? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
Lucky. Yeah. Lucky.
Good old Lucky.
NADPC days.
Yeah.
A lifetime ago.
Kind of guy you have to be a Pango enjoyer, John. Not saying anything about it.
Hey,
all I'm
he's
saying
a pretty
is,
well-adjusted person. That's saying something for the NADPC.
Was he, John?
He's very well-adjusted. Yeah, he is.
Was
All
he?
things considered. Yeah. He's no Italiano gangstar.
That's true. That's true.
Really protecting that Pango pick with a Bloodseeker ban as well. I figured you already have the Beastmaster anyway. You're probably not doubling down on that.
10 seconds.
I want to say as well, was it just me, because this Wallachia's team is green, right? And when we cut into that intro with the team logos and all, it felt like Venomancer would be waiting at the end. It just looked so misty with toxicness, you know? Because we used to have the intros with like the heroes fighting each other. It was what? CM versus X, and then the next one had Zeus coming in. I felt like, I wanted to see the Veno at the end there just to really make it toxic with the green, you know? This feels like the hero of the tournament. It should be. Surely, Venomancer is the hero of the tournament.
Dire team pick.
Well, maybe soon. We'll see, John. We'll see very, very soon.
You don't sound convinced, Mikey. It's okay.
No, I'm not, John. I'm not convinced. Not at all. I want to see it, though. This Venomancer popping off. You know?
10
Final
seconds
ban out.
remaining.
MOUZ.
5
Still looking for
seconds
potentially
remaining.
a mid. Reserve time it is.
Radiant team.
A lot of
pick.
reserve time. Right?
Oh! Slaughter is going to be where we go.
I mean, it's still flexible enough. It also plays with IO really nicely. This Slaughter IO combo is actually insane because of, the sprint. It can be quite nuts to try to chase that combination down. Tiny plays nicely with a minus armor, so can Pango. So I like how it is all stitches together. You keep that flex open as well, depending on what GamerLegion will want to throw mid. You can run Pango mid, you can run Tiny, you can run Slaughter mid. All these heroes go to any position. So you can kind of see what GamerLegion close out with, what they're likely to do. And Necrophos? The heck is this?
I'll tell you what, they didn't look too happy about it
Necrophos?
either. They did
What?
not, I mean, that is a classic. It is. Is this not a classic Ghost pick?
I don't think of Ghosts when I think of Necrophos. I think of, I don't know,
Well,
hard carries, like Morphling.
I mean, think about it, John. Think about it. I mean, Necrophos.
I see.
You see what I'm.
I see.
You see
I
where
see.
I'm going, John.
No, but Necrophos isn't a ghost. He makes ghosts because he kills them. Kills people. If you played Death Prophet, I could see it clearer.
He turns into a ghost, John. He's got an ability called Ghost Shroud, Jonathan. Right?
I
shrouds himself in ghost.
I suppose. I don't know if I like this draft though in GamerLegion. I mean,
it's
there's some interesting things though. Okay, there's the green aspect as well. I like that, Mikey, but it's green and red. It doesn't fully count, right? And there is that new item, the Ghost Scepter upgrade, which drains the enemy's movement speed and their health regeneration, which is kind of nice. But all the heroes on MOUZ, they kind of are all natural nullifier builders. Like Lornoff can go for it, Boom can go for it. So you're not really fully secure in this Necrophos game. I mean, I'm not sure what to think about this. It's we haven't seen Necro for a long time. I think the last time we've been seeing Necrophos, it didn't really feel amazing, and I don't think this patch changed enough for Necrophos to be great. But mind you, GamerLegion's running Necrophos Venomancer as a lane. That is disgusting. That is just that is gross, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if GamerLegion don't win that lane, it feels like you're in trouble, because Necrophos does need a running start. He wants to hit a fast 6. He wants to be able to get some early Reaper sights going. Get nice shard timing. Keep that healing going. And if you don't, it can fall flat. So I say it's safer to play MOUZ's draft, more straightforward, even with some like Roar for Pangolier, Doom for Io. Even then, like, your safety net is wider, because if you can scale into late game, that might not matter so much. For GamerLegion, you have to win early. If you don't, And there is some damage, right? Like we've seen it. Beastmaster can do some damage. Doom as well can definitely go for a little bit more right click, but it's not as straightforward as what MOUZ have. So I'm keen on seeing what they execute here for GamerLegion, because I'm trying to convince myself, and I see at least the lane is hellish. But beyond that, I'm not sure what you're expecting.
Oh, I think it's going to be great, John. I feel like Necrophos is one of those heroes. Like, if you get off to an amazing start, you can just jump in and just be the absolute biggest menace. You know? Just, we'll see. If there was ever a guy to make it work, it's going to be Ghost, John. It's lore accurate.
30 seconds to battle.
I suppose.
MOUZ?
You ever wonder?
What is it, John?
I was going to say, you ever wonder if there was ever a tournament where Ghost and Chucky swapped, and we didn't even know?
The thing is, though, no offense to Chucky, I don't think anyone knows who Chucky is, John. You would never know. Literally,
exactly.
like if
So
Chucky
if you swap,
just
you
never
wouldn't know.
reveals he exists. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chucky's his brother, by the way, in case anyone's
His
wondering.
twin brother.
Twin brother. In case it wasn't obvious, John.
Yeah,
Banner
just in
rune's
case.
picked up.
Yeah.
Okay, it is going to be a 3-for-1 banner rune trade in favor of GamerLegion. Very nice. Bottom lane, again, you went over this disgusting lane. Necrophos and Venomancer. This is how pandemics start, Jonathan. Disgusting stuff here. The bottom lane from GamerLegion.
It is.
Yeah.
You have to appreciate that new spell on Venomancer, Mike. Snake Bite. Very cool. Up against high right-click heroes, high attack speed heroes. I don't know if that's really going to be that big of a problem for Boom, but hey, it's going to be a bit of a pest. Which is exactly what this lane is supposed to be. Just so much sustain as well for Ghost to play with to counteract Yamich's own sustain. You're up against a melee matchup. You've got a lot of DOTs. Like, this bot lane should be secure. If it's not secure for GamerLegion, you're in trouble. So Ghost should have some good timings here, especially since he is going for that classic Radiance build-up on our Necro. And look at that damage. Isn't it great?
Yeah.
Ice Frog's finest creation.
Yeah. At least he's got a doctor nearby, John. Io's there. You know? He's gone. Mid lane. RCY, Lorinov, they'll be going at it together. Doesn't really feel like either one's going to struggle too much, but obviously, RCY, these axe spam, it can get a little bit, ridiculous as time goes on. Lorinov probably going to be abusing that shield crash quite a bit. See who wins out the mid lane. Does seem like RCY might just have an advantage here.
Yeah. I like that he's really playing around with shoving lane and microing his boars away from the swash. So he's always got the double boars up. He's always got a lot of damage to just safely poke at Lorinov, make this lane extra annoying. There is some mirrored ward setup actually on both sides. They do clear out Ghost in the end.
They certainly do. Not great news when you want to be lane dominant with this combination either. It seems like Yamich almost dying to the snake bite, but not quite. Not the greatest feeling in the world dying like that when you are trying to have a dominant lane as this Necrophos, but nonetheless, back into the lane. Tips out from Yamich, keeping morale high for Boone.
Yep. And that is a concern for GamerLegion. Still looking at that top lane first, and this is a pretty passive lane for Crystallis and Fade. You're just going to be looking to farm. No one's going to really overstep. I mean, there is some more threat here, I would say, from the side of MOUZ. With the Avalanche, with a couple of Fire Spirits out, with the dive available, you can kind of try to punish Fade. I do like that Fade opts for Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, just to have some poke back in case Crystallis tries to make a commitment. It is a lot of damage, being percent-based damage as well. So there's some play here. Just probably the most quiet lane up top. And bot is where you'd expect all of the action, along with the pokes on mid. And again, for bot lane to die like that, I mean, early levels for Necrophos are when he's at his worst, right? Like, level 2 is not a massive spike. Getting Heartstopper Aura, it's not really going to do much to hold people back. It's really when you get Ghost Shroud and, like, level 2 Death Pulse. He hits level 3, he has the level 2 Death Pulse, but still no Ghost Shroud protection, which means there's still always an opportunity if you overextend here.
Oh, bottom again. Chase on a Ghost. This time he'll be okay to retreat. Boom, really trying to find the openings here on this slider. Meanwhile, mid, you're seeing Lorinov getting very low. Thankfully for him, Ake or rather Ike is able to get in there to save the day as the Phoenix. Certainly, though, proving to be a pretty challenging lane now for Lorinov on this Pangali. Again, you're at the stage now with these level 2 wild axes. It's going to be very hard to sustain yourself against this Beastmaster. It seems like, in fact, Ike is just going to stick around for a while. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, Lorinov does need the top up from the Watrun, has it, but it's still a little bit of a rough go. You can just stand so much further back here for RCY. He's been doing a great job of just microing his boars, ensuring they don't die, and just always having that 2 boar setup for himself. Lorinov, he is still keeping up at the least, to an extent.
Boom almost goes down on the slider, saved just barely by Yamich. But he is going to be stuck there for a while. There's not really much regen to come. Yamich will just passively heal him up. Does have the salve now. Overall, 0-1 for MOUZ. I mean, nothing really too much happening in these lanes. Sure, if you're MOUZ, you might be a little bit concerned about how well the mid lane's gone for RCY. Offlane also going pretty well for Fade on this Doom. So I guess in some sense, GamerLegion, you could make the argument came out on top of the laning stage, at least for now. It still feels even enough, though, considering the advantages they should have with these hero matchups.
Yeah, the key thing is if GamerLegion can kind of maintain this into, say, that Radiance timing, if this is relatively quick for Ghost, that's when things do get scary. You know, that's when that frontline presence, that durability starts to kick in. I'm wondering again if you get the Crozier here for Ghost, the upgrade to that Ghost Scepter, the Krellis Crozier, can be quite interesting as a secondary save from your Ghost Shroud. And again, that healing reduction, the gains as well. They are starting to pressure RCY, but he does hit level 6 now. Can be a bit dangerous here.
Oh, Roar is out onto Ike. See you later. Bigner with the easiest setup of his life. Bottom, speed. Also going to be chased down with the Venomancer, and Boom's going to be able to cut him off just fine here on the Veno. A bit of a trade across the map. I'd say, though, you're pretty happy as RCY. I mean, you're getting a free kill. You're finding free farm. It does start to feel like it's going to be a pretty strong Beastmaster game from RCY if things keep going the way they are.
Yeah. And that farm
assuming
pace
nobody
is going.
has to be picked up from the airport, John. You know,
oh yeah, no
phone calls come in.
He filed his substitution early, Mikey. It's not like he left mid-series there. Come on.
Okay.
He didn't leave mid-series. All right. And
he would have
yeah, I mean,
run that with me as the coach, John. I'll tell you what. you'd be playing the game. We'll book an Uber. Don't you worry.
All right. He's going for the Ags build up in RCY, which does make sense. I think, again, just looking for that early tempo. Just keen on seeing how early they'll want to play with it. Chase down a little bit up top. Do like this from Fade. A little bit more aggressive on that Doom in his positioning. Not scared of too much. Has the max out Scorched Earth along with that Speed Aura. So he's able to kind of go in and out quite nicely. The bot lane, no excitement over the Shrines of Wisdom.
Yamich.
Just a 1-for-1.
Yamich, be careful. The Skellies. Hey, he's alright. He knows what he's doing.
I think, again, you are a little bit concerned. Like, Ghost with that death earlier, sure, it looked bad, but he's still finding that form. It's going to be a nice Radiance time here for your Necropos. A decent level 6 spike as well. So you could look to make a play with that Reaper's Sight if you want. Top lane, Crystallis.
Nice little TP away from Crystallis. Maybe just fine to escape, but we'll be having to make the walk all the way back to the laning stage. So not the greatest for the Tiny, but just needed to get out of there. Meanwhile, amp damage for RCY has already queued up the Aghanim Scepter, of course, on the Beastmaster. And I hate to keep repeating myself, John, but if you are MOUZ, this is the guy you got to kind of be worried about. Like, you know this Necrophost of Ghost is going to take a while to be a bit of a threat back top lane. Fade does get caught out. As I was trying to say, though, I think MOUZ need to be a little bit more focused on what RCY is doing, because this Beastmaster, it can take over the game with a quick Ags, and something tells me he's not going to sit back and farm with it. So that's pretty good news.
Yeah, and this should be a much more active Beastmaster compared to the paused ones we've been seeing. The Ag's timing should lead to some really good aggression. In fact, they're already lining up here. Larnoff doesn't have roll.
He cut him off very nicely there, RCY. It's predicting the movement of Larnoff and finding a really impactful kill. That's your mid-Pango just going down for nothing. So RCY, happy days already. Updated as well, by the way, on Ghost down at bottom. Like, considering he gave away that first kill, he's been having a... Oh my goodness, Ike. Can he get away from the ball? Oh, Ike, run.
Oh, no.
Don't show the tree plant.
Oh, tree.
He's alright. He even has time to lay an egg. Oh, but here comes Speed. Look at Speed, Jonathan.
Come on. The play ward. No, Speed.
The ward. No, can't see him yet. No, they find him.
Off favors.
They find him. No problems.
Dodge and fire everywhere, little Ike. Not quite enough, but yeah, I mean, again, this timing for the Radiance for Ghost is going to be amazing. That is the concern, because this was the one weakness MOUZ could have exploited. This Necrophos in the first 3 levels doesn't really do too much. You were getting good coverage out from Speedo. It made it really hard to gap close in. At the least, Ghost hasn't looked for a rotation with the first Reaper's Sight, but Radiance is only about 2,000 gold away, and there's no contesting him. He's finding all of that farm for free bot.
And there goes
Doom out.
some more Phoenix, Jonathan. Not much more of an ironic way to die than a Phoenix on fire. There you go, Fade will find another for himself. MOUZ, I mean, I don't know if you really want to play the slow game here, but you don't really have much of a choice. Like, you've got a Slider off lane, you've got a Pos 1 Tiny, you've got a mid-Pango that hasn't really taken off. So you're kind of stuck now, dragging out the game, kind of like Vici Gaming were last time around. Thing is, it doesn't, again, feel like GamerLegion's going to sit back and relax. They are moving. Top lane, here we go again. Smoke out. They'd love to find Crystallis, and they just may. They'll hang out to the north of him, moving in slowly but surely. Help is incoming from Lorenov. They're going to try and move in onto Fade, but Fade, he's running quick. He is running quick. Can they kill him? They can. Pretty nice kill here for the side of MOUZ. The follow-up? Oh, that's annoying. He actually took the Pango with it. But they've got Crystallis if he doesn't TP away in time, but he does. Very nice.
That's a pretty big waste of time from the side of GamerLegion. Where, like, that's time where Ghost is not farming, shows up in this lane. They're going to find a tier 1, but they would have found it anyhow. And they don't really get too much for their efforts. At the least, RCY, again, he's been left alone. That's a key thing. Ag's just one part away. Key timings for MOUZ, though, starting to line up. Blink up on Boom is a pretty good timing. They've got some ways to jump in. They can try to utilize that with some relocates later on. Got the levels up on these supports as well. Another rune coming out here for RCY, though. But he's not been too active with it. At least not until this Ags is up. Maybe then, you know, if he gets that while he has this haste rune up, yeah, some action can start to open up on the map. Still, it's been a relatively quiet game, 12 minutes in. Just 8 kills across the board so far in total. And again, it's just about hitting these massive spikes. It's about that Radiance and Ghost. It's about that Ags on RCY, Echo Saber, Shadow Blade likely for Crystallis. They are smoking out here, though.
They don't really want speed, but they're going to have to settle. Unable to find anyone else. As soon as the smoke does break on Boom, he'll just take the freebie. Radiance almost completed now on Ghost. Just about 300 gold away. Going to line up perfectly as well with RCY's Ags. Just about 200 gold away for him. And immediately Speed's brought out the smoke. I mean, this is just great timing. Ags on your Beastmaster, Radiance on your Necrophos. You couldn't choose a better time to want to play. Yamich, top lane, also going to be caught out. No messing around by Fade. Nice and easy pick off. And this is when you really feel like you can just go. And they are. Bottom lane looks like Ghost will start running at Boom. And they're going to cut him off very nicely. RCY right in the backside. Reaper Scythe. No messing around here from GamerLegion. Keep in mind, that was without the Ags or the Radiance.
Yep.
They just know it's time.
Yep. And they're going to have that big reveal next. For the side of MOUZ, I mean, again, they've got some tools up. Echo Saber for Crystallis, but it's not like we're at the major spikes yet. Right? You still need that Shadow Blade, Silver Edge, Harpoon kind of build up here for the Tiny. You've got that Diffusal on Lornoff. Chances are he might have to think about like an early Nullifier. Or after, say, a Blink. Like kind of skip the Ags for a little bit later, just because trying to pin down Ghost later on is going to be a little bit problematic as the levels go up there on Ghost Shroud. We'll have to see. 6-5, 5k lead, GamerLegion. It's like you said, Mike, with these tools up, should be time to go. Maybe just wait out the cooldowns that they did expend there. Roar just a few seconds off, the sight a little bit longer. I mean, even then, right? Like, even if they don't find these kills, Fade's free farming top. He's got maxed out Devour. He's going for the Midas play. He's going to have a lot of build-up for himself. He can start to scale as well on this Doom, rather than going Auras. And they're just so efficient in that triangle as well. Constantly stacking up, constantly getting this free farm out for RCY. And there's no one contesting. MOUZ has not been able to cross that river all too often. Whereas we've seen GamerLegion invade into that into that bot triangle a couple of times now. I know, like, MOUZ, again, this lineup does need to wait a bit more, but they need to also start to see some openings soon. This is rather interesting as well. Yamich is rushing the Ags on our Io, so he wants that consistent damage out with his Spirits and wants that nice farm for himself as well, which is fair. You get a lot of regen items up on his Io. It can be suddenly very difficult to kill off the rest of MOUZ if he does reach that point. Still a ways off here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting build, though, to say the least from Yamich. Doesn't feel like the biggest priority in the world, that Ags, but I guess you are up against the Doom. You know, it can make it feel like you're kind of pointless unless you do something a little bit special. Now, GamerLegion still well and truly in the lead here. 5k net worth advantage their way. Still anyone's game, though. Still yet to see GamerLegion really try to group up and go crazy here. It seems like they're more than happy just farming. There's going to be a smoke committed by MOUZ. It's not they want to see if they can hunt down anyone in the Radiant Triangle, but nobody's farming around that area. They're not getting lucky at all in this area. Nobody around mid lane either, so all they can do is run top. But Fade's left that area as well. So if they want to fight, they're going to be forced to rotate down towards the bottom lane where it is currently being pushed in by Ghost of the Necrophos. But you're going to have a full squad behind him. And so it does seem like Ghost is just casually going to take this tier 1 tower for free. And instead, MOUZ, they're going to try and pressure the mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, neither side seems to be able to find the fight they'd want, but again, it's GamerLegion that's hitting these critical timings a lot quicker. Blink up now for RCY. So you've got that initiation lined up. They've invaded the triangle as well in GamerLegion, but they're not farming. It is only Yamich down here at the bot lane. Not the biggest target to find, but could be a simple one if they want to commit.
Looks like they spotted out speed. TPs are incoming. MOUZ seems like they want to try and have a crack at this fight. Roar is out from RCY, immediately onto Yamich, who is not dead somehow. Eventually, though, they will catch him. The egg, Reaper's Scythe, proving not to quite be enough. They're going to lose Bignum. Somehow Ike surviving the Reaper's Scythe just barely. How did he even survive that? Just a slither of HP. Skin of his teeth.
Yeah. Ghost just walked back maybe a little bit too early. If they had the additional tick, perhaps you get that kill. But he dropped the sight, got some bursts, and instantly went for the retreat, knowing the TPs were coming in. So you got a support for a support, but you blow a longer cooldown here on the side of GamerLegion. That Reaper sight down for a minute is a bit of an opening for the side of MOUZ. Granted, you don't have Supernova as well, but you still have your roll. You don't have to worry about Roar for just a few more seconds. A little bit too narrow of a window to consider. And you're not losing too much. Fade, though.
Fade? He's pretty confident on the Doom right now. Pretty tanky boy. Interesting times. I mean, for MOUZ, you've got this +1 tiny. Like, you're happy to play the long game. GamerLegion probably not too happy with the way that little engagement panned out for him. And sure, you're still looking pretty strong. They can still choose to get aggressive again with this blink up on RCY. And they are going to try with a smoke.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Heading down towards the bottom lane where they're going to match up with speed. Roshan is available if they just want to try and force that instead, but they won't. Instead, GamerLegion, they're going to run through the dire triangle. Top lane, however, Fade does get caught out. Fade's going to die for nothing. And there's smoke. I mean, they're still trying to move up towards the side of MOUZ. The smoke is about to wear off, but they've got time to get there. Boom, going to see Speed. Jumps in on the slider. Speed, he's got plenty of help around him, but they are hesitating quite a bit for the jump. Lorinov going to show himself as well, but they have lost the Venomancer now as they do jump in onto the IO. Yamich not dying yet. Reaper Sight, though, will get the job done. But still a great fight for MOUZ. They'll drop the Phoenix Egg on top. Chase on for Bignum. Bignum gonna get caught out. We'll turn around back onto Boom. Boom eventually dropping low. Will go down to Ghost, but they do at least find Bignum as now the chase is on for Ghost, but the avalanche not gonna quite land. In fact, now the turnaround. RCY jumping in the middle of 3 of them. Ghost will move back in as well, trying to chase down Lorinov, who's out of options here. All he can do is shield crash to the low ground, but he can't swash away. He's going to drop. Chase on for Ike, wanting another. And it seems like they should find him eventually. The Crystallis moving back in. This looks a little bit crazy. Oh, Crystallis. Can't find the kill on Ike either. Oh, Crystallis. Gonna go down. Fade's run out of there. Meanwhile, Yamich TPing back in, trying to go after RCY, gonna pay with his life. Ghost will clean up. And somehow, Fade, he ran out of there alive.
Gets to bail out, playing on the edge. Excellently executed from the side of GamerLegion, right? Like, they know how far they can push themselves with this region. You saw the positioning out from Ghost. After getting that kill on the IO, they were kind of trying to retreat back. He hangs out by the Roche Pit. He knows they're going to make that move onto the Rubik. And he knows he's going to be able to burst down afterwards with the Death Pulse and still have an escape plan with the Death Seeker as well. Like, this Necrophos is at its peak timing. Consecrated Wraps now up. You've got a barrier. You've got some magic res to play with on top of everything else. He's got 2 stacks off without Reaper's Sight now. A nice amount of regen to play with. It's a lot more durable when you pop everything up.
Could be getting caught here, Boom. RCY's having a look, jumps in with the Roar, and with Ghost around as well. Immediate Reaper's Scythe, no messing around, wants the stacks, and does get him. 3 stacks now for Ghost on the Reaper's Scythe passive. And we're looking at the previous team fight. It looked like a bad start for GamerLegion. Like, once MOUZ jumped in, it looked like maybe they had a chance, but ultimately GamerLegion, once they had the IO down, they do go for this small retreat, but MOUZ eventually just moving a bit too far for Bigman. End up getting punished, and it's one of the things, you've got a lot of sustain here with RCY and Ghost. If they don't get bursted down, they can play this really nice, long, slow fight. And obviously, as you can see, John, it works out in their favor.
Yeah, I feel like the one issue for MOUZ there is that Ike was forced to drop Egg early and they couldn't get the follow. Right, like, they were already on the retreat. Their setup to keep them within egg range was just too far out, and they got split apart. The chase was kind of split between below on the river and up on the cliff area. And yeah, that little juke around coming in, just pretty sickening from Fade. And you just can't stop this Necrophos, man. Yeah, on edge. Fade's been... Yeah, that's something you have to appreciate about any Dota, right? Like, they love playing on edge. Fade knows how to push his limits, and this is looking really good in GamerLegion so far. 14-9, still gunning for more. Just a bit of poke onto Boom. But man, is this Necrophos becoming a massive issue. Going for the Lotus Orb next, just all defensive so far. You're starting to get quite a fair bit of damage coming through from RCY and even from Fade, who is going to go for that BKB Harpoon build on the Doom, going for some right-click later on. Actually quite terrifying with a maxed out Infernal Blade. So they've covered their bases in GamerLegion. They're making up for this lack of natural carry nicely. MOUZ, we haven't seen the big relocate plays yet. have to see something pan out.
They're coming. MOUZ, not willing to let Roshan go for free, but can they find themselves the correct target? It seems like GamerLegion know they're coming.
Dire's courier.
In fact, I think they might have smoked underneath Vision. There is a mid-ward. So GamerLegion just waiting for this smoke to break. A nice wraparound thus far, but here comes the smoke break. They've made the jump in on Ghost. Maybe they can hope for the Necrophos. Ghost, he will end up going down first. They do lose Boom in the meantime as the fight will continue now. The Phoenix egg right in the middle getting bursted down. Doom committed as well from Fade. Right on Crystallis. They've got nothing left in the tank.
Oh,
MOUZ losing everyone. And all they got was a Ghost. Quite literally.
Yeah. And it's not worthwhile chasing ghosts like that, Mikey. MOUZ.
No.
I mean, that was just so well executed again from GamerLegion. Look at how they're playing around their vision. They had some nice wards. They're playing around with their Venom wards as well. Like you said, maybe they spotted that smoke out on the edge of the tier 2 with that mid ward on top of all of this. And they just positioned themselves perfectly. They know they can afford to lose Ghost. He's not the biggest deal. He's actually more of like the tank role in this game. That's just how Necrophos transitions. He's a tank. He has some burst. But really, the damage now is RCY and Fade. And this is a Doom that is going into that Harpoon, that is going to go into right click with the Crit Wolf aura on hand. I mean, that damage is scary. And the sustain, they have no answers for the sustain out, even with the Drums of Slam here. Like, it is just a little bit too much to play up against for the side of MOUZ. I think their issue right now is that they're forced to try to play together as 5 instead of trying to play maybe more fragmented, looking for pickoffs, right? Ideally, you maybe got to jump in with, say, your Slardor or your Tiny. You have some forward vision set up. You get the relocate plays on top. You ambush the side of GamerLegion instead of running around with a smoke. But they're not able to do that because they don't have map control. Oh,
roar out. Ike caught. RCY there with the follow-up damage. Ike, no, he can't even dive away. I think he cancelled that himself there for a second.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Yeah. A bit of a freebie, RCY. Not going to question that one. 20-10, 14k lead for the side of GamerLegion. Tormentor's not going to take too long to kill off speed. I mean, it's a Venomancer, right? Like, that's what he's supposed to do. Buy space for bigger objectives. Free shard up for Bignum. More defensive plays with those lifts. And again, having the shard version of their stolen spell, it's going to be quite nice as well. RCY already has that full Orchid for additional control and damage on top. What do we have here on good old Ghost? Has that full Lotus Orb next, already done. For MOUZ, what key timings do we have? Shadow Blade up, Harpoon next for Crystallis, has the BKB, so there is play here. RCY.
RCY. Oh, he's going to be around. Crystallis getting tossed right into the loving arms of RCY. The BKB is not going to be helping. Neither is your IO. And this is the problem when it comes to the draft, right? Like, you've got so many answers for pretty much everything the MOUZ has to offer. This is why we see Yamich going for the Ags build on the IO. Because he can't actually help in the way he wants to. No Doom was committed, by the way. There was just no point in even trying.
Yeah. I think for MOUZ, again, it's down to how they're not able to play their draft. Like, you see this IO Tiny looking for an ambush bot. They should be playing across the map, farming up someone else that should be in the front line, and you try to hope for the relocate, but again, they don't have that forward control. And there's good wards coming out all over the place from GamerLegion. You don't have that forward reach. You don't have that forward vision here on MOUZ, which means you can't look for relocate plays. So you have to walk into the lanes, and leaves you a sitting duck to how GamerLegion's draft is set up. Shiva's next for Ghost.
Speed. In the middle of nowhere right now. Does drop everything though. His team is coming. It just took so long for them to kill Speed. Yamich. Gonna have to trade his own life for that. Meanwhile, RCY, roar out, finding Ike. Ike has an Icarus dive, can't get it off in time. It takes you that long to kill off this Venomancer. It's not a good feeling.
No. I mean, it's just so much space. You're forced to pop roll early. You know, it's not a target that you can really set up with egg and all of that, so you hold on to the other spells. But roll being gone means your egg has no great protection. You don't have that big area denial tool. without the Pangolier on hand. They're still chasing for a bit more.
Oh. Okay, they might have a bit more. He's got some help though. Chrysalis moving back in, trying to find Ghost, but Ghost, he got his BKB off in time, and now the team fight could just be well and truly over for MOUZ. Like, what are you meant to do after all that? Nothing is the answer, Jonathan. Nothing.
Dire's middle tower.
Like, well, RCY, he still had his BKB too.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I didn't think the Necrophos pick was that bad. You kind of felt like the game was going to turn into this. As long as RCY did his job, which is exactly what he did. If this Beastmaster takes off once the Ags is there, you're going to have the space for this Necrophos to turn into this kind of problem.
Yeah, no, I just expected MOUZ to be able to bully out Necro at level 1 to 2 better. You know, right? You've got Slaughter, you've got Io, you had this chase down potential. Yeah, 1 kill, but that's not enough. Like, you need to completely shut down the Necro. That's how you stop a Necrophos game from happening. And if you don't, well, this happens. It becomes a Necrophos game. And Ghost is kind of unstoppable. He's going to have 1,000,000 armor with a full Shivas up. He's going to have quite a fair bit of reach. RCY is a monster. Aegis just expires. He's going Harpoon as well. We've got the Harpoon all done on Fade. He's doing a ton of right-click damage with that critical strike and Infernal Blade into the full Assault Curious as well. Chase down. Oh, boom.
Yeah. Nothing he can do. Not really much to be had this game. Maybe they can fight across the map. Or maybe not. MOUZ, time to run, boys. I mean, maybe they find Bignum. Bignum's on his own right now. And by on his own, I mean with Fade and Speed. In fact, Speed, he's going to get spotted, but he's actually pretty tanky. They'll kill him. Can they get away now? Can they keep the fight going? Can they win the fight? Egg's going to be dropped in the middle. Immediately bursted down though. They do at least take down Bignum. But what's it going to cost? The IO getting run down. He's gone. Avalanche toss at least from Chrysalis on to Fade. Does take down the Doom. Now you need a TP away. But they've... Oh!
Ooh.
Doesn't matter. He's out of there. Chrysalis. I mean, they try to time the Reaper Scythe perfectly. Unfortunately, he had a bit more time with the BKB. Still, I mean, that's probably the best fight MOUZ have had in a long time. They actually made quite a bit of gold out of that.
Yeah, they stagger in just a little bit too much on the side of GamerLegion. And for MOUZ, really good punishment. It looked a little bit awkward, again, having to drop the roll just for speed. But GamerLegion does play right into that. You know, forcing to pop the BKB early there on Fade just to get through the egg. Because he did get hit by the Fire Spirit. Really good Fire Spirit sent out by Ike right before dropping into the egg form. And that's what you need to see from MOUZ. You need to see that 2-3 more times here, although... Boom.
Yeah, Boom's alright for now. Meanwhile, top lane, Chrysalis is on the hunt. Did they see him? I think they did. Chrysalis trying to hunt down this Rubik, but the Ghost form is going to save his life. Chrysalis now needing to just run away to lift up onto the Necro, going to drop him right in front of the Tiny. No Reapers available. You don't really need it, you just need to follow him. Avalanche to put a stop to this as he goes for the TP play. And they're not going to fight. Boom is going to tie them. Fade gets him. In fact, Fade now. Happy to turn on Laurel. Here comes Ghost once again. This time with the Reaper Scythe in 3 seconds. And they're just going to chase him down past the tier 4s. No, they will not.
Oh, man. It's going to get crazy for Ghost. He's going for that heart now. You could gun for the Ags afterwards. That Heartstopper aura is going to be pretty insane once you have all of that up. And you see Ike has the amp damage increased, stealing that one away. Does get to bail out. So happy days enough, MOUZ. Mitigating some of the losses. Bignum just playing solo.
Yeah, you're going to find damage. Gonna get Reaper Scythe. Just maximum efficiency.
What a gentleman.
What a gentleman.
What a gentleman RCR said. Yeah, alright. Ghost was yelling, wait. Reaper Scythe. And it's like, alright. Here you go, bro.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Indeed.
14 HP regen and 14 mana for Ghost. I mean, he has 50 natural regen. That's kind of nuts. You get the heart on top, you get the Ags after. It's going to be pretty tasty.
It sure is, John.
Very scary. Oh,
It sure
MOUZ.
is.
I mean, there's still some right click here. It's just, you need more time. Crystallis needs that Daedalus to be up. Try and get the Ags on Boom for some durability. We just never really saw the IO relocate place you'd want, but Overcharge never really came out because of that lack of map control, because of how rough the early game was for MOUZ. And GamerLegion, I mean, they've executed on this draft perfectly. We've seen some teams pull out some unique drafts. GamerLegion's the one team that looks like they know how to maximize what they pick to the fullest extent. Like, this is just very clean so far. We just need to find a way to pierce high ground, probably on the next rush. We'll see if they'll get that one for free somehow. Boom, Lorna. I mean, speed again.
Yeah, Speed, more than happy to just give all this information to his team. Boom, TP away. He's going to be okay with the BKB TP. Loranov will do the same with the Rolling Thunder TP. But it's not like it costs you anything for GamerLegion. Like, Speed didn't even die for that.
No, and that's really concerning. The fact that you don't even kill off this Veno anymore.
It's going to have Aeon too. In fact, he has it.
Yeah, that's a spot of trouble for MOUZ. And it's not like we're queuing up nullifiers just yet. Again, you would want it up against something like Necro, but there's just been no room to farm. 22k lead for GamerLegion, holding steady. Could just look to go again if they'd want. Instead, and to snipe out Boom's career as well with his full Ags.
Yikes.
Dude, 2 minutes. He's got all the parts, man.
Oh.
2 minutes.
Well, it happens. It does happen. Roshan is going to be spawning up too. You would have probably loved that Axe right now, but you're going to have to play without it. Roshan, bit of a toss away on RCY. There's your airport, he says. RCY.
Oh, why do you have to do that? They're looking good here, Mike. You don't have to bring memories of the airport.
Quite a ridiculous thing to propose, Jonathan. I need a day off to pick someone up for the airport. I won't even get a day off for that, John.
I thought you meant, I thought you meant they're going to the airport already for GamerLegion. It's like, it's a little bit early. You know, it's still 0-1 days. No need to rush the airport yet.
Or the RCY's parents, they live in Davao or something, John? Is that why you keep defending them so much?
No.
They're going to invite you to dinner too?
So. They're from some, that'd be nice, but they're from somewhere up north, Mikey.
Okay.
You know?
Shout out to RCY's parents. We are just joking around. You know? Shout out to Japoy's parents as well. They know how it feels. Shout out to your parents, in fact, Jonathan. They really know how it feels. Having you as a son. Must always be a circus for your parents, John. My goodness.
Oh, yeah. Always something. Tier 3 gone. Raxus
Jump in.
Oh, big
lift up. Ike had the Aeon disc. He's going to go for a quick Icarus dive through, but the Reaper's side is just going to take down the Phoenix. He'll buy it back. Meanwhile, RCY going for the man fight. Still has the Aegis up if he requires it. Not quite yet, apparently. They do look to retreat and reset. Jump in again from Boom. He will retreat as well, as it seems as though GamerLegion coming back for the bottom rats. And they'll get it. There's no real problems here for GamerLegion.
Nope.
Still Aegis up for 3.5. They could just, you know, give RCY a bit of time for a reset. No real problems here. I mean, MOUZ are still the ones looking for an answer.
That they are. I will say one thing. With how they've changed health regeneration here in this patch, and with Shiva's not having reduction anymore, this stacking of health regen is insane. Still,
maybe they can try to burst down the first life, but the Roar is out, and Loranov gets one hit basically by Fade with a critical strike. Speaking of criticals, Crystallis does have a Daedalus, so there we go. You do have some form of damage on your Tiny at least. There's a heart though.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets a bit scary. And look at the regeneration on Ghost. 156.9. That's without the Bush Shroud, man.
Very good.
There's no way to reduce. It's not like you have a Spirit Vessel or a Scotty.
Time for an axe.
This is kind of nuts.
It's time for an axe.
Yeah, it should be. Oh, Bignum's insane.
Yeah, Bignum. He's a real problem here, John. Chrysalis. He's surviving. Thanks to the egg, I think it was. No, it was the IO relocate, excuse me. RCY. Moving in for more. Just complete chaos here in this fight. Ghost is perfectly fine to just stand his ground as they'll jump in. Avalanche out from Bignum. Caught the IO. Yamich is down. Chrysalis is down. No buybacks available. And for MOUZ, I think it's about time. There you go. They've called it. And GamerLegion, you know, bringing out a draft that looked pretty interesting to start things off, but I think they played it very well here, John.
That they did. You know, it's all down to really how they executed these lanes, because when you look at MOUZ's draft, it makes a lot of sense as well. Right? You've got IO Slardar, IO Tiny, you've got this Phoenix plus Pangolier combination, you have ways of holding into the egg. It just never panned out that way because they never had room to play their game because the lanes were just all the way for GamerLegion. Right? They go for the most toxic combination known to mankind, Necrophos Venomancer, and yes, they bullied a Necro at level 1, sure. They couldn't do it again. Speed was creating enough space, and just the way GamerLegion executed was just so clean. As we're seeing in this fight, you have Ghost just looking to break that smoke, knowing they're going to come in on that flank, knowing he can afford to die, with everyone else doing the cleanup, an entire team wipe for one, and just the way they'd hunt down for these kills here on GamerLegion. MOUZ could not play to their strengths. I don't think we ever saw like an IO relocate gank at all, because there was no room to do it. No forward vision, no early farm, no early levels to play that way. And when you can't play to that strength, then it just becomes such a difficult game. It's also down to the factor that you picked this IO early, you left the Doom in the pool, and you have to think about how the patches really change items with health regeneration. Health restoration, Shiva's doesn't reduce health restoration. There's no easy answer for that. Not a lot of people have been buying up Vessel in as much as we've been seeing the health increase one, the other upgrade for Urn. That's been a little bit more common in supports. Only cores really get Spirit Vessel. None of these cores on MOUZ go over that route. So the insane sustain you're seeing out here from GamerLegion just never ended. And their sustain on the IO just gets cut off by this Doom. That's it. That's all the answer they need. They don't need to think about all these interactions as much as MOUZ had to face up against it with how far Ghost could run. I think all of GamerLegion just played a really fantastic game. It's hard to say who I'd give the standout player. I'd probably lean towards RCY because this kid, he knew what to do. He dominated his mid up against Pango much harder than you'd expect. Lornoff, you know, he's a very experienced player. He's played a lot of Pango matchups. RCY just completely crushed it. His micro on the boars, keeping them out of swash every single time to ensure he always had double boars to shove and harass, played a big part in that foundation start for RCY. No deaths whatsoever. A perfect game from his Beastmaster. And this is the kind of kid who can get a break for going to the airport to pick up his parents, Mike.
Not from me, Jonathan. He's not getting a break from me. But he can get the standout player here, RCY. Certainly putting on a fantastic performance is the Beastmaster. There we have it. Congratulations, RCY. Does he even have his driver's license, John? Can I just ask that while we're here? Isn't he too young for a driver's license?
No, isn't he like 18 now or 19? 19.
Okay, how old was he back when he needed to pick up, someone from the airport, John? Wasn't he 16?
16. Yeah, I don't know.
What's the law in the Philippines, John? He's 19. Okay.
Yeah,
no, we're snitching on him, John.
Probably 16. Yeah.
You can't drive around like that, RCY.
He had a student permit. You know, when you watch an American film, don't you always see these high schoolers driving cars? So I think they can somehow with like a permit. I don't know how it works, Mike. I'm not American. Even though I'm John Cena, I'm not American. I don't know how things work, Mikey. But I know that GamerLegion won that game one very convincingly, though.
They sure did, Jonathan. And after a short break, we'll be back with Game 2 between GamerLegion and MOUZ Esports. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Everybody, we are here with Crystalis from MOUZ. So good of you to join us yet again. Thank you for tanking the interviews for your team.
No problem.
Yeah,
you know me.
Do love it. However, what a team it is right now. A very interesting squad you have here. So Celery departed from the team. Yes, and is replaced by Ike. Where'd you find this guy?
On the leaderboard.
On the leaderboard?
Yeah, you open the leaderboard. You look like, who's the highest
Reddit
rank?
was right, oh my God.
Yeah, it's that easy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's all it was. So you just saw a big number and you sent them a
Well,
DM?
it's a small number technically, right? It's like it's like 15 or 20, it's a small number.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works.
And then you just messaged and said, yo, what's up?
Yeah, that's how you do it.
There was, are you being serious? There was no research in like the play style, the heroes?
I'm sure like my coach will say he did something, but in the end, what it really comes down to is that he looked at it and he's like, you know, he has high rank, and then he looks at his replays, but he's already like on the mind like, oh, he's high rank, oh, this guy's good, you know, and then you take him.
So let's talk a little bit about the departure of dear old Celery. Heartbreaker for the community. You guys leave on good terms?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, I wasn't yelling at him or beefing.
You didn't kick him personally?
Well, I didn't really get the chance, you know, I already left.
Okay. Didn't get the chance.
Didn't get the
most
chance.
Toxic interview we've ever had. But it's a new age for MOUZ. Especially you guys also have the best stand-in out there, Mr. Lorinov, the assassin here. Where'd that come from? Was that a high leaderboard, or are you guys just passing around his card like John Wick or whatever?
Yeah, more like John Wick, I think.
Oh,
That's
okay.
kind of what it comes down to.
I think having two kind of freshies on a team kind of changes the entire team dynamic from where I'm sitting. Is that how you feel? Is it the same old MOUZ?
No, it gets a little different, but it always these things always, they end up being a little bit random because sometimes that'll ruin your team and sometimes that'll make you win. You don't really know beforehand. It's like afterwards, it's like, oh my God, it's so genius. How could they think of like doing all these changes and all this stuff? Oh my God, it works so well. This guy's so fucking fantastic. He's so good.
Yeah.
And other times, like it's just a wall of flame. Nothing else.
Who do you think is in good shape at this tournament?
Us.
I'm so sorry, I did not mean to laugh.
Okay.
No, I mean
Okay.
like teams that you think are the ones that we'll look out for. Who are you guys prepping?
I mean, you mean apart from us?
Yes, apart from you. Who is the strongest team here, of course?
Just Tundra, they won last tournament.
Yeah, Tundra is a tough squad to beat. They do have their own stand-in without Pure. V2
They do?
Yeah, V2 instead.
Oh my fucking God, we're fucked.
What do you mean?
If it's Vitun, man, I can't beat Vitun. He's like literally, he's my hero, he's my legend. I see
Oh,
this guy play,
no.
I get so scared, I cannot.
Oh no, you'll be fine.
We won't be fine. I just changed my whole view on this tournament. I thought we were
Jesus.
scary, but now that I know
Oh,
that Vitun is here again,
Oh no.
people don't understand. Vitun is like literally the best.
So if there was a team you could have come on, anyone in the world could be a substitute, since you have had to deal with this a few times at Wallachia, who would you have come in sub? And I'm talking from time periods. You could have S4 come in from TI8. who would you have sub in?
You have like, you know, you have a lot of players then, right? If like Seb,
Yeah, you could have Prime Seb sub in.
Prime Seb.
Yeah, who
like
would
with
you
the
have?
call included or without the call included? Or is it like a 50-50?
It's a 50-50.
Okay. I probably like sell V-Tune. Yeah, I'll play +5.
V-Tune?
Yeah, I'll play +5.
Current V-Tune.
Current V-Tune.
Out of
I already
all of
told you.
Dota history.
Yeah.
I'm talking TI3 Bulldog, you would have current V-Tune.
I don't know if I would have TI3 Bulldog in my team.
Alright, it's a different time.
Yeah, I mean, you know. I mean, oh, look at me. I will get Prime Miracle. He was so good. Oh my God. No. V-Tune all the way.
Okay,
play
V-Tune.
+5.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
respect.
I will switch lanes.
If you had the opportunity to play just one tournament on any other team, which one do you think you'd do?
Oh my God. Like, imagine I would join like Falcons and I just start like beefing. That would be
You just go there to talk
Yeah,
shit?
imagine like you don't go for like the good to win, but you go to a team. So you can just like start beefing with all the players there. I go back to Tundra and I just start beefing with Moonmeander. I go to Falcons, I just like start beefing with the players there. Like that would be fucking good. That would actually be good, yeah.
The mental warfare you could do of
Yeah,
just going in
I
lane
will
and
go
being
Tundra.
like,
I will go Tundra. I'll just to beef with Moonmeander. That's what
Okay,
I'll do.
that's
And
hype.
I'll just start beefing with Moonmeander.
Just get
the
in
whole
lane.
tournament. I'll just get on his nerves as much as I can.
go.
Yeah.
Subtle things like, Ari, you suck, dude. It's like
No.
halfway through
The other players are fine. Like I'll focus just Moonmeander.
Okay.
Like I'll start focusing.
What an
'Cause, like if you
interesting-
target it, it's like it feels worse. You know, it's like it's just the one person will feel so much worse. If you target everyone, they can share the burden, the trauma. You know, with one guy, it's like a lot for them to handle. And then, yeah, then like that weekend for next tournament.
All right.
Or
That's
maybe
some
for the next season.
Unbelievably
I will make sure of it.
advanced.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, I didn't learn a single thing from this interview. Thank you so much for your time. You really gave it your all.
I did.
Yes, and we will see you and your team giving it your all here at another PGL Wallachia with MOUZ. May you guys make it to another final. We'll find out soon. Season 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into game 2 of a best of 3 between GamerLegion and, of course, MOUZ Esports. And in case you weren't watching game 1, GamerLegion able to take a pretty convincing game off the side of MOUZ. Jonathan, where do you want to see things changed up going into this game 2 draft for MOUZ to force us to a game 3?
I think MOUZ has to get stronger lanes out. It felt like GamerLegion doubling down on that old Cinemancers Necrophos lane was pretty painful. Right, like he couldn't really hit his timing. You couldn't really play with relocate. There's no tempo for that, and their draft was very tempo heavy here on the side of MOUZ. And it needed some early tempo and needed to stall out while maintaining a closer network disparity rather than what we saw in that game 1. So we'll see if that's something MOUZ will be able to adjust for. Also, I think they just got caught off guard with that last pick Necro. It's just not something you expect. We'll see, as we've already got the draft on hand. Phoenix comes out for GamerLegion. MOUZ getting to pick up the puck that we haven't seen ourselves yet in any of our matches, but has been a known quantity to be quite strong. We've seen a few puck bans already coming out. See the rest of the bans, of course. The Kaz being prioritized along with the Lone Druid here from MOUZ, the Alchemist, and the Beastmaster as well. So a lot of core bans, leaving a lot of support options. Something like Shadow Demons there, Hoodwinks there, Rubik's there. Been fairly common to see Enchantress there as well. GamerLegion, for their part, taking care of Monkey, Tusk, and Batrider. Have to see what else they prioritize. Let me start to think about some cores. I mean, you can kind of leave your mids open now because you see that puck. Maybe you can think about stuff like, say, Underlord for Boom. Right, like that's been here. That's been performing relatively stable here. Could be something they can just remove at this point if they'd want on GamerLegion's end. Not to worry, not to think about it. Maybe the Pango offlane as well could be available for Boom if they want to take care of that in GamerLegion. Pretty open. We'll take care of the Venomancer instead, which I don't know if you'd expect MOUZ to pick up. I do believe they have played a game with it. I did play it once yesterday, so certainly a possibility. Not the possibility I'd expect here, but hey, we did just have a very good Veno game in game 1, so can't fault them for considering that MOUZ would think about it as well for Ike.
5 seconds
Oh,
remaining.
absolutely. I'm not sure if MOUZ were really thinking about it, but it did look kind of annoying. Like, that snakebite damage was a little bit infuriating to watch in the laning stage. That is for sure. I give him that. GamerLegion final ban to come. I wonder what the next draft they're thinking of is going to be. I mean, last game around, it just felt like they had their plan so set out. MOUZ just were not ready for such a well executed game plan here from GamerLegion.
Yeah.
Minute left on the reserve time here for GamerLegion.
Yeah, really digging in for that last ban here. Take care of the Morrissey, which we haven't seen too often. And we also see the Void Spirit taken out. So some mid matchups, I suppose, for the puck that can feel a little bit awkward. I mean, they don't have to worry about Monkey King versus Puck. Next best thing is probably Void Spirit. Maybe Ember is now a consideration for RCY. Let's see how MOUZ wants to build their foundations up. It's fairly open. Puck on hand. They go to Rubik that we were talking about there. Not banned out. Does get picked up. We've been seeing quite a fair bit of Rubik in this tournament so far in the first 2 days. Always nice to see. Always makes games a little bit more exciting. And we saw what Bignum was doing in the last game as well. 66.7% win rate already here in Wallachia. A good time for Rubik players.
5 seconds remaining.
It's about time as well, Johnny. You know, I know Rubik hasn't had the worst time in history in Dota 2, but you know, it's always fun when Rubik's back in the meta. No reason not to have him. You know, we've had 20 years of Pango now. I'm sure we can have a bit of Rubik. Maybe one day we'll get a bit of Earth Spirit too, John. You never know.
Team pick.
Let's see. Slardar straight up for GamerLegion. So a bit of a switcheroo. They get to pick up a nice little aggressive option for GamerLegion. I'm wondering if that's Fade or if that's going to be RCY's mid. Right? Like they are just picking what MOUZ is working with. Again, outside of this puck, it feels like let's mirror our drafts and see who can execute it better. Do change the recipe up with the Hoodwink coming in though. And that is some pretty good control now. I do like this combination coming out from GamerLegion. You have a lot of hold with a Bushwhack on hand. We've seen how pesky these Hoodwinks can be. 53% win rate over 15 games is actually quite nice for the hero. So the combination's quite nice already. I think with the Slaughter on hand, you can start to think about Ghost and say a TA pickup. That has to be something MOUZ looks to ban out as well. Slaughter TA can kind of get a little bit insane, just how quick you can burst these heroes down. So I'm curious to see what the last two bans from MOUZ will be after they start to show a little bit more of their hand. Should be a support and offlane pickup at this point now. Have to wait and see. Still have quite a fair bit of reserve time on MOUZ. Didn't eat through as much as GamerLegion has so far.
More time to think about it, MOUZ. Nothing too revealed yet here from either end. Does feel like it could be a quick style of game for GamerLegion. MOUZ preparing for it seems like, with their own style of draft now, just ensuring they have the answers in case the tempo is a little bit too high.
Dire team pick.
We're gonna go into the Underlord. Has been very popular. I do love the hero right now, and it's also a very nice way of just slowing things down if necessary. You know, it's a good anti-push, you know, good high ground defense, good anti-team fight. Can be setting up fights if it needs to.
Remaining.
Just one of those heroes right now.
And it is. I've been enjoying seeing a lot of pros go for the Ags Rush now. The utility from that has been quite high. 62% win rate. Nothing to scoff at. Quite good overall. And again, we were talking about the Underlord being a possibility in Game 1 for Boom. This is something we've seen Boom play a fair bit already. He knows how to win a lane with it. He knows what to do. This is a little bit more... less common. The Ringmaster shows up. The pesky trickster with his knives. He's still very annoying. 0% win rate. I'm happy to see that because I hate this hero still. But it's only one game, so statistically irrelevant. Let's see if MOUZ can turn that stat up just a little bit more. Turn it to 50%. Husker comes out for GamerLegion. You have no answer with your supports here. It has not been picked. It's been banned 12 times, so 0% win rate with 0 picks. Maybe that goes 100% here for GamerLegion. Now, a rather fascinating draft. You've got the sustain for the Husker with a Phoenix on hand. Again, there's nothing to mitigate that magic damage here. Your only save is that box from the Ringmaster. This is looking pretty scary from GamerLegion. Again, a little bit of cheese coming out. The Necropose cheese in Game 1, along with Veno. Now it's a Husker. What's your answer here on the side of MOUZ, I wonder?
Find out very, very soon. Mortal Faith.
Remaining.
Sure, he's not too it's not too new to the Husker.
5 seconds remaining.
Picked a few Huskers back in his day.
Yeah.
Sure, he knows what he's doing.
Radiant
Could be rough though. Could be rough. I mean, you are lacking some answers right now. You've only got one pick to make to try and answer what GamerLegion is providing, and it is certainly going to be another one of those games where things could move a little bit too quickly for MOUZ's liking. Now, I mean, how does GamerLegion finish things off? Like, is this going to be a position 2 Husker we're looking at? Do you give it to Ghost in the safe lane? Is Ghost getting something else?
I mean, a safe lane Husker can be fine. You dodge out this puck matchup, which could be a little bit annoying. Into the Underlord, you just poke him hard. You don't really care. I think it should just be RCY. I think you could still look at a traditional carry for Ghost. Like, the TA still looks pretty good here. Laning wise, sure, your shield is gonna burn, but you have so much damage to throw out later on with your Slardar. You can still easily farm up against a melee matchup. As you get your side blades up, it's still fine.
Remember a younger RCY with all that life in his eyes? You remember, John? Now look at him. Look at the life slowly being sapped away from him.
It's funny because I was gonna say it reminds me of how Yopaj used to look before. You really got
Hey, RCY could be worse. Trust me. Trust me, RCY could be worse.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't look too upset, huh? We've got other coaches. Trust me. We could bring him in. MOUZ.
Oh my.
No one's safe with me, John. You know that. MOUZ. Final ban out.
And
It seems like they believe it is going to be a Ghost hero.
Yeah. I don't think you go. I don't think you
Radiant
run
team
Necrophos here for sure. We'll ban out Viper, so banning a little bit more toxicity here. TA Luna, even Jug, although it's not the best Jug game in the world. Drow could even be fine, although Fiend's Gate does make that a little bit challenging. It's the Muerta. It's a nice old Muerta coming in. Good damage pumping out here. I don't mind this. It doesn't play the best with, say, Corrosive Haze. The win rate hasn't been amazing, but it is a stable win condition for Ghost, and this is something that we've seen Ghost be really comfy
10
on.
seconds remaining.
Laning-wise, what is this? Like Muerta... If you're running Muerta Hoodwink, it's pretty alright. If you're running Muerta Phoenix, it's not as alright, but it's going to be a passive lane anyway. You poke the Underlord, you get your farm, you go into your Maelstrom Dragonlance, maybe the Hurricane Pike as well, into BKB, and you're kind of set. There's no magical burst for the Muerta, so the moment she pops her ult, she is very pleased. Nothing's really stop her here. Wind Ranger for MOUZ.
Wow.
Not a fan. Not a fan. This 3 picks, 0 wins, and I'm pretty sure at least 2 of those picks, in fact, all 3 picks were cores. So,
Look
not
at the
a
man
winning
that can't
combination.
even believe it. Even Immortal Faith
He
can't
picked
believe it. Yeah, well, even he
he-
can't believe it. He was like, hold on a minute. Well, what do you mean we picked Wind Range? What are you guys talking about? Who
Yeah, he
clicked that
did- he
crap?
I don't know about this. I mean, look, the fact that I'm
Even
doubting
Speed's
MOUZ's draft.
confused.
Yeah,
The Speed
it looks
can't
like
believe
it's
it.
like, yep.
This isn't broken. I mean, it is broken, but it's not broken.
It's not broken in a good way. I think Wind Ranger losing her facets and not getting anything, getting that new innate tailwind, it's all right. It's not really amazing.
What's the Speed's
I
been
know.
working out a bit, John? Look at that bicep. My goodness. Look at that right bicep. Speed, take it easy, Speed. You flexing on us or something. Is he listening to the cast? My
You know,
goodness.
he knows what's absolutely broken in game. He's got to be absolutely
He's
broken
frame
outside
mogging.
of game as well. Oh,
He's mogging
no,
right
not
now,
this
John. He's
again.
mogging us again. He's frame
Is he
mogging, John.
mogging?
Go.
I gotta guess. Oh,
What
all
do you
right.
think? What is it?
No, he was flexing a bit. He put his arm up. You know, it's like, oh, all right. He heard us.
Literally frame
Like, all
mogging
right,
Ghost.
gotta show off.
Ghost literally looked like a ghost in that frame, John. Unbelievable.
I still don't know what you're saying, man.
John, I don't know if
how
what
did
I'm
it get
saying is
this
accurate
bad?
either. I don't know if I heard. How did it get this? I don't know. Streaming services, Jonathan. Young people. They're pretty crazy out there these days. I'll tell you. Back in my day, you used to eat a bit of grass or something. We thought that was crazy. These days, John, I'll tell you what. They're doing some crazy stuff.
Nah, I mean, back then memes were like YouTube poop. You'd stitch together a video and make them say things that they didn't. Now you just use AI for that, and it's not that funny. But you used to manually stitch this stuff together. You had to work.
I personally love AI.
Oh yeah, I love my RAM prices going to hell. I love my SSDs being booked out. I can't buy an SD card for my new cameras because of this memory shortage, Mike. The birds need... I can't document the birds in my area. I'm mad. It's an
wait till
insane
you don't need
cost.
a brain anymore, John. The AI will start thinking for you too, John. You don't even need RAM for your brain. You don't need it, John. Trust me.
It's terrible.
AI is going to do everything for us.
Have you been watching the AI memes? The time traveler goes back and meets Socrates slop on YouTube. That's where that's where our RAM is going to generate skeletons traveling in the past with Burger King, and they meet Socrates.
If you
It's
think
terrible.
about it, if you think about it, John, it's all our fault, right? Because where did it all start? It all started with Dota 2, didn't it, John?
I guess, yeah.
With us.
AI did start developing there. That is right.
We had the chance to stop it, John. We did. We could have stopped it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. Do we even get paid? Someone call Gaben. Did we get paid for it? Did we get some stocks or something?
What a sad reality we live in. Oh, this is a lovely
could've
smoke,
stopped
though. Ghost?
Ghost?
Right?
You could stop Ghost.
Ghost?
That's
All
all
right.
right. That's all right. Ghost is down. First blood for Boom.
You know what Ghost was doing? He was watching some AI videos about time traveling in the past, bringing McDonald's recipe with him. Oh, That's very unfortunate. Very nice start from MOUZ. You know, setting the tone right, getting the smoke angle finally working. We haven't seen early smokes really pan out for much, but it's not a nothing burger this time. Happy days already for MOUZ. Of course, you are seeing some shenanigans coming out. GamerLegion sniping out the range creep top, as you tend to see nowadays. Decent little bonus coming in. Of course, down mid, you've got the Husker versus Puck lane for Lorinov to contend with. For RCY, he's going to be feeling pretty happy. Spam out Burning Spears. Once you've got that Berserker's Blood, you can kind of self-sustain quite nicely here. It's going to need to sit back, just watch for this magic damage early, but it shouldn't be too concerning unless he missteps in time before level 2-3 here.
What a player RCY is playing Husker against Puck. I mean, currently, it looks like it could be a little bit dangerous here up against Lorinov.
I was waiting for you to make like a Filipino Husker thing, you know? He is Filipino. This is a Husker. You know?
That's right, Jonathan. He is Filipino, John. And
Yeah.
he is a Husker.
I will never let you forget. Yes. That's how we Filipinos are. If we see one, we're like, oh, but he's Filipino. Oh, pride. Philippines. Uy, Philippines. Philippines. Woo!
Oh, John. The irony of your internet dying while you're talking about the Philippines, Jonathan. It just doesn't get much more ironic than that. It
There
really
you go.
does. We didn't understand a word you said but Filipino.
Exactly.
That's all we
Exactly.
heard, John. And that's all we
that
needed to
matters,
hear,
Mike.
quite frankly.
Yeah. That's it. Still, we can take a gander at the other lanes while mid is just
Refresh,
poking each other.
Jonathan. Press the refresh button, Jonathan. Bottom lane. Bottom lane, boom. Gonna cop a couple hits here from Ghost. Go on, John. Test it out. Let's hear if you sound beautiful.
Yeah. Bot lane, probably the
sound
most
great.
boring one. Yeah, this is the one where there's really not much going to be happening. You're going to poke back this Underlord, try to get some hits with the Fire Spirits. Just farm up here for Ghost, nice and steady. Boom should still be able to farm. It is an Underlord. Just drop down to Firestorm. Things are A-okay. And yeah, it's going to be the most passive one. This is a lane with some potential for rotating out. Like, Yamich can make a gate movement cross to try to make something happen top because Underlord is self-sustaining enough. Question is whether or not that opportunity presents itself. The top lane for Crystallis has been going pretty darn well, though, overall. But there's not much threat coming on from the Slaughter. Direct lane matchup is pretty static.
RCY almost goes down there to the Puck of Lorinov. Very, very close call. And I say close call, it is a Husker game. You are usually playing on the edge when it comes to this hero. It felt like quite a close call for a moment. Not quite, though. Meanwhile, bottom, Yamich. Oh, he does get hit by the fear. Yamich is going to die. Speed able to secure his life. Ghost was able to hit him with a dead shot from a mile away to cancel the TP off. You'd be very happy as GamerLegion with that kill.
I mean, I'm outstanded by Ghost. The fact that this guy always delivers when he plays a Ghost hero truly lives up to his name.
The top lane. In fact, hold that thought. Because bottom lane, bit of action breaking out. Ghost still going to be perfectly fine to walk out of there with the Pit of Malice. Meanwhile, top lane, back RCY ends up going down. Lorinov actually able to secure the kill onto RCY. Gets him in the end. Didn't exactly catch how, but nevertheless, I mean, pretty good news if you're MOUZ. Speed. Trying to get aggressive here on this Phoenix. Ghost having a fantastic time down this bottom lane on the Muerta. No real contest at all here for the safe lane of GamerLegion. Could say the same thing though about Crystallis on this Wind Ranger top, as they are actually going to try and jump Ike now. Bushwhack is indeed going to land. Disarms out from the neutral creep. So Fade can't actually get the bash to the deeps off, and now Fade's in trouble. Fade is going to run. Bignum trying to move back in to help out. Fairy Fire will keep him alive. Meanwhile, Ike does eventually get caught. So Fade, who should have had that kill about 10 seconds ago, he got disarmed by the neutral creep and couldn't get the kill.
yeah, finds it in the end. I guess that's all that matters. A very exciting laning phase, much more exciting than what we were seeing earlier today. Already 5 kills on board, 5 minutes in. And again, both sides have pretty nice aggressive lanes, right? Like, the bot lane's the one that I didn't expect to be so aggressive, but Ghost has just been phenomenal with lining up his dead shots. And the top lane is the one that you'd expect action to come in, and you do manage to gap close. RCY trying to play mid.
Lorinov, he'll try to escape. He cannot, though. Very nice rotation here from Bignum. And that's all you need. You just need a bit of lockdown here for the puck. The Fire Spears will do the rest of the work, and they do get a bit of revenge here for RCY, who did lose his life earlier to this mid puck. Meanwhile, we almost lose our Rubik as well. In fact, he's still burning out, but barely. Yamich will survive in the fountain. Very close call for him. So it seems like Bignum going to move back into the mid lane. Ike won't see him. Bignum will move in with the bushwhack. You've got RCY moving in with the life break available, just needs to get within range. But they won't be able to. Ike able to retreat. Meanwhile, bottom, boom. Fighting with Ghost just a little bit over this healing Lotus. Does manage to pick one up for himself.
I mean, it's
bottom,
still
speed.
Solid start.
Gets caught in the pit of malice. He is going to die. It's like Ghost is trying to move forward. In fact, Yamich with the lift back into the pit actually costs his own life. They missed double empowerment arts.
No,
they missed both of them.
He missed triple. He missed all.
Oh.
He missed all 3 charges, which is a
That's
bit of a shame. Maybe if you land one, you can get the follow through. Ghost, of course, not going to be asking questions. Happy enough with a trade. And I do appreciate MOUZ is actually having a game where they can make early rotations. They can try to get some activity on the map. It's just, it's not in the years you'd really want. It feels like you want to shut down RCY early on, and yeah, he did die solo, but it's not enough. Top now, Crystallis.
Oh, there's no mana for a bushwhack here. It won't matter though. They'll still find the kill. Just a blood grenade was enough apparently from Bignum. That's not really a kill you want to see happening if you're MOUZ though. I mean, that's your POS1 Wind Ranger dying to practically nothing, and it's just not going to be a great feeling. I mean, the Wind Ranger itself already on a 0% win rate throughout Wallachia Season 8.
Yep.
You know, you want a good start if you can.
And you do. And I don't know, this game is really on Lorinov, right? Like, pucks can do amazing things. It is a very slippery game for him. There's not much hard hold coming in from GamerLegion. Granted, you know, the lane is a little bit rough up against the Husker, but it's more about what you can achieve in this game overall. Just with a little bit of EXP and farm. They'll try for a smoke here on MOUZ, rotating with that puck onto top. They are in position to kind of break it here, though.
Bignum. Chase down, Shackles is gonna land. Bignum eventually will die. Speed even. Also getting caught with a nice lift back from Yamich. And Crystallis suddenly off to a double kill on the Wind Ranger. It is just the support duo, but certainly a fair bit of gold influx now going back towards Crystallis.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd want to see again for that hero. Like you said, needs a good early start. Getting that double kill, a little bit of an injection of gold for Crystal. It's very important. Has the Javelin in for a little bit more damage on that next focus fire. And yeah, things still keep going. 5-6, relatively even early start here, but it just feels a bit scary to play into GamerLegion because you've got the armlet up on RCY. He's at this point where this Husker is a major threat. You can just look to make a play, jump in, play on minimum HP, be very hard to kill. And once you hit that blink timing on top of all of this, it just gets very, very scary. It becomes much easier to buy that space for Ghost to keep that farm game going on the Muerta. Fade for his part, maybe a little bit further away from the blink than you'd like. But he is still managing that lane up top and keeping that pressure going. They're constantly forced to drag heroes into the top, freeing up that space for the Muerta in comparison, and for the Husker. So every single time you're hunting down the Slardar, Husker gets this free farm into that timing. Muerta starts to reach the point where the flash farm speeds up. And that's leading into this slight advantage coming out for GamerLegion. They're doing the right job here to buy time for these more important cores.
Alright, gonna be spotted. Yamich actually running towards Fade. trying to force the fight here. They will bring a rift through here from Boom, who's stuck. Boom is stuck.
Oh no.
Boom is actually
That
stuck.
is... Oh god. What the...
He got stuck by his own gate. They're going to find double support anyway. It doesn't matter. They still won the team fight.
Why does that happen?
It's all right.
What?
It happens, John. You know.
But why?
He put the gate in the wrong area.
But surely you expect to go out in the open area. Like, how does the game determine that even? What? Huh?
Just get good? I don't know.
You know what it reminds me of back in the day?
Yeah.
Do you remember those days, Mikey, where, you know, 23 Savage would blink into the stair area and you would just be blocked? Takes me back. Takes me back.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Good old days.
And you ask yourself, why is there a blink area there? And you're like, I don't know. Why is it possible to trap yourself with a gate? I don't know.
I mean, the game makes enough sense, John. It's a construction issue, you know? You constructed the gate in the wrong area.
Still, MOUZ, they're finding more in these exchanges, but it's not the big core kills they really want. Like, they are finding these supports, they're feeding off of it, they're slowly matching up. But you are getting away with quite a fair bit here on GamerLegion. The blink for RCY, 100 gold off now. Maelstrom just about 600 off for Ghost, and the farm pace really kicks into overdrive at that point. And for MOUZ, I mean, yes, Crystallis is also hitting that Maelstrom timing. You're going into the Witchblade for Lorinov, but the Wind Ranger just doesn't feel like as much of a threat. And sure, RCY can't manage that. It's going to be difficult. You're going to need a nullifier to take care of that evasion, but I don't know if it's even a consideration for RCY. I don't know if he's even worried at all about the Wind Ranger. Maybe if he does get focus fired, sure. But if it's firing onto someone else, you probably don't care too much here on RCY. I mean, it's still a quiet game. It's still early. 12 minutes in. You have some good stacks to clear out here on the side of MOUZ in their top jungle. So you are getting this catch-up goal. But I know, it's just, it feels more concerning to play into this spike that GamerLegion's lining up for. Blink on Fade is lining up here as well. Right just a few minutes after RCY's own blink, so double blink timing. Things start to get a bit scary. It gets pretty explosive for GamerLegion at this point.
It does. Smoke up now, Bignum, RCY, and Speed. We'll be running directly towards that bottom lane once again. Maybe even the Dire Triangle. Boom is going to eventually reveal himself down in this bottom. They do see him. They'll make the jump in with the Blink Dagger up now on RCY. TP attempt, but the Bushwhack is there. Nice attempt from Boom to try and find a way out of that situation, but not anticipating Bignum to be there with the Bushwhack. And that is going to be your Blink reveal for RC1. So now MOUZ very well aware that that jump potential is ready whenever. What can they really do about it though? I don't know.
Not much though. I mean, they'll try to get the gate movement cross, at least for GamerLegion. Already on the retreat though. Or, well, Crystallis was trying to TP out, does cancel in the end. Which I suppose is fair. No hard commitments coming out. Again, a stalled out game here is probably what you want now in MOUZ. You're waiting for your puck to be ready. You're waiting for the Wind Ranger to actually have more damage on hand. You're waiting for the Underlord to have the barriers up, which aren't quite ready yet. The pipe is going to be a massive turning point. All Fusker's damage is basically just magical now. So having that barrier, having that extra bit of magic res, certainly going to cause some issues here for that quick burst you're looking for on RCY. And it looks like GamerLegion, while they do have these blinks, are also willing to play the farm game. And they've got scaling on Ghost. And they've got Teamfight kind of lined up anyhow. I would say for GamerLegion, maybe the initiative is on them. They are the ones ahead. So if they're not going to make a move, you can't expect MOUZ to try to make a move either. They will just play the farm game.
They do. This doesn't really feel like it's too bad at all for MOUZ either. Like, considering MOUZ probably not in the position where they really want to fight. They're more than happy to just take their time and you're trying to find some answers here to the draft of GamerLegion. It's just a lot you have to worry about. Part of me does wonder though, like, do you really want to give time for this Muerta and Husker to get really out of control? But as of right now, it doesn't really feel like you have too much of an option. There's no real angle for a good fight here for MOUZ.
Again, all they can kind of do is just sit back and wait for their own timings to be online. I think the next consideration is when GamerLegion gun for that first Roche with a Husker. Right, like it's a little bit trickier now with the Roche position changing. It's a little bit safer to defend on the next 5 minutes here for MOUZ. But that is, it feels like that's going to be the next objective you're gunning for here on GamerLegion. BKB is being farmed up now for RCY. MOUZ trying to make a move with a smoke, and this could be a good angle into the rear of GamerLegion. Smoke wasn't spotted out either, and the scan is not quite in the right mark, although it does ping.
Still waiting. GamerLegion, they're going to smoke up now. MOUZ with the counter smoke, but they are across the map. Chrysalis, he could be in pretty big trouble here. MOUZ are looking around the mid lane for a target. There is no target there though. In fact, GamerLegion, they wrap around towards the bottom. So they might maybe make the play onto Boom. Boom gonna reveal himself underneath that creep wave. RCY looking like he's trying to bait somebody in. Of course, they will make the jump on Boom eventually, though. A nice Will of Wonder now being thrown out with the escape act, giving Boom another chance at life, and that does mean GamerLegion now looking to retreat. They do lose Bignum. Fade does get caught in the Dream Coil as well. Could be in pretty big danger. Seems like they will be forced to fight here, GamerLegion. Or maybe not. With the egg, they do look to retreat. They'll still get the tier 1 bottom tower denied off at least by MOUZ. That'll be all she wrote. So Bignum will die. Tier 1 tower goes down. In fact, top lane, Boom eventually does get caught, and RCY just lets him slowly burn.
It's been a little bit funky with these kills, right? You were talking about it with Fade a while ago, taking a while to finally get that kill he was originally looking for. Same thing goes here. Neither side is really willing to fully commit in. At the moment GamerLegion sees the 5-man rotation out for MOUZ, they back off. They're playing it safe, which makes sense. And again, for GamerLegion, they're still in a very happy spot. This Muerta has the full Mjolnir up, going for the Dragonlance next, and start to think about maybe a BKB down the line as well. Crystallis.
Oh, Shackle, bottom. Crystallis, he's by himself here. Oh, wishful thinking, I guess. It's a big kill. RCY took the mega kill streak away from Crystallis, and it was really just that easy.
I mean, he's just 170 away from the BKB to catch out Ghost.
Okay, I mean, this will be a big one. Ghost is going to die as well. They do find a huge pickoff. In fact, now MOUZ even running into Speed, who will also die on the Phoenix. No egg available for him to throw out, so... I mean, you saw the Wind Ranger die pretty easily, but you also saw this Muerta die really easily.
It's a bit back and forth. And it's a lot better for MOUZ for sure. You're feeding these kills off, you're getting activity out for Lorinov. He's got the blink puck up on that puck. A lot harder to pin down now. You do at least get your first BKB up on RCY. So this should boost the confidence in trying to force an engagement if they so wish. Looks like they're going to have to wait a little bit longer until at least their heroes are in position on the map. Bot tier 1 now being targeted by MOUZ. This could be the flashpoint they're looking for. Bignum already making his way across the gate. But it doesn't... The rest are TPing in. See how this pans out.
The bottom lane, RCY, gonna make the jump in right onto Yamich, so Yamich basically just dead. No chance. Everyone else just trying to escape. The chase will continue. Ike, gonna be spotted with the Corrosive Haze. Looks like he'll be the next victim of GamerLegion. Shackle is gonna land quite nicely onto the Slaughter, and so they do actually get Ike out of it. Not really the worst case scenario at all if you are MOUZ. In fact, they're even going to find themselves an amp damage here for Lorinov in the meantime. It's really not too much value being lost, but it seems as though they are going to have to let the Tormentor go down.
Not evil. I think all things considered, MOUZ wasting a BKB charge in RCY, it's pretty well worthwhile. You know, I just dragging that down closer and closer to the 7-second mark is pretty big. So a little bit less to worry about. Got 1 second gone. Worth the trade, considering they do hold on to the bot tier 1 though. Would have been sweeter if they managed to actually take an objective. But this smoke could pan out for MOUZ into top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to look to make a play onto Fade. Fade looking to retreat. Does hug the western side of the map, but they're going to run right into him. Fade just going to die immediately. Shrine of Wisdom going to spawn up as well around the 21-minute mark. You do have RCY trying to rush down. In fact, he might run into Crystallis. Crystallis with the TP attempt away. Do they have a cat? Oh, they do! Ghost is out with a dead shot. Escape back to buy a bit of time, but Crystallis gonna go down. And they might even find Ike if they have enough vision. No, they do not. Not in time. Meanwhile, Bignum will die to Boom down to the bottom lane. Nonetheless, though, kills all across the map.
Bignum was going for a little bit of a steal on that Shrine of Wisdom. Did manage to take it, so mission accomplished for him. They're happy enough trading away anyhow for that kill on Crystallis. So, GamerLegion getting a slightly better trade overall. Still not the cleanest win, and this game is still really even. A 5k lead at 22 minutes. It is still significant, but not by a huge margin. Very playable for the side of MOUZ, and again, ace up their sleeve is Lorinov in this puck. Like this puck, it's just such a pest if the game does go on. Going for the Yules next, not too far off from it. Just locking him down is going to be a consistent issue. Still smoke out here.
They're going to commit the life break as well. RCY already in onto Ike, taking one down. Oh my god, Lorinov just deleted. I mean, it's just a bit too much right now, this Husker. When the PKB is available, it is just too much. No control for it. And immediately RCY makes the play for the Roshan.
Yeah, is there a big opening? A really great staggering of spells there from the side of GamerLegion. Just a perfect use of the calling into the pushback, the chain stuns, as that commitment came out from Lorinov. Has to be so careful. We got the blink fuels, but you need to find a backline. You're playing right up front next to the Husker. It's just not going to pan out all too well. Rush goes uncontested for RCY. So Husker's big moment is now, with the secondary life set to go. And again, itemization on GamerLegion is pretty clean. BKB coming out for Fade now. Hurricane Pike for Ghost for some defense. For the side of MOUZ, you're going for the Manta and Crystallis into the Ags and, well, a Crystallis as well. But it just feels like getting the damage going on this Wind Ranger is just much slower than it is for the Muerta. You get your free spell amp now. You get a lot of immunity and Pierce the Veil here.
He's being watched again. They're wrapping around as well. Rod of Atos. They're going to catch Yamage. Not quite the Wind Ranger they would have loved to get, but nevertheless, they'll take it. You got so much to be worried about as Crystallis as well. Like, you're nowhere near farming a BKB yet. Still going for the Manta into the Ags build-up. Like, it's just... feels like he's just a sitting duck in any of these engagements that come. There's your smoke up again. Game is leading. They're not done. They want more. Lorinov would be a fantastic target if they could find it, but instead they'll run towards the eastern side of the map where they could run into Boom. In fact, I believe they just saw him with the Firestorm. They know he's around somewhere in the tree line. Pings out immediately on his location. They don't see him.
Oh my lord.
He's going to reveal himself. They don't see him.
Oh my. That's a lot of time that Boom buys. A lot of space he buys out for his team, which is much appreciated, of course. You're talking about Crystallis needing some farm. He's getting that space. You might have to give out a tier 2 bot for this, but you're not losing out on heroes. The triangle control is going to be something that will be a bit missed. See if they can try to compensate for that. Here on MOUZ, they are holding on to the enemy, to the top triangle as well, and are clearing out some stacks. So not the biggest loss. If GamerLegion does look to pressure onto more tier 2s, though, that's where you have to have a response on MOUZ. RCY? It's a little bit crazy.
They do get a pushback onto Lorenov. RC meanwhile already jumping in. Escape back, gonna buy the time necessary for Ike. At least a little bit of time, but not enough time. Ike is gone. Chase continues from speed. They're all they're gonna find is a Wind Ranger courier. MOUZ yet to have an answer. I mean, they've just got nothing to try and defend themselves against what GamerLegion's throwing at them. Now you've got a BKB available on Fade to make matters worse. So Fade's going to start feeling invincible in these team fights. And MOUZ, you're just stuck relying on Crystallis here on this Wind Ranger, who's currently being chased, I believe. Oh. Fade going to get the haze as well. So you've got the vision now. Crystallis has a TP available. Will continue to run. They look to cut him off. Fade's waiting. Blink is up in 1. They're going to catch the Wind Ranger. Shackle's going to make it hard. Meanwhile, Boom does go down to RCY as Fade may have gone a bit too far. Speed's forced to egg through the Wheel of Wonder just in case they want to jump him. RCY trying to get within range for a life break. Can't quite get there. So they lose Boom, but they escape with everybody else at the least.
Yeah, a little bit messier coming out from GamerLegion. Really quick thinking from Crystallis to threaten with that focus fire out, making it very hard for Fade to kind of get that follow through. And they hold on. Right, you're mitigating losses here on MOUZ. You're trying to get to this point where, again, this Wind Ranger starts to become an issue, and the damage is starting to rack up as we are seeing, but I don't know. Like, the Ags into Daedalus is straightforward enough. Without a BKB, maybe you feel secure enough with Wind Run, but... Oh.
Shackles out onto Bignum. Bignum's going to die. Meanwhile, though, Ike also going down to RCY, who's just completely uncontested on this Husker. RCY wrapping from the backside as they are going to jump Ghost now on the Muerta, but RCY immediately jumping in onto Yamich, dealing with the Rubik. Almost. Meanwhile, Boom in trouble as Ghost just doing so much damage here with the Pierce the Veil. They do at least get the RCY Aegis up, or down rather. Ghost also losing his own life, but there's RCY now looking for this puck, not getting it quite yet, but eventually he will. 4 for the price of 2. Crystallis able to at least run away. This is kind of the thing, like, you deal with Ghost and the Muerta, but this Husker's the guy you got to really worry about.
And the positioning from RCY is perfect. Just cutting them off in that staircase area, getting the probably the best usage of inner fire just to cut off, prevent Crystallis from coming in to do some damage. Catches Fade again though.
Oh, he's tanky. Catches Fade is one way to put him, and it looks like Fade's catching him right now, John. Crystallis, he's gonna run. He'll be okay. But like you said, I mean, the damage. Where's the damage?
It's there, but it's not quick enough from Crystallis. Maybe with a full Crystallis Daedalus build, I would suggest skipping the Ags, and he does have that Crystallis up, but it's not enough. Daedalus needs to be up, and it's just a ways off. See another smoke from GamerLegion, lines drawn across, fortunately not into Ike's path, but unfortunately right into Crystallis here.
Oh no. Yeah, Crystallis, they can't believe what they've seen, and that's going to be a very quick death. Very unfortunate for the side of MOUZ. Like, sure, there's a world where you rely on Lorenov to carry the game as well as the puck, but you just need so much time for that world to exist.
Yeah, it's a long way forward in the game, right? You're looking at an Ags timing, maybe an Octarine along with Parasma, and
the Shrine?
You can consider Daedalus later on.
Ike doesn't even bother cancelling the Shrine take. Understands he's probably just dead. Meanwhile, Dark... Oh, actually, Fiends get committed. They do protect Ike.
Fade is stuck. He's stuck in the middle of the gate. What?
Fade's stuck in the middle of the gate. He's out of there now, John. He's all right. Boom and Ike gonna go down. So will Yamage. There are these gates, Jonathan. They just keep trapping people.
What's going on?
I don't know.
That was messed up. That could have been very rough for GamerLegion, but fortunately, Fade still had his BKB, and they had to actually back off. Again, GamerLegion pretty sharp in the uptake, cuts them off. It just prevents them from even feeling confident playing around his area of control from Boom. And it's a rough go. 25-15, 30 minutes in, 17k lead for GamerLegion right now. Full heart for RCY, just a ring of Tarask left. And once you're at that point, yeah, again, you don't have a natural Spirit Vessel carrier in this game. You don't have a Scotty coming out anytime soon. There's no easy way of getting healing reduction going. Shivas doesn't do that any longer, unfortunately, so it's going to be a wild run for RCY. 13-1-3, maintaining that performance, that high-level performance we saw from Game 1. For MOUZ, when it came down to this draft, again, your win conditions like this Wind Ranger, and yeah, the Daedalus is going to be nice, but you can only focus fire one hero at a time here. And even then, they will be able to burst you down when you try to focus fire someone anyhow. So the path forward for MOUZ is difficult to see. It's like a lot of the situations we've seen when you're at a heavy disadvantage. All you can do is hope you find someone overextending, get a hit and run back off. It can be a bit easier to do theoretically with Fiend's Gate if you have forward vision. Issue is they don't really have that on MOUZ either, to spot out like distant farming spots that GamerLegion might try to abuse. So you can't really easily spot like a quick gate snipe here for MOUZ just yet.
Here we go, smoke out from MOUZ. They're going to try into that Radiant triangle. They'll see Fade. Not quite the target they want to start on. Fade's got almost 4k HP right now. They'll wrap around him. In fact, there's your jump in now, but he gets the BKB off, so nothing will come of this initiation. They'll just look to retreat after getting the BKB committed. Although Lorinov, he's been left behind. He'll try to orb and jaunt his way out of there, but Bignum's on the chase now. Bignum not able to land the bushwhack. So MOUZ, they do successfully at least get a BKB forced out from Fade. They don't really lose much in the process.
No, but I don't think you care on GamerLegion at this point. Like, the BKB of Fade is nice to take away, but RCY still has his. And they're still looking to hunt. They know Focus Fire is down for a little bit longer, although, I mean, it's already back up, but there's no damage. Until that full Daedalus is up, it's just kind of tickling. They could catch a little bit more if you overextend. Now, lines were drawn. Lorinov being a bit of a risky spot here, Mikey.
I mean, it's classic Lorinov puck gameplay. Like, this is what he needs to do. Whether he gets caught or not, he needs to do this because they don't really have any other game plan. Lorinov, he tries. Not realizing the whole squad's around, still running, but no, they've got him. They've got him at every angle. That's your saving grace right there. I mean, that's the guy that needs to make all the space for MOUZ to find an angle back into this game. He's not easy to catch, but they do catch him eventually. Chrysalis might catch...
Narosh is back up. Easy take for the side of GamerLegion. Just no contest. That can come out here from MOUZ. So another secondary life to come in. I don't know if you even bother giving that to RCY, because look at his regeneration. 200 HP per second at half HP. I don't think he even dies, man. It just seems impossible. Yeah, secondary life for Ghost. RCY is perfectly happy at this point of the game. Trying to get up the shard and maybe a travels to work around the map. Don't know what you start to put in the backpack here. Just starting to get slot limited, which is one big thing with Husker, of course. I have to see. I mean, it's just been unanswered for the side of MOUZ. And Daedalus up on Chrysalis. It's a start. It's some damage. You can kill at least one hero now. Hopefully. Maybe not Fade. But the support certainly would melt. I would actually say this could be a good Hydra's Breath game for Chrysalis. You know, just having that DOT, maybe a little bit more, it does decently against something like a Husker. If you can farm that up. But, and the extra projectiles where you're firing off focus fire as well could be nice, but doesn't look like Chrysalis is prioritizing that. Once the Ags first, which again, I see the utility. Lorinov? Chrysalis. Oof. Oh, Lorinov.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Nah, they should be no problems taking these objectives. Creep waves are secure. And they do lose the gem that Ghost was ferrying around, so nice little snipe for Lorinov. Nice little pickup back on that gem for them. And he is cutting waves, but the creep wave's already on high ground with no tier trees. You are losing at least 2 set of racks. Maybe the full megas of GamerLegion want to be a bit spicy here. Respawns are coming in at least. Maybe they can make a play, but it's just so hard to see, man. RCY is just way too tanky. You cannot kill this Husker.
Shouldn't be able to, that's for sure. He's a big boy. 1 racks away now from the megas for GamerLegion. And unfortunately, MOUZ, they just have not been able to find an answer. I'll keep repeating, I mean, it is Lorinov that needs to buy all the time that MOUZ need now. Hell, Lorinov needs to be the carry at this stage, I feel like, as well. Chrysalis just not going to be able to do it on his own. They'll go for a smoke attempt. Speed's in position to break the smoke. They'll drop them with Speed's with the Pit of Malice, though, and the Shackle. But where's the damage? It's just not happening, John. The damage. They're still trying on Speed. Speed's just not dying. Another great Shackle from Chrysalis. It just does nothing. It just looks pretty. Fade. We'll move on to Boom now. Boom in danger. RCY again just jumps in. Boom is gone. Meanwhile, Lorinov is just tickling Fade in the back. He'll die as well. And it might just be time to call it. RCY, he'll get shackled. But what fear do you have as RCY?
No fear.
There's no fear.
There's nothing to stop him. And that was probably the best circumstance for MOUZ to try to start that fight as well. But even then, it's just not enough. Full megas is what RCY is gunning for. Not quite the end game yet. Showing a lot of respect for the potential here on MOUZ. Just get slowly working on that objective. 8% spell amp on Ghost as well. And he does have that full Pierce the Veil up again, although...
Well, they're going to focus fire him, but it does nothing. Yeah, I mean, he literally just regens through it. Here we go again. RCY. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Will of Wonder, at least maybe catching Ghost. In fact, no, it doesn't. They're trying to kill Ghost, but everyone realizes, I think, Ghost is not really the problem here. It's got the Aegis down. In fact, there it is. Aegis is gone. He'll get the reset. Range barracks left. Focus fire again on RCY. Fiend's Gate as well. Trying to hunt down Ghost in the Muerta, but there's the BKB being popped. And the turnaround. Boom's in the middle of nowhere. Pits galore, but it's a pit for him. So they'll go for more. Fade. Looking for the Rubik, the sharpshooter. And now RCY going for the jugular right in. There's just no defending this. Buyback is coming out, but it's just more food for RCY. He might type the fountain if they're not too careful. Fade will jump in again. God, he's just resetting and going another time. They're not doing anything to this man. Trying another time. RCY maybe dies or maybe not. Try again, he says. Fade jumps in another time with a big start out. Just everyone getting chipped away at, but nobody's really getting hurt. Ancient exposed now. And MOUZ, they finally call it. I mean, there's just nothing they can do. There's just no options. Fountain dive it is for RCY. That's probably the only option that MOUZ had, is praying for a fountain dive. And it just never came for him. GamerLegion, they do take game number 2. They'll find a 2-0 victory up against MOUZ. And I'll tell you what, John, I know we say this every tournament about these boys, but they're looking good.
That they are. I mean, what did I say yesterday for my underdog, my dark horse of this tournament? You know, what do you recall me saying, Mike? I recalled saying GamerLegion would be quite a promising team, and they show up here. You know, they managed to take a game off Liquid, I believe, yesterday, unless I'm really misseeing my score lines here. They did. That's not an easy team to break down, even with, say, subs or whatever the circumstances are. They play amazingly with these drafts that are just much more unique, right? Like, they get away with Husker in this game. Game number 1, they had the Necroforce carry for Ghost. It looked amazing. And the key thing for MOUZ is, again, they're not able to play their style. Now, mind you, I do feel like draft-wise, going for the Wind Ranger just does not help your cause. I just don't know why teams are prioritizing it in Pause 1 now. You don't have Tangled. You don't have Killshot until Town at level 25. It's not amazing. Again, you're seeing just how well GamerLegion also just executed that cutoff from RCY, preventing that follow-through from the Fiend's Gate coming in from Boom onto Ghost. Everything just structured and executed perfectly here from the side of GamerLegion. And they're just looking better and better the more tournaments they play in. And for MOUZ, and they're not out of it yet, but that does put them at a 0-2 start. They're 1 series away from being eliminated early here in Wallachia Season 8. And that's not something I would have expected to say about this roster. That's not something I would have expected to say about this org, which, you know, had a fantastic time just a few seasons back in Season 6. But it's a different game, it's a different patch, a slightly different team, and you know, it's going to need to shape up a little bit more in the next day because they're in the danger zone now. GamerLegion, hang on. They still have, you know, two more series to win if they want to make it through. They have a safety net of 1 series left, but it's a big boost for this younger squad, and I'm keen on seeing if they can carry that momentum. Hard to call out who the standout player of this game is. I kind of want to give it back to RCY. I think this Husker, his gameplay on that Husker was just ridiculous. You know, he crushed Loronoff's puck completely. Like, there was no gameplay there for Loronoff whatsoever. That mid lane was just one-on-one crush. Sure, he died a bit early on, but it doesn't matter so much for the Husker. It just turned back in. His teammates collapsed in, and he knew his timings. It was that Blink Ags timing. He started to get super active on the map. And from there, it was just complete ruination for the side of MOUZ. So, big props to RCY and big props to GamerLegion. For MOUZ, they're going to have to step up to the plate tomorrow, Mike. 0-2, you only have 1 shot left here.
Yeah, so it's certainly proving to be a little bit tough time for MOUZ, obviously already in that elimination round here at Wallachia Season 8, but nonetheless, it is how the cookie crumbles, Jonathan. Props to the boys from GamerLegion for being able to produce a win here today up against them. But with that, Jonathan, we do still have 2 more series on today and 2 more fantastic casters to come, so don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey, welcome back, folks. We're returning once again with the PGL Wallachia Season 8, the second day of the Swiss stage, and getting ourselves well underway with our 0-1 bracket matchups. We already saw 2 of those, and we're heading over to the final 2 of the evening, as we heard from MLP and John giving us the lovely commentary from the first 2 matches. GamerLegion walking away with a win there versus MOUZ, and of course the starting series we had at the day, Vici Gaming took that 2-1 versus Navi. So Vici and GamerLegion both moving over to the 1-1 bracket, and we're going to see some first eliminations happening tomorrow. Navi, MOUZ already facing that, but who's going to join them? We've got Yandex and South American Rejects coming up next, followed by Tundra and VP with T-Panda, with Lelis, our pro player, analyst, expert here in the commentary desk. We've got an interesting matchup, right? Because Yandex, of course, is coming in as a heavy favorite, but what I saw yesterday from South American Rejects, they didn't look too bad. They took a game off of Aurora, so I'm pretty excited about them. But let's talk about Yandex for a second. This team's coming out from a lot of wins since they signed this roster, going into the Tier 3, Tier 2 teams with like a Tier 1 team budget, and pulled it off. They didn't fall back. They started to get themselves some good placements in tournaments, and now they're here, and I think Yandex is happier with nothing else than a victory.
Yeah, Yandex, one of the winners definitely of this season, right? They started off, nobody really gave them a lot of credit, but Soxa joining, one of the veterans there in the Dota scene, one of the better players too, right? One of the most successful players, 1TI. So definitely the favorites, at least for this matchup versus the South American Rejects, which recently lost their sponsor, right? They were sponsored by Pain Gaming before this, but the org dropped out of the scene. So a little bit sad for them, but nice to see them continue together. Still grinding here at the PGL Wallachia. And definitely don't want to lose this match, right? If you lose this match, you already play eliminations tomorrow. So it doesn't feel great to play elimination games on the third day of the tournament.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up from that yesterday's series, we can talk about South America Rejects a bit here. They really rely on the talent of their supports, basically. You could put El Micho, and most importantly, Schofield. You can never forget Schofield out of the picture. How well he also plays, not just with his lane partner, Frank, but with his mid laner, Dark Mago. But you're more familiar with these guys than I am. Could you give us some insight on the vibes of this team? Again, SA team lives on the highs, lives on the lows, but is this team any different compared to some of the other South American stacks or organizations you've seen in the past?
I would say they have their own style. They're not really copying anybody or anything. They're definitely a very aggressive team early. And I also think it's evolved a lot in the matter where they don't really play like this SA style thing. They kind of just played with the way Dota is played, because nowadays everybody just really plays on EU server, and it kind of just molds the way you play in competitive and in pubs. And everybody kind of plays like the same style. Of course, some teams, they're more disciplined than others, and they're more like farm heavy, like Tundra, for example. I would say South American Rejects, they're more on the brawly terms. I think they're mid, Dark Mago, every team he plays on. He's a very active player, and his hero pool is very specific, there to say. You know, he plays heroes like Kunkka, Tiny, and he really likes being aggressive early on. So they kind of play around him and their supports, as you said. I think Schofield, when Schofield's in the game, you definitely know that he's in the game, right? You can see him doing some random stuff, making some space, and he's probably one of the most entertaining players to watch.
Yeah, he absolutely makes his presence known. Not only just for the players on the field, but the viewers notice if Schofield has something like a Nyx Assassin in his hands, you'll definitely see where he's going, what he's doing on the map. They, of course, rely quite heavily on how good of a game Wits can have. I'm not entirely sure if this is maybe the weakest lane of this team with Wits and El Micho, considering they're going up against DM and Soxa. I would heavily favor DM and Soxa going into many of these lane matchups. So is there something that they're trying to achieve maybe in the draft for South America Rejects, as they've already picked themselves a Phoenix opener to try and reinforce that safe lane to go as well as it could?
Well, just seen from the heroes they picked now, it's probably just a 5 Phoenix, and Clock will be 4. It's a signature Schofield hero, and Clockworker hero that's been showing up in pubs at least. On the high-ranked Immortal games. After the changes to cogs, the hero looks a little interesting. That you can walk over the cogs now on Clock. They changed the pinball mechanic, so you can't pinball people inside the cogs anymore, but you kind of just use cogs and you hit them towards the enemy, and it's easier for you to get out of cogs now. You can just cogs and just walk out, since you can walk on top of the cogs. So people are kind of messing around with that hero. And it's a Schofield classic. It's a hero that makes space, a melee hero, right? He excels on the melee heroes. And the starter follow-up, which is another flex hero for them. Frank and Dark Mago, they play this hero. So kind of standard draft for South American Rejects. They will reveal their main strat on the 18 pick, which is probably the strongest pick for first pick. And I like Yandex's response a lot. They picked the Beastmaster, which is a very good hero versus Clock, by the way, because the boars count as one full hit to the cogs. So all heroes that have units are very good against Clockwork. Enigma, Beastmaster, Ench, Chen, all these heroes are really good because they can just kill the cogs really fast. And the cogs actually give a decent amount of gold. You just wait for the clock to press his spell, then you just focus the cogs and you just kill them down. So I like Yandex's response. Also, Beastmaster a flex hero that can go multiple lanes. So both teams kind of leaving their draft open until the best pick of the draft, right? Yandex's best pick is the 24 pick, and South American Rejects right there. Do you see the Kunkka on 18? A hero that usually is not really picked in this meta, but Dark Mago, he's a really big Kunkka player. He's always been a Kunkka player.
Yeah.
And he's just going to go mid with that Kunkka.
And I think that's a good option too when they see that Beastmaster Bristle already revealed. Beast potentially could be a mid. So they didn't necessarily want to put the Slardar into a bit of a question mark matchup into the mid matchup. So Kunkka looks already a lot better. You get a kicker for your 18, so it gives a bit of shock value to this draft. You can still put that Slardar into the side lane and be happy with it. And of course, building on the minus armor way of things, you've got a ton of AoE in this SA Rejects lineup. What this draft already offers, what it provides, how it kind of helps everybody out in this game. You're just missing a traditional tower hitter, right? I mean, you have all the other boxes ticked. You've got teamfight, you've got push, you've got counter initiation, you've got vision. You have everything in this lineup, just missing the tower hitter, really.
Well-rounded draft for South America Reject, I would say. It's really nice when you have a frontliner with Phoenix, with stuns and spells, right? AoE spells that can protect the egg. So all their heroes can really protect the egg. They synergize really well with the Phoenix hero. And an interesting pick is the Silencer for Yandex. This one hasn't really been picked in a lot of the games. And I do know Silencer, let's see the changes that are made to this hero. Got slightly buffed in 7.41B, just a talent buff, but definitely got tweaked a bit in 7.41. He mostly got buffed, got a little bit of movement speed. They changed his innate a little bit. They nerfed the Q a little bit, so interesting to see what the idea is with the Silencer. It's definitely a good hero versus Phoenix, especially when you cast the last word on the Phoenix. If he ever dives, he can't really cancel his dive since he will be silenced as soon as he uses it. And it's also just a good way to burst the Phoenix before he can get egg off.
Yeah, like a preemptive ult before you know the Phoenix is probably gonna pop that egg. Makes sense. The Silencer's only been picked once. That was by Katami on BetBoom. It's been banned twice by Falcons. So they know something, which all the other teams pretty much don't. So Yandex picking it up. Let's see how it works out. But we do have a Necrophos coming in 23rd to clean up the draft. Not exactly the tower hitter, I was thinking, but this could still be like a Wits carry Necrophos. Or do you agree?
Yeah, it's definitely a carry Necro, and I think this showed up earlier too in the GamerLegion series. There was a Necro carry on Ghost. It was a 24 pick, and usually this hero, he's just good against all the strength heroes, right? So it's very good versus Bristle because of the passive. You just deal percent base damage to the Bristle. But I wouldn't say it's the best Necro game in this game. In the previous series, you saw the Necro versus the Tiny. I think that matchup is really good for Necro since Tiny relies a lot on just raw HP and being tanky. I think in this game, it's kind of different, right? The Bristle, he relies on being tanky, but he's not the carry. He's the offlaner. And Beastmaster, I wouldn't say the Necro Beastmaster interaction is that good for Necro. I think Beastmaster, he can burst Necro with the Roar, and he also just buys Disperser so he can just naturally have an item to purge the Necro's W. I also think Silencer is very good against Necro, right? If you ever press last word on Necro, and he presses W, he's just going to be silenced, and he won't be able to Q himself and heal himself.
Yeah.
Also, Hoodwink is another hero that just has a lot of magic damage versus Necro, so I'm not really convinced that this Necro pick is the best in this draft. I do believe that the hero has some space on 24, 23 pick, as it did in the previous series, but I wouldn't say this is the game for it.
And of course, as you can see, the laning matchups here, Watson will be picking up that Beastmaster into the pause 1 role. Are we moving away from that Ags build, or is it a necessity? Is it like there's only one way to build a carry Beastmaster? Is it always through the Aghanims, or do you have any options in a game like this?
There's only one build really. Is you just rush Ags because it just helps you farm so much. There's no other item that will help you farm as much. And then after is where it gets interesting. You buy the Ags, Blink BKB at some point, and then some people buy Silver Edge, some people buy Manta, some people buy Disperser. I really like the Disperser since you have a lot of attack speed and it also gives you a Dispel. Usually Beastmasters, they would buy Nullifier, right, to be able to kill people, but the Disperser, it helps a lot more for the stats, and definitely like the mana burn counts a lot since you can get a lot of hits on Beastmaster. So it's probably just gonna be your standard. I think the most interesting build will probably be what Bristol buys. What he will decide to buy in this game. He'll definitely buy the Wraps item, but do people even buy Pipe anymore? That's the question. Since the Wraps item is so broken, you kind of don't buy Wraps and Pipe because you kind of lose a lot of value with the magic resist stacking, right? Magic resistance doesn't stack additively. So it's just not really good to buy both items. So I think the Bristol will just buy the Wraps item and he'll just be chilling. So there will no Pipe in this game. And then after we'll see. He's probably going to buy a Lotus for the starter, Shard somewhere in between there, and they'll just fight with the Void Spirit buying a Vessel for the Necro. So I really like Yandex lineup versus South American Rejects. I think they have all the tools they need to be able to deal with the enemy heroes, and they naturally have heroes that buy good items versus the enemy. They have the Lotus versus Sardar, the Vessel versus the Necro, right? All the attack speed on Beastmaster versus the Phoenix.
I think my top tier analysis regarding the consecrated Wraps would be what I've kind of lived with for many years now is either you build a Pipe or everyone in your team that's a core has to build a BKB. So it's like you're either going in for the team or you're doing it for yourself. But I think the question I also still have in mind about the Beastmaster build is how much attack speed are you going to need? You have potentially 4, maybe even 5 different Shivas builders on this dire lineup. You can easily pick it up on Slardar, on Necrophos, on Phoenix. Phoenix is a traditional Shivas builder from a support position even, and Akunka could do it. Does Watson build any attack speed into this? And that leads to a question, could this be a Bloodthorn?
Yeah, I think Bloodthorn is also a good option for the Beastmaster. I mean, Beastmaster, he naturally has a lot of attack speed, and just he won't really buy items thinking of attack speed. He'll probably buy the items thinking more about how do the items help him stay alive and kill heroes. So if Bloodthorn is the best choice, then he will just buy Bloodthorn, and that item just gives attack speed. The same thing for Disperser, right? Just gives a lot of agility, and it will just give attack speed. So he'll probably just buy his items based on what does he need in the game to be able to kill heroes and survive.
Yeah.
And Watson, he's definitely familiar with this hero. He's been playing a lot of games on this Beastmaster carry. Most of the carries, they're very familiar with it now.
All right, well, we're going to have the bounties spawning here, and looks like they're going to be able to challenge the river for just 1 bounty rune. Schofield yoinks 1 away from Watson, making it 3 for 1 in favor of the South American Rejects picking up those bounties. And was looking at wits. We're going to have a Brown Boots Radiance Necrophos with, a lot of farm speed, but just 1,000 HP at some point of the game.
Yeah, let's see how his item build develops. A lot of the players, they just put all their items on the quick buy, just to have them. But if he can get a good game and you get the Radiance early with Brown Boots, it's definitely the ideal. I think you don't want to delay it on Necro, but sometimes you kind of need to buy some items here or there. Maybe he buys like a Falcon Blade or some item to give him a little bit of HP early on. And Schofield already blocking the wave level 1, pulling the wave, making some space for the Sardar.
Yeah, Maldi's trying to use
suffer in this lane.
Blood Grenade and the double bores to slow down Frank, and that's almost going to be a first blood. He's got 60 HP remaining as the Slardar in the bottom lane has to TP back to his tower. But a bit of a close call there. I mean, Silencer with your Q slow, with your Blood Grenade, with the bores. Yeah, that ramps up really quickly.
Yeah, this lane for South America Rangers is one of those lanes where you play to lose less the lane. You're going to lose the lane, but you play to get XP and as much gold as you can, and you never really try like an aggressive move unless the enemy's out of position. So you don't go for any trades, you don't really try to poke the enemy, you kind of just play passive, pulling waves and trying to get as much as you can. This is your double melee versus Silencer Beast. not really a fun lane for South American regions here. But Schofield, he's no stranger to this situation. He's probably one of the best players at this, playing the melee hero, pulling the wave, making space, trying to avoid the confrontation, right, the 2v2. And you already see Beastmaster top of the last hits, 9 and 4. He's going to have a really free game in this game for Watson.
Yeah, Schofield is absolutely the guy. Like, he's not afraid to make a rotation to the mid lane, even if he's level 1 on a clockwork. Like, I see it so many times. Like, if there's an Ember Spirit on your opponent's team, Schofield will go there to just bully him, even if it's just to break the Flame Guard. Now he's kind of locked in with this lane to help out Frank just secure that easy farm behind between the towers.
And the clock's probably going to be looking to either TP top or mess with the mid after he pulls some waves bottom. But the bottom, this lane's going to get harder and harder and harder for South American Rios. This Slaughter hero, he suffers a lot against the slows and attack speed slows. And that's what the boar does, right? It has attack speed slows, so the Slaughter can't really bash people with his auto attacks. And slows are just good for Slaughter as well, since he has to use his Q spell to be able to leave some skirmish, and then when that spell's on cooldown, then he just kind of just dies. So Beastmaster is a very good hero for Slaughter in lane and in the game.
Schofield looking to sneak behind them to steal a Lotus. Malady and Watson have been more busy on the pressure side of things, so this Lotus is only picked up at 3 minutes 17 seconds. Usually people are already there before the 3-minute mark even hits. And I'll give Lotus 1-1. Soxa with the other.
Looks like the mid matchup is kind of even. Both heroes will just farm. Of course, they picked the Void Spear into the Kunkka. They kind of just needed a hero to play with the supports, so not a crazy matchup that Void Spear should win. It's probably just going to be both heroes just farming. And in the top lane, you see the Necro full free farm.
Yeah,
and the Bristol kind of
both carries are having fun. Both offlaners, not so much.
Exactly. And it's totally normal for the heroes that they're playing versus their matchups. And just the order of the picks, right? The offlaners pick blind most of the times, and then the carry player, they got the counter pick. So expected outcome for the lanes. So both carries super happy.
Schofield is going on a bit of a trek. He's trying to dodge that Razorback. He's at a tier 2 tower right now. Still got one creep behind him. Almost gave vision for the tower to hit Schofield. He was dragging the creep wave behind. He's just trying to mass those waves to push in, because you see Watson and Malady are just pulling the waves into the camps. So if you can stack that big Radiant wave, that will help Frank get that wave past those camps. Get some farm for himself.
Frank very happy with this. He's not getting pressured under the tower, and he's kind of just getting some creeps. Of course, he's taking some harass, but he would have taken the harass anyways. But at least here, he's farming some creeps under tower. And the Silencer's not here to actually pressure him. So really good job from Schofield. Being really annoying, right? He's just positioning himself behind the tower, killing couriers if possible.
Going for wits here. At least burn his magic one charges, if anything, but actually going all the way in because there's no backup for wits, and they'll get first blood. DM goes for the hunt, and Soxa and DM, they make the right decision, the right call made, and that's going to be first blood for Yandex. Schofield still battling out with Malady on the side, going for more onto El Micho. Bringing in that 3 versus 2, now a 3 versus 1. Malady standing his ground. Can he get another stack of Suffer in Silence? Used to be the old Brain Freeze. Or what was it called? The Brain Steal? Can't remember the exact name of it. Brain Drain, that's the one. And yeah, gets 2 stacks for himself, 3 kills in total.
A really costly mistake here for South American Riga. This is not what you want to happen for your
offlaner. Mid. Going straight for the next play. Dark Mago, 100 HP, still has a wand, still has a Fairy Fire. Is going to be okay. But a good move from Soxa. Still had enough mana to rotate to the mid lane after that long battle in the top lane, leading to multiple kills. Still have enough resources to help out in mid. Dark Mago, of course, just goes for the X-Mark teleport regen, come back to the lane. Now he's bottom.
I mean, this point in the game, you want to start thinking about the Wisdom. So really big wave here for Watson. He's level 6 on Beast, so...
Frank might die here. Yep. And Soxa is everywhere. It's gone from top to mid to bottom. Like, remember yesterday we had these battles going on, separate duels in all 3 lanes inside a minute. But this is basically the Soxa bringing the party to all of these lanes. That's 4-0.
Yeah, Soxa doing really well in this game. Makes the enemy team have to rotate over to the Wisdom. They don't commit for it because they see the Kunkka walks over. So good stuff by the Kunkka, making sure his team gets the Wisdom. And it's the small things like that that make the game playable, right? The Kunkka had used his TP to heal, but him just walking over secures the Wisdom for his team. So at least they don't lose the Wisdom as well, right? After all the kills that Soxa has been making.
Yep. Yeah, not quite as much for Schofield, who we usually see being the person rotating all over the place. Now he's been forced to help out Frank keep his game intact. So he hasn't really had that same freedom as Soxa has had, being able to move around. You do have to be very careful about something here. I mean, of course, now they're trying to dive in top. Schofield standing his ground for the time being, but with Kira Jr. arriving, this is going to turn sour really quickly for the Clockwork. Witz is joining in on the fight with Dark Mongo also here now. Lock in on the Void Spirit. Reaper Sight. Yep, that's going to be a good trade. That's going to be the first kill for the South American Rejects, and it's a big one. Sox is still
a little bit of a
Bushwhack
mistake there from Void Spirit. He mistimed his dissimulate. He could have easily dodged the Kunkka spells, but it happens. He just pressed the spell a little bit too fast. So good response kill from South American Rejects, but it won't really stop them from losing this tower. So Bristol, he's having a really good game. I didn't think Bristol had this sort of game. And also comes back to what happened earlier where they got the kill on the Necro. He was a little bit out of position. So the small things, they start adding up. Just like yesterday that we saw Whisper get that double kill in lane in the beginning of the game on Bristol. These small kills that the Bristol gets in lane, they can make a really big difference for his early game and his start to the game, right? Now
Absolutely.
He took the tower. He's doing well on resources. Full HP, he can just continuously farm now. And he's super happy on Bristol. If you compare the Bristol to the Sardar, almost 1,000 net worth difference.
They're going to try and shut him down here as well with Schofield. Walking in with Wits. No Reaper's Sight. That was kind of the key spell that they needed. And you get that kill. But yeah, what I was going about here for the supports is they need to secure those level 6s as soon as possible. You do not want to be an under-leveled Clockwork in a game like this.
Well, he's doing okay on clock. I think the Phoenix probably wants to take mid at some point or make some stacks for Kunkka. And I like the way South American regions are playing the map. They know that they can't really pressure the Beastmaster, so they're not even coming here to do anything to the Beast. They're just leaving him and playing with the Necro that needs some assistance. So I like their... Considering what happened and what the situation of the game, I think their decision here is correct about where to play on the map, right? Playing on the top side. Even though they're losing 2k gold, it's just kind of how they have to play the map. Unless Kunkka is ready to go to the Beastmaster lane.
Oh, talk about Kunkka. A little bit of pressure there, but there's a regen rune, which Schofield is there in between. Soxa gets the deny, though. Nobody gets the rune for themselves.
That's a big win for Yandex there. They bring 3 heroes, while South American regions bring 4 heroes to the rune, and they still get the rune deny. So, meanwhile that's happening, Beastmaster is farming the lane and the camps, while Bristol is freely farming his camps on his side. So it's a big economy win for Yandex.
See, the Consecrated Wraps are queued up for the Bristol back. He's still going to need a bit more to finish that that item with the booster. And the Wraps recipe costing 1,700, so a bit over 1,000 gold. But I think at that point, DM can already start being very efficient with the hero. Still 4th in net worth, tied with the Kunkka, just slightly behind the Void Spirit. Watson, of course, holding his natural position here as the top farmer. But that might change with the Necrophos Radiance. Not too far off now. I like how Schofield's here soaking some of that XP because he really needs that hook shot.
Yeah, he's being the classic bodyguard, right? He's just here breaking smoke, making sure Necro doesn't die to some random move or something. If someone dies, it's better for the clock to die than the Necro to die. And Schofield is really, really good at that positioning.
Look at the bottom secret shop. They saw Frank with the ward. He's still a bit too deep. They're just hoping for him to extend a bit further. There's There's a whole
They know the
grading
wave is
party
gonna push
here.
in.
There's 4
Yeah.
heroes waiting for Frank to overextend.
And he knows, right? He's playing very defensive. No heroes showing on the map, but still gonna get caught.
Not much you can do. Roar being spent as well. Slardart taken down. Schofield is here, and here comes the mass. They're going to be responding in force. Got Watson dropped down to half HP. He's got the money for the Ags, but he won't be getting to the secret shop in time as he's controlled. He's killed. There's the hook shot coming in from Schofield, but it's not the optimal one, or is it? It's enough for the X-Mark to the Reaper's Scythe, and the job's been done. Malady trying to run away from Wits and Dark Mago, but they should be locking in that silencer, and that's a triple for Wits. And they will end up having a 3-for-2 trade in the favor of the South American Rejects. So, you know, Frank soaked up all of the attention at the start, but it's a good reply.
A good response to South American Rejects. Usually when these dives happen, if you can respond with multiple TPs, it's ideal. And Yandex, they didn't have 5 here there, right? The Bristle, he can't really connect to this move. So overextending a little bit on Yandex, but it happens, these sort of things. It's very normal to the game. Beastmaster going to come back, and he already has his Ags finished on the Courier. So he's going to start turbo farming. So big injection of gold for the Necro, which finishes his Radiance and is on his way to his Boots of Travel already. So Necro is very happy.
Yeah, you saw from that fight, he had 1,200 gold in his inventory, and as he got killed, he got pushed back minus 200, so then he couldn't afford his Ags. He technically could have had Ags if he was somehow able to kill Frank, walk to the secret shop, continue fighting from there. Could have been a whole different fight for Yandex. You can instantly feel the impact of that Ags kicking in, but just didn't have the time to build it up, didn't have the time to even walk to the shop as he was instantly targeted. But it's, you know, another what-if situation. I want to get lingering on that. LB show dives away.
The Bristle has gated bottom, so they want to do something here. They want to take tower and contest Wisdom. Let's see if South American Reds want to respond to this, or if they kind of just want to try to take enemy Wisdom. Looks like Clock is going for the enemy Wisdom, and they're just going to sack this Wisdom. They don't feel like they're strong enough to fight. No egg yet. They do have boat, but Kunkka probably wants to finish his BKB, missing one final component.
Scofi always on the edge of that scan. Oh, it finally triggers at the very last pixel. So Sox is now on a bit of a race. Get that Wisdom. Oh, you got it. All right, he's still going to die for it most. Oh, okay. I'll say no to that. He's going to get out of this one.
Right. Space created.
Space created.
That's what Schofield knows how to do. He's very good at creating space. He's like an astronaut.
I have to say he got really lucky with that scan, though, because I was looking at his hero model on the minimap and the scan position. He's walking on the left side of it. It should definitely trigger, but it didn't. It only triggered at the very end of that scan, which was just enough for him to actually make it in time into the Wisdom, and only then Soxa turned around. And we got a gank coming towards DM. This is a pretty tough one for the
He is very tanky.
Yeah, with the Kunkka and the Clockwork, I don't think that's a kill.
Yeah, he sees he has a sentry, so he sees the Kunkka invis. And Soxa with these stacks, he's just stacked a lot. And Bristle's gonna farm another quad stack, or will the Beastmaster TP over? I think that Bristle's just gonna farm it. And really good economy by both teams. You see both teams stacking a lot. Both triangles super stacked for the offlaners. And Atos on the Hoodwink, so very interesting that Hoodwink has become a tier 1 hero after this patch. I think all the changes benefited the hero a lot, and the item build varies a lot too. A lot of people, they kind of just buy mana boots at the Glimmer or something like that, but you see Soxa with the Atos, so kind of bringing it back to the old build where people bought the Gleipnir, but no more Maelstrom in the Gleipnir, right? So will he upgrade this later? We'll see. Has a Solar now in his quick buy.
Yeah, always a nice flavor about the Hoodwink is if the game happens to go into like a super late game, you have a very strong damage dealing support in this Hoodwink. Oh, that's an 80 rune. That's perfect for Kira as they're doing this smoke here between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers of the Dire side. You got to be careful here. It's only El Misho, but if they get to Dark Mago, that could be a big kill. But they're caught by a scan. They knew something was going on, so that's a good read on the South America Rejects.
Yeah, the Kunkka almost has his BKB, so he doesn't want to fight. He's like 50 gold off it. So the call is just to, let's just sack this tower and try to contest Roche when Kunkka has BKB. Clock already scouting with the rocket.
Oh, Frank.
And let's see how they do this. They probably know that they want to kill the Roche on Yandex. They have Bristol and Beastmaster, two very good heroes to kill the Roche. But one of the reasons why Beast is super broken is that this hero can just solo kill the Roche with the axe. And it's dying quick. They need to get here fast.
Got vision with the rocket. They're still coming through the gate. They are so far away. So it's going to be a short-handed fight here for South American Rejects, and they're just trying to disrupt them for as long as they can. Global Silence is going to be spent as well. Watson is low. Roshan down to 500 HP. He's going to be picking it up. Schofield's going to be the one to fall first. Watson is dead, and Tsar will get the Aegis. It goes for Dark Mago. He'll be able to pick it up. It looked a bit rocky, but they got the job done in the end. They got a crucial kill. They shut down a potential power spike timing here from Team Yandex, and they only trade a Clockwork for it.
Yeah, really good turn of events for South American Rejects, so good gameplay from them. You know, they waited for the Kunkka BKB, they played it chill, waited for their timings, Clock constantly scouting the Roche, right? They're not late to the Roche or just giving the Roche for free. So they definitely know what they're doing. They have an idea about the game, when to fight, when to not fight, right? So good stuff from South American Rejects. I thought it was a bit hasty from Yandex. I think Beastmaster committing to the Roche was probably not the best there. Since, as we said in the draft, South American Rejects, their lineup has a lot of AoE spells, right? So before they get BKBs on Yandex, this Beastmaster, he just dies to their spells, right? So he kind of can't be first contact. He can't be the one in the pit hitting the Roche. He's just going to get all spells thrown on him. And they don't really have saves, right, on Yandex. So there's nothing he can really do on Beast. He has to have his own BKB, maybe a Manta later to dispel the Sardar Corrosive. A bit of a mistake there from Yandex committing to the Roche the way they did.
Yeah, I think it could have been a judgment call. They had that Ops Ward on the stairs of that top Roshan pit. They probably thought they saw two heroes there that, hey, we have time to take this Roche. They're not even close. Could be one of those judgment calls that we can do it. We're 5v3. Didn't quite work out in the end. That means that small 2,000 gold net worth lead that they held on to is given away, but now fighting in top. Good shot onto DM. Frank's going to follow up on this. Bristleback's not feeling as tanky now with 4 heroes surrounding him. And another Reaper's side stack picked up. That's going to be the third for Wits.
Really nice with the Necro. He's super snowballing his game. And first time gold lead for South American Rejects. Yandex, even though they had that really good laning phase, they couldn't really capitalize on it and keep snowballing. And I really like the way Schofield is playing this game. He's just constantly being the bodyguard for Necro, right? He's just constantly with the Necro, serving as a hero to break smoke and also a hero to maybe get an engagement, stun heroes for the Necro so he can do damage. As you saw there when they killed the Bristol. Clock very good against Bristol. He can trap him in the cogs, and Bristol, he doesn't really want to just sit there hitting cogs, right? He doesn't really have that much attack speed. Especially if there's a Phoenix W on him, he just cannot get out.
From a pause for player perspective, how often does that happen? Is it like a draft-specific thing, or is it a player-specific thing on the team that your pause 4 acts more as the bodyguard above the pause 5?
I think a lot of times it just comes down to how do the heroes interact with one another. I think Phoenix could also be serving as the bodyguard, but I think the Phoenix combines better with the Kunkka, right? The Phoenix brings the damage to the Kunkka combo, so if the Phoenix is hovering around the Kunkka, every time the Kunkka presses his X combo with the Phoenix Sunray, that's probably a kill. And it wouldn't look like that if Clocked would wick the Kunkka, right? So it's more about like the pairs, how the heroes pair together with each other. And it makes more sense for the melee hero, the Clockwork, to be with the Necro, like the hero that has stuns to be with the hero that doesn't have any stuns.
Yeah.
Right.
So more a draft thing than a player preference.
Yeah, it could have been any hero to really break smoke, right? It doesn't have to be the melee hero, but
let's see what
Tormentor coming up.
Let's see what the smoke's gonna do. There was a setup here from Yandex, but if they see DM first and nuke him out of the fight, that could just be a Tormentor given away.
BKB.
They are spreading. Ooh. DM in a good position, and now they're going to be completely split. Frank is the one who ends up being alone, and they'll take him down. Dark Mago willing to fight with the amplified damage and the BKB. He'll target the silencer, even though he has already spent the global silence. He has nothing left to give. Now onto the Phoenix they go. They're going to nuke down El Misho. Roar comes out onto the Kunkka, and now as he is isolated, that's going to be the Aegis going down. Phoenix buys back, TPs into the fight. DM holding the front line, keeping Wits at bay, keeping Schofield away. Kunkka getting focused on again. Watson's got so many stacks going for him, and just nuking down this Kunkka. He'll find himself a kill off of that. And now Malady should also be returned into the fight as well. They got Wits locked in, and that's 4 heroes down from the South America rejects. And who died on the side of this Yandex team? All they lost was a silencer, and that was already after he used the global silence. That is a clean win.
And not the best engagement there for South American regions. Sauter gets jumped and bursted. And Sauter, he's having a really rough game this game. After his rough laning phase, he's having a hard time finding himself in the game. He doesn't have his BKB yet for this Tormentor fight. And good stuff there for Yandex, hitting their timings. As you see, the Sauter, he kind of gets bursted before the fight even starts, right? And then they could have just backed here from South American regions. Like the could just walk away and they can exit with the egg. But they choose to keep taking this fight, and it doesn't really work out for them. Phoenix gets bursted without being able to use egg. Even uses the buyback there on Phoenix. But he can't connect as easily as a silencer, right? They still have the tier 1 bottom for Yandex. So it's super easy for them to just use buybacks to contest this Torm. One of the perks of Radiant now is that if you keep this tower alive until the Torm, you can easily just TP here with buybacks or connect here for this fight. So Yandex abusing it with a silencer buyback.
Yep.
And big win for Yandex. They're going to get the Torm right after, too.
And the thing is as well, like, the balance of power, depending on your positioning, shifts so quickly in a game like this when you're just 20 minutes in. It started with DM could have been the one to die because he was isolated from the rest of his team, and he was being approached by 5 smoked heroes. But his positioning in the trees, constantly moving in these, like, very questionable moving patterns. They haven't really spotted him. Their smokes start to pop because they all spread out to look for the targets, right? And then you end up losing more heroes than the one you were hunting in the first place. As Schofield will walk into this gank squad, another for Yandex.
Tanking the gank, all good. Better for the clock to die than the Necro to die. And as you said there earlier, so now it's super easy for Yandex to have one of these skirmishy fights or just some random engagement on the map since they have easy heroes to really do it. The Void Spirit and the Beastmaster, they make it really easy to be able to go on heroes, even the Hoodwink with Atos. And very different from South American rejects, right? The clock is serving more as a bodyguard than to really set something up. And the Sauter, he's kind of just on farm mode until he has BKB. So it's not that easy for them to actually make something happen on South American rejects. They're kind of just stuck in this loop of farming creeps and having a defensive position. While Yandex, it's super easy for the Void Spirit just to make something happen, right? The Kunkka, he kind of needs to commit with his spells. So it kind of comes back to just the way the draft is. One of the reasons why Kunkka's not really picked that much is the hero is not really in an amazing spot in this meta. Kind of a committee hero, right?
Yeah.
You kind of need to press all your spells.
As versatile as Kunkka is, he's still a bit mediocre.
Do want to defend this tower though. Silver Edge on Kunkka, so a little bit of a power spike there. Maybe they can use it to kill the Bristleback now. Which they can definitely die. The Yandex heroes, they definitely can die to a hook shot into Silver Edge into boat. You know, the Phoenix didn't get to use his spell in the last fight, so it can look a lot different if they actually get the jump on South American regions, right? A lot of Dota is just about who's jumping first and which target is getting jumped.
Yeah. And you do have a decent amount of crowd control on both sides, so it's not like you're limited to that one single stun, and you have to kind of make it work. You have the remnants and the roars. And the bushwhacks on one side, the other X-Mark combos with the clockwork, the Slardar. Even a good Phoenix egg, like if they try to focus down a single target and they get hit, multiple heroes get stunned by the Phoenix egg, that's a perfect way to turn things around.
Yeah. I wanted to comment a little bit about the Necrophos build.
Yeah.
So he went for the Radiance, which is his farming item, then went for the Lotus, which is a basic Dispel, versus the Silencer, who kind of needs it. Schofield kind of going for the rune, poking a little bit. And now he goes for the heart. So after he gets heart, he's going to have a lot of HP regen. And after the heart, he's probably going to buy Axe. So the way Ags works is 50% of Necrophos's current health HP is applied to his passive. So the heart synergizes really well with the Ags. Oh, he actually went for the wraps instead of the heart.
Okay.
So it's not going to be the best combination for the Ags there. But let's see if he actually buys BKB, because he doesn't have BKB. He only has one Dispel, right? The Sancer, he can Dispel Global, but after he Dispels Global, he can't really Dispel any of the Goos. He can't Dispel Vessel, right? So he probably needs another Dispel at this point. I thought he was going to go Heart into Ags, so he could just be tanky, but decides for the Wraps item. So he's actually doesn't have that much HP. He actually does, he's like slightly below 2k HP.
He is quite
can easily die. Yeah, he can easily die.
I was wondering if he does go for that heart, plus the axe later on. That's like your classic, I want to do a lot of damage. It worked the best when you're low on HP. It doesn't do as much when you're full. The way the heart works, as Frank's going to go on the jump for Soxa, but the high ground stairs are being contested simultaneously. You do have at least the Slardar locked in. Frank is low, but Melody's going to be traded with him. BKB already up on Dark Mago, but it doesn't matter. Their spells go straight through, but he manages to squeak away with the Shadow Walk. The egg on the high ground, hard position to fight it. Nice reset from Yandex. Change positions of the fight. They are very low. They're dangerously low on resources here. DM is also playing with his life here with just 300 left. Continues to spit more hairballs towards the South America rejects, who are now going for a wraparound. Kunkka, he's been able to regenerate. He used his X-Mark TP back home, and he wants to go for round 2. But is there anybody left? Because it looks like Yandex has already fully retreated. Kira Jr., he takes the Wisdom Shrine. Should be able to get away from harm's way.
A little bit better of an engagement there for South American rejects than it was from the last fight. So that fight, Starter had BKB and Blink. So he got a good jump there in the fight, and he didn't die instantly, right, to the burst. Because of
Kira's got no TP. They know about this.
Yeah, he's
gonna have to dance for a while. Oh, okay, he's not gonna dance a lot after taking that Tidebringer to the face. Yeah, Kunkka hits hard.
Got greedy for the wisdom. And Roche is up. Let's see if South America Rangers go for this Roche. Void Spirit dead. They have Sardar with the Corrosive Haze. They can definitely take this Roche.
40-second window.
But Yandex want to smoke. They don't want to give it for free. But Roche will not roar since Yandex took it first. Actually, it did roar. Huh?
It did, yeah. It was finished by the SAR team. Let's see if it goes the other way around this time. Roche is being quite annoying. Schofield. Oh, that was the Kunkka who tanked the sharpshooter, saving Schofield's life. Dark Mago being the bodyguard this time for his buddy support. 10 seconds for the Void Spirit to come. They got Frank with a 2-man stun. Very good position. DM gets deleted. And they've got Malady down too. Soxa, he's on a desperate escape. That's not going to work as they lock him in. Reaper's Scythe. And now the Void Spirit spawns. Where's my team? Why is my team dead? Well, it is what it is. That's a second Roche for the rejects.
The Kunkka's doing actually so much damage there. The gunpowder with the Silver Edge hit on the board just almost insta-killed the Bristle. That's crazy.
Yep. It's a lot of damage.
The Bristle, he doesn't have any armor items, right? He didn't buy Lotus in this game. He bought a bunch of HP items, and he's just dying to the Kunkka, actually. I'm actually surprised that the Kunkka's doing so much damage. Dark Mago showing why he's a Kunkka specialist, and they should respect him, right? He plays his heroes, and he plays his heroes well.
So Kunkka hits for 300. The Tidebringer is 215, so that's like 515 damage, plus the Gunpowder Gauntlet for 630, plus the Silver Edge for 300. So hits for 900 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage for one hit.
And together with the Corrosive, it just even more potent, right?
I really like that.
Pretty even game. A lot of back and forth in this game. But see both teams prioritizing the objectives a lot, right? Just most of the team fights are just around the objectives, around the Roche, around the Torm, around the runes. So both teams with a good idea about the game in general, right? They want to contest these objectives. With the objectives, you can get a lead in the game. So good stuff from both teams. A little bit of, and then it just comes down to the execution in these fights, right? Who gets jumped first? Who uses their spells in the better way? So pretty even game. South American Regis showing that they're still alive, even though playing against Yandex, one of the better teams in this season, right? They won multiple tournaments. And South American Regis, they're kind of just in the middle of that pack, right? They haven't really made it to that top 3 or to a top 6 finish in any of these tournaments, but showing that they can still do it.
Yep, and they are
You have
here.
to believe.
They're here right now. They're definitely going to take this as a challenge, see how far they can go in the Swiss stage. PGL Wallachia. Really good to have them here. Necro is finished with his... He went Axe first and now queues up the heart. So he's going the other way around with the build.
It's all right too. It combos well with the saddest innate, right? When you get a kill or something, it increases your region by a lot. So yeah. It's not the worst.
The Kunkka trouble middle. The roar comes out. Kunkka should be dead. 30 HP, but there we go. The Aegis is there.
Ooh,
but Watson, I think he's going to take the worst out of this fight. Can he run away? No, he cannot. BKB'd or what? You've got a Reaper Scythe on your head. Decapitation. Silencer getting pretty much 2-shot there by Dark Mago. See the power of that Kunkka right click once again.
A very odd engagement. The Beastmaster jumping mid on the Kunkka with an Aegis, and he has all his spells. I guess they thought they could just remove the Aegis for free, but South American Regis ready to react, not letting his Kunkka die for free. A very uncharacteristic mistake from Yandex, really. They seem very a bit desperate for these moves. They didn't really have to do this move. They could have just waited for the Aegis to expire, and they could have just farmed their side of the map. And a 3k gold lead now for South American Rejects. Storm will be up in a couple seconds. Let's see if they want to do that. Doesn't look like it. They're all just moving towards top. Supports will gate top. AC queued up on the Beastmaster, so recognizing that they need the armor versus the Sardar and the Kunkka, right? No Lotuses on Radiant. I feel like it has to be kind of some sort of mistake that they have no Lotuses at 32 minutes, right? Bristleback didn't go for Lotus. Hoodwink also didn't go for a Lotus. Silencer also not queuing a Lotus. And it's such a good Lotus game versus the Sardar and even the Phoenix, right? To remove the Fire Spirit stacks.
Yeah. Just general dispelling. They don't seem to have a single one even queued up. We just have a Glimmer Cape for the hook, and that's all. Hook shot. Flies in onto the Silencer. Schofield just saying a quick hello, backs away instantly. But I wanna touch upon your point as we're seeing the smoke come out. When they jumped that Aegis, that's not the first time they made for that quick hasty call. When they see somebody isolated on the map and they make the play, they don't think about a plan B, they just go for it. That was the first Roshan fight was similar. I feel like that could just be Yandex's style here in this game, but they got to make this one work. They're committing to the smoke. It's going to be without Malady, but he's got the global silence. He doesn't need to be around. Do they run into anyone? They're going to pass each other's here. Scan is also not on point.
And the Rejects with a nice read of the map. They just look at the minimap, see nobody's showing. No lanes are being pushed. They must be up to something. Torm is up. Let's see. They definitely thought that the Rejects were going for the Torm. They smoked over, but not really going for the Torm. Will they kill it themselves? Looks like they do want to kill it. We'll Clockwork scout this. Here comes the rocket. Will they be here in time? It looks kind of dead already.
Almost got the steal.
Almost got that snipe.
That was pretty close.
The instant gate to reset the position, scanned by the Rejects. They're just going to back off.
DM is on the hunt. He did see the camp getting cleaned up there, but nobody in sight. Walk with the shard for Soxa. Get the good old boomerang. Used to be more busted than it is today, but still pretty strong. They even nerfed it in the last letter patch.
Smoke coming. Do they want to walk up this high ground? Right, Clock revealed him. He wasn't even smoked on Clock.
Well, Kira's here.
Kills the courier. All right.
Doesn't look like he bought anything on the courier because he's, well,
Kunkka gonna walk up. He's Satanic BKB on Kunkka. Very tanky.
Yeah, not only does he hit hard, but he's also tanky. Let's see what comes out of this. This Malady is going to be pushed out. Silencer does not stand a chance. Frank does at least use his
They want to fight though.
BKB
Beastmaster
for it.
TPing.
Mira. Trying to lock in El Micho. Phoenix is out of position. They'll be able to take him down, get a 1-for-1 trade going. And now charging in Dark Mago, slapping Soxa down to half HP with just one hit. And there goes Soxa out for the count. Watson. Roar has already been used. Frank is trying to lock him down through the BKB, trying to look for another bash stun. Doesn't connect. The Reaper's Sight doesn't quite kill the Beastmaster. Still on the chase, but with the X mark, he gets brought back in. And now suddenly SAR, they've got the upper hand. 3 for 2 traded. A double catapult wave for that tier 2. Kira Jr. getting X mark back. I love how they're stacking off on top of him, but he's still going to walk away with the Astral Step. But that's still going to be an objective on top of a win for that team fight.
Big momentum for the rejects. And in that fight, Sansa just got bursted early, right? That's one of the strengths of the Slardar hero. He's very good against the squishy supports. He just blink stuns with the shard, and that's just half of Sansa's HP instantly right there. And pretty big loss for Yandex. And at this point, just looking at the draft, Beastmaster, he doesn't really operate that well from behind like this. Usually it's one of those heroes where you want to keep snowballing, you want to get the objectives, and you want to be ahead. He doesn't really enjoy being in these losing situations where if he presses Roar, after that, he's kind of just useless, right? So in that fight, he just pressed Roar on the Phoenix, and after, he kind of just doesn't do anything. And all the Necro spells, they were just waiting for the Beastmaster. Kind of just pressed everything on the Beastmaster. Beastmaster just died. So it's looking even worse now for Yandex. The Beastmaster doesn't really scale that well into the late game, I would say, as the rejects do. Kunkka getting his 25 now. Gonna get the Tidebringer, ignores armor, so even more physical damage. This is a new talent, I think. I haven't seen this one.
On the Kunkka, the 25? I think that, yeah, I think that is, yeah. He used to have the Ghost Fleet boats, like extra ships. That's
the Ags now.
That's just in the Ags now, so that got removed from his talents.
It was like some Tidebringer extra percentage damage or something. Now it just ignores armor. I wonder what the logic is behind the change, if that makes it do more damage or less damage.
Certainly had some interesting talents in the course of as long as talents have been in this game.
Necro also getting his 25 now. Let's see what he chooses. I think the Death Pulse is really nice. While the other might sound really good, the damage, and he took it. Roche will be spawning in 10 seconds, guaranteed respawn. So you see Clock constantly scouting with the rockets, and the game's gonna come down to this third Roche. Whoever takes it's gonna be a really good spot, and it's kind of an uphill battle here for Yandex. The Beastmaster, he needs to get a really good jump and burst the target, but it's really hard to burst the Kunkka, the Necro. The only targets he can really burst are the Slardar. Even the Slardar, if he gets the puddle off, he probably won't die in a single stun. As Phoenix has Crimson and Force Staff. They have also Force Staff on Clock, so they can save the target that gets jumped. So Yandex, they're really looking for that burst. If they don't get a burst on a hero with the Roar, the fight's going to go really sour for them after.
Yeah. And they're really looking for that timing during the team fight when they can go for that burst, because it's not like they start their fight with the burst and just, throw everything at that first hero that you see. They might just do it in the middle of a fight. I think in the last triangle fight, they went for the burst only when El Micho's Phoenix was out of the picture. And then tried to focus on Dark Mago's Kunkka, but that didn't quite work.
Actually, they might be able to burst this Necro. They have a Nullifier on Bristleback now, so they can probably press every single spell they have on the Necro. And they might be able to burst him. They have no Lutuses besides the Necro, so no real way to easily dispel the Global. So they can easily go for the all-in burst with the Global.
Yeah. I'm just looking at these HP bars. There's so much HP on all of these heroes. Dark Mago is going to be scouted out with the dust. He's instantly going to be backing away. But he spots Yandex's approach. Yandex are splitting as DM is cutting the wave. The others are trying to find information. High ground advantage for the rejects. You see Roshan also walking into the pit, holding a cheese and a refresher shard. The fight for the Aegis. Right in front of the pit. They're going to try and go for the nuke onto the Bristol back. It's going to work out with the global silence coming out. They got the pushback into the pit. It's only going to connect onto Wits, but that's the hero they needed to isolate for the time being. You also had the Roshan Roar in the middle of this fight. Schofield has dropped really low on HP. Melody's the one to fall, and they're going to push DM and Kira Jr. away. Dark Mago and Wits on the chase. Trying to find the Bristol back. Soxa is also quite alone here in the middle of 3 dire heroes. Finding on the top side of it. This is such a spread out fight. It's just 2 supports dead. A lot of splitting, a lot of chasing. Roshan just chilling in his pit like, what the hell was that? Sar finally walking into the pit. Do they still have something in the bag here for Yandex?
Roar in 20 seconds, so they're probably they have to wait for Roar at least.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of nuke right there. They just blow up the Void Spirit. Kunkka slaps.
Yandex not really able to burst the core, right? You saw the starter getting roared in that fight, but he already had his BKB off. And if Beast can't really burst a target in his ult, then the hero kind of just doesn't do much. So, as we said earlier, it's just the game is in a really hard spot for Yandex at this point. If they don't get like some good team fight where everything lines up for them, it's really hard for them to win the team fight now. All the heroes on South American regions, they're very tanky. If they can't get that burst, they might get it now. They might go on this Necro. No Aegis on Necro.
Oh.
They have Nullifier.
Slowly building up the burst. 3,700 HP to burn through. They got the Nullifier in, and that should do it onto Wits. There we go. Watson picks up the streak. They got the job done. The reinforcements are arriving. Frank takes the 1v1 onto Watson. Watson is not interested in fighting Frank right now. He's just trying to survive for as long as possible. Get as many drums of Slum charges out if he can. Blink forward, looking for the TP. Bye-bye. Makes it out.
We saw there the power of the Nullifier, right? Necro doesn't have a BKB. So even though he has all these shiny items, he can still die. He's probably going to buy BKB now. Let's see which item he's going to replace, if he's going to upgrade the Ags and then have another slot, or if he's going to sell the wraps and just buy BKB. Oh, Sanser.
Good plan to do that. Global Silence, he does get it off. He does survive. And Slardar's getting focused on now. That roar duration is going to be long enough, and Wits buys back. Necro feeling like he has to commit to this one. Reaper Scythe. Ooh, that's not gonna quite hit the mark, but Watson's still gonna die.
A really costly engagement there for South America. You don't really want to use your buyback on your carry like that. So now Necro has no buyback, and they won't really get anything off this, right? They're just gonna have to push lanes, and they use the buyback.
Yeah, these are
not really ideal.
Very. How would I put it? High risk, low reward in a way.
Yeah, I would say just questionable decision, right? Is it worth it to use your buyback just to get a casual kill? Probably not. But you know, sometimes it's more of the mental. You know, we need to kill the enemy carry, put him down. Don't let him keep scaling into the game.
You know, these things happen. Just gonna have to live with the consequences. You're not really allowed to die, and if you do, you better hope that your base is not in shambles after. At least you got tier 2 towers up, so you have an extra glyph, so you know there's going to be a 10-second invulnerability period for your buildings.
They're eyeing this Necro.
Mago's in a good position. Can he get the slap? Yes, he does. He hits all 3. Doesn't hit Malady, though.
Bodyguard is here.
At the same time, Schofield, he's standing in the middle, soaking up all of that attention. Malady now has an angry Kunkka slapping at him. Suddenly the Silencer has turned into a really tanky boy, but he falls in the end. We will find at least that one pick off. The rest of them are just spreading out on the map. Schofield was hoping to get a TP cancel on Soxa, but Soxa was able to get away before the cogs hit him.
Nice job there from Schofield. He's just ready when he needs to be ready, right? He's there to force staff the Necro, use cogs, break the combo. Have him survive that extra 1 or 2 seconds to be able to get more spells off and not get bursted. And they feel confident to hit the high ground here. Aegis on Kunkka still a minute and a half. So really hard for Yandex to commit on this Kunkka.
Banner down.
They want to commit to this.
Still have a cheese on the Slardar. A lot of good resources here for the South American rejects. Yandex are in a bit of trouble. 10 seconds for the silencer. Mobile silence is ready. They can blow up that Kunkka, get that first life. Oh, they used a roar, but no follow-up damage onto it. He's gonna survive, and they're gonna lose Kira Jr. That didn't quite work out. Well, they got the Aegis in the end, but that looked a bit off. Now the silencer is up, global silence is used, and your Void is dead. That's still gonna be a lane of racks for the South Americans, and they're gonna walk out.
Do they want to keep forcing? They
Another
can
banner.
force the Void to use buyback. Another banner dropped.
Saksa?
Ooh, almost.
Yeah, just delivering the punishment onto this little squirrel. Yeah, Saksa should be done for. 100 HP. Nope, Schofield says no, and he goes for the hook shot to finish the kill. But now he soaks up all of the attention. Mass buybacks coming in from the Radiant side. Yandex trying to hold their ground inside the base. DM is down a half, has to back away. Frank Dark Mago still with the siege. Wits, I think he's already got his money for his BKB. He never bought it, he's never delivered it, but he could if he wanted to. Looks like he doesn't need it though, because with that squirrel out, 50-second timer, and that is the last glyph as well for this Radiant base after this melee Rex is now being taken away. Bottom lane was already cleaned up, so no more protection for your buildings. Do they go Megas?
And they're just gonna keep going. They know Beastmaster, not the best hero right now, and they think they can just tank through all his spells. Necro still with the refresher. No egg though. Still BKB on Sardar, so they have a lot of tools still on.
And everyone is so tanky on this SAR lineup, so playing a Phoenix, healing up your teammates is going to feel really good. They got the roar onto Dark Mago without the Aegis. He's still surviving for the time being with the Satanic healing him up, and he's just getting more than he's taking. And TM is down for 100. Watson is out. He's got a buyback, but what good will it do? As the South American rejects will walk away with the win in the end. Yandex feeling a bit of shock and awe here from the South American squad.
What a performance from South American Rejects. You know, some questionable decisions there, but the Necro using his buyback, but they're just showing that they know their timing. They understand when they're strong and when they want to fight. So, very well played. Kunkka having a stellar performance. And Dark Mago showing why he's one of the best at his heroes, right? He's just owning. Who else is playing Kunkka in this meta?
He is the Admiral.
Yeah. So, very impressed with South American Rejects' performance. I thought after that laning phase, they would just get snowballed, but they played really well around the objectives. They contested all the objectives, right? They didn't let Yandex just get Roche for free. And that's what Beastmaster really likes, right? Just getting that Roshan and playing off that Aegis. And he didn't really have Aegis in this game on Beast to be able to play off. So, good stuff in South American Rejects. I'm very impressed with their performance.
Yeah, I do hope we have a highlight off of that first Roshan fight where the rejects were able to contest and steal. I think it was like 16 or 17 minutes into the game. So probably the fight after this one. Nope, we're just going to skip it. You can see the Aegis is on the Kunkka. But that was definitely a defining moment of, it's not like the game changes from this point onward, but it prevents your opponents from taking over the map completely with that Aegis. Like you pointed out, Beastmaster first ag sub 20 minutes is really a strong timing of where your opponent just can't properly contest you. So I fully abide with you that could have been one of the game-defining moments that why this game went this long in the first place.
Yeah, exactly as you said. Beastmaster's that hero that he needs the Aegis to function right. And he didn't really get that in this game because South American Rejects didn't let them. So, props to them. And Yandex...
that Kunkka damage on the bristleback, that was baffling.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what they can do in the next game on Yandex. Maybe this is like their warm-up game. Did they get 2-0'd yesterday? I think they did, right?
It was yeah, 2-0'd, I think, yeah.
They got 2-0'd by Falcons, I believe.
Yeah, that was the Falcons series. Both 50 minutes, 36 minutes in that one.
So not really a good start for them. They're already 3-0 in all the games they played. They've lost every single game they've played. And let's see if they can make a comeback. Right now is kind of the time. You don't want to go into the last day and already have lost every single game, right? You haven't won a single game and then you're going to the elimination game. Probably doesn't feel that good.
Also with the South America rejects, when I mentioned they got a bit of a, I would say, a bit of a surprise win off of Aurora yesterday in Game 2. That was a stomp. That was 25-5 in 24 minutes. That quick of a Game 2 tied it up. Didn't quite close out the series. Aurora went into the upper bracket of the second round. And now coming out strong with a strong performance here, just holding on to that game, understanding how well the draft works. Individual performances, sure, you can give a lot to Dark Mago. I still think Schofield did a hell of a lot of work this game, despite him dying 10 times, but at least this Kunkka worked out surprisingly well in people's eyes. A total of 44.6k hero damage, the most in the game, just after the base Beastmasters, the second most damage. Over 1,000 XPM too. It's pretty solid.
And he owned. I was a doubter. I doubted the Necro and I doubted the Kunkka, so they proved me wrong. So good stuff from Dark Mago and the Necro. I thought the Necro in this game, it wasn't that amazing of a Necro game, but maybe this hero is just really good, and people haven't really realized it yet. We saw it yesterday. We saw it earlier today on a 24 pick, and this time on a 23 pick. So maybe this hero is actually just good, and people are starting to realize it now. The Radiance build into the Ags later definitely scales really well against the strength cores, right? Bristleback definitely suffered a lot versus Necro in this game.
Well, to hear more thoughts as we're heading over into the Game 2 pre-studio break, we got ourselves a nice little video to listen about Team Yandex and their thoughts. We've got Soxa, so we'll dive into that one, and we'll see you guys after that for game number 2.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We got a treat here for you. Today we are here, Team Yandex, Soxa. Hello, good to see you.
Nice. It's nice to hear getting my name right consistently.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the interviews. Great to see you. I want to talk to you a little bit about something that I saw that you said in the last tournament. You said post-tournament, Valve, you know, they delete talents. They work so hard on it. They delete the talents. They change the game. Now, you're a guy who has commonly complained about not big enough patches. You said we needed a map change. We need something crazy. They did something crazy. Do you feel better about the patch now? Do you like what they did?
I think so.
Yeah?
I would say like they fixed a lot of things. The wisdom is like on low ground. The map was changed a bit, which I like, and it kind of creates like a, I think it's still not balanced because it's still early days, but some things could be better balanced, but overall I think it's better, yeah.
I think it is hilarious. Out of all the people that I've ever talked to about the patch, you're the only dude who ever is consistently like, yeah, they changed the low ground. Not a fan. Like, it's all mapped to you. Why is that?
Because, I mean, I think when you play the same map for a long time, people start to figure it out. And I don't know, I just pay a lot of attention to the map, I guess. like to pay attention to where people are moving all the time because I think it's very valuable in the game. And I think these things are pretty important and people don't really notice it. So the game still feels a bit too snowbally. I feel like it feels like whoever is winning lanes and dominating wisdoms and dominating runes is like 90% of victory most games. And I don't know how to change this exactly because the map is supposed to be big, so it's supposed to be able to make a comeback in the game. Like it's supposed to be easy to do that, but it doesn't feel like it. So I'd say still like that's one necessary change they could do. Like,
you guys have been doing absolutely insane lately. From winning the last Wallachia to then, you know, doing pretty good at the last event, you know, second place, not too shabby at all. Consistently getting better and better. Why is that? And do you think that you're going to continue this trend, or are you guys kind of burning out? I mean, which is fair enough after doing so well for so long.
I mean, I've said to my team before, it's like, it's good to start sucking before TI and Riyadh. So you're not going in as the favorites, because if you go in as the favorites, usually it's not a very big chance. But I mean, I've said it before, but I think we just improve at the game a lot. We think about the game a lot, we play a lot, we push each other too. And I feel like there's no ego in the team. That's a big thing. Like you can talk to a guy and tell him like, maybe you should have done this instead of that. And they're not gonna be like defensive about it. They will still hear you out, and then they'll be like, oh, sure, I could do that.
Absolutely. And I think that you've spoken about that as well, with how refreshing it is on Yandex from other teams that won't be named. Tundra. But for, being able to have your word come in, have you be able to talk to people, let them know when things are going wrong. However, this is a trend specifically with you. When you get into teams, you become kind of like this kingmaker. It seems like a lot of these teams get elevated by you. Is this something that you feel like you actually really do bring, or is it just like a vibes thing? What is it about you joining teams that brings them into this upper echelon?
I mean, I am pretty autistic about the game, and I really care a lot about winning. So I try to put like that effort into my games. I try to see what they are doing wrong, if they are doing wrong something, and sometimes there is something that they don't know that they are doing. They don't even notice it. And I guess I do notice it, and I try to help them understand that. And I mean, I just push people a lot. Sometimes I can be very annoying to my team, but I try to help them get better. I try to help them understand. First of all, I try to help them understand that it doesn't take a lot to be the best. Yeah, that's my opinion, at least.
That's really interesting. Can you elaborate on that? What does that mean?
I just feel like a lot of teams are bad, and they just do bad things. I feel like if you do like some simple stuff right, you will be at least top 8 in the world. And it doesn't take much effort to do that. Like how you play map, how you take team fights, you have to have like basics, like fundamentals, we used to call it. And if you get these things right, each 5 players, like if each 5 players get this right, then it's like suddenly you're like one of the best teams in the world. Easy.
Now I do need to talk to you about a lingering thing. I saw on Reddit the other day that there was a leaker. Someone went in and they said they had secret information about you and your team. Potentially your classic stand-in, the guy who won last Wallachia, DM, is rumored to be officially on the team. Can you confirm, deny, address these rumors?
It's a work in progress, so I can't really say yet.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you just said it then. If you said it's a work in progress. That was a terrible, one of the worst deflections I've ever heard. Okay, we'll see what mysterious thing can come from that. All right, last question for you. I know you're a big Tiny stan. You were very upset when Tiny got his updates. You said he was dog. Is Tiny still dog? Will we see any Tiny coming out?
I mean, I'm supposed to like kind of be like, I'm supposed to lie about these things.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, but it's still strong.
Okay, great. Well, you have just failed this interview completely. You have leaked everything and told us everything I want to know. Thank you so much for the best you've ever done. All right, great. Well, thank you as always for coming. It is such a pleasure to watch Yandex. Great vibes, fun team, and I think I can say everyone out there in the world is always having a great time when they see you succeeding. So appreciate you taking time, and we will see more of this team succeeding here at PGL Wallachia Season 8.
And we're back. Game number 2 is upon us here with Team Yandex having to play from behind versus the South America Rejects taking over game number 1 with the power of the Dark Mago Kunkka mostly. And I actually wanted to bring up something. I did have to go and look at the change logs for Kunkka and what's been happening with this level 25 talents, because you brought it up and you weren't entirely sure what it was, and I wasn't either. So I went to do a bit of a deep dive, and this is pretty interesting, right? So the Kunkka Tidebringer since 2017, in the course of these last 9 years, the 25 talent went from plus 200 torrent radius to 50% Tidebringer cleave. They changed it to minus 1.5 second cooldown, changed it to 60% cleave, changed it to 80%, then to 65, then to 85, then to 110, to 140%, to then a minus 2 second cooldown. And now they brought the 25% armor pierce on Tidebringer. So it's kind of a wild log for a 25 talent, isn't it? That it's buffed, it's nerfed, it's buffed, it's changed a little bit, it's brought back to the old one. They're like, hey, this one worked better than the previous. That's kind of wild.
Their probably idea with it is just talent that makes Tidebringer do more damage, right? And then they just mess around with the numbers or the interactions to see how it works the best. So maybe now the ignoring armor, it works better. Maybe it does more damage. I would have to do the math on that. I don't know exactly what it is, but it probably does more damage because the hero was unpicked, right? So usually when heroes are unpicked, they want to buff it. So maybe that's why it was doing so much damage, or maybe Dark Mago is just the GOAT at the Kunkka.
Yeah, maybe he is. He definitely knows.
10 seconds
But we'll see if we'll get another Kunkka, if it's going to be something different this time around for game number 2. As the first pick will go for Yandex, and South America Rejects will have the finisher for the draft. Slardar is out, and no Phoenix either for this game 2.
So map has been swapped, so now Yandex is Dire with first pick, and South American Rejects are Radiant with second pick.
Lodred over there.
Yandex just Lodred on 8, a hero that has been in a lot of these games as well. With the recent changes and a lot of buffs to the hero, people mainly buy the Maelstrom into Silver Edge into Ags, and then you kind of just sit in the corner with your hero while the bear starts solo killing people on the map. Interesting that they choose it on 8. I guess since Underlord is banned and Sardar is banned, 2 heroes that are excellent versus Lone Druid, it's enough to be able to pick the hero early. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a Lone Druid specialist. And Watson probably isn't a Lone Druid specialist either. Most of these carry players, they don't really play this hero, Lone Druid. I would be shocked if he's more than a silver tier on Lone Druid in this Dota Plus. But it doesn't mean that he can't play the hero, of course. It just means that he's probably not the best Lone Druid ever. And usually when you're not the best at a hero, you don't want to pick that early, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on you to be able to perform against counters. So let's see what the logic is for Yandex. Maybe they're just saving their later picks for their offlaner and their mid, and they feel more comfortable by doing that. And nothing wrong with it. Just what they're going for. And you see the Hoodwink on 9. So this hero has just been first phase, I guess. It's just a first phase hero now. After seeing a lot of these games in the groups, people really, really like this hero. And last game it was on Yandex team. Now South American Rejects take the Hoodwink.
Dire team ban.
Of course, Schofield, he's a very good hero. Not very good, a very good player at Hoodwink. It's not his... I wouldn't say it's what he thrives at, because it's a range hero, and he's usually better at the melee heroes. But maybe El Misho can also play the Hoodwink. El Misho was a 4 player in the past, so he benefits from having a really large hero pool. He plays most of the 5s and most of the 4s. So I'm sure they're just keeping this as a flex.
So far, the most picked hero in the tournament, Hoodwink, at 18. Second would be Rubik at 14. But at the same time, Lone Druid, he's rocking a 83% win rate. I see you might have saw a glimpse when Lone Druid was picked, the statistic on your screen. 6 games, 5 and 1. Has also been banned 14 times in the course of this tournament. So LD is definitely rocking the numbers. Let's see if it holds, even coming out from the first phase, first pick position. And now an Enchantress to reinforce. Both supports now locked in for the South American Rejects. And when you're going back to the point of having a Hoodwink, like if you have 2 Hoodwink players in your team, I think it's very valuable that it's not just locked in as a pause 4 or a pause 5, but you have the option to flex it, because the hero has a very good toolkit, has always had a very good toolkit. It's been very versatile in what the hero does in the game. You have vision provider, you have your creep wave cutter, you have the potential to scale later on into the game to be a big damage dealer if needed be.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for them, this game, they just choose the Ench right after the Hoodwink, so it's probably just going to be an Ench 5 and a Hoodwink 4. I doubt Schoolfield really play Ench. Though it does match his playstyle, right? A hero that goes first and breaks a lot of smokes, but he probably won't be playing it in this game. And you see a lot of the bans, a lot of respect bans from Yandex to South American rejects. The Kunkka is banned. The Sardar is also banned from last game. So they're respecting their heroes. They don't want to play against these two heroes again. And the Silencer again, right? So I guess Silencer is just meta now. I guess the buffs were enough to make the hero really good. I kind of have my doubts about that. I'm not entirely convinced that Silencer is this good of a hero. But let's see in this game, maybe Malich gonna show us why the hero is good.
Yeah, probably.
It wasn't bad in the last game. It was fine.
It's probably something. I mean, it is a Malady classic. He loves to hold on to the Silencer, and they're the only team so far doing it. And mentioning in the pre-studio for Game 1, Falcons is the only team that's been banning the Silencer, and twice in their opening series. That was against Yandex, so that does make sense. There is something to it. But we got the Beastmaster and the Tiny here.
Maybe it's just one of their heroes that they've been picking.
Yeah, yeah.
You see the classic Tusk versus the Ench. So usually against Ench, you want to pick a melee hero that can pull the wave and not care too much about the Ench harass. So that's just what the Tusk is in this draft. It's a good hero that can combine with the Lone Druid later in the game. And it's just a good laner versus Ench. So I like the Tusk for Saksa. I think Saksa also excels a lot on the melee heroes. When you think about Saksa, think about Tiny a lot, right? Or a hero he won TI with. But on the other side, you see Tiny for South American rejects. And funny enough, even though Tiny mid is not really meta, Dark Mago's best hero is Tiny.
Absolutely.
And he might just play it in this game because I don't think he plays Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster's flexing to carry and offlane, while the Tiny's flexing to carry and mid. So I like South Americans rejects. Their picks like this, they keep everything open until the last pick of the draft. And since they have last pick, they can choose what lanes they want. Are they happy with this or that matchup?
Now, looking at some of the stats I have on Wits and Dark Mago, Wits has actually got the single one and only Tiny game in the last couple of weeks. But of course, as you mentioned, Dark Mago is an excellent Tiny player. He might just pick it up for the mid lane instead. So we're only really locking in mostly Frank Beastmaster. Can still keep it open. Of course, there's still the flex open in this draft. We just saw Watson pull off a Beast 1. See if Wits wants to do something similar. He would have to go up against the Centaur from DM.
Probably fine matchup for all of these heroes. And Frank is a very good Beastmaster player, so I wouldn't be surprised if Beastmaster ends up going offlane and maybe he buys like some Dominator build even. Dominator, very good versus Silencer and Lone Druid. I think the units are very good against these two heroes. So he might even do that build where he goes like Bearing, Hum of the Overlord, which did get buffed in the most recent patch. And they also have the Ench with the creep too. Silencer suffers a lot against the all-unit heroes.
I also think Game 1 was the only game so far that didn't include a Mage Slayer. You were quite heavily bringing it up yesterday of how strong an OP the item is and if the lineup is right to pick it up. But that item did not make an appearance in Game 1.
Yeah, that is true. It's also true that the item is definitely tied to a lot of heroes too, right? You see a lot of Mage Slayer on Pango, on Monkey King. Maybe even on Void Spirit, but in that game, he probably thought that the Vessel was more important, and he couldn't really go for Mage Slayer after Vessel because it would just not be good for the game at the timing he would get it. But definitely odd, right? An odd one out. Most of the games have a hero that buys Mage Slayer.
Well, the Queen of Pain is going to be the final pick for Yandex. locking in our lanes here. The Lone Druid for Watson, Kira for the Queen. It's pretty good for the Queen to play versus the Tiny, so I'd be surprised if they still decide to keep that Tiny in the mid lane. They still got over a minute on reserve time, but I would start to see Wits play the Tiny, the Beastmaster the off lane, and have a Dark Mago last pick.
Yeah, heroes that come to mind are the Ember Spirit. He's very good at Ember. He likes it a lot. It's a very common counter pick to Quap since you can dodge her spells with Slight. You also buy Vessel, and you have a route to not let the Quap blink. Kunkka has been banned, so respect ban there.
Select your heroes.
Yep, the Ember's
And
a
there it
pretty
is,
good
the
call.
Ember. It's a classic pick. The mid laners, they love this counter matchup. And I like South American Rejects draft a lot. I think they have everything they need to be able to win this game, and I think Yandex, they're definitely the ones that are throwing the curveball, right? The Lone Druid on 8, I definitely, if you ask me, what hero do you think Yandex is going to first pick? I would never said Lone Druid. So maybe they scrimmed with this, and Watson is confident. I wouldn't really, when I think about Lone Druid, I think about Matumba Man. It doesn't really come to my mind like Watson is going to play Lone Druid. Not that he can't play it. I'm sure that he's a very good player and he can play it. But
I wonder if he took any lessons from Lasse.
Is it strong enough to be picked on 8? That is my question. We'll see in this game.
Well, it's holding a hell of a win rate so far. I'm just staring at this. You guys are going to see it in in-game pictures soon, but this DM Centaur skin it's out of this world.
It's nice, the courier skin.
Yep.
That's a really good one they released.
And you're probably going to see it once we load it into the game, but that is some innovation right there coming into cosmetics. I always give my appreciation to some good cosmetics brought into the game. Who's going to be taking this game too, though? It was slightly back and forth earlier on. I think SAR held their ground nicely and managed to maneuver those team fights in their way. They did lose quite a lot in game 1. But do you think they've got it for a 2-0? Yandex is still looking for their first win in this Swiss stage. It's not been easy these last 2 days.
I think in this game, if Beastmaster buys Ags, they will lose. I think if he goes for the Dominator build, they have a chance of winning. So Frank, he's a specialist at this hero. It's one of his best heroes ever since the Necrobook era. I don't remember that item, but it was a first item bought on Beastmaster every game, and that was back when Beast didn't even have his Ags, so you would have to go for the unit build every game. Because the unit build is very good in this game, and it did get buffed. And the Ags, I feel like it's going to be just too slow. He can maybe buy it later, but you definitely want to get the Dominator and go for the Snowball on the Rosh. It's going to help you get the Roshan, since they don't really have good heroes to kill Roshan in this game. Ench is okay, she can tank it, but the Beastmaster with the auras will probably be enough for them to take the early towers and the objectives. And Tiny, kind of a slow hero as well. He doesn't really farm that fast early. He slowly farms, and then when he gets his Harpoon, Shadow Blade, he starts having more impact in the game.
At least you're lucky you have the Hoodwink in your team and not the opposing side if you have Harpoon, because you're most likely going to hit a tree instead of a Hoodwink.
The battle begins.
That's true.
Well, we got the game starting. Bounties split 2 for 2 this time around. Schofield yoinked one of them, making it a 3-1 in game 1. So now an even split in bounties. Soxa and Watson were sticking around in the Radiant Triangle, hoping to maybe walk into some ill-suspecting support. Looks like
they want to start as 3 in their offlane with Tusk. He's in a really good position to get a first blood.
Yeah, but you do sense a vulnerability in this lane. Frank is afraid to move forward. He's playing it very cautiously. And now the TP comes out from the Tusk to the bottom lane, so they can finally start the duo lanes.
A good read there by Frank. You know, these sort of things, they can happen really fast. You can get caught off guard really fast. And it can hurt your game a lot if these sort of things happen. But they get a double board kill there at level 1, which is really big.
Good use of the entangle.
The new active on the Lone Druid. One of the reasons why this hero is being picked. is his Q spell, which is Entangle. He applies 3 stacks, I believe. I think 5 stacks, actually. You apply 5 stacks instantly, and they get rooted, and you see that little number on the Beastmaster there. It's kind of like a Jingu, where when it hits a certain threshold, I think it's 5, you get Entangled. So Entangle is not an RNG spell anymore. It's just about the stacks now. So maybe that was enough to make this Lone Druid hero a first big hero.
And it comes through the Spirit Bear, just chomping through. And of course, when you pop that active, that worked pretty well in clearing up the boars. They all got hit by it. They take 90 damage per second. Boar's max HP is, well, 300, but it's enough for a couple of right-clicks dished in between. You can always clean one up. Watson does lose his courage to Schofield, doing a bit of reconnaissance here behind the lane. Snowball attempt on bottom going for El Micho. They have a level 2 on the Tusk, and it's going to be enough. No shards needed, just tag team Snowball, stun lock, and nuke down the Enchantress.
Big kill. Ench very susceptible of dying early levels. And even more now that the E-spell got a little nerfed. So she's not that survivable. And again, you see the Tusk being very good versus the Ench, right? You have enough damage to burst the Ench early, and it's really hard for the Ench to contest you on the side since you have that innate, the bitter chill, so you trade better with the Ench, and you're always able to burst the Ench with the tag team. Centaur being a really good hero with Tusk as well, right? He has the burst with the Q and the W. So, good stuff there from Yandex. Well played.
Just trying to keep an eye open on this top lane the most. Like, why are they picking the Silencer? We've kind of debated it. We've kind of talked about it a bit. Like, they know something, why this hero works. Falcons banning it against them obviously leads into, like, it is one of Melody's strongest heroes. He loves to play this hero a lot. Just trying to build the whole picture of, is it a lane winner? Is it something that provides a lot for a bit of a softer carry? Is they're going to be actually making the play onto the Silencer. You do get a decent amount of damage back with the Entangle. Frank going to get rooted up again, and that could just be a kill, but Watson doesn't get the attack. It looked like he A-clicked, and it targeted Schofield instead on the access fly-in. Frank survives, Schofield survives. Lone Druid down.
That was a sexy tree placed by the Hoodwink there. He placed the tree from his inventory, then he got the bushwhack. That was nice. Well played by Schofield. And you see the Beastmaster being really good against the Silencer in the lane, right? The units are very good against Silencer. He can't really deal with the units that well. He doesn't really want to use his Q spell on the units. And also Lone Druid, very bad hero versus the Beastmaster boars, since Lone Druid is a hero that doesn't really have spells. He got a new spell, right? The Entangle, but he needs to hit the enemy to be able to actually entangle them. And when the boar slows your attack speed, you can't really hit that well. So a lane that's not really good against Beastmaster, I would say. Even though the Beastmaster has low CS, it was mostly because of the level 1. Just the Tusk being there and them getting some extra denies on the first wave made a really big difference.
It's like, I'm not a school bully, but I love lanes like Dazzle Silencer. You just torture your opponent in the lane with mass slows, and you get to hit the opponent while they're trying to run away. Lone Druid doesn't necessarily give you that big threat that empowers the Silencer. The Silencer doesn't really that much empower the Lone Druid. We saw the Entangle come into play, dropping Frank to what, like 50% in one go? But the trade still ends up going the other way. As you can see, El Micho has rotated in, but he walks into an instant ambush. As they've brought in Soxa here as well, so making it a good kill here.
It's one of those small things that makes a really big difference as well, is when the 5 takes the gate, if the enemy 4 can mirror his movement and be aware that he's doing that, these sort of things can happen, right? The Tusk can just be ready, and then you can just kill the Ench and stop his aggressiveness, and then it can lead into the Tusk ganking top, killing these boars, right? Stopping the Beastmaster from snowballing the lane. So good stuff by Soxa, very aware about what's happening, how the enemy is moving. No wards, by the way. They don't have a ward on the gate. It's basically just them reading the map.
And Lone Druid is doubling the CS now to the Beastmaster, so despite Frank picking up a double kill, which does help his overall net worth. 6-minute rune spawning, Dark Mug with the Arcane as they've got the support sense in here and they are outmatched. It's a 4 versus 2 fight. Frank joins in on the fray. Knowing he doesn't get farm in the lane, he'll go for the kills. Kira sends in the quick Sonic Wave, just connecting on Almisho as Dark Mago was able to dodge it. They'll get away with the 2 kills and the rune picked up. Dark Mago still considering he doesn't actually have anything on the Queen, and that's going to be another Dark Mago with a double kill. The supports are going to be happy picking up that shared XP. Level 6 on the Ember, almost level 7 now. Casual
and good
blood
grenade there. It's just the aggro the creeps.
Love
it was good. He didn't want to get in range and take some harass, so he just used the blood grenade. Little creative way to aggro the creeps. And you see again the interaction of the units versus Yandex's heroes. They can't really deal with units that well, right? The Silencer kind of just dies if he's out of position. The Quap also not the best hero to deal with units, and he's also kind of counterpicked as the Ember. So that engagement, they bring the numbers, and they have good heroes versus Yandex's heroes, right? So it kind of just leads into them winning the rune fight. Ember gets the Arcane, and it kind of turns into a disaster for Yandex. They feed a bunch of heroes. But they still are on top of the net worth.
Yep, 2 heroes
Centaur
still doing good.
Getting to cut the wave. Yeah, Centaur gets cut the wave. Can't really be contested.
It's just the Queen who's slightly being pushed back in net worth now, holding 6th place. Not that far off, but could be higher if that little debacle didn't happen down in the mid lane just moments ago. 8-minute rune also spawning in 15 seconds. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 tower is falling rapidly. Watson has rotated in here with DM, the 2 top net worth heroes for the Yandex side. Looking to open up the map.
A good rotation from Watson, and now they're probably going to go back to the top lane to keep their tower up. So it's ideal now for Yandex. They take the enemy tier 1 tower, and they go back to their lane to keep their tower alive. And you see that they're just not playing around the mid lane, right?
Ooh, they found
They
Kira.
recognize that
They try and go for the kill here. The Queen. Oh, that misses. The bushwhack is a little bit off the mark. If it connected, that would have been a kill. He even dropped the ward right on top of the Queen in the middle of the trees. This one right here, which almost helped them get that kill. But Schofield, I think he clicked the bushwhack a bit too far. They're going to make another attempt onto Malady this time around with Almisho joining in. So they'll clean up this silencer. Another blood grenade. Goes into the shield rune of the Hoodwink. So to take it away from Kira Jr. They get to nuke Almisho down, but it does come at a cost of a tower falling in the mid lane.
You see a lot of focus from South American regions on the mid lane since they have the counter matchup, the Ember versus the Quap. So they want to play through the lane that they have a good lead, right? The Quap very low on resources, hard for him to interact versus the Ember. So they just keep running at mid, running at this Quap, not letting them play. And Yandex not really focusing on mid that much, right? They end up TPing some heroes, but the heroes end up feeding. So not the ideal for them, and they really wanted to focus on the side lanes. That's why they went bottom, they took that tower, and they're keeping this top tower alive. So now that they take the mid tower on South American Rejects, the Ember will definitely wait for the rune at 10, and then he'll probably attack one side lane with the siege. Probably top lane, since Beastmaster has his Dominator and Ench is already positioned here with the creep. So let's see if Yandex, they want to bring heroes to defend this tower, or they're just going to be happy just trading farm and doing something else.
Knowing your history of playing against a lot of North American and South American players, you're pretty familiar with this SAR lineup, and we kind of talked about the talent Dark Mago has in the team and Schofield, but do you think there's more star power in their supports above their core players?
I think their cores are just not really that known of players. You know, Wits is kind of a new guy. He's very young as well, kind of like Tai Lung. I think he's like 18. So he's kind of a new guy. Dark Mago, a veteran on the scene, and he gets a lot of slack because he doesn't play that many heroes, but I think he plays the heroes he plays really well. You know, last game, for me, he was the MVP. I think he played a phenomenal game on the Kunkka, and in this game, I think he's playing really well too on the Ember, right? So I think he gets a lot of...
and he is...
Lone Druid.
He is rotating to the top lane as we're going to be fighting with Watson and Soxa holding this tower. Still a catapult doing a bit of damage, but it's only dropping it down to half. Meanwhile, on the backline, Malady will be spotted. Dark Mago will be there. El Misho credited with the kill. Will be the first for the Enchantress. Watson Sox, and now DM is brought in here too. The only player not taking part in this fight is Kira Jr. Still farming in the mid lane. Wop does have a teleport open, probably monitoring the situation. Watson, Soxa, DM, they're all backing away.
He's TPing.
Actual AFK courier there for a second. El Misha, how does he survive that Sonic Wave? Big Magic Wand heal coming into play as Watson goes down. Soxa might be the next one to drop. The Stampede's already run his course. Another tree toss in. 100 HP is enough for the Tusks to survive. Ember only had a single remnant, so Dark Mago will not go for the deep dive, but the tower's out of the way. A couple kills going their side. Another win for the Rejects.
A big 5v5 in the top lane, and you see the Rejects game plan, right? After they open mid tower, they want to bring multiple heroes to this offlane tower on the siege wave timing to take this tower, and Yandex, they don't want to give it up for free. They want to put up a fight, but a very unfavorable fight for them, right? They're not really, with their timings, the Centaur doesn't really have that many items. He has his Dominator, which is okay. You saw in that fight, he used the Dominator to take the Beastmaster board. That was kind of cute. But Silencer's suffering a lot in this game, right? 0-4, still no ult at 12 minutes. And in that fight, he just starts off dead. He just has an inch creep on him, and he just can't play the game. So suffering a lot against the units of Silencer. They need to give him a lane so he can get his level 6, so they can actually kill this Ember. Because Ember can die. If Silencer presses his E and global, he will just not be able to play for a couple seconds, and that's enough for them to be able to kill him.
I really want to see how Enchantress survived that, because you look at her HP, and there's the one. It felt like she's healing more than she's taking damage from a Sonic Wave, Tusk AoE, Centaur AoE, but just walks out unscathed. But now down in bottom, again the same situation. More pressure coming in from the South American Rejects towards the tower. Nice snowball save. The sharpshooter will miss, and that puts the Ember Spirit in a peculiar position. And with a 4 versus 1, they punish the Ember. They don't get the kill on Kira Jr. Good snowball usage there coming out from Soxa.
Ember overextending a little bit. You know, he could have just not dove that hard, but he got a little bit excited there. Well, small mistake there from Dark Mago. Good stuff from Yandex responding, not letting him get dove for nothing. And now Silencer has his level 6. So they can gang up on this Ember again, right? Ember's going to respawn, use his TP mid. And they can definitely go for this Ember kill again. With the global, they can just press all their spells on him and contest this rune. That Centaur's coming over. They can be ready as 4.
They are aggressively positioned. At least DM makes himself known by taking away that Centaur with the Dominator. Watson happily farming the jungle, getting closer to his Mjolnir timing. 5 seconds for the rune. Everyone's down bottom. Nobody's on the top rune spot. Dark Mago engages onto Kira. Global Silence comes out, but they're not targeting the Ember Spirit just quite yet. El Misha denies the illusion, and now Schofield goes down. El Misha survives another Sonic Wave. Ember Remnant out. As Watson arrives, that fight is over. They'll get the kill. But
they do get a kill, but it cost them global, right?
They're still going.
Not the
Sox
best
and DM.
trade.
Stampede is used. Good avalanche from Wits. Toss in. Dark Mago joining in. It's a 3 versus 2 now. DM should be able to make it out. They should get the Sox a kill at least. Snowball to buy some time. No blink. Nowhere to go.
Not ideal for Yandex. They really want to use this global to be able to get an Ember kill. And you saw in that fight, it was a defensive global. The Quap is getting gone on, and they have to use global to not get gone on, while they could have just gotten an offensive global while they go on the Ember and they get a kill. So Ember gets to get a couple minutes without being threatened by the global, so he's super happy on the Ember now.
Gonna try DM round number 2. Sharpshooter is there for the break, and that should do it. Pretty sweet kill there. El Misho joining in, and they can now finally take down this tower. Malady did get the other wisdom. Is there still one? Yeah, there's still one wisdom picked up. It's the Radiant one that's nobody has picked up yet. Feels like nobody's even been playing this top half of the map. The top rune, the Radiant Triangle. Well, Frank has been farming there.
And Beastmaster's super happy, just uncontested farming, right? He's recovered well in this game, and he's going for the full auras. I like it a lot. I think this is what he has to do in this game. He doesn't need to get the Ags or anything like that. He can maybe get it later if he really wants to. I like his build a lot. And this is Frank's comfort zone. He really likes playing the unit heroes. He excels at them really well. And already has his Helm of the Overlord, so they can start thinking about the Roshan. The Beastmaster, he needs to get over there to the Rosh. So maybe he'll just farm for now. At some point, he can take the gate and go for the Rosh. But he ended up using his TP top. So he's stuck here for a little bit. Maybe his team wants to rotate over to him to be able to threaten this tier 2 top with the Overlord. They definitely use this timing. Let's see how they do it. After they push this wave mid, maybe they will smoke the top. Or they'll just walk. It looks like they want to pressure this top tower.
Yandex are coming to defend.
Yeah.
And they're coming to defend only because Ballad has been caught again. The Silencer dies for the 5th time. That means that on average, the Silencer is dying every 3 minutes into the game.
It's a hard game for Silencer versus all these units. It's just really hard for him to position himself, and he's suffering a lot, right? Ever since the laning phase to even now, when the Beastmaster has his Overlord, it's just hard for him to position himself. And
is it enough damage? Yes, sir, it is. That's a big pick. Shadow Blade reveal coming out from Wits, and it's successful. And that's going to open up the tier 2 tower, so they can chill with the thoughts of taking that Roshan, because it feels like they're just finding success on the map.
And good stuff from South American Rejects, and another global used, kind of for nothing, right? It's super sad when this sort of stuff happens when you have a Silencer on your team. You don't want to use global defensively, and you want to use it offensively to get kills. But things are just not adding up for Yandex. Ember kind of getting like a free pass in the early game when he should feel super threatened about the Silencer.
Absolutely, yeah. The Silencer should be the worst enemy of this Ember Spirit in this draft. And Silencer was picked up very early. The Ember came out in the final phase of the draft. So you're still picking it into it, and you're not feeling the threat of that Silencer global at all.
Yeah, Yandex just not combining together their heroes that well, right? They're just not playing that crisp in this game. You see the Lone Druid having a good game, but he never ended up in a good fight to be able to use his spells. Never really a good global in a fight. And Centaur very quiet in this game, which is a kind of a heavy farming hero. He didn't even buy Blink. He just went for the Lotus straight. And not even contesting Roche, right? You seem Yandex very disconnected in this game.
They have felt a bit disconnected in the last 2 days. They're yet to score a win. They got 2-0'd yesterday. That second 2-0 is looming on top of their heads. They might be in the elimination bracket tomorrow if they lose this game. That's going to be 3 straight series of elimination series. That's when you start to feel the heat.
And South America Arena is going to keep up the pressure. They want to keep pressuring these towers with the Beastmaster build, of course, while the Tiny hunts.
Nice moves from Dark Mago. Wits is joining in. Gonna try and keep them interested in this fight. There's a big global silence, but Wits is cleaning house. Oh my god. This boy slaps. Zox is also caught. That's going to be both supports and the Lone Druid gone. Wits with a triple kill. And that was all set up by Dark Mago. He even went back in to keep them interested at on the Ember Spirit as Wits was just about to get in position to deliver the slap.
Well played by the Ember and the Tiny there. And doesn't seem like Yandex have a response, right? They kind of just getting picked off, not really bringing their heroes together, combining. Oh, Quap almost gets picked off here by the Tiny again. And they're just losing every tower. They're just dying on the map. They're just never ready in position to fight, right? You could say they were ready there, but I guess Ember just kind of outplayed him a little bit. Tusk doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet, so he couldn't disable the Ember. And also Ember had a haste rune, so he kind of just played them.
And you know who's probably hating life right now? And I'm telling you, it's not Team Yandex. It's actually Pain Gaming.
Shouldn't have let their roster go.
Nope.
They're still performing, even though they lost their sponsor. They're still strong. They're playing really well in this game and the last game. I'm very impressed by their performance. Like they're doing a lot of good stuff in the game. They have a good read about what they should be doing, and they're executing.
Watson
Ember's
found.
on the hunt.
Dark Mago is here. The whole team is coming to the rescue. Oh, the excellent stun coming out there as well from the Croaker, but they're all clustered up. And they find a response. Beautiful Sonic, but this is some good usage of spells here from Team Yandex. Might be able to overcome this fight as well, as Schofield and Frank are down. They get a 3-for-1 trade and Watson lives. Just what they needed. A little bit of room to breathe with a couple big kills. A double for Watson really helps his net worth push him forward.
And that was the blink reveal for Centaur, so nice little comeback fight for Yandex. They really needed that. If they had lost that engagement, the game would look really bad for them. And a bit of a misstep for South American Rejects, right? The Tiny that has the Aegis was not the one that's going first. So maybe the Ember should have taken the Aegis in that situation, right? Since the Tiny was kind of just farming on the back in the back. Maybe it would have been more value if the Ember had the Aegis there, since the Tiny wasn't going first anyways. Or maybe they should have just waited for the Tiny to come. There's so many possibilities of what could have, should have,
hard to keep up with an Ember with the Remnants and the Tiny with no blink. He's still hunting Kira though in the top lane. Watson's also farming safely, but Wits will not quite get to the Queen. Now he's actually spotted, so that was a good read there by Kira. Winning on the 3-2-2 score line right now in the Queen of Pain.
Ags completed on Lone Druid, so now he can just use his hero and sit in the corner while his bear just does everything for him. And the interesting part about it is now they go the Shard on Lone Druid, so they get that Dispel on the Savage Roar.
Comes Wits to help out El Misho. Watson is there with the bear. DM also has a casual Centaur parked in a lot. They're going to lock in, or at least attempt to lock in DM as he Lotus Orbs away from the root. But Watson's got no rescue for his bear. Spawn another one. Meanwhile, DM is finally sniped down by Schofield and Dark Mago. They're going high.
They're going to push. Yeah, 50 seconds on Aegis. One bear down for the Lone Druid. They know that the Lone Druid doesn't want to bring his bear back. So they're going to pressure this tower a little bit. Maybe you can get a Rax here. No Centaur ulti when he spawns.
They push fast. They should be able to get something, maybe even some kills on top of it as well. So they're going to get the toss onto Malady. Toss him all the way back. The Global does go out though, and it's onto Tiny, but still that Aegis holds. And it will be another 30 seconds. Soxa also down. Centaur even bought back for this. Dark Mago with a deep dive onto the back line. There comes the Roar. Lotus Sword just perfectly timed. DM coming up with the Blink Sun as well onto the back line. Trying to take down that Schofield Hoodwink, and he will. But that's 2 buybacks already. Aegis is burned. Wits is trying to get the hell out of there. Can they have a chance to turn? Can they still fight back? Now they're just drawing them down to the low ground. 3-man stun coming in from DM. And they're going to start to clean up through. And they need these kills so badly with all those buybacks coming into play. Wits and Frank dead. Dark Mago will follow. They got all of the cores away from the South America Rejects. And just El Misho makes his way out. 3 buybacks. Do you feel like that was enough? It's still a pretty bad loss for Yandex, but you win a fight, you get a lot of money. Is it enough?
Probably enough to keep them alive in this game. See the gold lead dropping a little bit. And that was also, Quap has his Ags now, so Yandex definitely have the damage to be able to win these fights. They just need the engagement to be a little more clean for them. Of course, it's very hard when Tiny has Silver Edge and he's just hunting you on the map. So, signs of life for Yandex, and a little bit of overextension from South American region. Like, they didn't have to dive the base like that, especially knowing that the enemy has buybacks, and they will use their buybacks. You don't just want to drop a Rax for free without using buybacks. And they're setting up themselves for a good contest about the Roche. The Roche will be spawning in 2 more minutes, and that's probably what the South American regions need to be able to close out this game. So, Ember going for a Yules. Now that he feels like the silencer is super annoying.
Down Schofield in the river, bit of info wars.
And good timing now for Yandex. They have all their core items, right? The Ags on the Quap, the Blink on the Tusk, Blink on Centaur, and Lone Druid has also finished his Shard plus Ags. So now he gets that free Dispel on the Bear. Even though the Bear is disabled, he can just roar on himself. And it also applies the Dispel on the Bear. So that's super nice for him.
Have you seen that fetch ability being used a lot on enemies?
Not really. I think they removed that, right?
It's still in there. Like the Shard for the Spirit Bear shows fetch. It's still in there.
Oh yeah, that's true. I always forget that the Shard for the Bear is different than the Shard for the hero.
I like that concept, that you have like a unique ability for the bear added on top through the shard.
If you get the Tormentor, does it work like that? Does
Fetch the Tormentor.
getting gone on.
Let's see, but Dark Mago gonna get blown up, and even a Stampede used. Okay. That might have been a misclick there from DM.
And another feed by the Ember. Good stuff by Yandex. They're ready on the wave to punish the Ember, and Ember pushing the siege wave by himself, right? So, mistake by him while his team is going for the Torm. Should probably just not die there, not put himself in a position where he can die. The question I was going to ask is, if you get the Torm and everybody has the shard, do you get the shard on the bear?
I think you do. But I don't know how the game recognizes it. However, that's a big pick here. They find Witz. He was invis, and they just dusted him on the spot. There was a dire scan, so he might have been caught by it. He's pinging that they have a ward potentially here, but there's no ward there. Might have just been the scan and a wild dust, and they just happened to get the right spot at the right time. Didn't exactly look at the initial sequence there.
And the bear is doing work, right? The Lone Druid having a lot of impact in the past minutes. He's going for Silver Edge next. He almost has it. And then when they have the Silver Edge, this Ench will die super easily. So the Lone Druid. And let's see again on the mid wave. Remember going.
It's the same thing again. He's got a Yules, but does he have a way around it out? Global Silence perfectly used there by Malady. This Emperor's not dying just quite yet, but the last word will finish him off. And you've been talking about Ember feeding. Well, I think that's a chain feed now. I think he's died like 3 times in a row. Twice in the same spot.
Feeding. Tiny feeding in the bottom lane. Ember dying twice in the same spot.
That's one way to let your opponents back in.
Yeah, they're just making a lot of mistakes. Individual mistakes that might just cost them this next Roche. And then, without getting Roche on Tiny, the game might start looking hard for us at the South American rejects. Yandex have full control over the pit. They haven't realized that the Roche has spawned, but as soon as they see it, they're probably going to go Roche, while Ember is still dead. Sox are looking for the rune top. DD. They want to save it for the bear.
Still hard locked into the double damage. I always remind my Finnish co-casters and people that it's not DD anymore.
It's 80.
It's 80, but it's because it's not even 100% like straight up damage. So it's like it's not even DD. Is that something that's still hard locked? Do you hear that a lot? Is it just...
Yeah, people, the old school people, they say DD.
Yeah.
Just people understand it though. It's all good. Just more damage.
Oh,
take rune, more damage.
It's more about like have some people try to adjust from something that is like ancient old data.
Yeah.
To the new tech. Schofield taking Yandex for a bit of a walk, but that will not stop him from dying.
And what we saw earlier from Yandex, them very disconnected, and we see it now from the South American regions, right? They're not grouped. They're kind of just feeding by themselves. And it's very costly. They're just feeding a lot of gold, and they're also just not in a position to contest this Roche. So free Roshan. Who's going to take his egg? It's probably Quap, right? Yeah, Quap already made some space.
And a banner for later use. They still have a tier 1 to destroy in the top lane, so I think that banner might be sticking in their inventory for quite some time. But the comeback has it has its roots, it has its structures now. They're well in place for Team Yandex.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Tiny finishing his BKB, so he's ready to fight now. And Beastmaster, let's see what his next item will be. He has Axe queued up. He also had BKB queued, Boots of Bearing queued. Let's see what he decides to buy next. And another smoke from Yandex. They're just non-stop. Ember gonna get caught again.
A story old as age.
Let's see if Yandex can start getting some towers off these pickoffs. And they see the tiny bottom. TP from Soxa. He's on the hunt.
Well, we've gotten to a point now where the Ember Spirit has fallen last in net worth of all the cores. Who is
he
safe.
might get this Lone Druid kill.
Yeah, waiting for another silver edge. Did the
edge.
creeps show him? No, the creeps don't see him.
All right,
Good
backs
spot.
off last second.
Close call. Mago's pinging that, yeah, he's got his farming pattern somewhere on the sides.
That was close. Good read there for Watson, though. Goes to the camps that are close to his team. A more inexperienced carry might have farmed the incorrect camps there and then died. So, good stuff from him.
Yeah, that is like that is a very safe area to farm. You do not expect that tiny there. Of course, with Witz's gameplay style, he has been actively hunting with the Silver Edge. Doesn't know about the Silver Edge Spirit Bear, though.
Beastmaster finishes his Ags, so he's ready to fight in the bear.
Misho's dead.
And this Ench is dead. See there, the Silver Edge being what they needed to be able to kill the Ench really easily. Concerning for South America rejects, what are they actually waiting for? Are they just kind of chilling and getting picked off, or are they actually actively waiting for some timing? Right, because the Ember, he's kind of far away from his Ags still. Maybe with the Ags, they'll feel confident to be able to fight. At this point, 2 minutes on Aegis, you're better off just waiting.
This might be what you're looking for.
Yeah.
You just have a target to hit, because Schofield ends up being in more trouble than Witz is able to provide support for. So Schofield is dead. Tiny doesn't have a way out. He's trying to harpoon. That's a nice one. Didn't know you can actually do that with a harpoon to the tier 2 tower behind that cliff, but it works. And throws a couple smashes at Soxa, goes for the TP out as soon as that Walrus Punch was put on cooldown.
You also saw there the Tiny having some trouble to actually do damage. The Innate from Tusk is very good versus Tiny. Attack speed slows are very good against Tiny. So the Bitter Chill makes Tiny's attack speed really slow, and he has no attack speed items, right? So the Tiny scaling in this game is a bit concerning. They don't really have any buffs to put on the Tiny. They don't have a Solar Crest. I guess Hoodwink has Solar Crest. So that can mitigate a little bit of the attack speed slow that Yandex has. But definitely going to start being hard for Tiny to do damage, especially versus Quap as well. Quap is a hero that kites the tanky heroes around a lot.
Middle tower has fallen.
And a really quiet game from the Beastmaster, right? We saw him take the towers, and then after, he kind of just farmed. And he farmed the Crimson, he farmed... I don't think he's even pressed Crimson once. I think he pressed it only to kill the Torn.
I think that was the only time he's used it. And then he's finished the Ags as well, but at least in this order. If he went for the Ags first, would have been a whole different game, like he said. The Overlord build, get that early push going, and then they just ran out of steam.
Yeah, it really feels like they have nothing else in the tank, right? They're short of ideas of how to take the team fights. And still Aegis on Quap, 20 seconds.
El Misho looks pretty dead to me. Still under enemy vision. We've got wards placed down here, so they know exactly where he's going. Instant teleport cancel. El Misho down. That means that Sar just going to spread out on the map. Cut mid, cut top. Actually hunting for Watson. Witz is in the top jungle again, but Watson... He only farms like this one camp. He leaves the Croakers up and he goes straight back to the base. So Witz is going to miss out again. He's got a real fear of missing out.
FOMO hitting hard.
Mago being chased. Walrus Punch connected. Burst is sufficient. Man, just a Quap and a
It's
Tusk.
just a repeat. Over and over and over. It's just the same thing happening, right? Yes, 7 deaths on Ember.
Oh, he gets a consolidation prize of a Malady kill in the mid lane. Consolation prize, that's one.
And they're probably going to go high ground here with the Bear. They have Banner, Ember dead. They can force a buyback.
That's a pretty grim story. It's been one landslide, just down, down, down. It's good for Yandex, though. El Misho gonna get jumped on. Witz is right there. Ember buys back. They feel the need to take this fight and win this one. DM is low, trying to TP in the middle of everybody. Not going to work out. Suddenly, Soxa, DM both dead and on the chase to Kira. Rules up into the air. Chains are ready. Thrown into a bushwhack, followed up an avalanche stun, just stun locked, chained, killed. Streak gone. Dark Mago buys back to end the streak on the Quap.
All right, the same way Yandex came back from that top fight.
Deja vu. Anyone?
South American regions, they come back with the buyback on Ember. Good buyback. They get a bunch of kills. And more importantly, they know where Yandex is, right? Because they're pushing their base, so it's really easy for them just to buy back and take the fight. All these random fights, they've just been South American regions getting picked off. So you see there are 2 blink-ins from the Centaur and the Tusk, so it becomes really easy for the Beastmaster just to roar. And they're just super out of position there. Even the Centaur not tanky at all, right? After getting broken there.
And they put their focus on the Enchantress, but they couldn't get the bear to hit with the Silver Edge.
Silver Edge, yeah.
Watson just recalled the bear, left his team to die.
Do they want to use buybacks here? They have buyback on Quap and Centaur.
Oh, Dark Mago canceled Watson's bear's TP, or did it? No, he's TPing now. Never mind. Bit of an early
Balance hero, he has 2 TP spells. Recall and regular TP.
Roar on the bear. Looks like it's gonna be enough damage to take him down. Oh, Misho hits like a truck too. Enchantress almost completely burnt out of mana. Throwing in those into the spears. Dark Mago, he's the one who has to be very careful now. He is on a potential dieback penalty. The mid lane is open.
Yandex choosing not to use their buybacks. I think it was correct there. I think they lost top racks and the ranged mid. It's not really that big of a problem. I think using buybacks there could put them in a really bad spot. If they died on Quap and Centaur, after that, the game might just be over. So them recognizing that they might need these buybacks for the next Roche fight, which is probably the most important fight that's upcoming here in the game.
And I think that also talks about the character of the team. They burnt their buybacks in that top fight, knowing if they lose that fight, it's going to be game over. They held on to the game. They've had a lot of success ever since. Now that they're facing somewhat of a similar situation, they're experienced in that feeling already. And like, we don't have to burn these buybacks. Just chill, no panic. It's okay. We can lose our range racks.
Yeah, cutting your losses there. You know, maybe you use buyback and you don't end up getting the fight. The enemy team, they back off. Then it's the worst of both worlds, right? Use your buyback and you don't get anything out of it.
Yeah, just handing out the win condition. So I think that was good patience there from Yandex. Still in it.
Beastmaster with 5,000 gold in his inventory. Let's see what he's going to choose to buy. Goes for the bearing. So he's still going to have a lot of gold. So he can still buy another item. Or he might just save buyback for this next fight. Nowhere really to TP to. If the Roche spawns at bottom in 30 seconds, it will spawn.
Yandex holding on to the high ground position. Schofield, this is a risky move. He gets the vision down, sees DM. It's going to be enough information for them. Wits now has a Blink Dagger as well on that Tiny. How does he get the target he wants? Locking in on that Spirit Bird, down to half HP. The stun lock is there onto the Hoodwink. Schofield gets forced out to safety. That's his own. Gonna have that Watson Bear pop his BKB now at 800 HP, but they got Wits being pulled to safety. Still has a BKB now. He has, but he's rooted, and he could use some help. Wits could definitely use some help. He's dropping low. The bear is gone. Sux is coming in with Kira Jr. Still hammering on that Tiny, and that Tusk just landed a crazy crit. El Micho saved by Schofield. Here comes Dark Mago to join in. They've been able to push back the Silencer, and the Watson Bear is now rejoining the fight. Can they get the cleanup kills before the bear is here? Watson's Bear is now in action. Soxa is down, Malady is dropping, they'll get that kill. Watson's Bear and Kira still stuck around trying to help in the back. He goes down, the gem's down, the bear is gone. 60 seconds without a bear for Watson. Now you might have to burn those buybacks, Lillis.
And they might have to use the buyback on Quap here. Big fight for South America Regates. You saw the fight got really split there. The Tiny got kind of isolated by the bear, the Quap, and the Tusk. But meanwhile, the other heroes were getting bullied by the Ember, which came in big in this fight. Right, Quap already using buyback. Is that good enough? They're happy with the Quap buyback. Want to play for Roche now. Roche is up, and Beastmaster sitting on 5k gold. This guy is so farmed. He's the most farmed hero on his team.
Look at that win probability bouncing back and forth. It was almost quite heavily favoring Yandex for a while there. SAR was on the receiving end. It's a 50-50 game. It doesn't feel like a 50-50 game, though. Not exactly.
Who do you think is favored?
I feel like there's like a... Now with the co-op buyback, I feel like there's a 65-35 to SAR.
I think so, too. I think just you see there what happened in the fight. The Tiny got isolated. He ends up dying, so good. But on the other side, there's just another fight happening. And the Hoodwink ends up using his buyback there. So he could easily connect by using his TP. Yandex overextending a little bit, going a little bit too far. And the Ember punishing them. Right, Ember with his axe, newly bought item. And remember, when the bear dies once, Lone Druid, he can resummon the bear, right? But he resummons the bear where he is. So the bear's just in the corner, right, of the map. Because Lone Druid's not there with the hero. So it takes a while for the bear to get into the fight again, right?
It's not a very convenient situation when Lone Druid is in your base and the fight's happening in front of the enemy tier 3 tower. That's a long trek. So indeed, they were initiating where the tier 2 tower used to be in the tree line, then starting to back away, run towards the Roche pit. The bears coming in from that direction just doesn't get there in time.
Yeah, and you would think that being Dire being favored when the Roche is in the bottom pit because they have the outpost, that they could use their own buybacks to contest the Roche, right? But it was the opposite. They overextended so hard into the enemy side of the map that Hoodwink gets to use his buyback. He gets to be first contact in the fight, right? He baits a bunch of spells, is super annoying to die, and he still has buyback. So it ended up working better for Radiant than it did for Dire in that situation.
Well, what's the game plan now? I mean, we were kind of guessing it a bit for South America Rejects. Like, what are they waiting for? Is it item timings? Is it them waiting for Yandex to make a mistake or what? Now that we've seen a high ground hold and we've seen a second follow-up fight, again going for South America Rejects, what's the game plan now? You go Roshan. You won't have time to burn buybacks. Everyone's going to be back up. Are we just going to split the map for the time, get the waves out, wait for a good moment to use that Aegis for a high ground push? Is it just that simple?
Yeah, I think it's that simple. They're probably not really going to go high ground against Quap. This year is very hard to go high ground against, so they're probably just going to play the map. And maybe they can go high ground on the 45-minute mark where the double siege is going to come and hit the tower. So you can just banner that wave and the siege will do a lot of damage. But they can also just play map and try to get pickoffs with the Tiny Shadow Blade. At some point, Yandex, they will need to leave the base. They can't just sit in base all game. So they can play for the Yandex mistake, right? Try to catch him on the map, get one pickoff, and then try to go high ground and force the buybacks. Because they're going to have a really big lead after they kill this Roche. Let's see if they actually get this Roche, because 30 seconds still on Tiny. They might just go for the Roche now, and maybe put the Aegis on the Ember, or they will get the Roche really low and then just wait for Tiny. Let's see what they choose to do.
They're smoking everybody
going for
up.
a pickoff. I see.
They're going to go without the Tiny. And Kira's going to reveal himself in the mid lane. Is this the moment to go in? What a mistake this could be. He's not expecting this at all. Die back, Quap. 2 minutes gone. You do not expect that play. You're thinking they're going for Roshan. We knew Roshan was up by the time that last fight was happening, and he just strolled over to the other side of the pit. So you know 40, 30, he's in there. So Quap safely thinking they're not here. And he fought wrong.
A bit of a pause moment there, you know? Maybe
yeah, that too. Yeah, you brought that up yesterday. Like pause moments, lack of focus, forgot what you were doing.
I mean, it happens. It happens in pubs. It happens in these competitive games. Maybe South American regions, they're like full focus. Oh, the ideal place for us to do X, Y, Z. We should go here, smoke, kill this guy. He's not going to expect it. They made their plan, right? Both teams can theorize when it's paused. You're not prohibited to speak when it's paused. So
yeah,
you got to, you know, it's in the game. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You know.
That's how it is, and it looks like there's an opportunity now to go and try and end the game here. Dreadful moments for Yandex. They gotta hold somehow. They might end up in the elimination bracket if they don't hold this line. DM going in for the Blink Stun, keeping them held in place for the time being. They are lacking that Queen of Pain damage. Watson with the bear. BKB now popped, charging in to destroy the banner. Gets roared up. Comes the snowball. Locking in the Beastmaster, but the Bear's just not getting any targets to hit. Now he finally gets to smack Frank. Dark Mago jumping back in. Bear number 1 is gone. Another available in 10 seconds. Glyph to keep that tower up. 25 seconds for the Queen of Pain. The clock is ticking.
One more global Sansa.
They can do with the snowball connecting again onto the supports, and they've got the Centaur locked in. DM, he has a buyback. Quap 15 seconds. Soxa getting pushed back. Watson charging in with his hero this time around, but the Ancient is already falling down to half HP. Can they burst through it? 7 seconds for the Queen of Pain to come back up. Wits is trying to get closer, but the Bear is disrupting him. Malady goes down. Dark Mago is being controlled. The Ancient's taking hits. Wits is joining in, and the Ancient will fall as the Quap respawns simultaneously. And the South America Rejects, they just beat the major LAN runner-ups of Yandex. That's got to feel good. It's a 2-0.
You see a lot of smiles across the board. They look really happy, really excited that they won. It probably means a lot to them winning this series. As you said, beating the previous PGL Wallachia champions, right? It must mean a lot to them. It's good to see the new guys beating the reigning champions. Not that cheering against Yandex, but it's always good that you see a good underdog story, right? You see them losing their sponsor, then coming into this tournament, nobody really believes in them, right? It's just the South American team that's gonna just lose every game, right, and get eliminated. No. They're here to win, and they're showing it. Thought that last decision there to go Throne was really nice. The Quap being dead, it was probably the best opportunity they would have in this game to be able to close it out. So well played from them. Even though there's a lot of mistakes in this game, a lot of feeding, there's probably a lot of things they can learn from this game, especially Dark Mago feeding a lot on the mid lane and how they should play the 30 to 40 minute mark. But they did have a really good early game. They took all the towers. They snowballed the game really hard. But Yandex, not looking the best, honestly, in this series and in the previous series, right? They take 2 2-0 losses. So they're already going into the 3rd day of this tournament with a lot of pressure on them, right? From going to winning the tournament to being on the brink of elimination.
Yeah.
Early on into the next edition.
Yeah, nicely added as well. The previous Wallachia champions, and of course what I was referring to was the ESL 1 Birmingham runner-ups versus Tundra, taking 2nd place on LAN, and now coming into the next tournament without a single win for this team. I'm just going to bring up the topic again, like why did Pain Gaming let go of these guys? Obviously, they lost their opening series. They're still 1-1, but SAR have to feel good, like we saw from the expressions from the players. This is a big win, and this could be the start of something beautiful. This could be their run onward, and maybe getting into the next phase of this tournament. At least you're avoiding elimination for another day. A lot of people probably didn't put high expectations on this team. They got a game off of Aurora, now they beat Yandex. Who knows who they're going to be playing next and if they win them too.
Yep. Really nice team to watch, South America Regis. They have a lot of personality. Even in the start of the game, in the draft, they pick Dark Mago his heroes. They don't care. He's playing Kunkka. Nobody's playing Kunkka. He doesn't care about whatever everybody else is playing. He's going to play his own heroes, and he's going to own on them. So it's always refreshing to see teams with personality play, right? They're just not meta slaves. Of course, they pick meta picks, but Dark Mago is showing why he's one of the better SA mids.
That silencer didn't quite work out for Malady. Back-to-back games. Falcons Bandits twice in both games where they beat Yandex. Maybe that hero might end up being forgotten. It has its place in the game. It has its role, but it did feel a bit underwhelming coming out from the support position. So Yandex will probably start cooking some new ideas while Dark Mago will continue, roasting with the heroes that he's doing so well with, earning the standout player for this match and pretty much for this series. He was standout in game 1, 2.
And the silencer really didn't work out for Yandex, right? 2 losses for them with this hero. In this game specifically, it was a very hard silencer game. Again, playing against unit heroes is not really fun for silencer. And he laned against a hero with units, and then he plays against Ench, so there's just this constant Ench creep just running on him. And the silencer that was supposed to be a threat to the Ember in this game, it didn't really work out the way they wanted it to, right? The first globals, first 2 or 3 globals were just defensive globals. And it hurt their progression of the game a lot. It made Ember had a really good early game. And then him getting the Vessel and the Mage Slayer was enough for him to carry his team.
But that being said, we still got one more best of 3 here in the B stream. We are 1 hour ahead of the schedule, but we're running on a rolling schedule, so it's not going to be a long break. Don't worry about that. You have time to get your refreshments, whatever you need. It's Tundra versus Virtus.pro. After the break, we'll see you guys then.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Să-ți zile și-ai raia. M-ai iubit ca pe o copile, m-ai lăsat ca pe o străină. La 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 la. M-ai iubit ca pe un pui blând și-ai raia. M-ai iubit ca pe un pui blând, m-ai lăsat pe drum plângând. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus și-ai raia. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un oraș pe sus. La 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 la. Foaie verde de-un harbus, treci un oraș pe sus. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cofița, ude cu cofița, ca să crească vița, ca să crească vița. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu găleata, ude cu găleata, ca să crească roada, ca să crească roada. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu ulciorul, ude cu ulciorul, să crească ficiorul, să crească ficiorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cănița.
All right, welcome back, folks. We've got one more best of three here for day number 2 in the PGL Wallachia Season 8B stream, as we're watching teams that have lost on the opening day either win, go to 1-1, or lose, go 0-2, and face elimination tomorrow. Joining one of these two teams is already Navi, MOUZ, and Yandex, who are going to be fighting for their lives to stick in the Swiss stage. It's going to be either Tundra, the winners from ESL Birmingham, or Virtus.pro. So setting up the stage, and the stakes are pretty high because both of these two teams, they do not want to fail. Not today, not tomorrow. They don't want to be in that elimination game. So it's going to be a tight series here with T-Panda, with Lelis once again tuning in for the commentary. We saw Tundra yesterday in a 3-game series versus Heroic at the very end of the day, and they couldn't quite corral a series win. Heroic looked great in all 3 games. Tundra looked great in the laning stage of Game 3, but couldn't get the win under their belts.
At Tundra, they are playing with the stand-in, so not the full roster for them, just like they played last PGL. They played with Parker. This time they're playing with VTune. So not the same team that won the ESL. So 80% of the team is the same. I guess more than 80% because there was also the coach, all the staff. You know, there's a little piece there that's not the same, but VTune, a very good player as well. I'm sure that he can also perform, but Tundra not ideal where they want to be, right? They want to be with their full roster. So let's see if VP, they have their full roster. They can win this match. They're also a team that hasn't really had the best results in the recent qualifiers and tournaments they have played. So another chance here, them at PGL, to show themselves and to show why they're here, and they deserve to go through the group stage.
Yep. VP, who went international since their East European days, which was the last time this team actually had a high placement in a big tournament. That was all the way back to TI 11 or TI 10 back in 21. That was a fifth, sixth finish placement in that tournament, losing to Team Spirit, who went all the way to winning TI during that year. So these last few years, they have been a contender. They have been around, but they have not really they haven't really gotten to that top echelon of the Dota ecosystem. A very talented lineup with a lot of experience, with a lot of firepower, and a lot of flair. Saberlight, Abed, Tomato, all fun lads. You're familiar with the lads as well, all the way from the North American DPC, even time, and I mean even years before that. How would you characterize this team? Like, you're pretty familiar with these.
I would say VP is one of those teams that they definitely like to fight a lot. So they bring a lot of numbers to the objectives, to runes, to Tormentor. They move around the map a lot. They're not this sort of team like Tundra is, which Tundra, they farm a lot. They kind of wait for their timings. They're not in a rush to really do a lot of things. VP, they're more like the team that they over-rotate to stuff. They bring multiple heroes. They're not afraid. They're not shy to bring multiple heroes to objectives. So very polarizing type of game that each team likes to play.
Yeah, the way you're saying it and putting it, it sounds like we're playing human versus robot. Like Tundra has, they pulled everything so far that they know what's mathematically the right way to approach, and VP has the more human feeling factor to it.
Yeah, I guess you could phrase it like that. I think it comes a lot to the offlaners. I think 33, he's a lot more a timing-based player. He farms a lot before he makes his move. And Saberlight, he's more of a in-the-moment type kind of player. He moves around a lot, and he's not afraid to over-rotate to help his team. So I think most of it comes from the offlaners in both these teams. And in the draft, a lot of interesting things already happening. You see Tundra banning Puck in the first phase, which was a menace for them in the last series against Heroic. They had a lineup that didn't really have stuns, and that game looked really bad for them. So they just banned the Puck. They know VP is a team that really prioritizes Puck. And with that being banned, the Alchemist kind of makes it through the first round of bans. You see some signature bans being banned there, like the Phoenix, which has banned a lot of games, Beastmaster, Doom, a lot of standard heroes. Doom for 3-3. He's a really good Doom player, probably the best in the world. So some respect there. And the Alchemist ends up making it through, right? A lot of teams have been picking this hero. It's a first pick hero in every game. Because of the Ag synth, you can gift your teammates Ags, and since Alchemist, the gold he gets from creeps is just more than other creeps. It's just more value to have this hero on your team.
Yeah.
And you see Tundra banning Quap, which is the best combination hero with Alchemist. Is probably the highest impact Ags carrier you can have on your team. So that hero just getting removed. And let's see what VP they will go for next. What type of Ags core do they want on their team? A lot of them come to mind. Another hero that comes to mind is Primal Beast, which Falcons picked in their most recent game. They just played against Team Spirit. The Alchemist with the Primal is very nice. You get the Ags for free too, so Primal gets to focus on other items. Usually Primal, he has a progression problem in his build. He needs to buy Beaky Bay, he needs to buy Blink, so he never really gets to that Ags in a really good timing. If Alchemist can speed up that, it's very impactful for the heroes.
Looking at the two other games played both by Watson from Yandex. They had heroes like the Pangolier, the Centaur, Chikiro, Shadow Demon, and the other one would have been with the Invoker Largo. Again, the Chikiro with the Bat Rider. So two very different types of lineups with a carry Alchemist in the mix. And you mentioned Skitter, who also played it twice, 1 win, 1 loss. Rubik, not one of those aforementioned heroes. Of course, with the Bat Rider banned out, maybe there is room for something like a Jakiro Alchemist lane. Would that be something Fly would be happy to play?
I would probably be happy to play a Jakiro. Jakiro kind of fell out of the meta after all the nerfs. Of course, having the mana cost on the third spell hurt him a lot. So The Rubik can also be a 5. I know Fly, he can play it, but he's not that big of a fan. Rubik just being a flavor pick of the patch hero that got buffed recently. Okay with Alchemist, really. Alchemist, he doesn't really want to gift ads to the supports. He wants to gift it to the cores, so the cores can make space for him while he continues to farm. Not that Rubik is a bad Ags hero. It's an excellent Ags hero, but he really takes a lot of advantage of the Ags when he's level 18, so he can get that level 3 ultimate going, which has a 4-second cooldown.
10 seconds remaining.
So Rubik kind of just, it's a meta hero. Let's just pick the Rubik here. We're happy with it.
5 seconds remaining.
It works.
Yeah, and you see the Timbersaw being picked against the Alchemist. It's a very common pick versus Alchemist, a hero that is very good against physical damage, and he can outscale the Alchemist in the game, right? Timbersaw being very good against strength heroes, Alchemist a strength hero, and Timber, he likes it a lot when the enemy carry doesn't threaten him that much in the lane. And Alchemist, he kind of just sits there and farms, and Timber likes that. He likes to just sit there and farm, get his levels on his reactive armor. And we also see the Ench coming out after the Timber. Ench, of course, a very good hero versus Rubik in the lane and in the game. You know, the way she interacts with the map and all the things, it's not ideal for Rubik. Rubik likes playing against heroes that have spells that he can steal. Remaining. Not that he can't steal Enchant, but Enchant's not the ideal spell for him to have, right? Remaining. He likes Sand King spells, or he likes Hoodwink spells, or Timbersaw spells, right? He likes Chakram, stuff like that. That combos well with his percentage damage increase from his passive. So, a good pick from Tundra. I like the way they made their draft, right? They know that the Alchemist is going carry, so they can just put the Timbersaw in the off lane, and then they can counterpick with their next picks.
That also means, by the looks of it, the lane's going to be Hoodwink Timbersaw. They could, of course, pull off a mid-Timber if it feels like it, but as you mentioned, it's very good versus the carry Alk. 33 will have another hero in his pool. He played 3 games of Largo yesterday. He opted to only pick up the Largo wins and the losses. He made the hero work. He found the strengths of it, while other people only saw the weaknesses of the hero. And now we'll see something different, very likely.
Dire team pick.
Crystal Maiden brought up here. I do like a CM into a Timber.
It's very good versus Timber. She has root and magic damage to be able to kill Timber. Timber doesn't like playing against magic damage. And CM, not really common pick, right? But I think in this game it makes sense. Also very good against the Ench creep, where the Frostbite does extra damage to the creep. So another way to be able to nullify the Ench's impact in the game.
10 seconds.
And I also think CM with Alchemist makes a lot of sense, right? You can.
It does.
5
Gives you a bit of
way
kill
the
threat.
spells work. Yeah, the way the spells work in the lane, it's really nice for the CM. CM likes to have the kill threat in the lane. So I think it's a decent opener. I don't really like the fact that they're just completely showing their lanes with the Void Spirit. Maybe there was some sort of flex hero they could have picked here. Maybe the Sand King. But to just go with the Void Spirit, of course, it's a decent Ags carrier, right? The Void Spirit getting the free Ags is always nice. I wouldn't say it's as juicy as a Quap, but it's also okay. And it does make sense with their supports, right? It's a hero that can close the gap and make stuff happen. For Rubik and CM, just press their spells from far away.
Tundra esports turn to
So the small problem I do see in this lineup here is if you have Void Spirit and Alchemist both being cores, as they will be, is Void would love to skip building the Ags if Alchemist is going to build it, but it also means Alchemist needs to have a good start for the game for the Void Spirit to get a sub 20-minute Ags rewarded for him. So you're still going to feel like, I'm probably going to have to build it anyway, and then I'll have to sell it at some point when Alk is building me the Ags. So it's more like a late game thing. That would be the most efficient way to do it, even if it does give you a bit of a gold penalty, because you're spending over 4,000 gold on it.
So the way it works is if Alchemist gives a hero that has Ags, the Ags in the hero's inventory will be completely refunded.
Forgot about that. Thank you. Yeah.
So Ags he can buy the Ags on Void if he wants to, and then get it like 1 or 2 minutes before Alchemist can even gift it to him.
Yeah.
I feel like he won't do that, but it is a possibility, you know. Alchemist, he'll probably get it sub 20 minutes. If he has a really bad game, then probably not. But Timber's not that sort of hero that pressures that much. So Alchemist, he'll probably have a good amount of free farm. You see the Ember picked on 18, which is a very common hero versus Void Spirit. He kind of blocks the Void Spirit in a way. Void Spirit, he's not really like a counter pick to most heroes. He's just kind of just a Void Spirit. And Ember Spirit, he will probably buy Mate Slayer in this game, right? A very good Mate Slayer game. Also a very good hero versus Rubik. Rubik doesn't like playing against Ember. The spells he steals from Ember are not really ideal for him. But CM is a good hero versus Ember if you think about it. The Frostbite is pretty good versus Ember. You can freeze him in. He can't use any of his spells. But the Maid Slayer on Ember definitely looks really juicy in this game. It's good against 3 of VP's heroes.
And it kind of goes with the theme from the last game as well, that you're willing to pick an Ember, even if there is a somewhat of a direct counter towards you. That was the Silencer. Now we've got the Crystal Maiden, who in general, like you said, is a very strong hero versus the Ember. But it's also a secondary hero to Frostbite. So either Timber or Ember gets to play whoever CM is not
10
targeting.
seconds remaining.
Absolutely. Like, it's hard for a CM to
5 seconds remaining.
try to choose and pick the target, right? He's just going to Frostbite the first guy he sees in front of him, and then he's going to be in a bad spot for the other heroes. We see the Lifestealer being picked last, and the Insta-Enigma.
Saberlight Enigma coming out. All right.
We talked a little bit about this yesterday when there was a Lifestealer pick, I think on 23 as well. I forgot which game it was. But the Enigma is a very common counter pick to the Lifestealer, right? Lifestealer doesn't really deal with the units. So Enigma, he bullies Lifestealer really hard. And also he has Black Hole for the Lifestealer, right? The Lifestealer Rage, the Black Hole just goes through it. So a really good hero against Lifestealer. I like it a lot. Just not really the best Alchemist game, I would say. You know, usually on Alchemist, you want to be able to gift Ags to at least 2 heroes that it makes it really good. Because then you get that Ags buff, you get that extra damage, and then it makes a really big difference. But in this game, it's not bad for Void Spirit. It's okay. And it's also not bad versus Enigma, but you're giving Ags to a hero that's going to use his spell every 3 minutes, right? It's not that high impact as it would be with the Quap that every 4 seconds she uses her Q, and it's just super obnoxious.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the game 2 where BetBoom last picked Lifestealer. They opted for the Night Stalker. How would have you felt if they went Night Stalker again for Saberlight above the Enigma?
I like the Enigma a lot more. I think it puts a lot more pressure on the Lifestealer. It makes him have like a bad game. The NS he has like a silence, a way to be able to kill a Lifestealer, but it doesn't bring that same pressure, right? Enigma, in this game, he can even go for the Helm of Dominator build if he really wants to. He can just bully the Lifestealer in the lane, take the tower, and play with his team, and open the map for his team. The Night Stalker doesn't really open the map that easily, right? The Lifestealer won't be able to respond when the Enigma runs to mid after he takes a bottom tower, so he can make a lot of space for the Alchemist to be able to farm. So I like it a lot more than the NS.
But a real tight matchup coming up between these two teams, Tundra and Virtus.pro, both in the, so far, losers bracket of the second round, 0-1. Nothing is decided yet. The stakes are high for this one. You lose the series, you're playing elimination tomorrow. If you win this one, you'll buy some time to improve during the course of this Swiss stage. Get yourself in a better position regarding the next few days. Take it as a learning experience. Be it a team that has just won a major LAN or another that is competing to get to that stage at some point. It all starts with the game 1. I do like the draft that Virtus.pro has built for themselves here, and I'm excited to see how Tomato Alchemist is going to work out. Does it?
Yeah, I like their draft too.
Does it put them on a timer in this game, though? I'm just thinking about Lifestealer timings are pretty deadly when you get to them, but kind of want to be ahead in the game to have a good impact on a Lifestealer. It's kind of like Lifestealer, Slark, all these heroes that just don't play well when you're playing from behind.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, I don't think they have a timer in this game because of the Enigma, right? Enigma, he scales really well into the late game, so even if the game isn't ending, you're never going to be afraid to go late game with Enigma, right? He can always just cast Black Hole, and you can just win a team fight off it. So I like the way VP drafted in this series in contrast to the one they played yesterday. That was the NS game. I think this makes a lot more sense, like having the Enigma instead of the NS and them not being so pressured to have to end the game early, right? They can still make their moves where they rotate a lot of heroes to be able to contest objectives, but they're not on that clock, right? So it's a lot less pressure for them.
Yeah, so it's more about separate windows of efficiency instead of like one big timing.
Yeah.
That kind of brings me to the idea maybe Saberlight does look for the Dominator Overlord build on this Enigma instead of the good old big black hole guy, because that build hasn't really worked in the the last maybe 5 years of Dota, you're kind of forced to be a pusher, build up some auras to make not only your Eidolons stronger, but picking up a Dominator creep and just having that lane presence.
Yeah, I think nowadays the Enigmas, they go for either like Dominator or Drums, and then they go into the Blink BKB build. Because the way they change the Ags and the Shard, the Ags is really nice now. The Ags has the percentage damage, so the Ags makes a lot of sense to buy an Enigma. It makes you scale even better, since all spells that really do percentage-based damage are really broken in Dota, and they scale really well, right? Because the damage just increases the longer the game goes, because every level you get a little bit more HP. So I'm looking forward to him buying Drums and then going into the Blink build. I think he won't invest too much into the auras. So it's not really an aura meta. And we're definitely going to see those Blink black holes this game.
That actually goes as a nice segue. How do you feel about it, that it's not actually an aura meta? I feel like we've always had a letter patch or a even longer patch where auras are the key ingredient to victory, basically. Your offlaner builds most of them. How does that make you feel? Like, is this like a breath of fresh air? While in the top lane, actually, we'll get to that thought in a second, as Fly will get the first blood. It is the Timber Saw that does get pressured. They picked this CM for a reason, to apply that given pressure.
It was a very costly kill for CM, though. He had to use a lot of his spells. He's really little mana now, and he didn't skill Arcane Aura at level 2. So, you know, a kill is a kill, but at the same time, this CM is going to have a considerable amount of downtime now. But good stuff for VP. It's always worth to get that trade, you know, not skill your E and get a kill, especially if it's first blood. And we also see the potency, right, of the CM Alk lane. They mesh really nice together, these two heroes. As you're talking about the auras, I think it's kind of refreshing to not have an aura meta sometimes. Because the aura meta can be kind of dull, right? You can be like, oh, just wait for my pipe and then we fight. And then you kind of just press it and it's a little bit like low skill. By some people say it's low skill because you just press a button and you just have a barrier. So I think it's kind of refreshing to have some different type of items, you know, a Maid Slayer meta, just to bring some freshness to the scene.
Yeah, I think that does the meta a lot of good. That the game is more tied to the heroes that you pick and not too much the items that that are just core. General the thought. And in that sense, when I say it, Mage Slayer is core, but it's not an item we get to see every day.
Yeah, and it's also a little tied to the heroes. Like, some heroes get a lot more value out of the Mage Slayer than others, right?
Fly survives with the Fairy Fire, but the Blood Grenade. One more big tick. Nope, 4 HP is needed. And Fly survives. You get a bit of poke going on there. That is now actually a quite low resource commitment there from 33 and Ari. They still pretty much have all their mana. Well, not that much on the Timber, but it definitely hurt Fly quite a lot. This Crystal Maiden just can't keep up with the region battle.
Yeah, it's one of the problems that this hero has. That's why the hero's not really picked that much, even though Fly, like, he's a Grandmaster CM. There's a lot of games on CM. It's just the hero suffers a lot from mana problems, right? Her spells cost too much mana. And what I said earlier, he didn't skill his E, so he suffers even more.
There we have it. Finally gets to level 3. This is usually what's considered the Crystal Maiden power spike in the laning stage, is when you have 1/1/1 leveled up. And you did mention the Grandmaster tier Crystal Maiden. Well, we got a Grandmaster Rubik, we got a Grandmaster Enigma, we have a Master tier Void Spirit.
These guys are nerds.
These guys are nerds. And then you got Tomato. So, he's a nerd too.
I mean, he can't be a Grandmaster or Alchemist. Alchemist just gets banned every game.
Yeah.
Ooh, a solo kill on mid.
Solo kill on mid. Hellscream also got Whitemon, so that's 4-0 Virtus.pro.
Damn, Abed he's kind of taking a dump on BZM. He's going to be level 6, and if one support rotates over, this Ember might just feed again on this 6-minute rune.
Sure.
And
BZM had a rough day yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say that. He had a rough game on that Shaker game. He looked really shaky. I know it was a hard game for him. He had a lot on his shoulders in that game, and he couldn't really deliver. But again, he's getting gone on again. Here comes the Rubik, being super annoying. Lift.
BP cooldown and all. Oh, man. Welcome to Pain Train. 5-0. And you're going to have to do the Walk of Shame to the lane. He's level 5, so no Remnant active or leveled up. Abed hits his 6. That means Abed should be able to get that 6-minute rune as well for himself. Tomato does get the deny out. Dive from Ari and Tundra, still leaving Tundra without the kill. Is this the first one finally scored on Fly? Making him work for it. There we go. Ari gets the first one on the board.
And this mid tower taking a lot of damage from the siege. BZM having to do the walk of shame. He even smoked himself to get faster to the lane. He's gonna take a lot of damage on this tower. He's gonna lose the rune. And man, it's looking rough. It's looking like a repeat of that last game he played.
Abed's pinging to attack. He picks up
Abed.
an amplified damage. And now they bring Crystal Maiden. Make it 3. Oh my. Somebody stop this. This is just brutal, man.
Ouch. It must be really demoralizing if you're the mid player and you just keep on dying like this, you keep getting ganked. He doesn't really have a lot that he can really do, right? He has to go back to his lane and contest these creeps, or else it might as well just GG out.
I mean, honestly, I don't relish on people suffering, but I do feel like you could get some expressions from BZM's player camera after this laning stage has been absolutely a nightmare for him.
Yeah, I mean, his supports can't just really come to this lane, right? The Hoodwink is messing with the Alk, and he's doing a really good job, right? Not letting the Alk
Might get a
farm
kill
his
on
camp.
Alk. As you mentioned it, Whitemon is taking a long trek. They didn't get the instant attack on him. At least they dodged the stun, so Tomato self-stunning, and Whitemon now showing up. 33 will clean him up. Enigma was also pushed back behind his tier 1 tower a moment ago before that wisdom spawn, so they are at least trying to salvage the side lanes, knowing BZM he's not really recoverable at this point. He's gonna have to do it by himself.
Yeah, the worst thing you can do is try to go to this lane and try to quote-unquote help the Ember, right? You're not really helping him. Just let him farm the creeps and try to come back into the game by himself. Then go to the losing lane and then keep losing more, right? You want to go to a lane that's winning and pressure.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into a ruin and, you know, ruin it even more by going in there. Whitemon.
And that's exactly what the supports are doing on VP, right? They go mid to the winning lane and they win even more. And then they go to the Enigma's lane and they keep on winning. They just keep on killing the enemy heroes.
Almost sounds like a political figure from the North America. It's like, yeah, you tired of winning yet?
No idea what you're talking about. They just can't stop winning.
Can't stop winning, yeah. 8 minutes in, 2-7 scoreline for Virtus.pro with a 2K net worth lead. Gaben Graphs was telling us 77% win probability. Let's chill on that. Let's not fully buy that stat. It's pretty high.
Yep, losing 2 tier 1 towers before 10 minutes must feel really rough for Tundra. As you see, the Enigma pressuring a lot the Lifestealer. So very different from the game we watched yesterday where it was Night Stalker versus Lifestealer. Lifestealer was just chilling, holding his tower. In this game, he just loses his tower at 8 minutes. And then Lifestealer doesn't really jungle, right? This hero doesn't really jungle. He jungles really slow. So he just kind of waits for the wave to push into him so he can farm these lane creeps. So the game is definitely in VP's hand right now. I think they have all the cards. And let's just see how they play it. Ember slowly recovering his net worth, right? He's not that far behind now. He definitely needs a couple more minutes to be able to recover, finish his phase boots.
And this is the right way to do it. Like, farm the enemy jungle.
Yes.
They're definitely not playing in this area. Snipes a courier, walks into Tomato. You've got both of these Virtus.pro supports just trying to hunt any hero that they can run into. But BZM, these are the right types of moves. And I see him do this quite a lot. Like, if he plays Primal Beast or something, he's in the enemy jungle farming. When he's supposed to be somewhere, he's definitely not there because that's where the enemy expects you to be. So he does find a way to bounce back into the game pretty well, especially on heroes like this Ember. Like, just look at him. Like, there's 3 guys coming towards him. You'd suspect he's there, but he's already gone. Meanwhile, Whitemon's going to tank the gank. And BZM is already out of there, and he continues farming. So he's staying in the race.
Yep. I mean, these pros, they're very good at playing from behind. They know exactly what they need to do. And there he goes again. He's just going to walk between the towers and pull this wave. So instead of him just being in the corner farming, instead he's farming the enemy camps on the enemy side of the map. Right? So even though he's being behind, he's also just making space for his team. Doesn't matter how behind he is. As soon as he can farm these camps. He just goes there, and you see that VP, they're not really rotating over to stop him, right? They don't want to walk back. When you're winning the game, you don't want to walk back on your side. And, you know, Rubik, he can do it by himself. He's just one solo hero doing it. You want to make them come to you. That's what the CM and the Void are doing now. They're playing the enemy side of the map and trying to make them react to them.
He's under a sentry. Abed saw BZM. He knows where he is most likely going. If BZM sticks in the lane, yeah, okay, the Rubik's there. He's not going. He's going straight to the triangle. It's gonna be okay. Tomato, meanwhile, that Radiance is getting closer and closer. It has been pushed back. He's not feeling too worried about it, though. Still high in net worth.
Lifesteal's inventory, it's kind of funny right now. He just has 2 items, and he just has the Radiance Cube.
The lumberjack inventory.
Yeah.
Boots and axe.
He's just not wasting any gold with all these small items, just going straight for the Radiance.
Black hole used on BZM. Next to the tier 2 tower, followed up with the Remnant. Do they have the burst to nuke him down? 200 HP. He makes it out. One more Malefice tick. Not enough. Black hole spent.
Space created.
Doing all
Enigma
the right things.
TP used, Black hole used, bunch of resources used on Void Spirit. Big win for Tundra.
What? How did that bushwhack not hit? That was just maybe 1 pixel off, but anyway, Ember Spirit is caught again, and this time he will die. He's been avoiding this mid lane in the river for such a long time. I don't know why he decided to go there now, but that costs him his life. Abed picks up the shield rune.
Saw there that little pick off the CM with his level 3 Frostbite. Very effective versus the Ember. He can't Remnant, he can't Slight out of it. So really good support versus Ember. And this game, different from the other games, you see that the Void is going for Mate Slayer, and so is the Ember, right? So both mids going for the flavor item of the patch, which is the Mate Slayer. Really strong item in this patch. And Void Spirit gets his already. 12-minute casual Mate Slayer. Really farmed on Void Spirit. He's really happy.
Yeah, very, very high up there. 1,200 gold ahead of his counterpart. But the Timber is keeping up with the Alchemist, so 33 has also got some really good farming patterns going on.
Yeah, Timber really likes it when he is able to farm the lane, right? And against Alchemist, usually the Alchemist can pressure the first levels, but then he just kind of just goes jungle. So he kind of just gives the enemy offlaner free farm as well. And Timber really enjoys that sort of situation. He's not a really good hero early game, and he enjoys being able to free farm the lane and trade with the enemy carry. He is happy if he gets the free farm on Timber as well. A blink on the Enigma. Let's see if VP, they're going to try to speed up this game. They're not going for the 14-minute Wisdom. They're just content in farming, which they can be. No, they are farming faster because they have an Alchemist on their team. But definitely not pressuring as much as I expected them.
Yeah.
I expect them to be a lot more in the enemy face. And another smoke used. They really want to fight. 14-minute rune coming up. Ember's going for it.
BZM might walk into another gank. It's the same 3 people. Smartly turns around after that scan connects. Both teams scanning each other's. Still leading the charge. They're protected behind that tier 1 tower, and a Wisdom for BZM. He'll hit his level 10.
Tundra read the smoke really nicely. If you saw the little lines they drew on the map, they knew exactly what was happening. So good read there by Tundra. If the Ember walked over and died on that rune, it would have cost them a lot of momentum. So nice little dodge them. And Tundra doing what they do best, is they're just gathering resources on the map without feeding and trying to keep the gold lead not too far away.
Yep. And this is something that really goes well when you have Vtune in this lineup, because Vtune is excellent at mirror moving your opponent's moves, and Tundra in general is a team that is very good at avoiding without losing resources on the map. So from a stand-in perspective, I feel like this is a team that fits Vtune's style.
Yeah, I think in this game specifically, Vtune's doing a really good job. He had a really bad lane because of just counterpick, and he's just doing his thing, right? He's farming, not dying, and he's making the correct item choices here. I think I like his item build a lot in this game. Since he knows he's not really going to do anything, he can just go full greed and then not buy any items. Just buy the Radiance. It's going to be the item that's going to make you farm faster. And then from there, he can start buying, like, he can even buy a wand or an armlet. Right?
Jump in onto Ari, diving under the tier 2 tower. The Remnant doesn't connect, so the Void Spirit has a bit of trouble locking in Ari. Doesn't get the kill because of it.
Yeah, missed spell there on Rubik too. He missed the bushwhack he stole from the Hoodwink.
But they're looking at BZM. Oh, the Black Coal's a bit of a whiff. That was a excellent dodge from BZM. He is on point, and you can see Saberlight. Yeah, he's blowing raspberries there. I've been there.
Second black hole already that doesn't really get a kill, right? The earlier one on the mid and also on the Ember, so nice from BZM. 0-4-0, but he's still making a lot happen in this game. Alchemist almost has his first Aghanims, so he's probably going to give Aghanims to the Void Spirit, which has his Manta queued up already. Going to be a big power spike for the Void Spirit, and in this game specifically, Void Spirit very good against Lifestealer, right? You silence him, so he can't use his rage, and you can probably disperse them. Yeah,
kill on Fly, so that will be their third kill of the game. The previous kill happening over 10 minutes ago. With the Radiance on the Lifestealer. They can establish some presence here on this tier 1 tower. Hellscream and Abed looking to charge in. Stolen Bushwhack does not connect. And Hellscream is actually being set up for a kill. Tundra will find a second. Abed has to back away. 33 will just, for good measure, make sure that the Void Spirit goes all the way back so Vitoon has time to hit the tower.
Nice stuff from Tundra. They know that Enigma doesn't have Black Hole. And they gather around the siege wave, a huge wave. It's one of the things that pros do really well is they attack where they have a lot of creeps and where they have a siege. So here they end up attacking, getting the tower, getting kills.
Ooh. Spicy kill.
Yeah, the Aghs just got delivered to the Void Spirit and he silenced the Lifestealer there, so he couldn't get his rage off. Nice little showing of the Aghs, and Alchemist not going to go for any more Aghs right now. Gonna go for his standard items. Already has the blink queued up.
And that is the thing that is so hard to expect. Like, when is he gonna cast that Aghs onto the Void Spirit or any such other hero that gains a crowd control effect on one of his abilities? It's so hard to like just predict. Like, is this the minute? Is this the time? This can happen at any stage. Now, jumping in onto the Ember Spirit, and BZM's got nothing. And
there it is again.
No TP cancel this time around.
Having instant impact, right? That's what you want from the hero that gets gifted the Aghs from the Alchemist. You want the hero to have some instant impact, right? And the Void Spirit, he's doing it. He goes bottom, kills Lifestealer, goes to the room, kills the Ember.
Abed being
good stuff from Abed.
He's the reverse Agent 007 with the 700 right now.
Hell yeah.
Ari spots Fly. Does get hit by the Bushwhack, instantly just sending out all of his spells with a Sharpshooter. Gonna get some info on where they're coming from. Alright. Don't black hole him now. Hold it. He's dead.
Interesting build from the Hoodwink. He has a Vlad's first item. This one I haven't seen yet. The first item Vlad's. Especially in this game, I guess Timber doesn't really benefit that much from Vlad's. Maybe it's just an item that he can use to be able to push waves better. Gives him a little bit of everything, right? Just a little bit of armor, mana regen, does more damage on the Q. But definitely a new one. I haven't really seen the first item Vlad's on Hoodwink.
Does buff the physical end on the Lifestealer and the Ember, because the Hoodwink is also a very mobile hero who's able to move around in the trees, maybe, you know, follow the footsteps of the Ember Spirit, remnanting and jumping around. I do like that idea. I do like the Vlads on this Hoodwink. There's no other hero on the team who could actually build it, and I think I've had this topic with a couple of my friends for a very long time now. Vlad's is super underrated, in my opinion.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't think it's being built often enough.
I just think the problem with this item, it doesn't give stats, right? So, like, you buy a 2,000 gold item and you don't get HP, you don't get mana pool, you don't really get that much. It's more of like buff your teammates sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not that it's a bad thing, but I think for the value, there's definitely like other options in the game that can also give you a lot of value. So, I don't think the item's bad or anything, but I think it definitely is very situational. That's why I was a little surprised he bought it first item in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when it's a percentage-based item, right, it gives 18 bonus percentage damage. So you want to buy it later in the game, right, when you have a lot of damage already.
That's
It's more
that's the
value.
point. Like you want flat stat bonuses early on in the game and percentage based later on. It's like it's a good way to look at it.
Tormentor time. Looks like Tundra will not contest. So Roche and Torm going to VP. They're doing a really good job at killing the objectives while they're ahead. And let's see what they can do with that now. Now they're going to fix their lanes. And let's see how they want to attack, right? How they want to oppress Tundra on the map. Because I feel like Tundra, they're getting a little bit too much than they should. So now they're probably going to pressure this tier 2 bottom with this siege wave. Will the siege survive, though?
Who's getting the next Ags? Alchemist has got one coming up.
I feel like he's going to give it to Enigma. I think the Ags on Rubik is just not very good until he has level 3 ult. And the Ags on CM is not bad, but will the CM actually be able to... I mean, this game actually, maybe he can actually cast his ult because they don't really have that many stuns. It's like only Bushwhack, right?
Yeah, lack of crowd control. That's true.
Yeah, it's a good Ags for CM, but he won't give it to CM. He's going to give it to Enigma for sure.
I guess that also goes with Fly's character. Like, he's so selfless, he will say, like, not for me. Give it to somebody else.
Yeah, speaking about Fly, he has the Essence Distiller, which is one of the new items in this patch. I like this item a lot. It's very cheap for what it gives you. Gives you a little bit of everything, especially for the ranged squishy supports.
Better than Vlad's, stats-wise.
Yeah, I mean, and it's cheaper. And good stuff from VP. They take 2 more towers. And now they're going to take the enemy outpost. And from here, they should start cutting the waves and using smokes to be able to catch the enemy heroes, right? Enigma almost has his BKB. I don't think they even want to wait for BKB because Tundra, they're just in farm mode.
I'm trying to think about what's the game plan, but I think Tundra's game plan is already in full action.
Yeah, their game plan is to hit creeps and not die.
Simple as that. But they are trying to
Alchemist's
smoke.
game plan is the same, and he gets more gold.
They are actually trying to make a play with this smoke. So they want to hit players, I guess. See if it works out. Who do they end up finding? Probably something else than Fly. Scan does hit. They know someone's about. There's Fly. There's Tomato. Great target. Oh, they just smoked right in front of their eyes. The Bushwhack misses. Ooh, the Tumbler's toy. And Tomato will instantly dispel himself, get himself on the move. Now they're in a very, very dangerous position here for Tundra. They've extended so far. And Abed's hitting the backline, silencing 4 heroes with 1 Resonant Pulse. And the Black Hole comes out. This one's not a whiff. They're going to catch BZM and V-Tune. They will lose the Enigma. But it does not matter for Abed because he returns for round number 2. V-Tune in trouble. Whitemaw dropping low. There goes your life stealer in just a matter of seconds. He's got no way out of this one. Whitemaw to drop as well. Virtus.pro to find a 4th kill. And Ari will maybe make it out. Hellscream does not have a Blink Dagger. So that leaves it for VP to clean house.
That Tumbler's toy was so clutch. If he didn't have it there, he might have just died.
Insane item.
Another really good fight for VP, extending their lead even more.
All right, Ari's gonna die. It's gonna be a team wipe.
Yeah. It's the Abed show. Got buffed with the Ags. Won his lane really hard. And now the game's looking rough for Tundra. Now this lifesteal, I feel like he won't really get to a timing to actually have impact. You see there a replay. Timber's really out of position. We're gonna see the Enigma jump in and get the 2-man black hole. Good enough, you know, on 2 cores. He will die, but doesn't matter in the end, right? He got his spell off full duration. It was enough for his team to win the team fight. And it just comes down to they just have too many items on VP, and they also had Aegis in that fight.
Like the live pictures as well. Yeah, 33 is like nothing's working this game, guys. Like Abed's, he had that 4-man resonant pulse into the backline, so the moment they could have fought, it would have been different. But hey, 33 down to half. B-Tune down to half. Tomato standing his ground. Still has his BKB ready. Meanwhile, 33 is being pushed back by Abed. Returning back to the mid lane. Blinken stun. Ari found. Caught. Killed.
Just to have an idea, the Alchemist is level 19. The Lifestealer is level 13. 6 levels. That's a lot.
That's brutal.
Yeah. I mean, Tundra, they can come back in this game, but they need some team fight on their high ground where they get some crazy team wipe. And even if they get that fight, you can always lose to Enigma, right? So it's kind of VP's game to lose at this point. They're just going to strangle the map and then play for the next Roche and go high ground with the banner. So it's more than enough time for Alchemist to be able to get even 6 slotted and maybe even gift an axe to one of his supports. And you see Tundra just trying to farm the side camps on the map.
Yep, and those are being contested by VP. 33 on the chase. Trying to find Saberlight.
Black hole in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's time to get the hell out of there. Those Eidolons look a bit creepy. They're like, what, they're like walking hands?
Yeah, they're a hand.
It's like a Halloween skin. You know the triangle is infested, so Tundra's not going to go in there with the scan connected there. Ench does have 2 pieces of an Aghanim's flying in, so we'll have the little friends. Do you think that's a tool to have that would help them defend while Ari is being killed by Abed and Fly?
It's definitely something that they can use. I think it's still an undispellable spell, right?
Should be,
it's an undispellable root, so maybe they can press it on the Alchemist when he jumps in or the Void Spirit, and even if he mantas, it won't be enough for him to dispel, so the Timber can do a lot of damage to him. Timber's almost closing in on the Ags, and there's not going to be a dispel on Dire, at least for now.
Could that maybe work on a black holing Enigma, where he just gets killed during the course of his black hole?
Probably not, right? Because now he has BKB, so he won't really take that much magic damage. I don't really see a world where Tundra kills Enigma. They don't have the heroes to kind of jump in the backline, and they also don't have damage to be able to kill him through the black hole. There's no physical damage hero hitting him. And Alchemist, he's kind of going crazy.
Ari hasn't hit quite a lot of bushwhacks this game. This one also misses. A couple of them have been dodged or, you know, interactions work beautifully as V-Tune is caught inside the black hole. Enchantress pulled in. Give that a second kill. And Virtus.pro up to 21. Tundra's only got 5 kills this game, and 3 of them are from 33.
It's a rough game for them. They had 2 really bad lanes, the mid lane and the bottom lane. It was really hard for them. It's definitely very reminiscent of the last game they played against Aurora. They also had a disastrous mid lane and a really bad side lane. So they ended up just getting snowballed on. And it's kind of just a repeat of that game in this game. Maybe if some small things had gone their way, but almost nothing went their way in this game, right?
Yeah,
I don't think they won a single team fight.
How can one be so unlucky and so unfortunate at the same time? It's like just nothing works. We saw that 33 expression as well from that bottom lane fight. He's just shaking his head like, yeah, just nothing works.
Yeah, and VP are not stopping. They're just hunting Tundra everywhere on the map. Alchemist abusing the fact that he is unkillable when he's ulted.
BKB'd up, going for a bit of a chase onto Fly. Saberlight. Black Hole's still gone for 1.5 minutes as they only just used it onto V-Tune. Ari buys back. Trying to stand their ground. Down the mid lane. They were spread for a moment. I think that was a good call from Tundra. Again, just no Tomato, no Hellscream. Take that fight. And still come out with, you know, empty hands.
Yeah, it was probably their best shot to get a team fight that they could win. No Alchemist and no Rubik, so it was a 3v4 there, so with the buyback 3v5. But VP are smart. They don't give Tundra any openings. Really well played from VP. I really like the way they played this game. The lead they had. They also have the gem on the Void Spirit, so they just de-ward every ward as they take the areas. So Tundra's just playing in the dark.
And we'll see this game through no matter what. said, it's down for Virtus.pro to keep this game away to Tundra. As long as you still have a base to defend, there's a game to play.
Yeah, you play until the end. Maybe the enemy makes a mistake and they dive your base.
Exactly.
Unlikely, but if anything can happen, really.
Can happen. Basher now picked up the sword for Tomato.
Here comes
Flying
the
on the
push
courier.
with the banner.
Yeah,
I think Lightsteer's not even going to come back. Yeah, he's not even going to come back for this. He'll probably come back for the second side. Even the DD on the Void is dying so fast.
Oh, he got the mantle recipe, he's got the money, and he did TP home now. That's what he was looking for. Another missed bushwhack. And 33 just ends up being in trouble and just nobody coming to help. That lane of Rax is gone, the Timber's gone for 60 seconds. Amplified damage on that Void Spirit definitely doesn't make things any easier for Tundra. But VP has been smooth sailing. Everything has gone their way. The game plan worked, the lanes worked. Abed also, one hell of a mid matchup performance once again.
Yeah, definitely overperforming on Abed in this game. Won his lane, 0 deaths, playing really well.
And those 3 back-to-back deaths for BZM, like first you kill him in the 1v1, then he TPs in to die, has to take the walk of shame to lane, he's still level 5, and he dies again. It's like Abed in just full control of the lane. One single kill led into all that. The lane was pretty much over. Mono
Let's see,
still
last
Natus
lane.
for 140 seconds. There is the bushwhack, but the tree got cut down almost instantly. So BCM dies, instant buyback. Gonna give it one last fight. B2 trying to hold the front. Aegis is out. Alchemist does not have an ulti for 40 seconds, does have BKB though. Got Abed stuck on the ground for the time being. 13-0 scoreline, holding on to a lot of money. 33 Black Hole comes out by Saberlight, connecting only onto the Timber Saw. V-Tune, he might have an opening here with a rage. Goes straight in onto Tomato, trying to keep his buddy, the Timber Saw, alive. And Nikwa is also down to half HP, but they will lose the Timber. They've got 4 heroes left, 3 heroes left now with the Life Stealer gone. And with this Ember dying, it's going to be a dieback, and that game should be in the bag as Virtus.pro will claim victory in Game 1.
Clean victory for VP, and kind of troubling for Tundra. They lost this game probably at 10 minutes. The game was already over, I'll be honest, after those 2 side lanes and they losing 2 tier 1 towers before 10 minutes. The game was not in their control at all, and it must be really bad for them, especially since they played this until 32 minutes and they had no real comeback ever. They didn't really get anything, didn't get any kills, any team fights, any moves that actually made them feel good about the game. So rough game for them. Hopefully they can recollect themselves and come back stronger for game 2. Because this is not the Tundra that you usually see, right? Usually you see them come back in these games. They have like a good fight. This was a promising fight, but they ended up overextending a little bit too far. Enigma gets a really good ult. Just like in the Heroic series where they had a puck with no stuns. In this game, they're playing against Enigma and they don't really have cancels for Enigma, right?
Yeah.
So,
and in general, Dota teams, when they win games, their win game average would sit somewhere between 30 to 35 minutes, depending on the team. If you were like the old school MOUZ, they'd probably have your win average at like 18 minutes. Tundra, that would be 64 minutes. Their only win was an over an hour lasting game. And that remains their only victory so far, with VP taking the lead on this one. You got Abed unkilled, clean, 22 KDA game on that Void Spirit. Just the Alchemist Ags timing coming out, very spicy timing as well, because that hurt the Life Stealer. You can't really live to anticipate when is that Ags going to appear in his inventory. You can only suspect he already has it. Because, yeah, like in Dota, you kind of hard lock, like a lot of heroes, if they rush Blink, it's either 7 minutes if they stomp the lane, it's 10 minutes on a regular timing, it's 14, 15 minutes if it's like his second item. You look at 17 minutes on the clock, you don't know if that's going to be like 4,200 gold on an Ags with a silence that just ruins the Lifestealer's game. There's not much you can do to prepare to that.
yeah, and speaking of Lifestealer having a bad lane, the Lifestealer on 23 did get very exposed, right? The Enigma counterpick, he had no game on Lifestealer. He had 0 to no impact. Not that it was his fault specifically, but just the way this matchup goes, on Lifestealer. If nobody helps you through this laning phase, which Ember couldn't really help, and Timber's doing his own thing, then there's no real comeback for you versus Enigma. Very different from the series of yesterday where we saw the NS versus the Lifestealer. So
Yeah.
I like this pick a lot more from VP. I think it makes a lot more sense for them and the way they want to play, because they are a very snowbally team. So I think the bigger lead they can get early, the better it is for them.
Of course, the without the need to mention again the standout player, Abed, 22 KDA performance, absolutely perfect match for him. Saberlight also with 18 KDA, getting close to that. Hellscream had a higher KDA than Abed, but he had but 1 death, so no MVP for you because of that. He actually had 23 to the 22 in Abed. But, you know, Virtus.pro, they take the lead in this series. Of course, it is a best of 3. Tundra, they tied it yesterday. Gonna have to see if they're able to do it again in this best of 3. Get that tie going, continue with this with the series, and see what happens. They had a good laning stage against Heroic in Game 3 after they got the tie. They broke the momentum. So we'll just have to wait and see. But we'll be back after the break for game number 2.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
frumusețe în soare. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Să-ți fie va de păcat și-ai ra-i-ra. Să-ți fie va de păcat, m-ai iubit și m-ai lăsat. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-o copilă, m-ai lăsat ca pe-o străină. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând și-ai ra-i-ra. M-ai iubit ca pe-un pui blând, m-ai lăsat pe drum plângând. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Foaie verde de-un harbuz și-ai ra-i-ra. Foaie verde de-un harbuz, treci un nou oraș pe sus. La 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 la, la 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 la, la la. Foaie verde de-un harbuz, treci un nou oraș pe sus. La 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 la, la 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 la, la Paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cofița, ude cu cofița, ca să crească vița, ca să crească vița. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, 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 la 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu găleata, ude cu găleata, ca să crească roada, ca să crească roada. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu ulciorul, ude cu ulciorul, să crească ficiorul, să crească ficiorul. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu cănița, ude cu cănița, să crească fetița, să crească fetița. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Hai,
Returning back to the series with Tundra and Virtus.pro, it's time for game number 2 with VP in the lead. Tundra so far with just one map win during the course of these last 2 days, getting the equalizer versus Heroic yesterday. Now in the same situation versus Virtus.pro. So Lelis, I gotta ask you, does Tundra go back to the draft that gave them that one win? I'm pointing at 33's Largo, I'm pointing at the Muerta for their carry on V2.
They can. I've definitely felt like they were very comfortable with the Largo pick because 3-3 played it in a lot of their recent officials going back a couple months ago. But I also think that they can win with anything they pick, really. I think it doesn't matter too much about the draft. I think they just don't want to have too many weaknesses in the draft. I think their recent drafts have too many weaknesses where they're just mix executing their laning phase, where they have a bad laning phase and they don't really have stuns for some high mobile hero later. Right? That's why last draft they chose to ban the puck. So in this game, they try to play against Alchemists. They had an idea. They didn't win against it, so they ban it in this time. So I like the Tusk a lot more as an opener for them. I think it gives them more stun, better laning phase. I think it's already a good start for them to change up their drafts.
Yeah, and you probably have to expect Virtus.pro is going to throw not 3, not 4, but 5 heroes at you during the laning stage or right after the laning stage ends. So bringing up heroes that are capable of taking these early brawls with short cooldowns is probably the way to go at it. So that Tusk is definitely pointing to that direction, that they're able to reply or make plays of their own.
Yeah, you see the Monkey getting banned, which is a very common pick for BZM and a flex for Tundra. I'm sure V2 can play this hero. Also Mage Slayer Buyer there. And let's see what they choose to ban here, because last games they banned the puck hero, right? They just banned the puck. They just don't want to deal with this hero. Maybe they think that the heroes they're picking are not good against puck, so it's worth to ban. So then they can pick the Largo, the IO, and not feel bad that they don't have a stun, right? And they go for the BZM Invoker. All right. It's a classic pick that they always rely on when things are going kind of bad. You know, BZM not really playing very well in the past few games. So maybe giving him a more comfort pick will help him perform better.
Yep, definitely.
I like this
definitely
approach.
Needs a confidence boost.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he needs a confidence boost. So what better move than to give him a Grandmaster here that he plays really well on, right? Even though he's going to get counterpicked, which there you see, the Void Spirit, very common counterpick to Invoker. Very not versatile, a very mobile hero that can also close the gap on Invoker. So a classic counter. And you know, even though he's going to play against counters, I like it that he just plays a hero that he's confident in. Maybe this will give them the extra little boost that they need. And the Lich, a hero that BetBoom has been picking a lot, has been changed quite a bit in the 7.41 patch. He did get the sacrifice put back into his toolkit.
5 seconds remaining.
So Lich no longer he gets mana from creeps when they die. He needs to use sacrifice to get the mana. Of course, the spell starts on cooldown, so it's not the same as it was before, where you would start in a lane and just deny a creep.
Yeah, it was the old school.
But the hero definitely
Lich Enigma, 2 creeps gone.
It definitely feels like this hero has been buffed to a point where he's actually pickable now. And also another very good hero versus Tusk, right? His shield blocks a lot of physical damage from Tusk. So I like the Lich pick. I think also makes sense with the Void Spirit. It's damage for the Void. Void is a good setup hero, not the best damage hero. And let's see which side lane Tundra wants to reveal, right? Will they reveal their carry lane or their offlane lane? They have to show something since they don't have the 18 pick. They probably want to pick some offlaner hero or some combo safe lane that can use the Sunstrike well.
I think you pointed it out in the last game series. If you pick a support and pick a core that flexes, basically. You didn't get it last time around, but I think that's something you're looking for now, is have a flex core and a locked-in support.
Tundra esports turn to
Grimstroke.
Grimstroke, a hero that's been showing up a lot too in this tournament. With the recent changes, the hero got a lot better. So not really a flex hero with the Sand King, that's just their off lane, which is a very weak lane. So they're going to have to execute really well on Tundra to not get kind of stomped in this lane. Sand King, he doesn't really have that offensive capability in the laning phase. His spells are really weak early on, so they kind of just want to chill and stack and farm stacks on Tundra. And usually they do some wave pulling or something like that to be able to get through the laning phase. I like the Sand King too, that he has a stun that can combo with the Invoker in the laning phase, so maybe they can turn some engagement around. And the Grimstroke has been a hero that's been picked a lot, especially versus the Pango, right? Because you can soulbind the Pango when he's rolling, and he's just stuck. But in this game, there's no Pango, so I'm definitely curious to see what is the logic behind the Grimstroke. Is it just a good hero? Or do they need something versus the Void Spirit, right? Do they need... He has a Silence and a Root versus Void Spirit, right? A leash. He can leash the Void Spirit too.
This is something that was picked by Virtus.pro in the BetBoom series, the Grimstroke Sand King for the double burrow. That was really all that it actually gave. They had Chen, Night Stalker, and Muerta in that draft. They lost that game. BetBoom took that series 2-0, but that was also opened with the Muerta, followed with the Grim Sand King. We're gonna get a Faceless Void for Tomato, and if you think about it, there's a lot of stuff to throw into the Chrono, but you also have a Void Spirit who can play a lot of aggro in front, in the sides, do a bit of harass and poke, so it's not all about we need to get a good Chrono to get a good fight, which makes the Void's game a lot easier when you have this Void Spirit moving around. This is a caster's nightmare to have a double Void in the same team, though. Just saying.
I was going to say that. They have two Voids. Which Void are we talking about?
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Just a disclaimer.
So, the Faceless Void here, it's a very good hero versus Invoker because the time dilation, it works even though you don't have a spell invoked. If you have a spell that's on cooldown, but it's not invoked, the time dilation also works on that spell. So Faceless Void is very good versus Invoker. Not particularly amazing versus Grimstroke in the game, right? Grimstroke has multiple ways of not letting you time walk with the silence and the ult, but it also is a decent laner versus Sand King, right? He can easily zone the Sand King, and he can chase the Sand King down in laning phase, and it's also a Tomato classic hero. He really enjoys playing this hero. I think he has the Pink Arcana, so he has a bunch of games on Faceless Void. And yeah, I like the Void pick. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Tundra. It's a hero that when you see it in the draft, it means like we have the late game. So if this game goes late, we have Faceless Void with Chrono, right? So you're pretty happy.
I actually saw a very untraditional, very pub stomp-like Faceless Void where you don't build right-click. You build Vessel Shard type items and you live with your time dilation and you hunt targets down. It's not going to work in a competitive environment where there's always going to be backup for the person you're trying to hunt down. You want to rather be a big existential threat or have that AoE clearing capability, especially when you're packing a punch on your right click. You know, everybody can die. It's not just that one guy. But I did start to think that Faceless Void Shard being upgraded looked quite hot. The time dilation is a real threat with the Vessel. It can be a very big nuisance to a single target.
Yeah, it was an even more common build in the previous patch where there was the Time Zone Void.
Yes.
It comboed even better. He's probably not going to do it this game because he's pause 1. But you can definitely see maybe there's like some support Void still with Chrono. I know the Time Zone got removed, but it's just the ulti that changed from the facet to what it is now, right? And people were definitely doing that. And now the Shard got changed around and it's better for time dilation, right? So it's even better for that type of build you're mentioning.
All right, so we need a Saberlight hero to end the draft. He's got quite a lot of mentioned heroes that could be banned here. We got the Primal Beast is actually open. He's got a couple of games of Bristleback. I see Necrophos has also been making a show. Necrophos does have room in a draft like this, but we'll go with what works. Bring his trusty old aggressive early game Primal Beast.
A very common pick for VP. They like this hero a lot. Saberlight has been playing this hero a lot. And we see the instant Lone Druid. All right. Another hero that's been showing up more and more. We did cast it in the previous series. It did lose. But Lone Druid is one of the better heroes versus Faceless Void if you think about it. He doesn't have to expose his real hero, right? He can just use the bear with the Ags. and the bear constantly hunting the Faceless Void in the game. He can buy a Silver Edge. He can cancel the Faceless Void bash. So I like the Lone Druid. I think it's also good versus the Primal Beast. He can never really go on the Lone Druid since he has the Roar and the Roots, right? Even if the Primal Beast blink ults the Lone Druid, if he doesn't BKB, he can always use a Roar on the bear, and it will also work on his hero.
This is also a nice synergy of some old school Chinese Dota, where we used to have like Brewmaster Bruling, the Earth Bruling that did extra damage to buildings being buffed by Alacrity. This is a safe way to play the Lone Druid Bear, right? Because you have the Tusk to provide to the tag team, you have Alacrity from Invoker, and the Lone Druid's Bear's items are usually attack speed, mobility, Shadow Blades, Silver Edges if needed in a game like that. It doesn't really have like big right-click adding green damage or base damage increase. So you get that from the Tusk and the Invoker, which works nicely. There's definite synergy in here.
For sure. The Lone Druid has a lot of buffs in this game, and I can see Tundra going for like a 30-minute, 40-minute push where the Lone Druid is just Alacrity and he just kills the building super fast. They just need to be able to get to that point and not be losing the game horribly, right? That is what kind of has been happening in their recent games. They just are not able to get to the 40-minute mark without being like 20k down. So hopefully in this game they can do it. VP has definitely a slower lineup in this game, right? With the Faceless Void, even with the Primal Beast, the hero takes a little bit longer to get online.
And of course, Tundra relying on the hopes that this Lone Druid, BZM getting a better hero, a more comfortable hero to be exact, with this Invoker, could give them the tie in this series, like they did yesterday versus Heroic. Keep the series alive, avoid tomorrow's elimination series. After all...
For sure, you don't want to go into the third day of the tournament already being on the brink of elimination, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty brutal position to be in. See, the Dominator is already queued up on Tomato. The Dominator meta that started off with Faceless Void, actually, in last year's TI. We are getting closer to TI period, so this is a bit of a flashback.
I think it's one of the better items Faceless Void can buy. It gives them the ability to be able to farm jungle and pressure towers early, since it's such a weak hero in the early game. I think the Dominator is still okay for Void. It did get nerfed a lot, but I think it's okay. It's what else does he really want to buy, right? Maybe Mask of Madness into Maelstrom. Maybe he's going to be too squishy, right? They have a lot of tools that they can use to be able to kill the Void in this game, so maybe he doesn't want to go for the squishy damage build. Maybe he thinks that he just needs to live, and they'll be able to win the fight. So it makes a lot of sense to buy the Dominator.
There's a lot more lockdown on Tundra's lineup compared to the previous game, where it was pretty much just the bushwhack. So now you gotta be careful that you don't get chain stunned. So survivability, tankiness, gonna have to build some stats on your heroes.
And we see another silver tier Lone Druid. You know, last game we had...
Trying to kill Fly, actually,
Watson.
in bottom. As you can see on the right side of your screen, not quite connecting there with the Burrow Strike, but the combination of Inkswell, Burrow Strike, Blood Grenade almost caught the Lich. Ahri right-clicking Sunstrike, misses. And Ahri does not have access to Stroke of Fate, so he's going to have to go for the right-click chase. And Fly is going to be able to waltz away. Oh, he's a courier snipe at least. That was close for being a first blood. Sorry for cutting you off there.
All good. Unfortunate Sunstrike missed there, but I was going to say that we see another carry player playing Lone Druid and not really high on the Dota Plus levels. And to me, that's it shows that they're showing versatility. They want to play this hero. They think it's good. But most of them don't really have a lot of practice on this hero because this hero just hasn't been meta for a really long time, right? So then it comes into the try to balance the inexperience on a hero to the confidence that you have in yourself as a player to play a hero that you don't have that many gains on. You know, I'm sure V-Tune feels a lot more comfortable playing a Lifestealer than he feels playing a Lone Druid. But since they think the heroes are good, then they kind of have to play it, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to find that balance.
Sometimes the Dota Plus levels can be a bit fooling. It's not everybody necessarily has it. But have you heard any pros like advocate that Dota Plus is a waste of money. They just don't want to buy it, or they just don't find any benefit from it.
I mean, I personally recently have not been getting Dota Plus anymore because the Void doesn't work for the high immortal games.
Yeah.
It's only really for the hero level, so a lot of value of it is kind of lost for these pros, but it's nice to see the shiny little icon. It looks kind of cool.
Yeah. Any good voice lines you can drop?
Oh, of course. You know, there's a bunch of them. I like the Ringmaster ones. They're all very edgy, and he just says, "I think you're not very good." Just straight up. That was a good one.
Covers the bases. I've always liked the cockiness Enigma has. One reason why I have like 600 games on Enigma, because he's got like, there's 2 voice lines to drop. Is like, one, "You are beneath me," and then the second is "Silence is golden" when they don't reply anything to your voice line. It's like,
yeah, I mean, they did a really good job with the voice lines. I think there's a lot of moments where you can use the voice line to interact with what's happening in the game, right?
All right, bottom is going to be finding on the
ledge.
fly. Sunstrike is flying in, and that will be BZM getting the first kill. Will do good for him. Tomato looking for a reply on Ari. Ari is still standing his ground, pops up a Lotus, heals himself up, and will survive for the time being. The range creep has been relentless on him. He doesn't die to it. 33 will take Tomato. And Tundra. Last game, they were 5-0. And now they're the ones on the board with 2 kills, both from the same lane.
That's a good start for them, and BZM having a lot better start in this game than he did the previous ones. Gets a little kill with the Sunstrike, you know. Ooh, we didn't
That
get
was,
deny.
I was looking at that for a while. Abed just waiting the air for a while. While in bottom, a reply from Virtus.pro. Ari to drop for Tomato. Fly did throw in the blood grenade, hoping to also get the Sand King, who did go for the instant voodoo mask. Get that regeneration running from the Sandstorm.
Again, 3-3, he's very smart about his item purchases. He buys really good items. He's always been known to buy items in the smart way, right? You wouldn't see...
He doesn't buy bull.
Yeah. I wouldn't think about buying the voodoo mask first. You know, maybe he did the math and he thinks it's worth it, and he's probably right. Pretty cool to see that.
I think especially also in this matchup, right? Because you're playing against Time Walk. So one hero is going to have a big chunk of HP returned if committing to a fight. So you kind of have to wait to also sustain a bit longer. And I think Voodoo Mask with Sandstorm playing against a melee core.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. See bottom a little go on the Grimstroke, but he already has boots. He's gonna be fine. Yeah. And Void, the Sunstrike will come.
Well, they can commit to the Faceless Void without the Time Walk, and the Inks, well, that should be a dead Faceless Void, and 33, well, Ari will be the one to get the kill in the end, but a dead Void for the second time. Battling in the mid lane as well with Abed, Hellscream, BZM, and Whitemon. It's not even 6 minutes yet, so it's an early rune contest. They might just stick around in this lane for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, not much really for the Rubik to do top anymore. He's probably just going to stack some camps while the Primal pulls the wave. They don't want to play the lane straight up versus the Lone Druid. The Lone Druid kind of bullies the Primal in the early levels. And they're already pinging this Primal. They don't want to let him cut the wave. You see Whitemon drawing some lines on the map. And they want to punish him, probably after the rune.
So, about an interaction, as the 6-minute rune spawns, it's illusion down bottom. Ari goes down to fly. Saberlight is also spotted by V-Tune. Whitemon will walk up to him, just onslaught away. Good chart block though, buying a bit of time. PCM also feeling the pressure. There's 4 VP heroes in mid. There's nothing new about that, so don't act surprised. But they are going to dive BZM with the full force of Virtus.pro. Snowball onto Abed. Has an Astral Step ready to hit on both of these heroes. They're taking a beating here. They are surviving for a surprisingly long time, but they will both end up dropping to VP.
And there you see it. The 4 heroes mid. Saberlight even connecting at level 4. Multiple heroes mid against Invoker. And Invoker is very similar to SF in the regards where he doesn't really like playing against multiple heroes mid. He wants the action to be far away from him. And wants to be in that 1v1 where he can bully the enemy with this Forge Spirit. So he doesn't really enjoy having multiple heroes in his lane. A very low movement speed hero. He also doesn't buy boots early. He also goes for the greedy Kaya build. So a little sad for Invoker there, having multiple heroes just come to his lane. He also got unlucky with the rune. The Void Spirit got the rune bottom. So,
but the interaction I had in mind is with that new Lone Druid Entangle, that should cancel out Onslaught on the Primal, right? It should work the same way as a CM Frostbite, so you just can't charge.
yes, it will immediately root him. And we see now he's getting gone on, and then get rooted.
So he has to wait.
Grimstroke is connecting.
He has to wait for the root first, then charge out as BZM. Oh my goodness. 2v1. Not much he can do on this Invoker, but it does feel like he is target #1 in this series. They really want to shut down BZM. And a lot of teams, when it comes to team prep and scouting, there might be like a coach or maybe even a manager who's watching the game saying like, this he's not very stable right now. If you can shut him down, you can actually like exploit a weakness. Do you feel like that's something that VP has maybe discussed based on the yesterday's games Tundra has had when scouting for this matchup?
I don't think they're specifically targeting BZM because he's like unstable. I think it's more of just the heroes he's playing and how the game is going, right? In the first game, the Void Spirit had a really nice lead, so it made a lot of sense for the heroes just to come mid and stack on mid.
Right.
And in this game, they also have the counter pick, right? The Void Spirit is a counter pick to the Invoker, so if heroes just join him, he can easily threaten the Invoker. So it kind of just makes sense in the Dota way, right? You want to pressure the enemy Invoker. He's a really slow hero. You shouldn't let him get away with the lane phase and bottom.
It's a nice setup. Tomato knew this was happening. And he was on point. That level 4 Sandstorm is actually killing the faces. Boy, Tomato can't even chrono. He has to back away and let Abed do the work. But they bring in 1, 2, 3, 4 heroes here to turn around again. And maybe make it 5. But B-Tune also making an appearance here with the bear. There's the chrono. Finally, Tomato able to come back into the fray. And the Lone Druid is gone. A double, maybe even a triple, but the time dilation still ticking on Whitemon. And that's one more smack in the face. Tomato picks up a kill for himself too. Well, Abed also cleans a couple. Tundra pay a heavy price. They only got Fly.
Yeah, it was a disaster. It ended up Void being able to jump away from the Sand King ult, and then they still took the fight anyways, so it was a 3v2 in the beginning, and then 2 heroes died, and it was just they just got overwhelmed by the amount of heroes that VP brings. A really sad rotation for the Lone Druid too. He rotates and he dies, so good stuff from VP. They'll just keep pulling ahead. Void Spirit gonna get another rune here, let's see. At bottom.
Well, BZM does have some big stacks to farm in the jungle with the Ice Wall. That's a good way for some AoE farm. But they are going to lose that mid-tier 1 tower to Virtus.pro, mainly because of it. So they are being pushed back. VP are thriving on the situation. Primal Beast finds himself Ahri. Hammers him down for a bit. All spells on cooldown. Has to reset. Retreat for the time being. 33 has now set up his office next to the tower with that level 4 Sandstorm to push back the invaders.
Nice that Sand King can come mid and help secure the mid tower, not let the tower die so early, right? In the previous games, their towers have just been dead before 10 minutes. So I like it from 33, coming here to defend the tower. He's not really losing that much farm by walking over and using his W anyways. And a lot of stacks being made for him, so he can speed up his farm too. And the thing is, just Void is just getting every rune, just like in last game. He just gets every single rune. Every 2 minutes, you click the Void Spirit, and he's just shining in a different way.
Yeah.
Like, now he has the Arcane, then he's gonna get a Haste, then he's gonna get a DD. And it starts like getting to you at some point. It's like, guys, if we're just gonna let this guy get every single rune, like we need to stop him. Let's see if Tundra are going to do something about it, because right now, VP, they want to keep making their moves, right? They want to contest this stack. Grimstroke going to break the smoke.
And the thing
nice
is,
positioning.
with the Void Spirit, if he gets 1 or 2 kills here, he's going to finish his Witchblade. Or wait, sorry, the Mage Slayer, whichever he's queuing up. 33 is being pushed back as well. We'll have to give away these weak Ancient Creeps. They are also going for Abed.
Really good stuff from VP. They're playing super fast. Just very outnumbering the enemy, right? That's what they're the best at. They're really good at outnumbering the enemy and playing fast when they have to.
Yep. And yeah, it was the Mage Slayer, not the Witchblade. I always see Orb of Venom so used to calling out Witchblades. Yeah, the Mage Slayer is the one in question here. Bottom, bit of activity in there as Tomato doesn't quite want to leave that bottom tower to deny range. They did force out a rotation there. It's a big circle being drawn there. Is that the 14-minute contesting?
It probably means that like we should contest this area. We shouldn't let the Primal farm top for free. But Wymon's still level 5, right? It's hard for him to actually pressure this Primal without his ulti.
Yeah, Ari is found. Abed tanks the silence. I love that. Even if you miss the initial Remnant, you can just telekinesis the guy into it and get a follow-up stun. The Chrono, well, that's a bit of an awkward spot. 33 was able to dodge it with the Burrow Strike. Make them chase a bit longer, but it still feels like the result is still going to be the same. As the tower is down, another 2 kills. VP doing everything right.
And it's the Abed show again, right? He's just having massive impact in this game. Everywhere he rotates to, he gets a kill, doesn't die, pressures the enemy, and they want to go on Saber. Snowball being used kind of deep into the tower. I feel like Tusk's going to have to pay here for his life.
Yep, one down. Another one for Abed. B-Tune, BZM, Ari. The 3 remaining heroes still alive, trying to pressure this tower. They're kind of going all in. Meteor Hammer also up now. Good for the spell.
Meanwhile, on the other side, they're already set up to take this Wisdom. And it looks like VP's going to get double Wisdom here.
Yeah, they're quite happy trading a T1 tower at 14 minutes for that. Good value.
Not only are they trained towers, they're just contesting the Sand King's camps. See the Void just walk over and, yep, these are my camps now, bro. Good stuff from VP, identifying what the Sand King wants to do. And they're playing super well in this series.
Yeah, I'm looking at the KDA stats from that last game where Abed went 14-0-8 and Hellscream was 5-1-18. They're both the 2 players that haven't died this game and have been constantly taking part in the PvP. This might be Abed's first death in this series, or is it? That shield is keeping him alive for a very long time. They're trying to lock him down. Yes, they get him. BZM gets a lot of money out of it, but 33, he doesn't really see a way out of this one. Snipes in for another stun to get a kill for BZM again off a fly, making it a double, and now chasing Hellscream away. Much needed money. If BZM can get a triple out of this, or even V-Tune picking up a streak, that's a lot of money. As that gold swing goes from a 4K lead to just 1.
And that was the blink reveal on the Sand King. So they baited there the Tusk on the wave. They use all their spells on him. And you see there the Grimstroke versus the Void Spirit, right? He silences him, he soul binds him, he can't get away. And even through that shield rune, Void Spirit probably thought he was going to live. And it was enough to take him down. Nice stuff from Tundra.
33.
And top
another
again.
play here. No epicenter, but with the help of the Tundra 4-man squad this time around, they're also going to get the first death on the Primal Beast. So that means everyone on VP has died this game. Something different. And, you know, me bringing up KDA stats, literally caster cursing Virtus.pro there. Happens. Part of the job. But it's a good thing for the spirit of this series that Tundra is... They're not going out on a whimper. They're fighting their way back.
Yeah, good little series of events for Tundra. They defend their top tower and make the Primal's game a lot harder. Now, Primal, he had just finished his items, so he thought he was, like, unkillable with the Raps item, but 4 heroes are enough to bring him down, especially the Tusk. Tusk is very good versus Primal. You just tag team him down, bring the numbers. And Grimstroke too, right? Primal has really low attack speed, so it's hard for him to get rid of the bug.
This is a big smoke. V-Tune is right next to him. The Bear and the hero. And Abed jumps right on top of him. Does get the true form out. Trying to split the Bear and the hero. But, you know, telekinesis is just going to bring it straight back. Meanwhile, Saberlight does get killed on the other side of the map, so Tundra does find a kill, but now they recognize that, yep, the same gang squad's still coming in. Abed with the haste rune chasing Whitemon. Not a lot of room to maneuver and try to escape. Abed will clean this one up.
It's still a nice. It's kind of sad that the Lone Druid dies there, but nice trade there. They get the at least they get the Primal Beast that had just TP'd back to the lane. Nice stuff from 33. He's rotating really nicely in this game, keeping this team in the game.
And you know what?
And you also saw their
look at BZM's net worth. He was top of the list for a second there.
And he already has an Octarine. I don't know where this guy has an Octarine. So he's been farming.
He was not having a fun time, but he is #1. All those small kills, all those streaks that they picked up. Comeback mechanisms are still a real thing in Dota. They might not be as big as they were some 7 years ago. They're definitely still out there. Formula's just been more polished. 33 being chased by Abed. See if we can get him stuck in there.
Blink.
Nice moves.
Speaking of Invoker, he's getting chased. He'll be fine. I mean, even though Invoker has a lot of net worth.
That was a good read.
Yeah. Even though this Invoker has a lot of net worth, it's against Faceless Void, right? So late game, it's really hard for Invoker to actually play, especially versus Dilation. So they definitely need to turn the tempo up on Tundra. They need to go.
And they're all coming again. All 5 heroes coming down bottom lane, targeting Tomato.
Nice setup.
Good stun, Sunstrike, even a Meteor Hammer for good measure. Landing everything. And they haven't even used the Epicenter. It's coming off cooldown. So this is still another big ultimate they can use to connect and continue going with the fight. Hellscream, nowhere to go. B-Tune for the double, the tower to fall. Tundra, you said it. They've put in another gear.
Yeah, this game, different from the other games, they have a lot of the tools they need to be able to actually pressure the enemy. They have stuns, damage, and BZM's on it again, going on the Void, just kind of poking. Being annoying, he wouldn't really kill him there. Good signs of life for Tundra. And they're on it again. They're camping this bottom wave. Sand has his Veil ready. It's super nice to have these sort of combos where you have these 2-man kill squads together with like some global spell like the Sunstrike, so you can kill any hero you want. So Void, he's just gonna die again. Ooh.
Close call.
Where is he?
Epicenter is being loaded up by 33. And there he goes. But that's just a half a second late. He was on point. He had the right read, the right thought. Hesitated just a bit too long.
I don't think VP saw that though, so at least they don't have that information that he used Epi.
Yeah, I don't think so either, yeah.
Tormentor spawning at 20 doesn't really look like either team is interested in killing it. I think VP can't really kill the Torment. They can with 5 heroes, but I don't think it's worth their time and resources to do it. And looks like Tundra also, they're not really interested in going for the Torm at this moment. And also no Roche, right? Neither team really going for the Roche. Not the best lineup to kill Roche. I think Tundra can definitely do it with the Invoker Alacrity and the Bear. But VP, probably not. They need some more items on the Faceless Void. So a low objective game.
Yeah, the Bear should be in good shape for getting benefit from the Alacrity. Up the Mjolnir, getting closer to pieces of the Ags. Not too far off now.
The Wisdom Room's coming. Both teams set up. Sand King is set up to take the Wisdom. Grimstroke also on the Wisdom. See if Primal wants to go.
Blind might die. He's hesitant. Gets the shard. No sacrifice this time.
Really good shard for the Lich. He can just solo kill people now, right? He has the blink.
They got a Croaker deep behind enemy lines. He was thinking about going in for a second, low HP. It's just gonna blink to safety, TP out. Continue with the farming patterns.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So Primal going for his BKB, so is Void. So VP, when they finish these BKBs, they're going to be really strong. The Sand King's impact in the fight is going to be really limited. So I feel like for Tundra, they definitely want to look for some sort of engagement before these BKBs come online. If they ever get some fight close to the Roche Pit or close to some tower, they can easily take these objectives. They don't want to just wait for the enemy to get their BKBs, so then it's going to be hard for them to actually do damage.
Tomato is close. Do they see him? They only saw the wolf maybe for a second. Maybe not even the wolf at all. The Radiant scan did hit, so Tomato's going to get the hell out of there. Mid tower should fall to the Meteor Hammer. See the shard there as well for the Invoker. It's a big wall of text these days.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about Invoker is you can choose now which options you want. So he chose option 1. So when he uses Ghost Walk does the ice wall damage per second. So he can just farm the waves just by being close to the wave.
And
doesn't he have to show anything.
I think that's like a Dota 1 thing. Do you remember that? Like Invoker Radiance with Ghost Walk? That's like a very old thing.
Yeah, I think I think it's kind of cool. He just kind of just farms the neutral camp, just walked around. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And also just a lot of quality of life changes were applied to Invoker, where he can cast all his spells while he's invis, right, with his spell. So he can change his orbs around and all that stuff. He can invoke a bunch of spells. So it really makes this shard really nice.
Good morning, Ari.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Took a little slumber there in the woods. Did not see that one coming.
And what a nice comeback for BZM. He had some really rough games, and now he's just top net worth. Having a lot of impact in this game.
Starting off with the Roshan. They're going to get an Aegis here. Very likely Abed.
Yeah, he already has the slot for it. Or
It would make the most sense. Give it to Abed. He's the playmaker again. I feel like this game is again built for Abed to thrive. And then Tomato can take over from there.
For sure. I think the longer this game goes, the happier Tomato will be. The more items he's going to have, and then he's just going to end up cornering someone and just kill them all, right? Do leave the Aegis to the Void. It's okay. I guess the faces Void, he feels like he can die to these little two-man combos.
They got the engagement on 33. Lich might even die here. With the appearance of Ari and the rest of the squad here. Abed dead fly. It was Tomato who picked up the Aegis, so that was not a second life. The V-Tune Bear, meanwhile, killed the Aegis in the top lane. They've got two separate fights going on at the same time. The Bear's still fighting Void, and the bottom lane fight. They walk into BZM's Invoker, get the Primal Beast to grab him with the Pulverize. Ari is still in between both of them. And that Primal is in huge trouble, trying to turn around. Really wants that Grimstroke, but knows he's gotten a way out of this one. Tundra fighting and winning pretty much this fight. You got the Aegis for free for V-Tune's Lone Druid Bear in the top lane. That was a separate fight. That's why our fight recap is broken, because it thought there was only the Bear versus the Void.
Yeah, I think the Bear ended up canceling Void's TP, and he also lost his Aegis there. So, really good fight for Tundra. And in classic Tundra fashion, right? They're like in one corner, and they're in another corner. They're like attacking both corners and messing up the enemy's decisions and getting a favorable fight, even though the enemy has Aegis and all the tools they need to fight. And then in these sort of situations, they just start getting a network bait. You see there too, the Lich wasn't really able to cast any of his spells, so getting jumped first a little bit out of position on Lich. Wasn't able to cast Chain Frost or his Shard.
What do you think went down decision-making wise that they didn't give Abed the Aegis, and then the Void ends up being on the other side of the map?
I think the decision was mainly just Void feels like he can constantly die in this game, so if he can avoid one of these random deaths with the Aegis, it's kind of nice. And Void Spirit, he has, I don't know, he has his Mantha, just let him do his own thing. And I think in that fight specifically, he just got his TP cancel on the Faceless Void, I think, by the Spirit Bear. So maybe the call was to fight bottom, but then the Void's like, oh guys, they canceled my TP, I can't join.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward moment there for Virtus.pro, missing out on the big hero. And also a big play by V-Tune, happened to be at the right place at the right time. Help the rest of his team win the fight down bottom.
And the Lone Druid has started his adventure now, where he walks in between the two back camps of the game, while his Bear just stays on the map. So his unit just kind of stays in this corner, while his Bear is just farming with the Ags. It's very funny. I find it very funny. This is how it works, but that's just how they do it. They farm this camp, then they walk across the map, and they farm the other camp. While the bear is just doing all the work.
Yep, there was a popular streamer back in the day who would shift click all the neutral camps and go make a coffee. So this is kind of what you do with a hero now. Just queue all the camps through and have just control your bear.
A big fight's coming up. They're smoked around them. We're gonna get the backstab here on them.
Let's see, who do they run into? BZM already pops the smoke on Fly.
He has a Hex on Invoker.
BZM is rich as hell. This is truly a redemption game of something. If Tundra wins this one, it's pretty much due to this Invoker's net worth for sure, as they've got the Tusk locked in. Grim ulti connected on both the Void Spirit and onto the Faithless Void. Both Voids gone. There's just a clear emptiness left in there as 3 heroes are gone from the side of VP. Tundra don't even end up losing Whitemon, and they find Saberlight in the river. BZM getting to work, locking him down. There's the Hex. Vitoon's Bear showing up. Make it 4 kills for Tundra, and they are in the driver's seat now.
What a well-played engagement there. Invoker waited until the Grimstroke pressed his ulti, so then he got the double Hex into the double Burst Strike with the Sand King. Really nice from Tundra, baiting on a bunch of heroes, and then VP kind of overextending a little bit. And of course, Tundra had the vision advantage.
And a solo kill.
A nice solo kill. Or is it? The Glimmer.
Valiant effort, but no can do.
Lives on.
Ari lives. BZM, no facial expressions. He's locked in.
As this is his redemption game. Really cool build too. I like his build. Very. I know that the Meteor Hammer is pretty standard now for the Invoker. It's kind of like the item he has to farm. But the second item, Octarine, was it's kind of different, right? I know there's a lot of different Invoker builds, especially now, because you can buy Ags and Shard, and it can always be different. You can just choose which one you want.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
But it's always nice to see a good Invoker player.
You wouldn't see your everyday regular Invoker built in Octarine second item. He can be quick with his fingers, get the full combo off and all, but usually still builds Octarine as like a 5th item, 4th item. BZM.
And he's almost
6
slotted already.
Yeah, he's a different breed. Bringing bottom, wanting to fight Tomato. 33. He's okay. Dust comes up from Saberlight. He actually finds him, but he's short there with the jump, and he gets the rock throw and gets the grab with the pulverize. Now they just need to clean him up. Hex comes out, meatballs into the face of Tomato's Faceless Void. BZM standing his ground. Aeon Disc walks away. Oh my god, that's gotta hurt for Saberlight. Tomato, they could have gotten this kill. Instead, Abed shows up, dies for it. Oh, Tundra. They make it look too easy. BZM again, man. Is he smiling yet? Is there even a little smirk on the side of his cheek? Nothing? Cold-blooded killer. They'll get Rubik too.
And he doesn't stop. He's going for the next target. All right, they're all just dead. It's a team wipe.
Yeah, and they don't stop coming. Yeah, no smiles on this man's face.
Locked in.
Locked in. Well,
and the interesting part of that engagement was he has an Aeon Disc on Invoker, so the Void didn't really want to use his Chrono right away when he got dusted on Invoker. And that millisecond is just enough for him to just get Hex and Chainstone on Void and just die. So it comes back to Invoker's item build, which I really like. I think his item build is super good. Makes a lot of sense. Even the Hex, just hexing the Void non-stop, and there he is again, just hexing him, and Void's just dead.
I do want to look at the post-game net worth graph and see where did he pull off all this farm. This guy was bullied in lane again. Like, the lane was better, but he still got killed. The side lanes were locked in, and the supports just couldn't move to help out BZM. Then we look 5 minutes after, and it's like, he's actually got some items in his inventory. We look another 5 minutes in, he's built, like, you mentioned it at some point, he's got a Hex. I'm like, he's got a Hex? Like, what? Yeah, I've definitely missed out on something. Same combo again onto Abed's Void Spirit. He at least has the Astral Step and the Force Staff to save him. Saberlight trying to keep B-Tune's Bear at bay while 33 is zoning out the rest of the team. Tomato. You gotta try and get a chrono out at some point, but I don't think he's gonna have the opportunity for it. Mana burnt by the EMP, and another lane of racks to fall. That's gonna be Mega Creeps. And this has all happened in the last 6 minutes of the game where the net worth was tied, and now it's 31,000 gold to finish game 2, to tie it up and stretch another game 3. They also halved their win average time from 64 minutes to 32 with this one, so improvement is happening.
It was the BZM show this game. I think props to him. He had some really bad games recently, but I think this game he just overperformed really hard and showing why this team is one of the best teams ever, right?
He is still 6th in net worth at 10 minutes with 4,000, which is a okay number, like 4K from the lane, pretty good. But I'm just looking at Onward. How is he suddenly in first place at 16 minutes? So from the lane ending, 6 minutes forward, he's gone from 6th to 1st place. That's how quickly BZM jumped back into this game. And what a show. Showing at least the fact that he still got those fast fingers playing this Invoker. They wanted him on that Invoker in the second phase, the first pick of the second phase in the draft, into a pretty much unknown. You don't know what you're going up against, but the call was we're confident with having him on this hero. He's comfortable when he gets to play his Invoker. Absolutely his best game of this tournament so far.
And the question is, will VP ban Invoker next game? Because I feel like this was one of the Siggies, you know? He just has a signature hero and he's just overperforming. It reminds you a lot about like Amar or one of these young players, Crystallis, you know, on his Razor and his Monkey King. Are you going to respect ban these heroes? Or just let them have it again? You know?
Yeah.
It can be a tough decision in these best of threes. I also think in this game, VP, I think Saberlight had kind of a hard game. Didn't really have that much impact in the game. Maybe it's more because of just the hero's not an amazing primal game. Playing versus multiple stuns, multiple ways to interrupt his spells. Grimstroke is really good against primal as well. So I personally didn't really like this primal pick. I do know it's a good hero in the meta that buys the Wraps item, and maybe Saberlight's super comfortable on it. But I think in the grand scheme of things, it didn't make a lot of sense for them.
And he had the free farm on this Primal Beast too. Like, they chose to ignore Primal Beast completely because he didn't want to fight the Lone Druid. The Lone Druid didn't want to fight him. They shared the farm, and they were quite happy with how things were going from that point onward. I still think the biggest mistake in this game was who got the Aegis from that first Roshan and what happened instantly after that. You could say it was one moment of the game, but we had a free slot on Abed. Looked like he wanted to pick it up. It might have been the call that Tomato wants it. You've got Manta and Void. Like you said, the Void Spirit picked up the Manta style, so maybe that's enough. But that was a game-changing moment right there because that was the first win, proper win for Tundra. And they never let go of that moment.
Yeah, after that moment, the game kind of just went downhill for VP. They started getting picked off everywhere. And they couldn't really get a good grasp on the game. They have to show multiple heroes in lanes to be able to push lanes, while Tundra, they just have this Invoker running around Invis, pushing lanes without even showing. Lone Druid in the corner, pushing lanes with his Ags, you know, Sand King. He's not really showing on the minimap when he's Invis. Even Grimstroke can nuke away from far away. The Ghost Shove from Tundra in this game was a lot better than VP's. You could always know where VP was, and they had a lot of trouble pushing the waves without dying in this game. So maybe that's something else that they will think about in the next game to have in their draft. Maybe a little bit better Ghost Shove. Maybe that's what they need against this threat of heroes that don't really show on the map and they can still threaten you with kills.
Yeah, the Shadow Push, definitely one thing. Let's see if that Invoker ends up getting banned or not, but we are definitely going into a Game 3, and that's going to be the last game here on the B stream for Day 2. So coming up right after the break, the finalizer for Virtus.pro or Tundra esports. Let's see what happens. See you guys in a few minutes.
New breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. intuitive interface, and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Na 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 na.
And welcome back, folks. We are returning with the PGL Wallachia Season 8 Group Stage Day 2, the final best of 3 in the 0-1 bracket, meaning both teams playing now. Tundra, Virtus.pro have lost the series. They both lost their game. They both won a game here, and Game 3 will now decide which one of these teams will face elimination series tomorrow and who gets an extra series of breathing room for day number 3 of the group. So with T-Panda and Lelis, we just saw Tundra take over that game number 2 despite a rocky start. Once again, they corralled, they grouped up together, they got the win on the board. BZM redeemed What can this team do to clean up the series? Because yesterday they went up against Heroic, got game 2, lost in game 3. Virtus.pro, however, they got 2-0'd yesterday and opened the series with a win here with Tundra in the same situation. It's going to be a tight one. We've analyzed some picks. We've analyzed their gameplay. I feel like we could be in some Wild West territory going into game 3.
Yeah, for now, it's kind of the same bans as it was in the previous game. Just a little bit swap of the pick order and sides. Now Tundra is Radiant with second pick, and VP is Dire with first pick. So I think it was just the exact same bans from last game. Same heroes banned, and here VP picked Rubik, if I'm not mistaken. There was a Tusk Rubik trade here for the first phase. So let's see if VP try to do something different, or if they want to go with the Rubik for the third time here for Hellscream. Nothing wrong with the Rubik. Good meta hero. They choose to take the Tusk, so they don't want to give the Tusk to Tundra. So a little bit of an adjustment already. So,
and again, I do feel like
no Alchemist.
I do feel like reinforcing the side lanes once again is going to be the key for Virtus.pro. That they have a hero Saberlight could solo the lane with to enable Hellscream move over to mid and pay attention to that Abed BZM matchup. How is it going? Is there if there's a moment that they can strike? Invoker is definitely a hero you can gank, but Tundra is believing in the Invoker hero enough. Question also is, will Tundra pick up something with counter initiation? I think about the heroes that are not quite played a lot in this meta. Disruptor, Bane. Do they have something like that in the hero pool that they could use to help BZM?
Tundra esports turn to ban.
I mean, let's see what VP is going to do now that it's kind of a repeat of last game, right? It's like last game it was Evoker on the second phase, but it was an early pick, and this time they don't even give VP the chance to ban it. They'll just pick the Invoker on 9, so very confident on BZM on his Invoker. And last game they had the lane matchup they wanted on VP, which was the Void Spirit versus Invoker, and they had a good carry versus Invoker, which was the Faceless Void. So what will they change in this game? Because last game, I feel like they had all the tools they needed versus the Invoker. Maybe the problem was the Primal, which didn't really interact well with Invoker. I'm curious to see what they will decide on VP. What was the problem? What will they change this time? Because I felt like they were pretty happy with how the game was going early. It was just more of the gameplay that happened post like 20 minutes that made the Invoker really good. At least one thing that's different is that Sand King and Lone Druid are banned in this game, so they can't just repeat those two cores.
Well, we didn't see the Largo coming up from 33 in this series. At least he played it 3 times yesterday. Wonder if he has something else in his big hero pool. Do we wait for that 33 pick for later on down the draft? Something like Batrider, he's been playing quite a lot.
Also banned.
Okay, that's also banned. Yeah, first phase banned. So is the Beastmaster, right? So that would kind of leave him into the Doom Timbersaw territory.
Yeah, I think ideally you want to have a hero that has some sort of disable with Invoker. I mean, you don't have to pick a hero that has a stun, but... And just Grimstroke again, right? So they really like the Grimstroke hero in this meta, even though it's not against Pango or any of the Void Spirit heroes. Maybe they're predicting that VP will want the Void Spirit, and they're already taking the Grimstroke, which is very good against the
10 seconds
the Void Spirit. Can be a case of that too. I was just saying it's nice to have stuns with Invoker, because then he can press Sunstrike in the side lanes. So last game Sand King, it was nice. Sand King with Grimstroke, you have like 2 stuns. Largo doesn't really have a stun, right? He's kind of just sitting there. It doesn't really combo well with Invoker, and it's also like a slow hero. But not a lot of options left right for 33. A lot of his heroes are just banned.
That's a bit of a surprising pick. Venomancer. Has this hero even been played? Let me check quickly.
Yeah. It's a very common pick in the high MMR bracket. After they changed his innate to be Poison Sting, and they add a new spell to him, Snakebite, the hero got a lot better. They also changed a little bit how his ult interacts. Definitely a top meta pick hero at the moment, especially versus Grimstroke, which is a low-ranged support. Veno can definitely bully the Grimstroke in lane. So I like this Veno pick. I think it's a very strong hero in this meta. I think Falcons have been picking it as well.
Yeah, Falcons, GamerLegion, MOUZ, and Aurora. Plenty of NO picks out there.
So let's see now, what does VP want to pick? Ideally now you just pick your mid, right? Because you see Invoker. So you're not really going to get a better mid pick than now. They just go for the Void Spirit. This is the third game, right? Abed playing Void Spirit in a row. So
it's been working.
It has. I think he's played very well, especially in the first game. For me, he was the MVP. It's just, I mean, this series has just been
10 seconds remaining.
about the mids. First game, Abed playing super well, got buffed with the Ags early, so he made all the moves. Second game, BZM just overplaying on his signature hero. And BZM, again, in the counter matchup, right?
Tundra esports.
You saw he was very comfortable last game as well, even though he slightly had a lane disadvantage. So Hoodwink being picked with the Grimstroke probably means that the Grim is going to be a 5, and the Hoodwink is going to lane against the Venom. So they kind of want to dodge the Grimstroke lane against Venom, which is not the best for the Grimstroke since he's a low range hero and he's always susceptible getting queued by the Venom and being out of position and dying. So they choose to get a higher ranged hero like the Hoodwink to be able to trade with the Venom on the side and have better setup versus him.
And there's your 33 hero coming out. So all of these picks for Tundra, they come nicely together in terms of they don't have any actual timings, to be honest. Like Underlord, of course, like you've been talking about, this is not like an aura meta where the Underlord has traditionally been an aura builder. You're not saying that you cannot build auras, just that it's just not
10 seconds remaining.
it's not very common.
Tundra esports turn to
But they don't really rely on specific timings now that you play an Underlord in this lineup. So it's more about Invoker hitting his timings. And BZM, he hit some crazy timings last game, topping net worth at 16 minutes out of all the players. So that's not going to be a problem for Tundra.
Yeah, and the Underlord in this game, it's very good against all the VP heroes. It's very good against Tusk. Tusk doesn't enjoy playing against Brutes since he can't cast Snowball. It's also very good against Void Spirit. Gives them multiple disables versus the Void Spirit. Void Spirit ever jumps in with his ulti and he jumps on top of a pit, he's just going to be stuck, right? And also makes him not want to buy Yules because he can just Yule himself and then just get rooted again in the pit. So it's not ideal for him to buy the Yules in this game. I like the Underlord pick. What was interesting to me is that VP choose to pick the Dawnbreaker on 18 instead of picking a carry hero versus the Underlord, since they see the Underlord lane. Maybe Saberlight, he feels like this is the hero that he's going to have the highest impact in. And I do believe that Saberlight's performance is highly correlated to VP being able to win or not. I think if Saberlight has a bad game, the chance of them winning is very low. And if he has a good game, the chance of them winning is very high. In the last game, you didn't really see a lot of impact from his Primal. I think it was a very hard Primal game for him.
But Tomato will have his pick before Tundra. What type of a hero do we need when Tundra doesn't really have specific timings? Do you feel like with Void Spirit Dawnbreaker, you can aim for something later? Do we want to emphasize the mid game, which is Virtus.pro's like best reign of timings? They're usually good in the mid game, so maybe not something like a Morphling, maybe not something like a Luna, something like a Sven. Okay, a Wind Ranger. That's earlier timing for sure.
They definitely wanted a hero that can win the lane versus the Underlord. So most of the heroes that come to mind are Lifestealer, Monkey King, Ursa. All those heroes are banned.
Yeah.
Another one that comes to mind is Slark. But Slark's not a very good hero in this meta, especially versus the heroes that Tundra have. They have a lot of AoE spells. Slark's not happy against AoE spells. So Wind is another one that comes to mind. This hero definitely got nerfed in the 7.41 patch. She lost her old Ags. It was replaced with something else. And she also lost her facets, which made the Wind carry a lot better. She got extra damage off the Q. So just made the hero a little bit more niche of a pick. And they definitely wanted something to win the lane versus Underlord because they have a Venom. So they want to pressure the lane early. So it makes sense for there to be a Wind. It's also a hero that doesn't die that easily to Invoker. Has a lot of mobility. So I like the Wind pick. I think it makes a lot of sense.
And as the graphic also shown on screen there, VP banned Tiny in Game 1 and Game 2. Now it goes through and VTune instantly locks it in for the 24 pick for Tundra.
Another hero that got buffed in the most recent patch and makes a lot of sense with the Invoker. It's a hero that has setup, can go first, has a stun, and can hit towers, right? That's what Tundra needed in their lineup. They have a lot of backline damage heroes that kind of are waiting for something to happen for them to go in. And Tiny, he does exactly that, right? He goes first and he goes in. So it makes Tundra's lineup come together. It looks a lot more cohesive with the Tiny. And Tiny's pretty decent versus Wind as well. He has his innate that makes Wind do less damage every time he hits him. So the focus fire loses a little bit of effectiveness against Tiny. So a nice pick to round Tundra's draft overall. I like both drafts. I think they make sense.
But who do you think has the prowess to win this series? These are two teams that haven't won a series. This is the first Game 3 for Virtus.pro. Tundra back-to-back Game 3s.
I'm going to probably favor Tundra in this one. I think BZM is on his best hero. And last game, he definitely delivered. And I'm looking forward to him delivering again in this game. I think if the game is even at like 20 minutes, I think Tundra definitely has the advantage. And just to correct myself, the Tiny passive has changed as well. It's now insurmountable, and he gains strength to soul resistance, so he doesn't have the craggy thing anymore. So the hits that Wind do to him, that thing has got removed. So that's another reason why Tiny has been back to carry. He has slow resistance and stat resistance based off his strength. So just want to correct myself there as a fake news.
Yeah, that old Tiny was kind of weird, like in a way. Like if you're a support and you poke it, you deal less damage.
Yeah.
With the debuff. And then Shadow Demon had, like, when Shadow Demon hits you, you gain an amplifying damage bonus on the target. You make them pretty kind of like one or the other.
Yeah, that one's still in the game, I believe.
That one is still in the game.
SD passive.
Tiny just lost his.
I mean, it got replaced with something that made the core Tiny better, right?
Yeah.
The patch they wanted Tiny to come back as a core. So they just gave him this passive.
But we did talk about Kunkka level 25 talents earlier, how much they've bouncing back between old ideas and new ideas and buffs and nerfs and then changing it to something completely new. What about bringing back something completely old? You mentioned craggy exterior. Think it's balanced if you're attempting to attack an opponent and you get stunned instead?
That was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny back in the day. And
I mean, it did
stupidly
lead to
OP.
them perfecting a lot of stuff.
Stupidly OP as well, but players were a different breed back then compared to now. If we saw something like that, people would be complaining this is OP as hell.
Yeah. So pretty standard start of the game. No team really wanted to make an aggressive move. 2 bandits for each side, and bottom already, Tiny getting low. So Tiny has 0 armor at level 1. So this lane is really potent against the Tiny, especially when he skills tree grab like this. I can see Tiny even skilling his stun in this lane for level 1 to break the combo of the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk. Usually what counters this type of combo is just when they're going for it, is really want to kill this Grim, but he has boots.
Yep, Saberlight misses the Starbreaker.
All right.
Connect. Very early boots on a Grim. Don't get to see this too often, but I do like the idea. I mean, it is a double melee kill lane, which was actually introduced by... I do reference the NADPC quite a lot, especially now since you're here. The TSM team back in the day, which Tomato used to play on, introduced Dawnbreaker Tusk, which became a household staple of the #1 best offlane duo in the game.
Yeah, it's a really strong combo. You saw there level 1, Tiny was really low since he has 0 armor, but as you said, the Grim buying boots, it's a lot more related to, since it's a double melee lane, they're going to want to pull the wave, right? And you see that Tusky has Windlace, so he wants to move fast. Ooh, Fly getting kind of low.
It's going to be the first one of this game.
You see there too that the
Fly on the other lane as well.
comes in.
Saberlight down. BZM will find a Sunstrike. That's 2 kills for Tundra. And BZM
Really
also
good
getting
start.
that extra gold. big kicker for him regarding how this Invoker started ramping up in net worth in game number 2. Came through 2 or 3 claimed streaks from their opponents. When Tundra was taking a bit of a beating, BZM got all those streaks for himself, and then the rest was history. Led into a win for the team later down the road. So all these Sunstrike kills, if they can get a big BZM, this game Abed is trying to keep him low here. Doesn't have a lot of resources to work with though, so BZM should be fine.
I was saying earlier that the boots on the Grimstroke, it's a lot more related to the Tusk pulling the wave. So if he knows that the enemy's not really going to fight him in the wave, he doesn't need to buy stats level 1. He can just buy the boots and just follow the Tusk when he pulls the wave. So it's really nice for the 5 to be able to buy boots level 1 and just chase the Tusk when he pulls the wave.
Another attempt into the top lane and fly. Well, the Venomancer is not really enjoying the first minutes of this laning stage, as Tundra will find another pick on him. Ahri also surviving the Venomous Scale. I say that when the power shot flew into him, he almost died. Quick reaction there with the stick. Saberlight also forced to use a salve down the bottom lane, so Vtune, Whitemon are crushing this lane. Not only thanks to that one Sunstrike kill, but last hit, Saberlight 9, Vtune 25. It's not even a competition.
A really good start for Tundra.
Got
Hellscream in position.
But he's under a ward, so BZM knows. He's well aware of this. BZM is also... he's got half the last hits Abed does. Now they're going to go for the play. Get the Remnant to connect with the shards placed down. Abed inside the ice wall. Has to retreat. Ahri is making a move here. Help out the Invoker. Does mean both water runes are also claimed by the bottom. Okay, we're going to be fighting a lot in this game. Saberlight going to get hit by the blood grenade. Slowed up by the bug. He's got Whitemon has another. Gets the Lotus for a second silence if needed. Just throws in the Stroke of Fate, but Saberlight infused raindrops saves his life.
The 1-1-1 build on Grim, probably didn't expect that on Dawn. Usually the Grims, they put 2 points in one of their Q E-spell. And another point I wanted to touch on is the Venomancer. So this hero, another reason for him to be picked is that the Madstone can be accumulated since minute 0. So a lot of people have just been playing Veno and getting wards, and they just start farming the small camp very early on, and you get the neutral items before your enemy, before the enemy, because you can just farm so fast with the Plague Wards. And he's on his way to his first neutral item. And the neutral items, they have a lot of impact. If you were to measure the neutral items in gold, they're worth like 400 to 700 gold.
Yep.
So it's a really big power spike for the Venom.
Yeah, it's good to give a value on that. Saberlight again in trouble, losing half of his HP as Vtune and Whitemon relentless on the pursuit and the Sunstrike. That's going to connect. That's going to be another kill for BZM, but BZM is also going to be in trouble in the mid lane as Abed and Hellscream are going to go for the dive, and they should be able to take him down. Abed claims that killing spree streak for himself, getting his first kill of the game. 6-minute rune also spawning, so they should have both sides of the river in check. The 33 is taking some hits from the Wind Ranger with a snowball coming in. Low on Magic 1 charges. Veno coming in here as well. VP looking to reply. They've got the damage to take down the Underlord. Sunstrike not on point. Will not connect. 6 kills, 6
good punish there. Yeah, they see the Underlord trying to pull the wave, and then they TP to punish him. Good stuff from VP. And as always, they're the team that rotates a lot. They move around a lot in the early game. And you see it as a common pattern in all their games. Wisdom rune timing will void walk over for the Wisdom. Looks like they want to contest. Oh, he's just gonna pull the wave in between the towers.
Already getting to pressure the bottom T1 tower as well. Vtune getting a couple smacks at the tower, forcing the glyph 7 minutes in. They're not coming to save the Dire Wisdom. Instead, as you mentioned, they're contesting the Radiant. Should be going for Hellscream, the other for Whitemon. XP for the supports.
A lot of damage on this tower. You see the map is kind of mirrored, right? Both teams go for the aggressive Wisdom rune, and they start hitting this tier 1 tower. So good read from both teams. They don't want to go back for their own wisdom. They're not ready, not in position.
I was also
no
looking
feeding
at
from the
this
offlaner.
mid lane as well, because Abed is cutting waves. Despite being ahead of BZM, usually the losing side might be the one to pull the wave into the jungle and try to farm it there, but I think he's just trying to apply pressure onto that mid T1 tower while the supports were still fighting for that 7-minute rotation to the to the wisdom runes or shrines.
Yeah, just a little slight thing that he can do, being closer to his team. So if his team wants to connect, he's just closer when he cuts the wave like that. Rune spawning, right? Tundra get lucky with the shield rune. You see Grimstroke's build. He has 1-3-1, so he has 3 hit points already in his silence, and that leads to you having to hit the bug 3 times instead of 2 times. So really valuing being able to silence the enemy for longer. I like Whitemon's build a lot. He doesn't really need to do damage, but he just needs to disable the enemy.
And it's pretty
So it
handy
makes a lot of
versus that
sense.
Dawnbreaker. Like we've seen, she lacks the attack speed to get rid of the Phantom's Embrace on time, because otherwise you're about to get that last hit in, you're going to get hit by an avalanche or a toss or an X-Wall stun, and then you're just going to have another bug on you right after that. Now, but diving in the mid lane, Solar Guardian applied. BZM is being targeted here. They want this Invoker kill, but will they get it in time? BZM, he's finally down. The Sunstrike does land there, but V2 killing off Abed. Both cores down. Hellscream falling next. Saberlight on the run, gets the hammer off cooldown, but the blood grenade from Ari will finish him off. Double kill for the Hoodwink. And VP end up losing 3 heroes for the dive on this Invoker.
Casual 5v5 in the mid lane at 9 minutes. And kind of funny game. Both offlaners are global heroes that can just connect with their ult. So they both just press their Rs from the corner they're farming and they connect with the team. And Tundra definitely getting the upper hand there on that engagement. Invoker dies, but they got some nice little return kills, especially on the Void Spirit. That was really fat.
It is a bit of a battle of heaven versus hell, right? Like one has a Fiend's Gate, the other one coming out from the sun skies. 33, however, being targeted by Tomato with a Javelin focus fire. Will burn through the Underlord's armor.
Nice little combo there with the Tusk with the Wind. So every little hit from Focus Fire applies the tag team. Does a lot of damage. Good rotation from Hellscream.
But this is a very active game. A lot of movement on the Radiant side of the map. Abed deep in, Fly doing jungle farm. Now Abed jumping on Whitemon. Bringing him down to 200 HP. Ari misses the sharpshooter. Tomato is also farming where the Radiant Tier 1 tower used to be, so he's been here for quite some time.
And you see this Venom being super annoying. If you just watch what he's doing, he's just taking these 2 camps from Invoker. And it's really annoying for Invoker since he's a hero that he doesn't really function with mobility early. He doesn't even buy boots before Meteor Hammer. And he really relies on both these 2 camps to be able to farm. You even see him drawing on the map the bottom camps. So he's just going to walk over to the bottom part of the map and just farm those camps. Since Veno is just being super annoying and stealing his neutral camps. But good job there from Fly. Not letting the Invoker come back into the game that easily.
Net worth remains tied for the time being, despite it looks like VP has good control over the map, but it also means that VTune has free farm in the bottom lane and is top of the net worth. They try to set up on Saberlight, but he is well aware not to extend too far, even if he is under the protection of his own tower. And now, both the Tiny and the Grim smoking up. They're going to run into Fly.
Is he going to break the smoke without dying?
Oh, his here might die to Fly if he goes for it. Just to try and run away from the stuns. Ari's also going to show up, so it's going to be Dead Veno. Sunstrike is not quite on point. The Solar Guardian comes in as they've lured V2 in to a spot, but here comes the gate, as you mentioned, the global presence. Both teams making themselves known. Abed is close to dying here, and he's barely surviving 30 HP. So, but BZM coming in with a tornado is going to finish him off. Only shows up to spoil the party, but now he's going to turn things around as well. They lost Hellscream, and they're going to lose Saberlight, and BZM for the triple kill, baby. That's worth of a tip from his teammate. Vtoon dropping it. And another 3-1 trade for Tundra.
Good reaction there from Tundra. VP a little bit too deep. Overextended a little bit too much. Wind Ranger wasn't close enough to be able to connect, since he has to connect from top all the way to bottom. So good stuff from Tundra, defending their side of the map. You see a replay there of the Venom. If that Dawn ult came out earlier, he probably would have lived.
He tried to walk back into
there's a little
it.
bit of, yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of hesitation there. And Tiny's so tanky, right? 2,000 HP. Takes so long to take down. Void Spirit not really buying Vessel, just going for the Mage Slayer. So the damage is kind of low on VP without the Tusk being close.
And they brought in Tomato for this fight, but he only gets to shoot one power shot until he has to instantly disengage, run away. I am a bit curious about that trade, though, that they weren't happy with just killing the Tiny and backing away. But I guess, you know, when you're feeling it, there's no such thing as stop.
MVP smoked up again. Let's see what they want to do here. Wisdoms are coming, so they're just going to not contest the enemy Wisdom and try to attack this bottom tower, open the map for themselves. Underlord is spotted. Veno ends up breaking smoke.
Also
So a failed smoked attempt.
Yeah, they saw Tomato too, so 5 heroes down bottom around the tier 1 tower. EZM feeling comfortable enough to move deeper into the jungle, stack a bit, clean it up with the hammer. This is really the source of his high net worth, is farming 2 camps with the Ice Wall and the Meteor Hammer. Pull them all together, AoE cleanup.
And he's just going for the same build as last game, just going for the Octarine second item. And probably going to buy the shard at some point, so he can just farm the camps while just being ghost walked. And Tundra doing what they do best, right? They just farm. And they farm in a nice way. They don't farm in an AFK-ish way. They farm where if the enemy overextends into them, they're ready to respond. So not falling too behind to VP that are ahead in terms of towers, right?
Yeah, they got more kills because they have been ready for these set engagements.
Yeah. A lot of stacking. You see Tiny gonna farm a triple stack now.
Ahri is going
Super
Vlad's
happy.
again on that Hoodwink, by the way. Seems like it's his item of preference.
Yeah, I know that Ari is a really big fan of the Soul Ring on supports as well. He's also going for the Soul Ring. Before, when Tranquil Soul Ring was a thing, right? A lot of supports would do that build instead of buying Mana Boots. He was kind of bringing it back with the Vlad Soul Ring. He also bought the Soul Ring in the previous game, so pretty cool. Smoke attempt, break down the Veno. Gonna get a free kill.
Quite happy that Vtoon's got a bigger target on his eyes. He sees Hellscream and Tomato. And that's going to be a Shadow Blade revealed. Sunstrike coming on top as well. This Tusk almost dead. The Snowball comes out. Sunball, but he does melt. The fires of hell.
And some cracks starting to show for VP. They're not really being that active with the Dawnbreaker. You know, every time Dawn has ult, ideally you want to attack and use the Dawn ult, but they're just getting attacked and they're not really ready to be able to turn. So Dawn kind of just AFK hitting creeps, not the ideal thing you want to happen. You want Dawn's ult to always be on cooldown and always be attacking. So good stuff from Tundra.
And Tomato targeted by Vtoon in front of the tier 2 tower. That's a big kill. Solar Guardian's going to come into play, trying to keep the Wind Ranger alive, but it's not going to be enough. 33 is going to show up as well, and Saberlight, what he tried as a rescue mission ends up being a suicide mission. Both heroes gone, and more for Tundra. Not really building a network lead out of that, but the Wind Ranger being out is more time for the Tiny to get ahead. And I'm having a bit of a I wouldn't say existential crisis. I have a big question that I just don't seem to find an answer to. They picked this Wind Ranger to be able to blow somebody up. Who is that somebody? Is it BZM? Will they ever have enough damage to kill Vtoon's Tiny?
Yeah, I think the Wind versus the Tiny is pretty decent for the Wind, since the ult innate doesn't exist anymore. She'll just do full damage to Tiny from max range. So the Tiny will definitely die to the Wind. And you see the Tiny setting up on the Veno, getting that free kill with the Shadow Blade.
Did he go too deep for it though? Instantly pays the price for it. Heavy damage on Abed and Hellscream, but Saberlight stuck inside the pit of Malice. Ari nicely dodging abilities. Tomato still trying to go for the chase, but it's gonna be too far away.
I think the wind was also probably just a pick to win the lane versus the Underlord. A lot of times in competitive Dota, you need to win the lane because you can't play after. If you lose the lane so bad, there might just not be a game after the laning phase. So a lot of these competitive games, there's a lot of thought about the laning phase. If the laning phase is good or bad, if you can snowball off the laning phase. A lot of Dota, of course, is just timing, snowballing. If you're stronger than the enemy at a certain point. And BZM getting ulted by the Veno. Abed missing the Aether Remnant.
That was the one that they needed for the connection. BZM's going to be able to walk this one off. Hellscream has a very interesting quick buy too. There's a lot of items you'd love to have on a support Tusk. BKB, Blink, you got the Axe Kick. Axe Kick was a game changer in the Heroic Tundra series.
Indeed it was. I mean, you gotta dream big, you know? If you don't think you're gonna get those items, you're not gonna get them. So he's already preparing for what's coming. See a Roche attempt here from VP. Really nice to have Tusk with the wind again. The tag team works on all the first fire hits. Tusk, a very good hero to kill the Roche. Good read from VP, knowing that Tundra won't really contest. Tundra just doing their thing, you know? They're just farming the corners of the map.
They are keeping up a pace. I'm also looking at this VP lineup as a whole, like when you get a better picture of how it actually functions. You mentioned the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker combo, and now the tag team of the Wind Ranger focus fire. Well, we'll get back to that in a second because it looks like Tomato is just going to get caught under a small bit of vision. Solar Guardian this time, it applies just in time, and he's going to get the work onto that Tiny. He's doing quite a lot of damage onto V2, but Saberlight is also in trouble in the middle of all. And a gate placed down, trying to cut exits. Tomato still finds a detour, so they can get themselves out of there. 2 kills anyway for the side of Tundra. But the VP lineup, it feels like it's a bit of a pub mishmash of small wombo combos. And it seems to work together when one hero can work with another, and the second hero can work with the third. Like the Tusk works great with the Wind, and the Dawn works well with the Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have that sort of read. And I definitely also have a feeling that the Dawn doesn't make that much sense in this draft. It's not really good against the enemy heroes, right? Invoker is a hero that is very good versus Dawn. He has a bunch of AoE spells that can kite the Dawn. Underlord is also very good versus Dawn, right? Because Dawn is a very committal hero. You just get in there and you're either killing the enemy or you're dying. And Underlord, he really likes playing against those sort of heroes, right? The immobile heroes that he just presses pit and they just get continuously pit. And Dawn is also a strength hero, so the Firestorm does bonus damage. It's also not very good against Grimstroke. If Grimstroke just ults any target that Dawn ults on top of, Dawn will land and just get linked instantly, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of just not a really good Dawnbreaker game if you think about the way the spells interact.
Yeah, there's a lot of anti-synergy, or you could almost say the Dawn is countered pretty well this game.
I mean, the defensive aspect of the Dawn is counter, but the offensive still remains the same, right? You can use Dawn ult to attack. The problem is that they're not using the Dawn ult to attack. They're using it as a defensive tool to react to what Tundra is doing.
Yeah, which exactly plays into the playbook of Tundra.
Exactly. So that's why the Dawn is having such a bad game, right? He's a 0-6, he had a poor laning phase, and all of these ults he's used have just... He's just died right after. So he has no game on Dawn.
Invoker actually spotted Hellscream. There's the offensive Solar Guardian being used, but that's in a very safe territory for VP to find themselves a big kill. And Saberlight will find his first kill of the game. So getting a mega kill streak, an extra 600 pushes him that much further to starting the BKB purchase.
A nice little injection of gold for the Dawn there. And this Tusk hero, man, like, he just has so much impact in all the games we've casted. And usually the team that has the Tusk is the team that's winning. Last game, Tundra had the Tusk.
Here we go again.
In this game, Tusk just doing so much work. There he is again, getting another pick off.
Misses the Walrus Punch, but doesn't quite that much matter if you have tag team and focus fire on. No escape. 1.5 minutes on the Aegis, though. Do you think with the Hoodwink down for 40 seconds is enough for them to actually threaten the Tier 2 tower? Because it looks like Vitoon is trying to... Okay, was trying to make a play on Abed there for a second. Just no blink.
I mean, they'll probably walk down this lane and start clicking the tower and see if Tundra respond or not. Tundra might choose to defend. I think if they choose to defend, they might just chill on VP. No Donald for 30 seconds.
Are these moments in general, from a player perspective, when you have like the last minute of Aegis and you feel like you have to make a move, are the comms getting a lot more hectic?
Not really. I mean, having the Aegis is just a natural part of the game, right? And the Aegis expiring as well. If you can't really get something with the Aegis expiring, then it's all good. You'll have more opportunities in the game.
It might get use of it.
Finally getting down.
The Vitoon is in the middle of all of this. Still has a 9-second BKB he'd love to hold on to. Tomato, Focus Fire is still available for the use. Sunstrike is there. It fully connects on Tomato. Takes a nice chunk of damage. Whitemon also reveals himself there. They are still living. The Fly being annoying with these Plague Wards placed down. But it was a tower trade. One tower for another. That Aegis is going to expire in the end, so no force needed for it.
As soon Underworld will have his pipe, and then they're going to be ready to take a fight on Tundra. They're probably just waiting for that to be able to fight back against VP. I'm surprised Underworld also not really going for the Crimson. It's a very good Crimson game. I do know that Crimson got nerfed. The damage block is lower.
Ooh, big shield. If they don't have a Dispel, they're just burning 1,600 damage on Tiny, but it seems like it's an easy work. As that BKB still gets forced out, he manages to get out, but the shield keeps him alive. Hellscream dead though. Sunstrike into the pit as well, no connection there. Whitemon being bullied by Saberlight, pops his own BKB to secure that kill. Abed chasing on the backline, they found the Tiny. Once again, Tiny gonna be in huge trouble. Caught by the shackle shot. Tomato will die, but now BZM is left to his own devices with Fly, Abed, and Saberlight cornering him from every direction. 33 coming in with the pipe buff, trying to give something, but it's only moral support, and he will have to 1v3 this fight. Sadly, you don't have the old facet on that Underlord with extra right-click damage kicking in, or at least the cleave area, so they will all die on the side of Tundra, while VP will just end up losing the Wind and the Tusk and get a huge win for themselves.
Big win for VP there, even though Wind dies. Full team wipe. And that fight started just the Tusk initiating. You see the Tusk having so much impact. He just goes in first, fighting the target, Dust, uses Ice Shards, doesn't let the Tiny walk around. See the replay there. Tusk just starting with the Wind. Just a lot of burst damage. If he didn't have that shield run, he would have been dead already.
Yeah.
So much impact from the Tusk. You see so much impact from this hero almost every game. He just does his job, which is initiate and do a lot of damage. And they end up just using all their spells on Tundra to try to save the Tiny.
They had good target priority getting rid of the Tusk, who is that big damage battery for all the VP heroes to deal damage, but still, that was the only achievement that they actually gained in that fight. Bit of a bummer. Meanwhile, a bit of a chase onto Ari, and BZM is also here. And so is the Grimstroke in just a matter of moments. They kill Hellscream. Ari standing his ground. Tornado connecting onto Tomato. Fly is also going to be joining in, and Ari's going to be taken down. Finally, now the Grimstroke decides to initiate with the Underlord coming in with the gate. Gets the Pit of Malice on 2. BZM, now's your chance. If he has anything left in the arsenal, Sunstrike is available. Tomato, he's surviving for now. Will he make his way out of this fight? No, he will not. BZM will get the kill, and that forces Virtus.pro to go on the disengage and try to retreat. TP out from Fly. It's going to be a close call, as that Avalanche and Pit of Malice not too far off. And again, we're seeing BZM and Evoker power again.
Yeah, he already has a shard, so he's going to start doing his thing. He's going to start going invis and just farming all the creeps.
Good old Invoker Shadow push. Helps you play around the map a lot more when you have that shard up. And definitely, yeah, as the comparison you can see, this has been a series of the mid players. Lelis himself brought it up there as well, that game 1 was all Abed, game 2 was all BZM.
I mean, even this game 3, BZM also having a really good performance, even though the early levels, he kind of just gets bullied by the Void Spear and the Dawn ulting on him in the early game. But when he gets his items, he just starts doing so much in these fights.
Almost a BKB ready on BZM. The Grimstroke is the one building up the Solar Crest. I was thinking the Hoodwink might be the one to pick that one up, but Ari's got Boots of Travel queued up. So goes into the Tundra playbook of shadow pushing and farming actively without putting themselves in harm's way. But I will say I do not see Boots of Travel on Hoodwink too often.
I mean, his build is very different. I like
it's
it
very
a lot.
Ari-like.
Yeah.
All right, he's scouting forward, catches Hellscream, gives the vision with the sharpshooter, connects onto Fly. Snowball save, but V2 has also been located, running towards that Venomancer gate, also into the backline, and they're forcing VP away once again. Out of Atos onto the Tusk, catching with another bushwhack. VP holding the low ground for themselves. Saberlight is waiting. Is there a Saber? Is there a Solar Guardian moment? And Roshan is also being started by Tundra. Well, they're considering it. They're not committing to the Roshan yet. I think they want to find another pickoff, but so do VP. They want to take a 4v5. And Ari runs into all of them. Can he evade this somehow? As they're going to be jumping the backline onto the Invoker. BZM is out for the count. Hellscream is also down. Abba dangerously low on HP, but he's leashed up because of the Grimstroke, and he cannot escape. Tomato, he's tickling this Tiny. No damage coming out from Tomato whatsoever with that BKB up on V2, so all the Maelstrom procs barely do any damage. Dawnbreaker will end up going down for a triple for V2, and Anari is still back in. Going for another, gets shackle shotted to a bloody Saturn Mindstealer and dies because of that. Neutral's not really being his friends today. Trades back in 433, slowed down to a crawl. Tomato Focus Fire is ready again. He could find a target to use it on, and still has that BKB, but with just Fly, I don't think it's going to be enough. A lot of skirmishing.
Yeah, both teams fighting over the Roche area. They don't want the other team to get the Roche for free. Of course, this is the second Roche with the banner. It also opens up opportunities to go high ground if you ever get a good fight. So Roche going to change sides now in the next 10 seconds. Going to give both teams enough time to reset and go for it again. And Tundra, the winners of these engagements, they're getting a lot more kills. And the more the game is delayed, I think the better it is for Tundra in this game. I think the more items every hero has, the better it is for Tundra. I think Invoker's scaling is just absurd in this game. And also Tiny in the late game, together with all the buffs he has on his team. He has the Solar Crest, the Vlads, all these items start adding up to this Tiny's damage. And he might just start one-shotting people soon.
You're going to start feeling the hurt. For sure, Abed's got to be careful here. What's his reaction time going to be? One Astral Step in the bank. D-Tune getting closer. Harpoon in. Abed gets away.
Fast fingers.
Fast fingers, indeed. That's what you need. BZM is also nearby, but no connection on the pushback or the tornado, and a reset. There's one good thing when it comes to fighting for Roshan at 30 minutes for Virtus.pro, and that's the Dawnbreaker effect, that you don't need to be there. At the same time, you're playing against Tundra. BZM has been on the hunt for this Dawnbreaker for quite some time. So if you think you're safe pushing away while your team is hoarding around the Roche pit, there might just be a wild Invoker hunting you.
For sure. He definitely has to be thinking about the Invoker all the time on Dawn. Super annoying. At the same time, Dawn is farming, so is the Underlord. Both offlaners with global spells just in their corner farming. And Underlord has finished his Aghanim Scepter. That's probably going to have some massive impact in the next fight. Especially if he can just start on the supports. If he can just start on the Tusk or the Veno. If they can get one of those two heroes out of the fight.
It could also be a pretty good way to force Abed to pop his BKB.
Yeah, I mean, he has the BKB, or Manta uses ult out instantly. And it's also going to combo even better when he upgrades the Atos into Gleipnir. He gets more AoE on the pit on the Underlord.
There's still a lot of traffic around this Roche pit. Tomato starts poking Roshan.
It will roar. I think VP was the one that did it last time. Yep. So Tundra will know they're attempting to do it. See how much urgency they put into it. They're probably calling their bluff. They're probably just going to the Roche to make it roar, to make Tundra come over. And Tundra is like, nah, you guys ain't gonna commit to the Roche. We're just gonna keep farming.
Dire are scanning.
He doesn't exactly have the highest mobility supports with the lack of items, especially the Venomancer. It's very slow, so Fly kind of has to always be somewhere around this Roche pit. Everybody else can move quite freely. Tundra, I would say Grimstroke is sluggish as hell, so I guess both teams have that one support, but Tundra are not even close to the Roche pit. And they know the Invoker is right in front of the Tier 2 tower. Are they setting up for Saberlight, maybe?
I'm trying to force some reactions at the Tier 2.
Yeah. And there's the scan into the pit. Roche roaring at the same time. Instant TPs from Tundra. And again, bluff after bluff. Retreat from the pit.
Yeah, they really don't want to commit on the Roche on VP. Wind can't just use Focus Fire on the Roche, because then she won't have her spell for the team fight, right? So you don't really want to commit, get the Roche low, and have Invoker throw all his spells in the pit and have to use BKB just to get the Aegis. You want to use your BKB to actually kill enemy heroes. That's why they're going back and forth all the time.
Oh, Abed actually didn't get the Arcane V-Tune. Snatches it right in front of his face. Decides to go into the pit himself. So Tundra take the initiative. Let's see how VP is going to respond to this. Wind Spirits into the pit. Power Shot is pretty much the only vision tool outside of the Plague Wards, which are getting cleaned up the whole time. And Roche is roaring to the Radiance as well, as he's down to 4,000 HP. VP are holding ground. They're not moving yet. Abed trying to get a little bit closer. CM is also cutting the wave on top, so these waves are still being a bit of an issue while they are pressuring this Roshan.
BZM going around, scouting everybody. Abed has gem.
This could be the move. BZM is giving some
where's the gem?
info. Abed still hiding behind. They have that small curve of trees here, which gives them protection from the side gank. And they caught V-Tune. Harpoon's away, though. That's still so silly. It's gonna take a while to get adjusted to harpooning trees. It's a great toss counter.
Item is bought now. Yeah. Roche swapping sides. This definitely benefits VP since they can use the outpost to use buybacks and fight here.
Yep.
And you see them already running towards the high ground to take control of it. Both teams running here to try to fight. And they see him
around, and they see him. Yep, that's a good opening here onto BZM with the focus fire. Use this wall. BZM down to 500 HP, surviving for the time being, but now goes down. No buyback. Gone for 80 seconds. V-Tune holding the front line. Low ground. Tomato trying to go in for some focus fire damage, but into the BKB. He isn't dealing that much. Does have that Daedalus in his inventory this time around. Saberlight going for the two-man stun. Does have V-Tune. Does have Whitemon locked in. At the same time, Tomato has 33 locked in with Abed right next to him. Low HP. They're all very badly injured. As V-Tune finally finishes off Saberlight, 33 is about to die, and he finally does go down. 2 casualties on both sides. Tundra losing 2 cores, but there's still that big beast of a Tiny you gotta watch out for. Might be in a stalemate, but Abed's half HP. Fly is a soft target for this Tiny to hit. 8 seconds for the toss.
The fight started on the best target possible, which is an Invoker. Good jump there by the Tusk, follow up with the Dawn to stun him through his BKB. And that's what VP need. They need to eliminate this Invoker early in the fight so he doesn't kite them around.
They have a window now. Tusk is up. Tag team is available. Jackal Shot already broke Roshan's spell block. Already right next to the pit. Tomato dangerously low on HP without the BKB for another 20 seconds. And now they're gonna charge through. Committing to the Roshan. V-Tune fights versus Fly. Doesn't kill Fly. Items down on the ground. They're going to be able to take that Aegis for Tomato. V-Tune on the chase. Just, pushed back a little bit there by the Shackle Shot. V-Tune is...
And they need to back on VP.
He is going ham.
Invoker's coming.
And catches him. Tornado from BZM. Go catch Hellscream. Hellscream has a BKB of his own. With a Tusk, a rich support, able to run away. Sharpshooter, Sunstrike, Meatball, dot DPS, and a Pit of Malice. Might still die. 75 HP. Blinks away. That was too close to comfort for Hellscream.
That was way too close. He survived because of his talent, the 15 talent, that extra HP. Very nice.
I'm still wondering if there's going to be like a Octarine Core Sunstrike available for Invoker, but he didn't swap his spells. Didn't really look to snipe Hellscream anymore. Probably thought he just insta-TP to the fountain. Hellscream actually walked home.
See, I think Invoker's gonna buy a Bloodstone. I think that's the first time I've seen Invoker Bloodstone. I mean, ever since it got changed, it got a lot better on most of these heroes, but for the people that don't know, Bloodstone got changed where...
Didn't get the AD, there was the Remnant that came into play, so Abed actually the one to pick it up, and now Beaton's in trouble. He's isolated. He is dead. Abed chasing on for more targets. They do both get leashed up by the Grimstroke. Tornado EMP will slow him down. Grim will be able to TP home, but Invoker caught with the shackle from Tomato and pulled in with the Remnant by Abed. BKB'd up, no matter, they got this one. 2 core kills again, going for Virtus.pro.
Big kills for VP, and again, the Tiny, as you see there, he kind of just dies to the wind. The wind being max range, he can't really do anything to the wind, so the wind ended up being a really nice pick in this game. Winning the lane against Underlord and scaling fine against Tiny. Tiny can't really kill wind with this build, right? He doesn't have MKB. He's going for a last item, but even with the MKB, the wind has multiple ways of getting far away from Tiny. He can just force staff him back and stun him, use his BKB and wind run away. And they might go high ground here with the banner.
Yeah, they have a window.
Place banner here.
Long attack range for Tomato here. Able to shoot from all the way far back. I am curious though if Tomato considers Hydra's Breath as an item.
He might consider it later if he feels like he has a problem doing damage to the Tiny. Because right now he feels like he can probably kill the Tiny every time he uses ult on it. But Underlord has his Crimson now, so that would make a really big difference for the Tiny. And maybe that makes the Wind think that he won't have damage, and he'll need to buy a Hydra's Breath. But that item's still not the best item, I would say. Definitely needs a little tweaking. Maybe recipe decrease cost, or maybe change up the build up. Because nobody really buys the item, right?
Yeah.
It's just not good as other items.
It is a 1500 increase on top of the Hurricane Pike, so it sounds like it's doable. But I guess it's not a priority item.
Another thing too is it also has Dragon Lance in its build-up, so it doesn't really combo well with Hurricane Pike. I don't think you can buy 2 Dragon Lances. I believe it doesn't work. The extra range.
Yeah. Well, VP are in a good position now after winning that Roshan fight, claiming a lane of racks. 40 minutes into this one, Tundra looked like they're going to turn this series around, and we've been in a bit of a stalemate, to be honest, until that last Roche fight. So now they're feeling the pressure again. But I'm only painting it into words that they feel pressure, because we kind of talked about it yesterday. Does this team even know the word pressure? Because they're usually very calm and collective on the side of Tundra.
They probably don't really feel pressure. I mean, they've won multiple tournaments. They know that they're good players, so they probably really don't feel the pressure. Yeah. I was going to say that Invoker, he changed his mind on the Bloodstone. He just went for the Aeon Disc, which he desperately kind of needs, right? If he ever gets jumped, he kind of just dies since they have multiple BKB disables on VP.
And he did have that Hex pretty early in the previous game. Not this one, though. On the hunt for Ahri. Go find the Hoodwink. That will be a gem down on the ground. That'll be very useful for Abed. STPs down to the mid lane. Looks like they're catching eyes on BZM's Invoker. Yep, Fly sees him there. Proc off the Stormcrafter. That seems to always hit the target. Oh, actually, he had the gem. Never mind. I was wondering, does that Stormcrafter hit targets even if they're invis and you don't see them? But yeah, you have the gem.
I believe it doesn't hit targets that are you can't see them.
Yeah.
When getting close to her 25.
Yeah.
So
very close.
Interesting.
55 XP.
The power shot execute got put into a talent at 25. It used to be a facet. I wonder if he's going to take that or just going to take the classic focus fire. Because 15% is a lot, right? If you think about what is 15% of Tiny's HP, that's like almost 700 HP. So if Tiny has 700 HP, he kind of just insta-dies.
Yeah.
It's like an axe culling blade.
He did go for the focus fire, so I guess if you kill the Tiny in 12 seconds, you'll have another focus fire ready.
But that talent's really good. You can use your ult without being afraid of it being on cooldown all the time, so he can be a little bit more relaxed with whoever he ults in the fight. He can ult like a hoodwink in the fight and still have the ult again for the Tiny later.
Yeah, yeah. And the way these fights are going with Tundra repositioning quite a lot, same thing for Virtus.pro, I do think time is of the essence, so probably won't get a lot of nuking opportunities to just blow somebody up right away and then have the chance to reset. I feel like there's so many saving abilities going on that it'll be like 15 seconds and a lot of things have happened during that time. That's just how it is.
The game kind of in a stalemate situation. Tundra stuck in their base. Let's see, yeah. They will use smoke. They don't want to be stuck here in their base. No more Aegis. They can definitely win a fight if they get the right jump. They want to move out.
Flies deep in. That will be a catch for BZM. He did get caught by the Remnant, so Abed, he's focusing on BZM simultaneously. Fly able to get out, but they're now fighting on the bottom side of this fight. Whitemon got hit by the Walrus Punch, and Tusk is going into dangerous territory, but he has that BKB V-Tune right in front of Saberlight. He's already down to 2,000 HP. Tomato's got the focus fire on him, and they're going to lock him in. V-Tune, though, he got the Satanic off. He's trying to regenerate, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to be going down. At the same time, Abed going to be jumping onto the backline onto Whitemon, trying to finish off that Grim Stroke. He's not too far off, and a BCM is going to get caught inside the Tusk shards, and he's dying there. Double kill for Tomato. Invo does have a buyback, but Ari and the boys don't look like they're going to be making their way out of this fight, as they will lose the Underlord. He does have a buyback too, and an ultra kill for Tomato already at this point. VP, one connection to another, and just getting all of them falling one by one. Forcing out one buyback. Can they get more? What does BZM have left? He doesn't have money for that scythe anymore with the buyback. Let's get the Tornado too. The Pit of Malice coming in from 33, buying back as well. This is a chance. This is an opportunity with the meatballs flying in from the sky. And they'll clean them up. Tomato and Abed to fall. Tundra able to exit the base finally and get themselves on the move.
Did cost them 2 buybacks, but definitely worth it for Tundra there. They hold their base. They're going to be able to push out all the waves, and they're even going to be able to scout the Roche. Oh, they got a bonus kill on Venom too. Yep. He has a gem.
Gem down
That's
on the
always
ground.
nice for them.
4th kill. Tundra.
VP definitely have the win condition though now. No buybacks on 3 heroes on Radiant. And Roche going to respawn when VP are up, so they got kind of lucky with that Roche spawn. And Tundra checking the pick now. It's not going to be up.
Still going to be a bit short.
That's just
40 seconds for the minimum timer.
And they can definitely force some buybacks too. Tiny coming in. He hits like a truck on these buildings, so maybe they can even force some buybacks for the Roche spawns. Nah, he doesn't want to hit on Tiny, I guess.
Yeah, being a bit hesitant.
Just pinging the Roche.
Timing's going to be slightly off. Like 10 seconds will be on the clock. Heroes are respawning in 20. They have the outpost at least, so they won't get those quick TPs in. And Roshan is now finally home, so it is going to be enough of a window to pick up that Aegis. Will it be enough for a high ground push? Probably doubt that. If it was one buyback and it was Invoker, sure. But since they also use the Underlords and the Grimstrokes, be a bit of a risk assessment thing from the... But we'll see.
Aegis on Invoker, since he has no buyback. as you said, they're probably not gonna try to hit high ground, so Tiny doesn't take the Aegis. If their plan was to hit the high ground, Tiny would definitely take the Aegis, but since Invoker has no buyback, it's more value to have the Aegis on a no buyback hero. Invoker already finishing his Hex as well, so he's almost full slotted on Invoker. And you know who's buying Hydra's Breath? Hoodwink.
Of course he is. I mean, we all knew that, right? So, Ari having some wild builds. I mean, I saw his Boots of Trap. We all started from the Vlads that he's built 2 games in a row, then goes for the Boots of Travels. I was looking at the Hurricane Pike he was going for, and yeah, Hydra's Breath, sure.
Actually makes a bit of sense on Hoodwink, because you can... I believe if you Q... it applies a debuff on your Q.
It should. Like,
yes.
Acorn Shot always applies all kinds of weird debuffs on you, so that should work.
So that makes sense. I like it. I like it when the pros, they do different builds. It's kind of boring just to see the same builds every game. I like it when they do some different type of stuff. You know, it's always refreshing.
Talking about getting caught, maybe. BZM getting kicked right into the arms of the rest of VP. Age is gone. Can they get the back up in time? The pit's there. 33 has arrived to the occasion. Saberlight right on top of him, gets the Abyssal stun. A on this will pop. Saberlight still in the middle of all of this. He's got 3 heroes surrounding him, but they're doing no damage to him at all. And now Abed with Hellscream, another kick backwards and focusing down the Underlord. He's gone. V-Tune has to run away. BCM doesn't have any spells ready at the moment as Abed's going to be charging in with that BKB and the Lotus Sword protecting him as well. Now V-Tune standing his ground. BZM is so low, he's almost gone for that dieback penalty as Tomato changes his attention towards him and takes him out of play. And Abed and Tomato will hunt down the Tiny, and that will do it pretty much for this game. There's nothing left for Tundra to hold, and they are suffering another series defeat. Tundra is playing for elimination tomorrow. Who would have thought? And that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yep. Impressive performance. Like BP seemed they were very relieved, right, to have won this game. Game wasn't going very well for them in the early game, but they managed to come back. Especially Saberlight, he had a really rough early game. I think he was 0-6 at some point. So he had a nice comeback in this game, and also Tomato with an outstanding performance. I think the Wind Ranger and the Tusk, they had really good performances this game. The Tusk finding multiple openings, always engaging on the enemy heroes, finding them out of position, hunting them. And the Wind with a great scoreline did what had to be done, right? He got all the kills and had massive impact. 6 items on Wind Ranger, full slotted. Impressive.
I also think a big change in this game in terms of VP's eyes, but the usage of the Solar Guardian, right? Kind of talked about that the defensive use is the worst that they could do in this game. That's why Saberlight was having such a hard game. But some of these Solar Guardians that we saw later on into this game actually were the aggressive sort, which enabled them to get that opening kill, like in this highlight right here. It enabled them to kill BZM and give them a shot at actually winning a fight. This, of course, was one of those where they ended up being on the receiving end, but it was a learning curve because they got better and better during the course of the game. And really helped Saberlight also improve his, not only just his stats overall, but like his impact.
I mean, absolutely. One thing it is to use your ult on Dawn on an Invoker and kill him first. The other thing is to use your ult on top of a meatball that's dropping on top of your head while you're trying to save your teammate, right? It definitely felt like there was a learning curve in this game where he realized that he doesn't want to use it defensively and he wants to use it on top of the Invoker to attack him. And the Dawn-Tusk combo, it just shows, right? The Tusk jumps first with the punch into the Dawn ult. Even if they BKB, they'll still continuously get stunned. And this engagement as well, right? The Dawn is on top of the Invoker. And when that happens, it's a lot different than if the Invoker's at max range pressing spells on the Dawn.
And there was a lot of freedom there for Tundra to excel. And I think, you know, you've been bringing it up that the stand-in situation definitely hasn't helped Tundra. They played with a stand-in in the previous tournament. They played with a stand-in again. Pure is said to join if they make it to the playoff stage, but we might see Tundra out of the tournament after tomorrow, because tomorrow is elimination day for the first 4 teams. 2 will be dropped out, and Tundra is one of them joining in that. So I'm getting a bit worried for this team. What kind of things are they going to be looking at the end of this day? They've lost 2 series, both going into Game 3. They're not stomps in 2-0 fashion. They've got good things going their way. BZM has, again, shown how great he is on that Invoker, but I'm not sure if I like 33 on a hero like Underlord. Is it more of a drafting thing or some things that they need to talk about?
I mean, I would say, Tundra, they shouldn't feel really upset or pressured. Of course, it's never fun to lose, but they just come off a tournament win, right? A tournament LAN win with their full roster. And then maybe if they fall short here in this tournament, it's not the end of the world for them. I believe they said that they might not even going to play this tournament without Pure, but they ended up playing anyways. So they probably don't feel very stressed. I mean, maybe they do. Maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about, but they just came off a LAN win, right? They shouldn't feel too upset or too stressed since they're not playing with their full roster, right? They should probably be more relaxed, and it is what it is. You kind of want to play all these tournaments, but sometimes other things affect your team in real life, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, there's only so many things that you can do. So the classic, look at the small mistakes we can focus on. Don't look at the large things that we have. You can only do so much in the course of one day, and that means our day is also done. Day number 2 is completed with the 0-1 series. We now know the teams that will be playing for elimination tomorrow. We know the teams that have gone 2-0 and the 1-1, so a lot of variety building up here in this Swiss bracket. But what do you think about the 2 matchups we had here today? If we bring up the South American rejects, really like them taking a 2-0 off of Yandex. A bit of a surprise win, maybe you could say the only surprise in the bracket today, at least in my eyes, from the B-Stream games.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were not going to win. I'm going to be honest. I thought that Yandex, the team that won the last tournament of PGL, they were going to win. They were going to take it easily, but I was proven wrong. And it's always nice to be proven wrong, right? The underdog story, it's very nice to see the underdogs win and to show more of like a competitive and fierce scene than it is to have the top team always winning. So Yandex, they definitely have some holes to fill because they're also going to be playing for elimination tomorrow together with Tundra. So they might even play each other, right? Yandex and Tundra?
It's possible,
That's
yeah.
also a possibility, yeah.
But here are the results from Stream B. We had the day start up with Vici Gaming beat Navi 2-1. GamerLegion took a clean 2-0 off of MOUZ. Then, of course, the earlier mentioned SA Rejects 2-0 over Yandex. And VP finishing the day with a win over Tundra. And Stream A, the main stream, has been covering some pretty hype games as well. These were the 1-0 matches, so teams that had won yesterday. Aurora going 2-0 and joining BetBoom with a 2-0 as well. Might be the matchup for the first qualification tomorrow, as Liquid and Xtreme going to be found in the 1-1 bracket. Team Falcons 2-1 over Team Spirit, and of course PARIVISION 2-0 on Heroic. And this is what our schedule is going to be looking like for tomorrow. Spirit, this is for Stream A. Team Spirit versus GamerLegion, followed by Heroic Virtus.pro. BetBoom and Team Falcons in the evening, and ending the day on A stream is Aurora versus PARIVISION. Is there a matchup here that you'd maybe ask the viewers to come and watch, something that you would highlight?
I mean, I'll definitely highlight the last 2 matches, right? Those are the qualification matches, probably. So the best performing teams are going to be playing those. So BetBoom and Falcons and Pari versus Aurora. Probably especially Pari versus Aurora, right? The both teams, their icon is both green, right? It's green versus green. So it's also a same region team, right? Both teams from Eastern Europe facing up against each other.
And then, of course, on our B stream here with John and Mike in the early morning shift, Team Liquid versus Vici Gaming, Europe versus China, followed up by Xtreme and SA Rejects. One of these teams in that 1-1 bracket could be marching over to a potential qualification or an elimination, of course. That's the case of the 3rd day of the groups. We have, in our casts, we have Team Yandex and Navi and MOUZ versus Tundra. So we'll be covering those 2 elimination matches at the end of the day. So tune in to watch which teams are qualifying, which teams are getting eliminated, which will fight over for the 4th day of the Swiss stage. But we want to thank all of you folks for tuning in. We've had a blast watching these games, covering them, and for you to enjoy, as this is truly day 3 is when the action starts to ramp up. Day 1 and day 2, bit of a warm-up and bit of a feel of what is up and coming. And now we're starting to get serious about things. So from our part, to all of you folks, from T-Pan and Lelis, from John and Mike on the B stream, from all the folks at A-Stream, we'll see you guys tomorrow. So until then, take care of yourselves, good night, and bye-bye.